The sign-in reward system will be activated when I wake up tomorrow. Jiangzhou City Summer. The Academic Affairs Office of Fuan University in Jiangzhou. Director of Academic Affairs Zhao Yuanhua sat with his hands clasped on the desk. Before him, his expression cold, as he looked at Lu Anxing standing opposite. Student Lu Anxing, regarding your beating of Su Wenma 2 days ago, after deliberation, the Board of Trustees has decided to expel you from the university. Expelled. Lu Anxing lifted his eyelids slightly. At that time it was clearly Su Wenma who forcibly dragged Zhang Xiaomei to a hotel room. I rescued Zhang Xiaomei. If that doesn't count as acting bravely for justice, so be it. But now you say I assaulted Su Wenma, and you want to expel me. That's not what Zhang Xiaomei said. Zhao Yuanhua replied in an even tone. What did Zhang Xiaomei say? She said she went to the hotel room with Su Wenma of her own free will. Of her own free will. Lu Anxing froze for a moment, then let out a self-mocking laugh. I see. He withdrew his hands from behind his back and stuffed them into his pockets, the last vestige of a student's respect for a teacher gone from his demeanor. Director Zhao, does this mean I won't be able to receive my diploma and degree certificate? You are being expelled, so naturally you will not receive either your diploma or your degree certificate. I understand, Lu Anxing said with another faint smile. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. With that he turned and walked toward the door. From behind him, Zhao Yuanhua added, Lu Anxing, you are required to vacate your dormitory within 2 days. We'll see. Lu Anxing tossed back lightly, his figure disappearing from Zhao Yuanhua's line of sight. Watching the spot where Lu Anxing had disappeared, Zhao Yuanhua could not help muttering under his breath. Young people. Even after being expelled, he still pretends to be so calm. Out in the corridor, Lu Anxing shook his head with a faint smile and murmured softly, System, if I can't obtain my degree and diploma, does that mean I won't have completed the system's task? In the next instant, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Anxing's mind. The host's current stage task is to complete 4 years of university as an ordinary student and successfully obtain a bachelor's diploma and degree certificate. If you do not obtain the diploma and degree certificate, it will be deemed that you have failed to complete the current stage system task, and you will not receive the system's reward. Lu Anxing gave a helpless smile. So it seems I still have to get my diploma and degree first and graduate smoothly before anything else. When Lu Anxing was 10 years old in 4th grade at primary school, on a dark, windy night, he unexpectedly bound himself to a divine tycoon system. The first stage of the system's tasks was simple: graduate from primary school smoothly, and he would be rewarded 10 billion. Next came graduating from middle school smoothly with a reward of 100 billion. A smooth graduation from high school would grant a reward of 1 trillion. A smooth graduation from university would grant a reward of 10 trillion. At the same time, the system imposed 2 additional conditions. The first condition: before the age of 24, he must not lose his virginity. Lu Anxing did not understand why there was such a bizarre requirement, nor could he make sense of it. But after grumbling about it, he still chose to obey. He could no longer remember how many sleepless nights he had tossed and turned enduring the discomfort. Yet he persevered, thinking that perhaps the system's later rewards might hold some wondrous surprise. The second condition was that before graduating from university, his total spending within any single calendar year could not exceed 120,000. This requirement was not difficult. As long as he kept his desire to spend under control, it was manageable. Because of this, over the 12 years since binding with the system, Lu Anxing had kept a low profile in his consumption. He appeared to be nothing more than the child of an ordinary middle-class family. Those 12 years also tempered his state of mind. Even with hundreds of billions at his disposal, his heart remained as calm as still water. Of course, during those 12 years he had not been idle. He had taken part of the money and given it to his father to do business. His father, Lu Changhe, served as the manager while he himself was the true controller. Over the years, the Anxin Group he founded had grown into a vast commercial empire with a market value of over 300 billion. From his shares in Anxin Group alone, his personal net worth had reached nearly 200 billion. And that did not even include the several hundred billion in system bonuses lying quietly in his bank accounts. He had originally thought that once he graduated from university without incident, he would easily obtain the 10 trillion reward. He had not expected that just as he was about to graduate, an accident would occur. It seems I'll have to make use of Anxin Group's influence, he thought. With that in mind, Lu Anxing started down the stairs. At the same time, he took out his phone and happened to notice an unread message. Boss, we've confirmed that the person who leaked the group's core technical secrets was your uncle Lu Changhe. After reading the message, Lu Anxing frowned. He did not reply by typing, but directly called back. Hello. A respectful male voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Wang, how did my father handle my uncle's matter? The chairman has removed President Lu from his post and stripped him of his authority. He's currently been told to stay at home and reflect. Ah, Lu Anxing sighed. Dad still can't bear to be ruthless. Then he added, leave it as it is for now. I'll handle it when I get back. Understood. There's one more thing. Please, boss, go ahead. I have a classmate named Su Wenma. Look into what connections he has with our university's board of trustees. For 4 years as classmates, all Lu Anqing knew was that Su Wenma was a rich second-generation heir. But now he suspected that Su Wenma must have some relationship with Fuan University's board of trustees. Otherwise, the board would never have decided to expel him. Got it, Xiao Wang replied. And check who holds the greatest sway among the members of Fuan University's board of trustees. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Anqing reached the first floor. Not far away, 2 female students saw him come out and hurried toward him. Lu Anqing looked in their direction as well. One of them wore a white t-shirt on top and denim ultra-short shorts on the bottom, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. The other wore a white knee-length dress, her long hair falling to her waist, draped down her back. Both girls were strikingly pretty. Under the sunlight, they radiated youthful vitality. Anqing, what did Director Zhao say? The ponytail girl was named Qinjia. She had a very good relationship with Lu Anqing and was the top student in their class. Throughout 4 years of university, many of Lu Anqing's assignments had in fact been completed by Qinjia. Even during exams, it was with Qinjia's help that he had managed not to fail a single subject. Instead of answering Qinjia's question, Lu Anqing let his gaze fall on the girl whose hair cascaded down her back. She was Zhang Xiaomei, Qinjia's roommate and close friend. At the graduation banquet 2 days ago, Zhang Xiaomei and Qinjia had drunk some alcohol. Su Wenma had also had a few drinks. Later, Qinjia and Zhang Xiaomei went to the restroom together. Not long after, Qinjia rushed back to ask Lu Anqing for help, saying that Su Wenma had forcibly dragged Zhang Xiaomei to a hotel room. Lu Anqing arrived in time to rescue Zhang Xiaomei, and in the process clashed with Su Wenma. That was what Director Zhao referred to as Lu Anqing beating Su Wenma. In truth, if it hadn't been for Qinjia's sake, Lu Anqing wouldn't have wanted to get involved in Zhang Xiaomei's affairs at all. Zhang Xiaomei. With a cold expression, Lu Anqing asked, "How did you describe the fact that I saved you?" Zhang Xiaomei was at a loss for words, her gaze darting about, not daring to meet his eyes. How else would she describe it? Qinjia interjected. She must have told the honest truth. She did not tell the truth, Lu Anqing cut in. She said she went to that hotel room with Su Wenma of her own free will. I didn't save her. I wasn't acting bravely for justice. I was ruining the good time she and Su Wenma were having. When Lu Anqing spoke, his tone dripped with sarcasm. That's impossible, Qinjia protested. Xiaomei would never have gone willingly, never said anything like that. Humph. Lu Anqing gave a short, cold snort. Qinjia, you can ask Zhang Xiaomei whether what I'm saying is true. Qinjia's expression changed. After 4 years of deep cooperation in university, she knew Lu Anqing fairly well. She could tell he was not joking, not just speaking casually. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaomei, hardly able to believe it. Xiaomei, is what Anqing said true? Zhang Xiaomei lowered her head, her tone helpless and aggrieved. Jia, I really didn't mean to say it like that. Qinjia grew angry, as well, her voice turning stern. Xiaomei, that day in Xing was the one who saved you. Why didn't you tell the truth and instead said things that would harm him? I had no choice. Zhang Xiaomei's voice even carried a hint of sobbing. Su Wenma told me that if I didn't say it the way he wanted, he'd make sure I couldn't graduate. No. Qinjia shook her head. If Su Wenma really threatened you like that, you would never have agreed to him. Her face hardened. Tell me, did you take Su Wenma's money? A flash of panic crossed Zhang Xiaomei's features, yet she did not deny it. Seeing her reaction, Qinjia was exasperated to the point of heartbreak. I knew it. You took Su Wenma's money. Xiaomei, all these years at school I treated you like a sister and took such care of you. At our class graduation dinner that night, I saw Su Wenma drag you toward a hotel room, and I even pulled in Xing along to go rescue you. I never thought you'd sell in Xing out for Su Wenma's filthy money. Jia, listen to me explain. I really had no... Zhang Xiaomei's voice once again carried a sobbing tremor. Yes, I did take Su Wenma's money. But he also said that if I didn't do exactly as he told me, he really could keep me from graduating. On what grounds could he stop you from graduating? Qinjia demanded sharply. He said his father is a member of the school's board of directors. Hearing this, Lu Anqing lifted his eyelids slightly. So that's how it is. Lu Anqing murmured, I just don't know which board member his father is. As for the members of Fuan University's board of directors, Lu Anqing was not familiar with them. But it didn't matter, he had already arranged for Xiao Wang to investigate. It shouldn't be long before he received the results. Qinjia's reaction was also one of surprise. Su Wenma's father being a school board member was something Su Wenma had never mentioned in class. If what he said was true, then he really did have the power to stop Zhang Xiaomei from graduating. Thinking of this, Qinjia turned her head toward Lu Anqing again, speaking with some anxiety. And Xing, what did Director Zhao say to you just now, eh? Lu Anqing smiled faintly. Zhao Yuanhua said I've been expelled. And he told me to move out of the school dormitory within 2 days. What? Qinjia was stunned. How can the school do that? She knew very well that only because she had helped Lu Anqing with his assignments had he managed not to fail his courses. She also knew how deeply obsessed Lu Anqing was with graduating smoothly. Now that he had been expelled, how was he supposed to accept it? Zhang Xiaomei, however, was not surprised at all. She seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. Lu Anqing shook his head, his demeanor relaxed. If I'm expelled, then I'm expelled. It's not a big problem. But Qin Zhao wanted to say more, but Lu Anqing raised a hand to stop her. No need to say anything. I have my own arrangements for this matter. After speaking, he looked toward Zhang Xiaomei. Zhang Xiaomei, I heard you received an offer from Anqing Group. Zhang Xiaomei nodded. Yes, I just got it 2 days ago. They told me to report in next Monday. At the mention of this, a trace of pride flickered across Zhang Xiaomei's face. Anqing Group had a market value of over 300 billion. It was the highest valued company in Jiangzhou City with more than 50,000 employees nationwide, and most importantly, extraordinarily generous benefits. For the same position, salaries were generally 10 to 20% higher than other companies. Official employees enjoyed 6 types of insurance and 2 housing funds, and most positions followed a 4-days and 3-days off schedule. During holidays, they didn't hand out gift boxes, but cash starting from at least 500 yuan. What everyone envied most was that the year-end bonuses started at 50,000 yuan. Rumor in the industry had it that ordinary frontline staff, if they performed well and achieved outstanding results, could even receive a year-end bonus approaching 500,000. For most people in Jiangzhou City, entering Anqing Group was a badge of honor. When Zhang Xiaomei had submitted her resume some time ago, she hadn't been very confident she would be hired by Anqing Group. She had only applied with a mentality of giving it a try, never truly expecting to receive an interview invitation. After attending the interview, she unexpectedly received Anqing Group's offer 3 days ago. Overjoyed at being accepted, she who rarely drank ended up drinking a bit too much at the graduation banquet 2 nights ago. That was what gave Su Wenma the chance to forcibly drag her toward the hotel. Lu Anqing smiled lightly and said in an indifferent tone, "Congratulations." Then he walked past between Qin Jia and Zhang Xiaomei and moved on. Qin Jia shot Zhang Xiaomei a cold glance. "Xiaomei, you've truly disappointed me," she said icily. With that, she too stepped away, hurrying after Lu Anqing. "Jia," Zhang Xiaomei called out toward her back, but Qin Jia no longer paid her any attention. In the end, Zhang Xiaomei did not chase after them. She merely let out a soft sigh where she stood. Yet in her eyes there was not the slightest trace of regret or remorse. "Once I start working at Anqing Group, we'll no longer belong to the same world," she murmured under her breath. Qin Jia caught up to Lu Anqing. "And Xing, where are you going?" "I'm going back to the dorm." "Then what are you planning to do next?" Lu Anqing smiled slightly. "Naturally, I'll think of a way to obtain my diploma and degree certificate." "What way do you have?" I'm still thinking." "I'll help you think." "Have you come up with anything?" Qin Jia shook her head. "No." "Then there's no need for now. I can think on my own." After a few more steps, Lu Anqing turned his head to glance at Qin Jia. "Have you submitted your resume to Anqing Group?" Qin Jia was taken aback, then shook her head. "No." "Why not?" Qin Jia gave an embarrassed little laugh. "With my abilities, I doubt they'd want me." Even Zhang Xiaomei got an offer. "Are you really worse than Zhang Xiaomei?" This. Qin Jia was unexpectedly left speechless. Was she really inferior to Zhang Xiaomei? It didn't seem so. "Just send one and try. What if you get lucky?" Qin Jia pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll give it a shot." They walked a few more steps before Lu Anqing noticed Qin Jia was still following him. "Are you planning to go back to the boys' dorm with me? Qin Jia halted. "Then I'll head back to my dorm first and keep thinking of ideas for you." "All right," Lu Anqing did not refuse. "Bye-bye." Qin Jia turned and left. Watching her departing back, Lu Anqing smiled faintly. He was not unaware of Qin Jia's feelings, nor was he a man devoid of desire. But before the age of 24, he had to keep himself pure and untouched, that he could not allow himself to fall in love. If he ended up with Qin Jia and failed to restrain himself, wouldn't those more than 20 years of self-control have been for nothing? And even if he did restrain himself, would Qin Jia misunderstand and think he was lacking in that regard? That would be even harder to explain. With a helpless shake of his head, Lu Anqing continued toward his dormitory. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Wang's number. "Boss. Xiao Wang, there's something I need you to do." "Go ahead. Inform the HR department at the group to rescind Zhang Xiaomei's offer. If they receive a resume from someone named Qin Jia, arrange a suitable position for her." "Understood." After hanging up, Lu Anqing's expression remained utterly calm. A few minutes later, he returned to his dormitory, building 3 room 3303. As he pushed open the door, the 3 roommates inside, who were in the middle of a game, all turned to look at him at once. "Boss is back." According to the system's rules, Lu Anqing's personal expenses in a natural year could not exceed 120,000 yuan. Yet even an average monthly allowance of 10,000 made his living standard far higher than that of his roommates. He was generous as well, often taking his roommates out to eat, drink, and have fun. So although he was not the oldest, he naturally became the boss of room 3303. "Boss, what did Zhao Yuanhua say?" The one asking was the 3rd roommate. Zhang lay bare-chested and all. Lu Anqing answered with an easy smile. "Zhao Yuanhua said I've been expelled." "What?" You were expelled by Zhao Yuanhua. A slightly chubby man dropped the phone in his hand and shot to his feet, fury written all over his face. His name was Xiong Chao, second in seniority in the dorm. He was a glutton often fed by Lu Anong. Thus he was utterly loyal to Lu Anong. Whenever someone dared raise a hand against Lu Anong, he would always charge, and even faster than Lu Anong himself. In his eyes, after all, Lu Anong was the very parent of his snacks. As he spoke, he had already walked to the bathroom and grabbed a mop. I'm going to beat the crap out of Zhao Yuanhua right now. Bear 2, don't be impulsive. The one who stood up to block Xiong Chao was Li Qingyang, his figure a little thin, as if malnourished. He wore black-framed glasses and carried a gentle, scholarly air. Gripping the mop in Xiong Chao's hand, he said, "If you act on impulse, you won't get your diploma either. Fourth, don't hold me back." Xiong Chao simply could not calm down. "No matter what, today I'm going to smash a hole in that old bastard Zhao Yuanhua's head. And that dog Su Wenma, I'm going to break one of his legs too. So what if I can't graduate? At worst, I just won't graduate. Anyway, I'm following Big Bro. I'll never starve in this life." "Enough." Lu Anong waved his hand. "Put everything away and sit down, all of you, and listen to me." Zhang Lei set his phone down and sat up straight. Li Qingyang returned to his seat. Xiong Chao froze for a moment, then went back to the bathroom to put down the mop before returning to his chair and plopping down heavily. The chair beneath his backside shook slightly, as if unable to bear the weight and on the verge of collapse. Lu Anong pulled over the last empty chair and sat down as well. "I can handle my expulsion myself, you don't need to worry about it. What I want to ask is about the resumes I told you to send to Anshin Group. Have you all sent them?" Previously, Lu Anong had already reminded his 3 roommates about this, but he had not followed up afterwards. "I sent mine." Li Qingyang was the first to speak, his tone tinged with dejection. "But I still haven't received any reply from Anshin Group. There might be no chance for an interview." "No reply yet doesn't mean there never will be. Let's wait and see." Lu Anong said this to Li Qingyang, then swept his gaze over Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao. "What about you two?" Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao exchanged a glance, and Zhang Lei spoke up. "Bear 2 and I didn't send ours." "Why not?" "Big Bro." Xiong Chao puffed out his belly. "We know exactly what level we're at. There's no way Anshin Group would ever give up. You two have so little confidence in yourselves, eh?" "Big Bro, it's not a matter of confidence." Zhang Lei said, "Anshin Group's recruitment threshold is right there. Bear 2 and I clearly don't meet the requirements." Lu Anong waved his hand. "Whether you're good enough or not isn't for you to decide. It's up to Anshin Group. But before that, you have to at least give Anshin Group a chance to evaluate you. If you don't even dare to send your resumes, how will Anshin Group ever have the chance to assess you?" "That's exactly what..." Li Qingyang picked up the thread. "I feel that whether we receive an offer from Anshin Group or not, we still have to send out the resume. Only by daring to try do we have a chance. If we don't try, we won't even have the chance to fail." Xiong Chao rolled his eyes. "Fourth, you're always spouting these fancy lines. You can't eat those. All you know is eating." Lu Anong glared at Xiong Chao. "Bear 2, lazy, send your resumes right now. Just like Qingyang said, whether you get an offer or not, giving it a try doesn't cost you anything." Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao had no choice but to agree. Soon after, they each opened their laptops and sent their job resumes to Anshin Group's HR email address. At the same time, elsewhere, Jiangzhou City Hongfeng Group. On the black leather sofa in the chairman's office sat a young man in a white shirt. This was Su Wenma, son of Su Hongxiang, chairman of Hongfeng Group. At this moment, he was answering a phone call, a broad smile on his face. Good, that's truly excellent news. Thank you, Director Zhao. I'll find a time to treat you to a meal." After a few simple words, he hung up and casually tossed the phone onto the sofa. He clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back, muttering in smug satisfaction. "Lu Anong, you're just a kid with no power, no influence, and no background. What can you possibly use to fight me? Playing the hero, ruining my fun. I'll make sure you don't even graduate now." Then he grinned again. Such a delightful thing having Lu Anong expelled. Tonight I'll have to find a girl to celebrate with, haha. Just then the office door was pushed open. Hearing the noise, Su Wenma sprang to his feet and looked toward the door. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped in, a black notebook in his hand, his expression solemn and his stride steady. "Dad, your meeting is over." Su Wenma took the initiative to speak. This middle-aged man was Su Wenma's father, Su Hongxiang, also the chairman of Hongfeng Group. Su Hongxiang nodded, sat down in his chair, and instructed, "Pour me a cup of warm water." Smiling, Su Wenma answered cheerfully, quickly walked over to pick up his father's mug, then went to the tea bar to pour him a cup of warm water. Taking the cup, Su Hongxiang took a sip and set it down, then said, "Since you're here today, there happens to be something I want to tell you." "Go ahead." Su Wenma sat down in the chair opposite him, posture upright. "You're about to graduate from university. I'm thinking it's time to let you take part in some company affairs." Turning the cup slowly in one hand, Su Hongxiang fixed his gaze on Su Wenma. "At 10 o'clock next Monday morning, I have a business negotiation with Anshin Group's Commerce Department. I plan to bring you along. Use these next few days to make some preparations so you don't embarrass yourself at Anshin Group. Hearing this, Su Wenma felt a surge of joy and immediately made a solemn promise. Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely prepare well. You don't need to prepare anything related to the business itself, Su Hongxiang said. This time I'm taking you mainly so you can get familiar with and adapt to the process of business negotiations with major corporations. Pay more attention to the details of business etiquette. Don't be like you usually are, careless and without decorum. Alright, I've got it. Su Wenma nodded repeatedly. At this point, Su Hongxiang suddenly stopped turning the cup. He looked at Su Wenma and asked, regarding that matter with Luanong in your class, has your university announced how it will handle it yet? Speaking of the matter, Su Wenma could not help but let out a brief laugh. Dad, the result is out. Lu Anqing has been expelled. Su Hongxiang nodded, yet his gaze turned stern and warning as it fell upon Su Wenma. His tone grew serious. Wenma, let me make this clear to you. You are never allowed to commit such a mistake again. Whatever kind of woman you desire, you can find her without resorting to force. I understand. Su Wenma nodded awkwardly. Dad, I promise I will not repeat this in the future. Wenma, you must remember this. Su Hongxiang tapped his finger against the tabletop, producing a crisp rhythmic sound. You are my son Su Hongxiang's heir. In the future, you are to take over my position as chairman of Hongfeng Group. Therefore, before you do anything, you must consider the consequences, whether it will cast a negative influence upon Hongfeng Group. If you cannot keep your desires in check, you can spend money, but do not cause trouble for me, and do not bring negative public opinion upon Hongfeng Group. I understand, Dad. Su Wenma nodded heavily. From now on, I will restrain my behavior. Yet despite his words, there was not the slightest trace of remorse in his eyes. Instead, they held a faint indifference, as though none of this truly mattered to him. At Fuan University, the 8th dormitory building was a girls' residence hall. Qin Jia and Zhang Xiaomei lived in this building as well. The two of them were roommates. When Zhang Xiaomei returned to the dorm, Qin Jia was polishing her resume, preparing to submit it to Anqing Group. Zhang Xiaomei leaned close. Jia, please don't be angry with me. I really had no choice. Her expression was full of grievance and helplessness, as if everything had been beyond her control. Qin Jia glanced at her. Xiaomei, no matter what, Anqing saved you. Yet the words you spoke caused him to be expelled. That is repaying kindness with betrayal. But if I hadn't said it that way, I would have been expelled instead. You don't need to explain to me. Qin Jia turned away, refusing to engage further. We're about to graduate anyway. From now on, we can simply go our separate ways. Jia, Zhang Xiaomei called after her twice, but Qin Jia paid her no attention. Behind Qin Jia's back, Zhang Xiaomei rolled her eyes, then retreated to her own bunk. Yet before she moved away, she caught sight of Qin Jia opening Anqing Group's official website, seemingly preparing to submit her resume. You actually think you can get into Anqing Group? Zhang Xiaomei sneered inwardly. Remembering that she had already received an offer from Anqing Group, she could not help feeling a strong surge of superiority. To her, her future was a road paved with starlight. As for whether Qin Jia would remain friends with her, she no longer cared. Just then, Zhang Xiaomei's phone rang. She took out her phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from Anqing Group's HR department. Because they had contacted her before, she had deliberately saved the number. She remembered that the person's surname was Jiang. Answering the call, Zhang Xiaomei spoke with enthusiasm. Hello, Manager Jiang. Miss Zhang Xiaomei, we have something to inform you. Manager Zhang's voice over the line was courteous yet distinctly distant. Please go ahead. The group has decided to revoke your offer. You will no longer be employed, and you do not need to report to the company next Monday. What? Zhang Xiaomei's face changed dramatically, disbelief written all over it. Why, Manager Jiang? Why? No comment. The call ended with a sharp click. Zhang Xiaomei still held the phone aloft, her entire body stunned. Why? Why would they revoke my offer? Qin Jia seemed to hear the commotion and turned to glance at Zhang Xiaomei. Seeing Zhang Xiaomei's obvious distress, she chose not to intervene. She turned back to the computer before her. Her resume was already uploaded. She moved her mouse and clicked submit. Afterwards, she clapped her hands lightly, the corners of her lips lifting. Done. The next day at noon, under the blazing sun, all 4 residents of dorm 3303 were still in bed. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the dorm room door. Delivery. Xiong Chao immediately rolled out of bed, a broad grin spreading across his face. Coming. He hurried to open the door. Bro, you're pretty quick today. The delivery man chuckled and handed over the food. I knew you'd be starving, so I brought yours first. Xiong Chao accepted the bag. Thanks. Alright, I've got other orders to run. I'll be off. After the delivery man left, Xiong Chao closed the door and eagerly carried the food back to his spot. He tore the packaging open with gusto, grabbed a burger, and took a huge bite. Nearly half of it vanished at once. His chubby mouth worked vigorously as he chewed, speaking indistinctly. Guys, stop sleeping. Get up and eat. He didn't even need to shout. Lu Anqing, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang were already awake, stretching lazily, rubbing their eyes, or climbing down from their beds. Lu Anqing was the first to get down. He pulled out a box of rice and took it to his spot, ready to start eating. Just then his phone chimed with a message alert. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from Xiao Wang. Boss, I've finished investigating what you asked for. Fuan University has 5 members on its board of trustees: President Chen Qiqiang, A Chairman Yu Chongda of Chongda Group, O Chairman Fang Mingyuan of Mingyuan Group, and President Wen Jingshan of the Jiangzhou Shanshui Calligraphy Association. The last trustee is Chairman Su Hongqiang of Hongfeng Group, who is also Su Wenma's father. The ranking of the 5 trustees is Fang Mingyuan, Yu Chongda, Chen Qiqiang, Su Hongqiang, and Wen Jingshan. After reading Xiao Wang's message, Lu Anqing fell into silent thought. Of the 5 trustees of Fuan University, he had heard of all but Wen Jingshan. He simply had not expected that the 3 businessmen Fang Mingyuan, Yu Chongda, and Su Hongqiang would all be trustees of Fuan University. With this, it was no longer surprising that Su Wenma could push the university's trustees into deciding to expel. He then sent a reply to Xiao Wang. First, investigate the main business dealings of Hongfeng Group. I'll need that. Xiao Wang quickly responded, all right. Putting down his phone, Lu Anqing began eating his mind, already mapping out how to arrange things so he could still graduate smoothly. Of course, the matter of his expulsion was a debt that would have to be settled. But all of that would wait until after he obtained the 1 trillion from the system. Compared to that 1 trillion, people like Zhang Xiaomei, Su Wenma, Su Hongqiang, and Director of Academic Affairs Zhao Yuanhua were insignificant. Having Xiao Wang investigate Hongfeng Group's business dealings was merely preparation for settling accounts. After the meal, Lu Anqing left the dorm and went to the sports field. He found a secluded spot and took out his father's number, Lu Changhe. Just as he was about to place the call, he hesitated and his movements stilled. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and dialed Lu Changhe's number. Dad, so you do remember to call me? How I was just missing you. Quit spouting nonsense. I know you too well. You would never call me out of the blue unless something happened. No one knows a son better than his father. All right, then you called because of your uncle's affair, didn't you? No, Lu Anqing denied. I have another matter I need you to handle. What is it? I've been expelled from school. I won't be able to get my diploma or degree certificate. I'd like you to step and talk to the school and help me graduate smoothly. On the other end came a loud, mocking burst of laughter. Son, you finally got what was coming to you. You actually managed to get expelled. I've long said this as the actual controller of Anqing Group. Do you really need to attend some shabby university? You've worked so hard pretending to be a poor student for 4 years, and now you can't even graduate. He burst into another round of raucous laughter. Listening to his own father's mockery, even with a system in his possession, Lu Anqing could only feel helpless. Dad, could you please stop laughing? Absolutely not. Lu Changhe refused outright. It's been a long time since I've come across something this entertaining. I've got to laugh to my heart's content. Sigh. Lu Anqing let out a weary breath. Before calling Lu Changhe, he had hesitated precisely because he knew he would be mocked. Hearing the laughter now, he could not help but regret making the call. All right, Dad, I still have something to tell you. Lu Anqing spoke helplessly. If you keep laughing, I might just refuse to get married for the rest of my life. You wouldn't dare. His father's laughter stopped abruptly. If you really refuse to marry, I'll divorce your mother, marry a younger woman, and give you a little brother. Would you dare say that to my mom's face? Why wouldn't I? All these years, do you think I've ever been afraid of her? Fine, you're brave, you're manly. Lu Anqing continued. But if you marry someone younger, can you even handle it? Can you still father a child? Hey, who are you looking down on? Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll find you a stepmother and give you a chubby little brother to prove it. All right, Dad, can we talk about the actual issue first? Internally, Lu Anqing cursed his old man for being so shameless. Fine, let's talk business first. Lu Changhe's tone finally grew somewhat proper. Start by telling me how you got yourself expelled. That's not important. It's very important. Nonsense. If you hear it, you'll just laugh at me again. As a son, shouldn't you be trying to make your father happy? As a father, do you really enjoy building your happiness on your son's suffering? Isn't your suffering self-inflicted? You have a perfectly good position as chairman of Anqing Group, yet you refuse to take it, making me work hard in your place every day. Didn't you say you enjoyed wielding power over the world while awake? I'd rather be reclining with beauties in my arms. That's something you can discuss with Mom. I'm not getting involved. Enough. Lu Changhe's tone softened. Tell me what exactly you need me to do. Turning to serious matters, Lu Anqing spoke solemnly. Dad, arrange a meeting with Fang Mingyuan today. He is the top-ranked board member of Fuan University. Ask him to speak with Fuan University's president Chen Qiqiang and tell him to revoke the decision to expel me and to issue my graduation certificate and degree diploma as normal. Why make it so troublesome? Lu Changhe asked in puzzlement. I could just talk directly to your president Chen Qiqiang. It's not like he would dare refuse me face. Just listen to me, Lu Anqing insisted. Fine, I'll schedule a meeting with Fang Mingyuan right away. By the way, Lu Anqing stressed, Dad, don't reveal that I'm related to you. And Fang Mingyuan can't reveal it either. Lu Anqing pondered for a moment, then said it's best if neither of you. Before obtaining his graduation and degree certificates, Lu Anqing did not wish anyone to know that he was the actual controller of Anqing Group. Nor did he want anyone to know that he was the son of Lu Changhe, the chairman of Anshin Group. Son Fang Mingyuan isn't stupid. Once he sees we share the same surname, he'll easily guess our relationship, Lu Changhe remarked. Then just make up a lie, Lu Anqing said. For example, say I'm the son of some fellow townsman from your hometown. Lying like that. Lu Changhe's tone stalled. If your mother finds out, you'll get beaten the moment you go home. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, how would mom ever find out? Fine then. Lu Changhe agreed. But if your mother does find out, I absolutely won't cover for you. Then in the future, I won't cover for you either, Lu Anqing retorted. Are you threatening me, you brat? Lu Changhe seemed to glare through the phone. Lu Anqing chuckled. Dad, for the sake of family harmony, we have to stand united, maintain a unified front. There's some truth to that, Lu Changhe murmured. After hanging up, Lu Anqing couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This old man is never serious, he muttered. Still, he rather enjoyed this way of getting along with Lu Changhe. Anshin Tower, the exclusive office building of Anshin Group. In the chairman's office, Lu Changhe lounged back in a luxurious executive chair, legs crossed and resting on the solid wood desk. He wore a black casual shirt, the top 2 buttons left open and the sleeves loosely rolled up to his forearms. A hint of playful laziness rested between his brows, making him look nothing like the chairman of a 100-billion-yuan conglomerate and far more like an incorrigible old rascal. Staring at the phone in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. That brat has made such a huge fool of himself. I've just gained another story to tease him with for the rest of his life. Raising his voice toward the door, he called, Xiao Lu, come in for a moment. The office door swung open and a woman in a black suit walked inside. She was his secretary, Lu Hongya. Stopping opposite him, she folded her hands before her abdomen. President Lu, what are your instructions? Set up a meeting with Fang Mingyuan of Mingyuan Group immediately. Tell him I have something to discuss with him today. Understood. Lu Hongya responded, then turned and left the office. Back at her workstation, she picked up the landline on her desk and dialed a number. The call quickly connected, and a polished female voice sounded from the other end. Hello, Mingyuan Group Secretariat. Hello, I'm Lu Hongya, secretary to the chairman of Anshin Group. Hello, Secretary Lu. How may we assist you? Our chairman would like to arrange a meeting today with your chairman, President Fang Mingyuan. Could you please inform me whether President Fang is available? I need to consult President Fang. Please hold for now. I will get back to you shortly. Thank you for your trouble. With that, both parties ended the call. Mingyuan Group. In the chairman's office, Fang Mingyuan was studying Mingyuan Group's operating data for the first. From time to time, his brows knitted tightly, and from time to time, he shook his head with a sigh. Mingyuan Group had once been one of the foremost large conglomerates in Jiangzhou City. Within Jiangzhou City, if not number 1, it had at least ranked among the top 3 in scale. Yet ever since Anshin Group began to grow at rocket-like speed in recent years, Mingyuan Group had stepped onto a path of decline. Many of Anshin Group's business lines overlapped and conflicted with those of Mingyuan Group. At first, Mingyuan Group could still hold its own in the competition against Anshin Group. But Anshin Group enjoyed a constant influx of capital, and in the subsequent contests, Mingyuan Group gradually fell behind. Even more alarming was that salaries and benefits at Anshin Group were unrivaled in Jiangzhou City, which prompted many of Mingyuan Group's top talents to jump ship to Anshin Group. As one side waned and the other waxed, Mingyuan Group's days in Jiangzhou City grew increasingly difficult. In truth, Mingyuan Group was not the only company in Jiangzhou facing such circumstances. Many other firms found themselves in the same situation. Their markets were seized by Anshin Group, and their finest talents drained away to Anshin Group. As a result, numerous companies saw their business shrink to varying degrees. Yet Anshin Group's methods were all legitimate and within the law, and the Jiangzhou City government, eager to foster a 100-billion-level mega enterprise, extended special support to Anshin Group. This left companies like Mingyuan Group with virtually no means of dealing with Anshin Group. Consequently, many firms and conglomerates later chose to cooperate with Anshin Group instead of engaging in endless competition. For instance, Su Hongxiang of Hongfeng Group sought negotiations with Anshin Group's business department precisely with this consideration in mind. Things can't go on like this, Fang Mingyuan muttered softly. I have to think of a way, see if I can cooperate with Anshin Group on some business. Otherwise, at this rate, within 5 years, Mingyuan Group will vanish from Jiangzhou City's stage of history. Just then a knock sounded at the door of Fang Mingyuan's office. He glanced toward it and said, come in. The door opened, and his secretary walked in. President Fang, the secretary to the chairman of Anshin Group, just called. She said their chairman wishes to meet you today and asked when you would be available. What? Fang Mingyuan was first startled, then delighted. The chairman of Anshin Group wants to see me. Is it Chairman Lu Changhe? It should be, the secretary replied, suddenly sounding less certain under his questioning. In Jiangzhou City, aside from Lu Changhe, who else could claim the title of Anshin Group's chairman? Even Lu Changhe's younger brother Lu Changkong could only be addressed as President Lu. Fang Mingyuan, however, failed to notice the uncertainty in his secretary's tone. Reply at once, he said. Tell them I'm available. Oh, I can make time at any hour today. But, The secretary hesitated. President Fong, you have 2 meetings this afternoon. Cancel them, all of them. Fong Mingyuan waved dismissively. First arrange my meeting with Chairman Liu. Understood. The secretary agreed and withdrew from the office. As the door clicked shut, Fong Mingyuan unconsciously clenched his fist. I wonder if this will be my chance to finally establish a connection with Anshin Group, he murmured. Knock knock. A gentle tapping sounded at the door of Liu Changhe's office in the Anshin Group. Come in. Liu Changhe remained sprawled in his executive chair, legs propped casually on the desk, speaking in a lazy tone. The door swung open, and Secretary Liu Hongye stepped inside. Chairman Mingyuan Group has replied. What did they say? President Fong said he is available at any time and will accommodate whatever arrangement we make. Then have him come over immediately. Understood. Liu Hongye withdrew once more. As the door closed, Liu Changhe muttered under his breath, what kind of identity should I fabricate for my son? Less than an hour later, Secretary Liu entered Liu Changhe's office again. President Liu, President Fong has arrived. Invite him in quickly. As he spoke, Liu Changhe had already risen and was walking toward the large black leather sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Soon Liu Hongye led in Fong Mingyuan dressed in formal business attire. President Liu, hello. The moment he saw Liu Changhe, Fong Mingyuan extended his hand and quickened his pace, striding toward him. The vigor in Fong Mingyuan's movements and expression reminded Liu Changhe of a scene from the drama he had once watched, where a local official hurriedly ran toward a superior leader. Yet he did not put on any airs. Instead, he stood up straight, smiling broadly as he extended his hand. President Fong, welcome, welcome. As he spoke, he gestured toward another black leather sofa. Please have a seat. You sit as well. Fong Mingyuan's movements still carried a hint of restraint. Once both were seated, Liu Changhe turned to Liu Hongye. Secretary Liu, bring my finest tea and brew 2 cups for us. Yes, Chairman. Liu Hongye responded and left the office, closing the door behind her. Glancing around the room, Fong Mingyuan smiled and made small talk. President Liu, your office is truly spacious. It looks incredibly grand. I doubt there's anyone else in Jiangzhou City whose office is as large as yours. Liu Changhe let out a hearty laugh. President Fong, I'm a straightforward man. I won't circle around with polite nonsense. I'll get right to the point. Fong Mingyuan withdrew his gaze and met Liu Changhe's eyes, smiling. Please go ahead, President Liu. I'd like to ask a favor of you, Liu Changhe said. At these words, a surge of delight rose in Fong Mingyuan's heart. If Liu Changhe needed his help first, and only afterward brought up cooperation, then the chances of securing that cooperation would surely multiply. President Liu. With genuine sincerity in his tone, Fong Mingyuan spoke. Please tell me what you need me to do. As long as it is within my power, I will spare no effort. It's not that serious. Liu Changhe waved his hand, carefully choosing his words. I have a fellow townsman's son named Liu Anqing. He's a 4th-year student at Fuan University. Graduation is just around the corner, yet the university has decided to expel him. From what I know, President Fong, you sit on the board of Fuan University. So I'd like to ask a small favor. Speak to the president of Fuan University and request that the expulsion of my fellow townsman's son Liu Anqing be revoked. There's such a matter. A flicker of surprise crossed Fong Mingyuan's face. He had been completely unaware that Liu Anqing had been expelled. After all, expelling a single student was far too minor to reach the board's agenda. As long as the student truly met the conditions for expulsion, in most cases the university president alone could finalize the decision. Then Fong Mingyuan added, President Liu, since you've asked, I'll call President Chen shortly. However, if the offense that Liu Anqing committed involves a violation of the law, then all I can do is ensure that he graduates smoothly. I can't help with problems related to the law. As long as you can guarantee he graduates smoothly, that's enough. You don't need to worry about anything else. The matter involving Liu Anqing certainly did not rise to the level of a crime. Otherwise, the tone of the earlier phone call to Liu Changhe would have been markedly different. At that moment, the office door was pushed open once again. Carrying a tea tray, Liu Hongye walked in slowly. On the tray were 2 freshly brewed cups of tea, wisps of steam curling upward. She placed the 2 cups of tea in front of Fong Mingyuan and Liu Changhe respectively, then slipped out quietly, closing the door behind her. Have some tea. Liu Changhe made an inviting gesture. This is the finest tea in my collection. Please taste it first, President Fong. If you like it, take a box with you when you leave and enjoy it slowly at home. Fong Mingyuan did not decline. Then I must thank you, President Liu. With that, both men picked up their cups, and a soft clicking sound of appreciation escaped Fong Mingyuan's lips. This is indeed excellent tea. He slowly set down his cup, his expression faintly intoxicated. It enters the mouth smooth and mellow, leaving fragrance between the teeth, down the throat. It is clear, yet lingering, refreshing the very heart and soul. Liu Changhe also put down his cup and burst into hearty laughter. President Fong, you truly understand tea. Fong Mingyuan chuckled softly. I'm merely showing off a little in front of you, President Liu. Then Fong Mingyuan's expression shifted slightly, as he added, President Liu, since it is rare for us to meet today, I have one more request that may be somewhat presumptuous. Please speak, President Fong. Lu Changhe replied boldly. Holding his teacup, Fong Mingyuan said with earnest sincerity, President Lu, I hope that our group and your esteemed group can cooperate in some areas of business. I wonder if your group currently has any suitable projects. Lu Changhe thought for a moment. Recently, the Commerce Department submitted a new project and is looking for partners. Truly. A look of joy flashed across Fong Mingyuan's face. May I ask what kind of project it is and what requirements it has for partners? That's mainly handled by the Commerce Department. Oh, I've forgotten the specifics. Scratching his head, Lu Changhe added, coincidentally, they have already scheduled talks with one potential partner at our Commerce Department next Monday. You can come as well next Monday, President Fong, and I'll have the Commerce Department discuss it with you too. In any case, we'll cooperate with whoever proves more suitable. At this, Fong Mingyuan's face blossomed with joy. President Lu, thank you very much. I'll call President Chen immediately and have the expulsion of that student Lu Anqing revoked first. That works. Lu Changhe nodded with a cheerful smile. However, President Fong, when you speak to President Chen, don't reveal that Lu Anqing has any connection to me. Fong Mingyuan nodded as he held his phone. No problem, no problem. Soon the call that Fong Mingyuan made got through. A steady voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, President Fong. Principal Chen, it's good to hear from you. Facing Chen Qiqiang, the president of Fuan University, Fong Mingyuan's attitude was clearly more assertive than when he spoke to Lu Changhe. It's good to hear from you, Chen Qiqiang replied politely. Is there something you need from me, President Fong? Principal Chen, I heard that a senior student was expelled from the school. Yes, that is indeed the case. Chen Qiqiang did not hide it. Is that student named Lu Anqing? How does President Fong know? Chen Qiqiang's tone was somewhat surprised. That's not important, Fong Mingyuan did not explain. I want to ask, for fighting and violating school regulations, were the consequences serious? Not particularly serious, Chen Qiqiang paused, but the person he fought was Su Zong's son Su Wenma. Su Wenma. Fong Mingyuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this name. Lu Changhe seemed to have taken an interest and changed his sitting posture. Previously, Lu Anqing had not mentioned to him that he was expelled for fighting. Has this kid learned to fight? Interesting and amusing, he mused to himself. Fong Mingyuan glanced at Lu Changhe and continued to ask over the phone, so the expulsion of Lu Anqing was actually Su Hongqiang's intention. Lu Anqing did indeed violate school rules. This was empty talk. Fong Mingyuan no longer beat around the bush and directly made his request. Principal Chen, I have some connections with Lu Anqing. Could you please revoke his punishment? President Fong, the school's expulsion of Lu Anqing was done according to regulations. It's somewhat inappropriate for me to revoke it now. Chen Qiqiang did not finish his sentence. Fong Mingyuan understood that on one side was Su Hongqiang wanting Chen Qiqiang to expel the student, while on the other side was him urging Chen Qiqiang to revoke the punishment. Both sides were board members of Fuan University, both contributing real money to the university. Caught in the middle, Chen Qiqiang did not want to offend either. Thus, the implication in Chen Qiqiang's words was for Fong Mingyuan to negotiate with Su Hongqiang. As long as Su Hongqiang agreed to revoke the punishment, Chen Qiqiang would not object. Understanding this point, Fong Mingyuan said, all right, I will contact Su Zong. After saying this, Fong Mingyuan hung up the phone. How did it go? Lu Changhe asked with a smile. What did President Chen say? Fong Mingyuan shook his head awkwardly. President Lu, this matter is not as simple as I thought. How is it not simple? The reason Lu Anqing was expelled is that he had a conflict with another board member's son. No need to put it so nicely. Lu Changhe waved his hand with a smile. What I heard was that Lu Anqing hit someone else's son, which is why he was expelled. Fong Mingyuan paused. He was trying to save face for Lu Changhe, but did not expect Lu Changhe to expose him directly without regard for his own face. Let's not discuss who hit whom first, Lu Changhe continued. Can the expulsion of Lu Anqing be revoked? I need to communicate with the other board member first. Who is this Su Zong you mentioned? Lu Changhe asked. It's Su Hongqiang. Fong Mingyuan did not hide it. He is also a board member of Fuan University and the founder and chairman of Hongfeng Group. Oh, Hongfeng Group. Lu Changhe stroked his chin. That name sounds familiar to me. Fong Mingyuan smiled. It's not surprising that it sounds familiar. Hongfeng Group is a company in Jiangzhou with a revenue exceeding 100 million, quite substantial in scale. Of course, it cannot compare to your Anqing Group. No. Lu Changhe shook his head. It's not that kind of familiarity, but I feel like I've seen it somewhere in the past 2 days. As he spoke, Lu Changhe laughed. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. You should communicate with Su Zong first. Fong Mingyuan agreed, and immediately pulled out Su Hongqiang's phone number to dial. The call connected, and Su Hongqiang's low voice came through. Hello, President Fong. Hello, Su Zong. Is there something you need when you called President Fong? Indeed, there is something. There is a senior student named Lu Anqing at Fuan University. Is there some misunderstanding with your son, Wenma? Misunderstanding? Su Hongqiang was surprised. This Lu Anqing hit my son. This should not be considered a misunderstanding. After pausing without waiting for Fang Mingyuan to speak, Su Hongxiang continued, "Why did President Fang suddenly bring this up?" Fang Mingyuan glanced at Lu Changhe before saying, "I have some connections with Lu Anqing. What does President? I request the revocation of Lu Anqing's expulsion decision." Heh. Su Hongxiang chuckled lightly. This Lu Anqing has quite the face to have President Fang come to plead for him. Then Su Zong, would you be willing to give me this face? President Fang, it's not that I am unwilling to give you the— Su Hongxiang's tone was calm and his voice low, but he hit my son. I did not pursue other responsibilities, merely suggesting the school expel him is already lenient enough. Now with just your word you want to revoke his expulsion, that is not very appropriate, is it? Fang Mingyuan's expression turned somewhat grim. So Su Zong, you mean to say you do not agree to revoke Lu Anqing's expulsion? What you said is incorrect, President Fang. Expelling Lu Anqing was a decision made by Fuan University. It's not something I can change just by agreeing or disagreeing. Fang Mingyuan understood Su Hongxiang's meaning. Since Su Zong has said so, then I have nothing more to say. After that, Fang Mingyuan directly hung up the phone, seemingly quite angered. He did not expect Su Hongxiang to give him no face at all. Lu Changhe on the side maintained a smile. President Fang, it seems you did not negotiate well. Fang Mingyuan shook his head and smiled. President Lu, forgive me for this embarrassment. It's no trouble, no trouble. Lu Changhe waved his hand. Since both Principal Chun and Su Zong do not give you face, then I'll think of another way. Fang Mingyuan felt somewhat awkward, but he still spoke up. President Lu, I will come by next Monday. Come on, Lu Changhe said casually with a smile. I said whoever is more suitable, we will cooperate with them. Thank you, President Lu. Fang Mingyuan stood up. Then I will take my leave. As he had not accomplished anything for Lu Changhe, Fang Mingyuan felt a bit embarrassed to stay any longer. All right. Lu Changhe did not plan to keep Fang Mingyuan. He was waiting for Fang Mingyuan to leave so he could call Lu Anqing. After Fang Ming left, Lu Changhe called Lu Anqing. Son, why did you get into a fight with someone? How did you— Don't ask how I know. Lu Changhe spoke in a gossiping tone. Quickly tell me, how did you get into a fight? Lu Anqing had no choice but to recount the events that had transpired. After listening, Lu Changhe expressed his indignation. But you're clearly acting bravely. How could they expel you? Isn't that normal? Lu Anqing replied nonchalantly. That kid Su Wenma has a school board member father. Expelling me is a piece of cake for him. What do you mean by that? Lu Changhe feigned dissatisfaction. Are you saying you resent that I didn't become a board member of Fuan University? What's good about that broken position? It just costs money. Stop with that already, Lu Anqing interrupted. Dad, have you handled the matter I asked you to? Has the school agreed to revoke my expulsion? No, Lu Changhe replied calmly, seemingly unconcerned. No. Lu Anqing was taken aback. Why didn't you contact Fang Ming? Huh. Upon mentioning Fang Ming, Lu Changhe chuckled again. Speaking of this, I find it amusing. What's so funny? Lu Anqing asked curiously. Let me tell you. As Lu Changhe laughed, he recounted the story of Fang Ming making a phone call. I truly didn't expect that Fang Ming, as a board member of Fuan University, would not be given any respect by the principal and another board member named Su Hongxiang. Since he couldn't resolve the issue, he seemed embarrassed to stay here and ran away in defeat. As he spoke, Lu Changhe appeared even happier. Lu Anqing helplessly remarked, Dad, if the matter isn't resolved, how could you let him run away? Well, if he couldn't resolve it, staying wouldn't help either. That seems to be the case. If you ask me. Lu Changhe sobered his laughter. How important is your graduation, really? If it really comes to it, just come back to the group. Oh, I truly don't want to take your place as chairman anymore. No way, I must get that diploma and degree. Lu Anqing's tone was very firm. This concerned his $1 trillion system reward. The market value of Anqing Group was 300 billion, but to actually earn $1 trillion, how many years would that take? All right, do as you please. Lu Changhe no longer stopped him, but you should first think about how to get your school to revoke your expulsion. Lu Anqing sighed and said, Dad, before I graduate smoothly, I don't want to expose my relationship with Anqing Group, nor do I want to reveal my connection to you. So this matter still requires your handling. How do you want me to handle it? Have Fang Ming pressure Fuan University. If they refuse to revoke my expulsion, have Fang Ming cut off funding support to Fuan University. That plan doesn't seem viable. Fuan University doesn't only have Fang Ming as a board member. That Su Hongxiang from Hafeng Group is also a board member. He can provide funding to Fuan University too. Heh. Lu Anqing chuckled lightly. Then let's first cause some issues with Hafeng Group's funding. Lu Changhe was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You've learned some bad tricks now. If Su Hongxiang is the one being unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. Enough. Lu Changhe laughed. I know what to do now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Changhe shouted to the outside of the office, Shall Lu come in for a moment? Lu Hongya pushed the door in and walked to Lu Chang's side. Chairman, what can I do for you? Lu Changhe waved his hand grandly, exuding authority. Have someone investigate all the partners of Hafeng Group regardless of scale or duration of cooperation. I want everything pried apart. Notify Hafeng Group's debtors that no matter how much they owe, they shouldn't rush to pay, they should all delay. Also notify Hafeng Group's creditors that regardless of whether the accounts are due, they should all go to Hafeng Group and demand payment. Tell them that as long as they bring down Hafeng Group, all the business they have with Hafeng Group will be taken over by my Anshin Group. After listening to Lu Chang's words, Lu Hongye was momentarily stunned, although she was quite surprised and didn't understand why Lu Changhe wanted to do this. As Lu Chang's secretary, her professional ability was quite strong, so she quickly regained her composure. Chairman, isn't Hafeng Group supposed to discuss cooperation with us next Monday? Moi. This time it was Lu Changhe who was taken aback. Discuss cooperation with us. Is that true? I put the report on your desk yesterday morning. Lu Changhe felt dazed for a moment before suddenly recalling. No wonder he felt somewhat familiar when Fang Ming mentioned Hafeng Group before. It turns out he had just read the report about cooperating with Hafeng Group yesterday. He slapped his forehead. This damn brain, my memory is getting worse. Lu Hongye glanced at Lu Changhe and then said, Chairman, should we still pursue the cooperation with Hafeng Group? What a joke. Lu Changhe replied earnestly. I can't even remember the name of this group. How can we cooperate? Lu Hongye bowed her head. Understood, Chairman. I'll arrange it right away. After saying this, Lu Hongye turned to walk out of the office. Wait a moment. Lu Hongye turned back. Chairman, is there anything else you need? Our actions need to be known by Fuan University as well. Lu Hongye was puzzled, but she nodded. All right. After Lu Hongye left, Lu Changhe rubbed his forehead and murmured, not remembering isn't a problem with my memory, it must be a problem with this damn group's name. Then he picked up his phone and called Fang Ming. The call connected. Hello, General Lu. There was wind noise on the line indicating that Fang Ming was likely in a car. Lu Changhe got straight to the point. Fang, please call Principal Chun and tell him that you are choosing to withdraw from the Fuan University Board and cut off any future funding support to Fuan University. This? Fang Ming hesitated. General Lu, this is a bit difficult for me to do. What's difficult? I have a lot of business collaborations with another board member of Fuan University, General Yu. If I withdraw from the Fuan University Board, I'm worried that Chengda Group will terminate our collaborative businesses. That would likely drop my annual business volume by a quarter. How much profit is that quarter of your business? About 80 to 90 million. Then if it gets cut, Lu Changhe spoke with authority, the 80 to 90 million profit from your business, my Anshin Group, can easily provide you a line that will yield more profit in a year. Off. Fang Ming was shocked. But before he could say anything, Lu Changhe continued. By the way, the company that will be discussing cooperation with my business department next Monday is Su Hanqiang's Hafeng Group. What? It's Hafeng Group. Fang Ming was filled with jealousy. But I've already decided not to cooperate with Hafeng Group anymore. Lu Changhe dealt Fang Ming another heavy blow. They'll have the business department contact you. This project will be in cooperation with your Mingyuan Group. For Fang Mingyuan, happiness came too swiftly like a tornado. After hanging up the phone with Lu Changhe, he felt somewhat dazed. He understood that Lu Changhe meant for him to exert pressure on Fuan University. But could a mere board member like him truly pressure Fuan University? Fuan University had more than just him as a board member. Fang Mingyuan was willing to become a board member not only due to his business dealings with another board member, Yu Chengda. It was also because he could leverage some of Chun Qiqiang's connections to expand his business. However, now Lu Changhe had presented him with a choice. Either choose Fuan University or choose Anshin Group. Was there even a need to think about it? Was it worth agonizing over? No, to hesitate for even a second would be a disrespect to money. Coming back to his senses, Fang Mingyuan quickly took out his phone and dialed Chen Qiqiang. While waiting for Chen Qiqiang to answer, Fang Mingyuan turned to look out the car window and saw Anshin Tower standing tall in the city center like a crane among chickens. By getting on board with Anshin Group, as long as they don't falter, I too can stand firm. As the call connected, Chen Qiqiang's puzzled voice came through. Hello. Mr. Fang. Ahem. Fang Mingyuan collected his thoughts, coughed a couple of times, and clicked. Principal Chun. His tone was serious, even solemn. I am notifying you that effective immediately, I, Fang Mingyuan, officially resigned from the board of Fuan University. My. Chen Qiqiang responded, puzzled. Mr. Fang, what do you mean by that? Fang Mingyuan ignored him and continued. At the same time, Mingyuan Group will cancel all sponsorships to Fuan University. Mr. Fang. Chen Qiqiang seemed a bit flustered. What happened? Why are you suddenly resigning from the board and canceling all sponsorship to the school? Principal Chun, I have made my decision, and there is nothing more to discuss. After saying that, Fang Mingyuan seemed ready to hang up the phone. Mr. Fang, wait a moment. Chen Qiqiang hurriedly called out to Fang Mingyuan. Mr. Fang, is it because I didn't revoke the decision to expel Lu Anxing that you've decided to do this? Principal Chun, I have nothing further to explain. Fang Mingyuan reiterated. This call is merely to inform you of my decision. I have other matters to attend to. I will hang up now. After speaking, Fang Mingyuan did not give Chen Qiqiang a chance to respond and directly hung up the phone. He turned his gaze back to the window, looking at the towering Anshan Tower. The sunlight shone on the glass curtain wall of the tower, dazzlingly bright. On the other side at Fuan University, in the principal's office, Qin Shiqiang, who had his call abruptly ended by Fang Mingyuan, sat in his seat with a furrowed brow. Could it really be because I didn't agree to revoke the expulsion of Lu Anxing that Fang Mingyuan chose to resign from the board and cut off his sponsorship to me? For Qin Shiqiang, Fang Mingyuan's resignation was still within an acceptable range. However, the thought that a decision to expel a soon-to-graduate senior could cost him tens of millions in sponsorship pains him greatly. Can one student really be worth tens of millions? This is a deal that loses money immensely. Yet from Fang Mingyuan's words, he could tell that Fang Mingyuan had left no room for negotiation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hung up the phone so abruptly. Thus, trying to salvage the situation with Fang Mingyuan was no longer possible. But the expulsion of Lu Anxing was insisted upon by Su Hongxiang and the others. So they also bear some responsibility. I need to speak to Su Hongxiang to see if we can recover some of the losses. With that thought, Qin Shiqiang dialed Su Hongxiang. When the call connected, Qin Shiqiang took the lead. Mr. Su, are you busy? Not really. Su Hongxiang replied in a low voice. What is it, Principal Chun? Did Mr. Fang call you today? He did, and he called you as well, right? He did call me. Qin Shiqiang admitted. He just called me again. Su Hongxiang realized that Qin Shiqiang was about to get to the point, so he asked, what did he say to you? He said he wanted to resign from the board and canceled all my sponsorships. What? This statement shocked Su Hongxiang as well. Fang Mingyuan's actions were aimed at completely severing ties with them. However, at least a quarter of Mingyuan Group's business relied on their board. Doesn't he fear losing that quarter of his business? Moreover, Mr. Fang's attitude is very resolute. Qin Shiqiang added, he left no room for negotiation whatsoever. How dare Fang Mingyuan do this? Su Hongxiang was perplexed. Did he say YA? I asked. Qin Shiqiang said, however, I suspect it might be related to our expulsion of Lu Anxing. That can't. Su Hongxiang was somewhat incredulous. For the sake of one student, he resigns from the board. Although the school incurs losses, the greater loss is to him. Yet I can't think of any other reason. Su Hongxiang fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Qin Shiqiang paused for a moment before saying, Mr. Su, with Mr. Fang's resignation, the school will lose at least 20 million in sponsorship this year. Could you and Mr. You think of a way to fill this gap? Principal Chen will talk about this later. Su Hongxiang wasn't keen on being the scapegoat. He'll discuss it with Mr. You later. Suddenly, there seemed to be a knock on the door on Su Hongxiang's end. Su Hongxiang quickly said, Principal Chun, I have a guest here. I need to hang up. Let's talk later. Hongphone Group. Su Hongxiang hung up the phone with Qin Shiqiang and called out to the office door. Come in. The door opened, revealing his secretary Wu Shuiqin. Mr. Su, something bad has happened. Wu Shuiqin's expression looked grim, her steps hurried. Su Hongxiang frowned. What's the rush? He slowly placed his phone on the desk, his hands crossed over his abdomen. What happened? Take your time to explain. Wu Shuiqin replied. The business department of Anshan Group just called and said the cooperation negotiation for next Monday has been cancelled. Cancelled? Su Hongxiang maintained a calm demeanor. If it's cancelled, then it's cancelled. When have they rescheduled? There's no rescheduling, Bits. Wu Shuiqin paused. It's completely cancelled. They don't intend to cooperate with us. What? Su Hongxiang finally changed his expression, sitting up straight. How could they suddenly cancel? No, I didn't get a chance to ask why. The people from Anshan Group had already hung up. Then call them back and ask. I did, but they either don't answer or hang up immediately after picking up. Then call again. Su Hongxiang visibly began to panic. If they don't pick up again and just hang up, you all should go to their group in person to ask. This was the first time Hongphone Group had the potential to engage in business with Anshan Group. Although the business volume wasn't significant, if they could successfully cooperate this time and catch the train with Anshan Group, Hongphone Group's future in Jiangzhou would be promising. However, if they missed this opportunity with Anshan Group, Hongphone Group's future in Jiangzhou would only become increasingly difficult. Mr. Su. Wu Shuiqin glanced at Su Hongxiang's expression. Anshan Group's attitude shows they are determined not to cooperate with us. Then we must ask them why. Su Hongxiang exclaimed, startling Wu Shuiqin. It also caused a figure who had just arrived at the door to freeze in place. Su Hongxiang looked over to see his financial director Zhang Fatsai. Zhang Fatsai's expression was also somewhat grim. He trembled as he met Su Hongxiang's gaze. Su. Mr. Su. Old Zhang. Su Hongxiang calmed down, adjusting his collar. What brings you here? Zhang Fatsai hesitated, but still entered the office. Mr. Su, something has happened on my end. What kind of trouble have you encountered now? Su Hongxiang's brows furrowed. Zhang Fatsai was taken aback, wondering what he meant by now. Had something else happened elsewhere? But he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he said originally 3 cooperating parties were supposed to send us funds today, but they just sent a message saying they can't do it today. What? Su Hongxiang was shocked again. How much do those 3 companies total? Over 11 million in total. Did you ask them why? I asked. They just said they're facing financial difficulties and want us to wait. Financial difficulties? Su Hongxiang clearly didn't believe it. It's normal for one company to suddenly face financial difficulties, but how could three companies claim financial troubles at the same time? It must be a setup against us. At that moment, Zhang Fatsai's phone buzzed with 2 new message notifications. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense, drawing the gazes of Su Hongxiang and Wu Shuichen. Zhang Fatsai eagerly pulled out his phone to check. He regretted looking as it tightened his expression. Mr. Su, 2 more cooperating parties have said their funding chain has encountered issues and they can't pay us for now. 2 more. Su Hongxiang could no longer sit still, standing up suddenly with a pale face. What is going on? Who is behind this? At this moment, another person entered the office, their expression equally grim. Director Zhang. The newcomer called out to Zhang Fatsai. But the 3 people in the office all turned to look at him. What's going on? Zhang Fatsai asked. Director Zhang, we just received calls from 7 or 8 suppliers, all urging us for payment. What? Zhang Fatsai walked over. Aren't all the suppliers supposed to have payment plans? What are they urging for? They said they're not going to follow our payment plan anymore. They want to stick to the time stipulated in the contract. The newcomer continued. If we follow the contract's stipulated times, over 10 of our suppliers have already exceeded their payment deadlines. The longest has exceeded 3 months, and the shortest has been over 10 days. When signing contracts with partners, there is always a stipulated payment time. However, in the actual operations of Hongfeng Group's payments, they often delay beyond the stipulated times in the contracts. This is a tacit rule in many industries. But now these suppliers of Hongfeng Group collectively jumped out, unwilling to adhere to this tacit rule. Instead, they strongly demanded that Hongfeng Group comply with the payment times stipulated in the contracts. On one hand, receivables were being delayed, while on the other, payables were being urged. This left Zhang Fatsai feeling overwhelmed. Su Hongxiang suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling of impending storm. No, it was not just unease, but a sense of imminent danger. At that moment, several more employees of Hongfeng Group appeared at Su Hongxiang's office door. These employees were all key figures and elites in the business positions of Hongfeng Group. It could be said that over 1/3 of Hongfeng Group's revenue was supported by these business backbones and elites. Seeing these business backbones and elites, a strong sense of foreboding surged in Su Hongxiang's mind. It made his head spin and his steps showed a slight wobble. He quickly reined in his thoughts and feigned calm as he looked at these business backbones. What are you all doing here? Zhang Fatsai and Wu Shuichen also looked at them with concern and fear. Mr. Su. One of the business backbones spoke gravely. I had an appointment with a client who was supposed to sign today, but when they arrived downstairs, for some reason, they suddenly left. Mr. Su. Another person spoke up. A client I've been following for a long time had agreed to cooperate, but just told me they've changed their mind. Mr. Su. A few of my old clients, their renewal time is next month, but they just sent me messages clearly stating they will not renew with us. Mr. Su. The 4 clients I just signed this month all called me saying they don't want to cooperate with our company anymore and want to terminate the contract. Hearing this, Su Hongxiang suddenly felt dazed, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. When Su Hongxiang woke up, the sky was already dark. Sitting beside the bed was his wife Yu Shirlan. Yu Shirlan gently spoke. You're awake. Su Hongxiang felt much better. Shirlan, how long have I been? Yu Shirlan replied flatly, a few hours. The doctor said it was due to anger. In the future, don't rush into things. Su Hongxiang did not respond, propping himself up and adjusting the blanket on his body. Shirlan, have we figured out what exactly happened? Yes, we have, Yu Shirlan said with a heavy tone. It was the Anshin Group pulling the strings behind the scenes. What? Su Hongxiang exclaimed. The Anshin Group? Yu Shirlan nodded. The Anshin Group has declared that all our partners are free to abandon their contracts with us and join them instead. Moreover, they said that those who owe us money should delay repayment, while those we owe money to should be pressured for payment. The goal is singular: to bring down our Hongfeng Group. Why, oi? Su Hongxiang's face showed despair. We have never offended the Anshin Group. The Hongfeng Group was not small. Its annual revenue had stabilized at over 100 million. However, in front of the Anshin Group, worth over 300 billion, it seemed utterly insignificant. The Hongfeng Group had no means to fight back against the Anshin Group's targeted attack. Yu Shirlan shook her head. I haven't yet figured out the motive of the Anshin Group. But Hongxiang, it seems our Hongfeng Group won't survive this time. If it were just the pressure from creditors and debtors, the Hongfeng Group could find a way to hold on despite the financial strain. But in just this one day, the Hongfeng Group lost 70 to 80% of its business volume. This was the most devastating blow to the Hongfeng Group. Su Hongxiang painfully closed his eyes and shook his head. Then he opened his eyes again and cursed fiercely. Anshin Group, I curse you. Achoo. At Fuan University, room 3303. Lu Anshin couldn't help but sneeze. He shook his head in confusion. Who is thinking of me? It might be Qin Jia. Zhonglei laughed. I think so too, Li Qingyang agreed. Xiong Xiao turned his head and asked, Boss, since Qin Jia likes you so much, why don't you sleep with her? Lu Anqing rolled his eyes. Do you think I am the third wheel? What's wrong with that? Zhang Lei frowned. You're a scumbag, Li Qingyang said lightly. In 4 years of university, how many beauties have you ruined just because you have a few abs? Can you blame me for being a scumbag? Zhang Lei retorted. I'm good looking and they throw themselves at me. Ooh, I can't let their enthusiasm go to waste, right? Bah. Nonsense, Xiong Chao spat on the floor. Can you be as handsome as the boss? Zhang Lei glanced at Lu Anqing and deliberated. Actually, one could say we are on equal footing, neither superior nor inferior. Third wheel, Lu Anqing smiled at Zhang Lei. I've discovered one thing, you are indeed unique in 3303. What is it? Zhang Lei asked with a grin. Your audacity. Ha ha. Room 3303 erupted in laughter. Amid the laughter there came a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. The four of them turned to look at the door. Who is it? Xiong Chao asked. Open up, it's the Academic Affairs Office. A familiar voice came from outside. The Academic Affairs Office. Zhang Lei frowned. Li Qingyang recognized the voice, Zhao Yuanhua. Lu Anqing gave Li Qingyang a glance. Open the door. Li Qingyang was closest to the door and stood up to open it. Zhao Yuanhua entered with 2 teachers. No one greeted Zhao Yuanhua. Everyone looked at him with blank expressions. Zhao Yuanhua also showed no emotion on his face. He surveyed the room, and his gaze landed on Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing, why are you still here? I live here, or why can't I be? Didn't I tell you to move out of the dormitory within 2 days, eh? Has 2 days passed? Not yet. It has now. Zhao Yuanhua's face turned cold, his attitude firm. When I say it has, it has. Heh. Lu Anqing chuckled lightly. It seems Director Zhao is trying to force me out today. Xiong Chao suddenly stood up, his expression icy and his demeanor threatening. He almost hit his head on the bed beam. What do you want? One of the teachers behind Zhao Yuanhua looked at the chubby Xiong Chao with a wary expression, even showing some fear. If Xiong Chao collided with him, it would be like being hit by a 100-ton truck. Xiong Chao said nothing, just stared coldly at Zhao Yuanhua. At that moment, Zhang Lei walked up to Xiong Chao, standing side by side with him. Li Qingyang glanced at Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei, shaking his head helplessly. At the same time, he moved behind the dormitory door, ready to close it at any moment. The 2 teachers behind Zhao Yuanhua flashed a hint of panic in their eyes. This situation seemed a bit intimidating, especially with Xiong Chao, who looked like a wild boar ready to charge. Zhao Yuanhua frowned. What? You all want to be expelled too? No one paid him any attention, nor did anyone make a move. Lu Anqing slowly stood up and walked over to Xiong Chao, patting his shoulder. Xiong, don't be impulsive. After saying that, he brushed past Xiong Chao and walked in front of Zhao Yuanhua. I'll stay out tonight. Then he shot Li Qingyang a glance and walked out of the dormitory. Li Qingyang watched Lu Anqing leave and turned to Xiong Chao. Xiong, didn't you just say your stomach was uncomfortable and you needed to take a dump? Shouldn't you hurry and go? If you wait too long, the entire dormitory will stink. Huh? Xiong Chao was confused. When did I say my stomach hurt? When did I say I needed to take a dump? Luan walked outside the school and found a stall to sit down. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Qingyang. Has everyone left? Li Qingyang replied, they have left. Then you all can come out for a late-night snack. Okay, we will be there shortly. Why do we have to wait? Xiong is taking a dump. 20 minutes passed, and Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang finally arrived at the stall where Luan was sitting. Xiong Chao had a gloomy expression, clearly not in a good mood. What's wrong with you? Luan asked curiously. Eating should be a very happy thing for Xiong Chao. However, it was quite rare for him to be so unhappy. Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang were biting their lips, clearly trying to suppress their laughter. Yet in the face of Lu An's inquiry, they remained silent. Seeing this, Luan pointed at Li Qingyang. You tell us. Li Qingyang held back a smile. If I say it, I might not be able to hold back my laughter. If you can't hold back, just roll away. Xiong Chao shot Li Qingyang a disdainful look. Li Qingyang quickly shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. Luan was even more puzzled. He looked at Zhang Lei. Old 3, you say it. Zhang Lei took a breath and said, Boss, just now, when you left, didn't old 4 make some sarcastic remarks about Zhao Yuanhua? Zhang Lei stifled a laugh and briefly recounted the events. It turned out that after Zhao Yuanhua was angered and left, Xiong Chao, who initially didn't want to take a dump, was provoked by Li Qingyang's words and actually felt the urge to go. As a result, he sat there for over 20 minutes. Because he squatted for too long, Xiong Chaos legs went numb. When he finally stood up, he lost his balance and sat right back down. The most critical part was that at that time, he hadn't flushed the toilet. Alright, stop talking about it. Luan interrupted. At this point, he could already visualize the scene. Looking at the barbecue that had been served in front of him, he suddenly felt it wasn't as appetizing anymore. He looked around. Can you all still eat? What do you mean we can't eat? On the contrary, Xiong Chao grabbed a few meat skewers and stuffed them into his mouth. My stomach is empty, so I need to eat more. Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang didn't seem to be affected either and joined in on the barbecue. Luan raised a glass of beer. Let's drink first. The group raised their glasses in unison cheers. The atmosphere lightened up. You all should be careful mocking Zhang, Luan said while eating. He is someone who holds grudges and might cause trouble for you. I know. Li Qingyang nodded. We will be careful. What is there to fear? Xiong Chaos mood also improved. As long as we don't act impulsively, what can he do to us? Don't say that. Zhang Lei interjected. You Xiong Air are the one most likely to act impulsively. Have I ever acted impulsively? Xiong Chao glared. It's you who loves to stir things up. Be careful, he reports you. I think you are just jealous. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei argued. However, Li Qingyang took Lu An's words to heart. The next day, Chen Qiqiang arrived at his office 5 minutes before work. But his expression was not good as he had already learned about the troubles faced by Hongfeng Group. Yesterday, he had just experienced Fang Mingyuan's withdrawal from the Board of Trustees and the cancellation of the school sponsorship. This morning, he heard that Hongfeng Group was on the brink of bankruptcy. If Hongfeng Group went bankrupt, the sponsorship from them would also cease to exist. Losing the financial support from Hongfeng Group and Mingyuan Group, Fuan University would almost lose more than a third of its funding. A funding gap of this magnitude would not be easy to fill. Moreover, due to the loss of support from Hongfeng Group and Mingyuan Group, there could even be other chain reactions that might affect other sources of funding. In this way, Fuan University would face the dilemma of a broken capital chain, potentially leading to the school directly ceasing operations. Chen Qiqiang had analyzed the reasons for Mingyuan University's withdrawal yesterday, and it was highly likely due to the failure to revoke the expulsion of Luan. On the other hand, Hongfeng Group was the party demanding Lu An's expulsion. Chen Qiqiang felt that these two consecutive events seemed to be related to Lu An's expulsion. The behind-the-scenes mastermind pushing Hongfeng Group to the brink of bankruptcy is Anshin Group, and the chairman of Anshin Group shares the same surname Lu as Luan. Could it be that this Luan has some special relationship with the chairman of Anshin Group? With this thought, Chen Qiqiang suddenly remembered Fang Mingyuan. Perhaps I can ask Fang Mingyuan about it, but I wonder if he will still take my call. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Qiqiang took out his phone and called Fang Mingyuan. To Chen Qiqiang's surprise, Fang Mingyuan quickly answered the phone. Hello, Principal Fang, is it convenient to chat for a moment? Principal Chen, if you want to discuss returning to the Board of Trustees to continue sponsoring Fuan University. Principal Fang, I'm not here to talk about that. Chen Qiqiang hurriedly said, I just want to ask you about the matter from yesterday where you intervened to have me revoke Lu An's expulsion. Was it because of your own relationship with Lu An or someone else's relationship with him? Fang Mingyuan was silent for a moment before asking, Principal Chen, what do you want to know? Chen Qiqiang got straight to the point. I want to know if the Luan is the same Lu as the chairman of Anshin Group. This? Fang Mingyuan hesitated. Principal Chen, I have nothing to say. However, as an old friend, I must advise you that since Hongfeng Group is about to go under, Su Hongqiang will definitely also withdraw from the Board of Trustees. Therefore, you don't need to consider Su Hongqiang's feelings when revoking Lu An's expulsion. That's all I have to say. I have other matters, so I'll hang up now. Saying this, Fang Mingyuan hung up the phone. Chen Qiqiang slowly placed his phone on the table, lost in thought. Although Fang Mingyuan did not explicitly state it from his words, Chen Qiqiang had already gotten the answer he wanted. Luan definitely had an extraordinary relationship with the chairman of Anshin Group. Otherwise, Anshin Group wouldn't have inexplicably pushed Hongfeng Group to the brink of bankruptcy. With this thought, Chen Qiqiang already had an idea in his mind. He then picked up his phone again and called Zhao Yu. Principal. Director, Zhao, please arrange a meeting with Lu and I want to see him. Principal Lu and is no longer at the school. What? Chen Qiqiang was taken aback. If he is not at school, where did he go? He was expelled, and I told him to vacate his dormitory within 2 days. Last night when I checked the dorms, I found he was still there, so I kicked him out. You kicked him out? Chen Qiqiang suddenly felt a headache. Director, Zhao, I don't care what methods you use, you must find Luan for me. I must see him today. Outside Fuan University, in an esports hotel. Not only did Lu Anqing not return, but neither did his 3 roommates. After finishing their late-night snacks, the 4 of them booked a room in the esports hotel and played games all night. When daylight broke, no one was awake. At this moment, however, Lu Anqing's phone rang. Groggy Lu Anqing didn't even open his eyes. He fished out his phone from under the pillow, glanced at the screen, and answered directly, hello. Lu Anqing, where are you? Who is this? I am Zhao Yuanhua. Zhao Yuanhua. Lu Anqing paused for a moment, and then realized, becoming a bit more alert. Why is Zhao Yuanhua calling me so early? Could it be that my expulsion has been revoked? Thinking of this, Lu Anqing became even more awake. Director Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Yuanhua's voice was cold. The principal wants to see you. So it's not about my expulsion being revoked. But the principal must be looking for me regarding this matter. Lu Anqing muttered to himself and deliberately asked, what does the principal want with me? I don't know either. Zhao Yuanhua replied indifferently, come back to school now, go to the principal's office immediately, he is waiting for you. Alright, I got it. Lu Onxing crawled up, tell him to wait a bit, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Lu Onxing hung up without giving Zhao Yuanhua a chance to respond. The commotion woke Li Qingyang up as well. He groggily lifted his head. Boss, are you getting up? Lu Onxing stretched lazily. The principal is waiting for me. It wouldn't be polite to keep him waiting. Li Qingyang immediately became alert. What? The principal is waiting for you. Lu Onxing got up and headed toward the bathroom. That's what Zhao Yuanhua said. Li Qingyang was a bit confused. Wasn't the boss already expelled? Hadn't he just been kicked out of the dorm by Zhao Yuanhua last night? Maybe the boss is just sleep-deprived. Li Qingyang didn't think too much about it. He fished his phone out from under the pillow to check the time. But he saw a new message. Hello, Mr. Li Qingyang, I am from Onxing Group. He couldn't see any further content. Onxing Group. Is there news? He hurriedly clicked to open the full message. Hello, Mr. Li Qingyang, I am from the HR department of Onxing Group. We have received your resume, and after preliminary screening we invite you to come for an interview. Wow. Seeing this, Li Qingyang couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong? Lu Onxing peeked his head out from the bathroom, his head full of foam. Are you going crazy? Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao were also awakened. Fourth, what's wrong with you? Did a spring dream shock you? Xiong Chao turned over the bed, creaking. What time is it? Why are you crowing like a rooster? No. Li Qingyang didn't argue but held up his phone, his face full of excitement. I received an interview invitation from Onxing Group. Lu Onxing blinked and retreated back into the bathroom. Zhang Lei immediately exploded. What? At the same time, he pulled out his own phone. Upon checking, he also gasped in surprise. Ah, I received it too. Only Xiong Chao hadn't found his phone yet. Hey, where's my phone? He turned over again. Bang! He fell to the floor, nearly breaking the floorboards. Li Qingyang was startled. Xiong, what are you doing? Xiong Chao seemed completely oblivious to the pain. I'm looking for my phone. Zhang Lei rolled his eyes at him. Look at what you're holding in your hand. Xiong Chao brought his hand up to his face, looking confused. When did my hand end up in my phone? Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang simultaneously rolled their eyes and turned their heads away. This guy is definitely not going to receive an interview invitation. Even if he does, he will surely get rejected. Xiong Chao opened his phone and also saw a message from Onxing Group about an interview invitation. He instantly got excited and stood up. I got it too. Saying this, he made a motion as if he wanted to jump. This scared Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang. The two rushed forward to hold down Xiong Chao. Brother Chao, calm down. In the bathroom, Lu Onxing smiled knowingly at the sounds outside. At the same time, his phone also received a message sent by Qin Jia. Onxing, I have good news for you. I just received an interview invitation from Onxing Group for tomorrow. After washing his hair and drying it, Lu Onxing picked up his phone just as he was about to leave and saw this message. He glanced at the still excited Xiong Chao and the others. What time is your interview? Tomorrow, the three replied in unison. Lu Onxing nodded. Tomorrow is great. The timing is good. You should all pass the interview. Boss, what about you? Li Qingyang asked. Did you receive an interview notification from Onxing Group? I didn't receive. You didn't receive. Li Qingyang was incredulous. We all received it. How could you not? Because I didn't submit. You didn't apply? Xiong Chao found it hard to believe. Boss, you told us all to apply. Why didn't you? Lu Onxing smirked. Because I am already designated by Onxing Group. You're just bragging. The three were even less inclined to believe this claim. Lu Onxing no longer bickered with them and turned to leave the room. While waiting for the elevator, he replied to Qin Jia's message. Congratulations. Our roommates Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang also received invitations for tomorrow. You can go to Onxing Group together for the interview. In dormitory 8, where Qin Jia stayed. Jia, what did you say? You also received an interview invitation from Onxing Group. A girl in plaid pajamas looked at Qin Jia enviously. Her name is Li Lanlin, a roommate and classmate of Qin. If you get hired by Onxing Group, won't our dorm have 2 people working there? Another girl in a purple nightgown jumped off her bed and came to Qin Jia's bedside. Jia, can I see your resume template? I'll modify it based on yours and see if I can also get an interview invitation from Onxing Group. I want to see too. Li Lanlin also jumped off her bed and came to Qin Jia's bedside. Okay, I'll open my computer and send it to you. Saying this, Qin Jia got off her bed and opened her computer. Taking advantage of this gap by Qiu turned to look towards Zhang Xiaomaya's bed. Xiaomei, you're reporting to Onxing Group next week, right? Zhang Xiaomaya's face was very gloomy behind the curtain. When she previously received the offer from Onxing Group, she was very excited and couldn't wait to share this news with her roommates. But after her offer was revoked, she hadn't told anyone. Now she knew that Qin Jia had received an interview invitation, and thinking about her revoked offer, it felt like a heavy stone was blocking her chest. But she quickly adjusted her emotions and said in a relatively normal tone through the curtain, yes, next Monday. If it's next Monday, you and Jia can go report together, right? Qin Jia didn't respond. Zhang Xiaomei inside the curtain also didn't speak. Li Lanlin and Bai Qiu felt that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange and didn't say anything further. Just then Qin Jia's phone suddenly received a new message. Qin Jia picked up her phone and saw a message from Lu Anqing. She opened the message and was immediately startled. What? They also received interview invitations. Who is it? Bai Qiyu asked curiously who else received the interview invitation. Qin Jia directly named them Xiong Chao Zhonglei and Li Qingyang. No way. Li Lanlan expressed disbelief those three could also receive it. It's a message from Lu Anqing. Qin Jia showed the phone message to Li Lanlan and Bai Qiyu behind her. Those three are also interviewing tomorrow, just like me. That's unlikely. Bai Qiyu, having seen the message, still didn't quite believe it. I suspect Lu Anqing is just bragging. I think so too. Li Lanlan nodded in agreement. Otherwise, if Xiong Chao Zhonglei and Li Qingyang all received invitations, why didn't Lu Anqing receive one? I remember they seem to be in the same dorm, right? Yes, they are in the same dorm. Bai Qiyu continued, I remember Lu Anqing has never failed a course, while Xiong Chao and Zhonglei have. Hearing this conversation, Zhang Xiaomei muttered angrily, this Lu Anqing, even having been expelled, still bragged. Li Qingyang might have a chance, but if Xiong Chao and Zhonglei received an interview invitation from Anqing Group, I'll change my last name to Zhang. Of course, Qin Jia and the others couldn't hear her voice. At this moment, Qin Jia was deep in thought. Yes, why didn't Anqing mention whether he received an interview? She quickly typed a message, Anqing, didn't you receive an interview invitation from Anqing Group? Soon Lu Anqing replied, I didn't submit my resume, so naturally, I didn't receive an interview invitation. Why didn't you submit it? Qin Jia typed quickly, her expression seeming a bit anxious. Lu Anqing replied, because I am the hidden boss of Anqing Group. He added a smirking emoji at the end. Seeing this message, Qin Jia shook her head helplessly and typed back, stop being cheeky, submit your application quickly, you should still have time. Lu Anqing casually replied, got it. Jia, hurry and send it to me. Bai Qiyu urged again, I'll submit it quickly today and see if I can also receive an interview invitation. Me too, me too. Li Lanlan chimed in. Coming right up, don't rush. Qin Jia put down her phone and operated her computer. After sending the resume versions to Bai Qiyu and Li Lanlan, Qin Jia thought for a moment and also sent one to Lu Anqing. Anqing, this is a resume version I made myself. Fill in your information and submit it to Anqing Group. You should have a higher chance of receiving an interview invitation. Not long after, Lu Anqing replied with 4 words, received. Thank you. Lu Anqing, with his hands in his pockets, arrived at the door of Chun Qiqiang's office. He knocked on the door, tap, tap, tap. Come in. Chun Qiqiang's voice came from inside. Lu Anqing pushed the door open and leaned half his body inside. Principal, are you looking for me? Chen Qiqiang looked up and recognized it was Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing, right. Come in and take a seat. Lu Anqing walked into the office and closed the door behind him. He unceremoniously sat down on a black leather sofa, maintaining a relatively upright posture. After a while, Chun Qiqiang, holding a teacup in one hand and a phone in the other, got up and walked to another empty sofa. Have you had breakfast? He set down the teacup, placed his phone down, and leaned back. No. Lu Anqing shook his head. I have some bread on my desk. Do you want some? Sure. Lu Anqing nodded. Chun Qiqiang was taken aback. He was just being polite. Why did Lu Anqing take it seriously? But at this moment, Chun Qiqiang found himself in a dilemma. He intended to get it himself, but as he leaned on his knees with both hands, he suddenly realized. Wait, I'm the principal, he's a student. Why should I get it for him? Thinking of this, he leaned back again, crossing his right leg over his left knee. It's on the desk. You can get it yourself. Okay. Lu Anqing was not polite, getting up and walking to the desk to grab 2 pieces of bread. He tore one open, and while turning back to the sofa, took a big bite. Chun Qiqiang watched Lu Anqing and couldn't help but wonder, does this student really have any connections to Anqing Group? Chun Qiqiang said nothing, just watching Lu Anqing finish eating. Are you full? If not, you can go get some more. That's about enough. Lu Anqing patted his stomach. Thank you, principal. Chun Qiqiang shifted his position, resting his left leg on his right. Since you're full, let's talk business. Sure. Lu Anqing leaned back, one hand resting on the armrest of the sofa. Chun Qiqiang looked at Lu Anqing's face and said, Lu Anqing, do you have a connection with Anqing Group? This question startled Lu Anqing. Aren't you going to talk about revoking my punishment? Why are you bringing up Anqing Group? Could it be that Chun Qiqiang knows about my relationship with Anqing Group? Did my dad expose it? But even if it was exposed, it was understandable. Because Anqing Group's actions against Hongfeng Group brought them to the brink of collapse, it was meant to put pressure on Chun Qiqiang. And putting pressure on Chun Qiqiang was to get him to agree to revoke Lu Anqing's expulsion. So it wasn't surprising that Chun Qiqiang guessed it, since he had guessed Lu Anqing didn't plan to hide it anymore. He changed his sitting posture, crossing his right leg over his left, resting his hands on his right knee, and smiled. Principal Chun, since you know I won't hide it, I do have some connections with Anqing Group. Seeing Lu Anqing cross his legs, Chun Qiqiang couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking how this student lacked manners. But upon hearing Lu Anqing's words, his brows immediately relaxed. He smiled and asked, do you have a connection with Anqing Group, or with the chairman of Anqing Group, Lu Changhe? Mr. Lu Anqing was once again startled. No way does this guy know that I'm the son of my dad. He maintained a smile and gently said, Principal Chun, did you investigate me and find this out? This made Chen Qiqiang's heart race. Does Lu Anqing really have a relation to Lu Chang'e? If that's the case, isn't this like a godsend? If I can get through Lu Anqing to connect with Anqing Group, making Anqing Group a board member of Fuan University, then what are Hafeng Group and Mingyuan Group? If they leave, they leave. Ooh, I wouldn't care at all. Thinking of this, Chen Qiqiang looked at Lu Anqing with even more favor. His smile became even more radiant. Lu Anqing, what is your specific relationship with Mr. Lu? Hearing Chen Qiqiang's question, Lu Anqing was stunned for a second. Could it be that Chen Qiqiang doesn't fully understand my relationship with my father? He blinked and asked, Principal Chen, do you not know the specifics of my relationship with General Lu? Chen Qiqiang's mind raced, and after a moment he said, I know a bit, but I'm not quite sure, so I wanted to confirm with you. I see. Lu Anqing appeared bewildered. However, he was already certain that Chen Qiqiang did not completely understand his relationship with his father. Lu Anqing organized his thoughts and said, Actually, my relationship with General Lu is just as Principal Chen knows. What I know? What do I know? Chen Qiqiang was puzzled. Suddenly an absurd, yet somewhat plausible thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Lu Anqing is the illegitimate child of General Lu from Anqing Group? Once this thought emerged, Chen Qiqiang's perspective suddenly broadened. Many things immediately made sense. No wonder Fang Mingyuan didn't dare to openly talk about the relationship between Lu Anqing and Lu Chang'e, only being vague. But he was also very determined to have Lu Anqing's expulsion revoked, because the fact that Lu Anqing was Lu Chang's illegitimate child had to remain confidential. Moreover, Lu Chang'e cared deeply about whether Lu Anqing could graduate smoothly, obtain his diploma. Thus, Lu Chang'e had to approach Fang Mingyuan to mediate and revoke Lu Anqing's expulsion without exposing their relationship. Understanding this, Chen Qiqiang's gaze dimmed slightly. If Lu Anqing were merely an illegitimate child who couldn't be publicly acknowledged, could he still leverage Lu Anqing to connect with Anqing Group and help Lu Chang'e become a director at Fuan University? After pondering for a moment, Chen Qiqiang decided he still needed to give it a try. Anqing. He changed the way he addressed Lu Anqing, and his tone causing goosebumps to rise on Lu Anqing's skin. How often do you meet with General Lu? Lu Anqing nodded. Quite often, especially during holidays when I go home, I can see him a lot. Well, then it seems you have a good relationship. It's okay, I guess. Chen Qiqiang nodded and continued. Anqing, I would like to invite General Lu to become a director at my school. Can you help me talk to him? That's doable. Lu Anqing agreed without hesitation. Whether or not he became a director at Fuan University was not important. Obtaining his diploma and degree was far more crucial. This was related to $1 trillion. Hearing Lu Anqing's response, Chen Qiqiang's face lit up with joy. Anqing, how about you help me arrange a meeting with General Lu and see when he's available for me to visit him? Lu Anqing pondered for a moment. Principal, I need to check, because there are quite a few matters in the group and his schedule is often packed. In reality, Lu Chang's schedule was not packed at all. He was drinking tea in the office every day. But Chen Qiqiang expressed understanding. With such a large group, it's normal to be busy. But you still need to help me ask him. When he's available, I can visit him without disrupting his normal work. All right. Lu Anqing affirmed, I'll ask him later. At this point, Chen Qiqiang's smile grew a little wider. No matter what, there was now an opportunity to meet with Lu Chang'e. Chen Qiqiang then moved on to the next topic. By the way, Anqing, regarding your expulsion, I've thought it over carefully, and this punishment is a bit too severe. This statement instantly energized Lu Anqing. He straightened up, fully focused. Moreover, you're about to graduate. If you're expelled, those 4 years will have been wasted, which goes against our school's mission of educating students. So I've decided to revoke your expulsion, allowing you to graduate normally and smoothly. Lu Anqing immediately beamed. Thank you, Principal Chen. Chen Qiqiang waved his hand. It's all part of the job, no need to thank me. Then Principal Chen. Lu Anqing restrained his smile and asked, when can we expect to receive our diplomas and degrees? Next week, Chen Qiqiang smiled. The school's plan is to issue all diplomas and degrees to the graduating class by Friday of next week. Good. Lu Anqing secretly clenched his fist. As long as he obtained his diploma and degree, graduated smoothly, and $1 trillion arrived, he could confront this troublesome school. At that point, he would deal with Principal Chun and Director Zhao one by one. As he discussed this and achieved his goal, Lu Anqing also indicated it was time for him to leave. He stood up. Principal Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. That works. Chen Qiqiang did not stop him, but stood up somewhat warmly. Did you eat enough? Do you want to take the bread on my— No, thank you, I've had enough. Lu Anqing declined. The bread wasn't very good, and their dietary preferences had a generational gap. As Lu Anqing reached the door, Chen Qiqiang added, Anqing, remember to ask me when General Lu is— After Lu Anqing left, Chen Qiqiang returned to his seat with satisfaction. Mingyuan Group had exited the board of directors, and Hongfeng Group was also confirmed to withdraw. However, with Anqing Group's entry, it was instead a blessing in disguise. Then Chen Qiqiang found Zhao Yuan, who his number, and dialed it. Hello, Director Zhao. Principal, I just finished talking with Lu Anxing. You'll revoke his expulsion, right? What? Zhao Yuanhua was somewhat surprised. Principal, wasn't this decided by General Su? Chen Qiqiang's expression fell. Director Zhao, who is the principal here, Su, or IA? On the other end, Zhao Yuanhua paused for a moment before responding. Principal, I understand. He'll handle it immediately. After hanging up with Zhao Yuanhua, Chen Qiqiang shook his head with some regret. Because Su Hongqiang was a director and his son was studying in the school over the years, Su Hongqiang had participated more in the school's management and operations than other directors. At Fuan University, in the office of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhao Yuanhua's expression darkened after hanging up the phone with Chen Qiqiang. He recalled the moment he had notified Lu Anxing of his expulsion, seeing him walk out of his office with his hands in his pockets. He also remembered the attitude of the people in Lu Anxing's entire dormitory when he went to check on them last night. A person like this who had already been expelled was now having his punishment revoked. This left Zhao Yuanhua feeling perplexed. However, this was the order of Principal Chen Qiqiang, and he had no choice but to comply. Yet the simplicity of revoking Lu Anxing's punishment made him feel quite unwilling. He even thought that if he could find an opportunity, he would expel Lu Anxing's roommates as well. After pondering for a moment, his gaze turned sinister. If there are no opportunities, then create one. But before that, I must inform Lu Anxing that the school has revoked his punishment decision. Then Zhao Yuanhua called Lu Anxing's homeroom teacher, instructing them to inform Lu Anxing about the revocation of his punishment. Next, he called the dormitory supervisor of Building 3, asking them to keep an eye on whether anyone was in Dorm 3303 during the day. Although the dorm supervisor did not understand why Zhao Yuanhua was doing this, they still agreed. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuanhua said in a low voice with a gloomy expression, I don't believe that all of you are always in the dorm. At the same time, in Lu Anxing's university class group, a heated discussion suddenly erupted. The topic was that someone in their class had received an interview invitation from Anxing Group. In fact, many people in Lu Anxing's class had submitted their resumes to Anxing Group, almost more than half. However, only a few had received interview invitations. Previously, only 5 or 6 people had received interview invitations out of those who applied. Yet only 2 had actually received offers. One of them was Zhang Xiaomei, who had her offer revoked. Of course, Zhang Xiaomei did not disclose the revocation to others, so no one else knew. Surprisingly, this time, 4 people received interview invitations. No one in the class was surprised that Qin Jian received an invitation. Qin Jian was already a relatively outstanding and hardworking student. The other 3, however, left most of the class in shock. Xiong Chaozhong Lei and Li Qingyang. They had a somewhat catchy nickname in class, Xiong Erzhong, Sanli. This nickname was derogatory, indicating that the 3 of them ranked very low in both academic performance and experience. Li Qingyang was relatively better. Like Lu Anxing, he had never failed a course. But Xiong Er had failed every year, barely passing with the teacher's help. Yet these 3 people surprisingly received interview invitations from Anxing Group today. When the news broke, no one believed it. Absolutely impossible. If Xiong Chao received an interview invitation from Anxing Group, I could definitely pass their interview. I also think it's impossible. Oh, everyone knows what level the people in their dormitory are. Li Qingyang might have a chance to receive an interview invitation, but even if he participates, he definitely won't pass. No need to mention the other 2. This is clearly boasting. Everyone in Dorm 3303 is talented, it's just talk to listen to. The group was filled with negative comments about Xiong Chaozhong Lei and Li Qingyang, and no one believed them. Even their class monitor chimed in, Xiong Chaozhong Lei, Li Qingyang, although your grades are poor, you should be honest and down-to-earth in life. Faced with the doubts of almost the entire class, Xiong Chao directly sent a screenshot of the message he received to the group. Look closely, is this not an interview invitation notification from Anxing Group? Then Zhang Lei also shared his screenshot. Classmates, Xiong Er's screenshot is fake, mine is real. If you don't believe it, compare the 2 images and see what's different. Their self-affirmation still did not convince anyone. In my opinion, both are fake, both are edited. There's no need to edit. Just find someone else's interview invitation message, change it to your name and information, and it can be used to boast. Exactly what level are Xiong Er and Zhang San? How could they possibly receive an interview invitation from Anxing Group? At this moment, Li Qingyang calmly made a statement in the group. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The 3 of us brothers don't need to prove anything to you. Whether we received an interview invitation is our business, and whether the invitation is real is also our business. It has nothing to do with you. However, if anyone wants to go for an interview together tomorrow, we can form a team. Qin Jian popped in at this time saying, I'm also going for an interview at Anxing Group tomorrow. Li Qingyang and Qin Jian confirmed the time and meeting place in the group. However, most people in the group still did not believe that Xiong Chao and the others could receive interview invitations from Anxing Group. However, Xiong Chaozhong Lei and Li Qingyang did not continue to prove themselves in the group. They didn't need to prove. The next day before 8 o'clock the alarm clock rang, waking Li Qingyang first. He glanced at the time, immediately alert, and sat up with a turn. As he got out of bed, he shouted, "Xiong Er Zhang, Sen, it's time to get up." Lu Anqing didn't know whether Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei had been woken up, but he had been awakened by Li Qingyang. He knew that Li Qingyang and the others were going to Anqing Group for an interview today, so he didn't say much. Xiong Chao, on the other hand, was still lying flat, snoring loudly. After Li Qingyang finished washing up and came out, he slapped Xiong Chaos belly, and he finally woke up. Lu Anqing also turned over and said, "If you all leave, what am I doing in the dormitory? I might as well go with you to check out Anqing Group." Li Qingyang and the others welcomed this. Before leaving, Li Qingyang had Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei walk in front while he and Lu Anqing walked behind. "Boss, I need to tell you something," Lu Anqing said with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Li Qingyang leaned closer to Lu Anqing's ear and whispered, "I noticed yesterday that the dorm supervisor came to our floor several times, and each time, they passed by our dormitory door." Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei lived on either side of the dorm entrance, so they were quite aware of the sounds in the corridor, especially Li Qingyang, whose thoughts were a bit more meticulous than Zhang Lei's. Lu Anqing, however, did not take it seriously. "Isn't it normal for them to come for inspections?" Li Qingyang shook his head. "It's not normal. They hardly visited other floors, but came to our third floor. Moreover, they rarely walked to the ends of the dormitory, but would stop at our dormitory door. The most crucial point is that starting yesterday afternoon, Building 3 began monitoring maintenance, meaning all surveillance in the entire building is currently down. If something happens during this period without surveillance, it would be hard to explain." Hearing this, Lu Anqing stopped walking, and his expression turned serious. He looked at Li Qingyang and asked, "What do you think?" Li Qingyang also had a serious expression. "I suspect someone is plotting against our dormitory. Someone's targeting our dorm." Lu Anqing fell into contemplation. Moments later, he asked, "Is it the dorm supervisor?" Li Qingyang shook his head. "We've never had a conflict with the dorm supervisor. It shouldn't be him." Conflict. Those two words instantly made Lu Anqing think of Zhao Yuanhua. "I suspect it's Zhao Yuanhua," Li Qingyang had already spoken. "These past 2 days our dorm has only had a bit of unpleasantness with him. You also said Zhao Yuanhua is a vengeful person. He has the motive to cause trouble for our dorm." Lu Anqing pondered for a moment, then agreed with Li Qingyang's speculation. "Then I need to take precautions in advance." "What's your plan?" Li Qingyang asked. Lu Anqing thought for a moment and said, "Set up a temporary surveillance camera." "Temporary surveillance?" Li Qingyang frowned. "How do we set that up?" "Using a phone." Li Qingyang immediately understood, but his brow didn't relax. "The 4 of us don't have a spare phone." "I remember Qin Jia has one," Lu Anqing said with a smile. "They'll borrow it from her." Li Qingyang also smiled. "If you ask her, she'll definitely agree." Lu Anqing shot him a glare. "Stop being sarcastic with me." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed Qin. "Hey, have you left yet?" "Right away." Qin Jia's "right away" was quite reliable. "Wait a moment. Do you have 2 phones?" "Yeah, an old one I rarely use." "Can I borrow it?" "What for?" "To set up a temporary surveillance camera in the dorm." Lu Anqing didn't hide anything from Qin Jia. Among the entire class, the boys he trusted most were his dorm mates, and the girl he trusted most was Qin Jia. Qin Jia didn't ask further. "They'll bring it down. Wait for me at the entrance of Building 8. Remember to Got it." After hanging up, Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang headed downstairs together. Passing by the dorm supervisor's office, an old man in his 50s poked his head out. "Hey, you're from 3303, right?" Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang stopped simultaneously and looked at the old man. He was the supervisor for Building 3A. Zhou Wanquan. "We are," Lu Anqing replied. "Going out so early?" Zhou Wanquan asked. "For an interview," Li Qingyang answered. "Oh," Zhou Wanquan smiled. "Go on then. Good luck with your interview." "Thanks, Uncle Zhou." After exchanging pleasantries, the two turned and walked out of Building 3. Zhou Wanquan watched them disappear, then took out his phone, edited a message, and sent it. Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang walked along the path to Building 8. Their expressions were even more certain. "The dorm supervisor is definitely suspicious," Li Qingyang stated with conviction. "He's never asked us when we go out before." Lu Anqing nodded. "Qingyang, good thing you noticed." The two quickly arrived at Building 8. After receiving Qin Jia's phone and charger, Lu Anqing chose to go back alone. "You two hurry to the interview. It'll be trouble if you're late." Qin Jia and Li Qingyang didn't object. For them, attending the interview at Anqing Group today was the most important. Lu Anqing returned to the dorm. Passing by the supervisor's office, he was spotted by Zhou Wanquan again. "Hey, why are you back?" Lu Anqing smiled warmly. "Uncle Zhou, I dropped my ID. I came back to get it." "Going out again?" "Yeah, I'll leave once I have it." "All right." The supervisor acknowledged, watched Lu Anqing go upstairs, then took out his phone and sent another message. Lu Anqing returned to the dorm and climbed onto his bed. He turned on the phone's video recording, aimed it at the dormitory door, then found some tape and fastened the phone to the headboard. He then found a few books to block it as camouflage. He plugged in the charging cable to ensure the phone wouldn't shut down from a dead battery. After finishing, he clapped his hands and left the room with satisfaction. This time as he passed the supervisor's office, Zhou Wanquan didn't greet him. He simply watched Lu Anqing disappear from sight again, then pulled out his phone and sent out another message. Lu Anqing hadn't gone far from Building 3 when Li Qingyang's call came in. Lu Anqing answered. "What's up? Boss, we're in the subway station. Are you coming? You go on ahead. I'm not interviewing. He'll come later. Qin Jia told you to hurry up." Lu Anqing pursed his lips and tilted his head. "Don't wait for me. If you're late, what about your interviews?" "We know," Li Qingyang laughed. "We're just telling you to hurry, not that we're waiting for you." Lu Anqing opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. "I was being narcissistic. Just hurry up later," Li Qingyang said, then paused. "Is everything set?" "Yeah, it's set." "Then just wait for them to walk right into the trap." After hanging up with Li Qingyang, Lu Anqing scrolled to Wang's number and dialed. The call connected quickly. "Boss, Wang, have you explained everything clearly?" "Yes, it's all clear. Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia, 4 people in total, will all pass the interview." "Good. They'll be at the company later. If you see me, pretend you don't know me, especially in front of them." "Understood." About an hour later, at the exit of a high-speed rail station 300 meters from Anqing Group, Xiong Chao and the other 3 walked out one after another. "Xiong, are you nervous?" Zhang Lei reached out and draped his arm over Xiong Chaos' broad shoulders. Nah, nervous my ass." "Then why are you stuttering?" "I'm not stuttering." Zhang Lei grinned. "Want me to give you a tip for the interview?" Xiong Chao turned to look at him. "Like you've had tons of interviews." "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you want to hear it or not." Xiong Chao nodded. "I can consider it." Zhang Lei leaned close to Xiong Chaos' ear and whispered, "An interview is just like dating a girl." Xiong Chaos' eyes lit up. This touched on an area where he had no knowledge. "Elaborate." Zhang Lei put on an air of experience. "Dating is about choosing a person, an interview is about hiring a person. Essentially, both are a two-way selection." "Speak plainly." Zhang Lei smiled and continued. "First, for yourself, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. In an interview, try to show your advantages and hide your shortcomings. In the process of dating, it's even more important to leverage your strengths and show off your solid qualities." Xiong seemed thoughtful. "Is the last part of what you said supposed to be meaningful?" "You're teachable." Zhang Lei nodded with satisfaction and added, "Second, don't oversell yourself. Excessive boasting only makes you look pretentious. Be neither servile nor arrogant and mind your boundaries." "That's a bit deep." Xiong Chao couldn't figure it out. "The core point is to be honest, but not fatal, humble, and willing to improve, and ambition earns the most respect. Especially when dating, you need to show ambition." "Ambition?" Xiong Chao scratched his head. Zhang Lei nodded. "Yes, ambition. If you don't strive for it, someone else will eventually take your place." Slap. Xiong Chao suddenly smacked Zhang Lei on the head. "So you went ahead and took someone else's place?" Zhang Lei's eyes widened. You get it? How could I not get something so obvious?" Xiong Chao glared back. "But I feel a lot more relaxed now than before." Xiong Chao and his 3 companions arrived at the foot of the Anqing building, where dozens of people entered the building together. Li Qingyang surveyed the crowd and quietly remarked, "These people must all be here for interviews. There are so many people." Qin Jia couldn't help but exclaim. Xiong Chaos' expression tightened. The competition is too fierce. One of the men in a suit noticed Xiong Chao and smiled slightly. "Brother, are you here for an interview too?" Xiong Chao looked at him. "Yes, I'm also here for an interview." The man in the suit wore a mocking smile. "Did your resume fail to mention your height and weight? How could Anqing Group want someone like you, a cylindrical figure?" "What did you say?" Xiong Chaos' face instantly darkened as he stepped forward toward the man in the suit. His fists clenched tightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Lei promptly followed suit, standing shoulder to shoulder, with Xiong Chao glaring at the man in the suit. Li Qingyang also moved quickly, but he blocked Xiong Chaos' path. "Xiong, calm down. Don't let a mad dog ruin today's interview." The man in the suit's expression turned cold upon hearing this. He glared at Li Qingyang and asked, "Who are you calling a mad dog?" Li Qingyang turned to him with a smile. "Whoever admits it is." "You." The man in the suit glared, but was momentarily at a loss for words. He also clenched his fist, but refrained from acting impulsively. Today he was also there for an interview, and certainly wouldn't let impulsiveness ruin his chances. "What's your name?" Li Qingyang straightened his posture and replied seriously. "I'm Su Wenma, a senior graduating from Fuan." Hearing this, Zhang Lei, Xiong Chao, and Qin Jia were momentarily taken aback. Xiong Chao thought to himself, "Why didn't I think of that?" Zhang Lei smirked silently, giving Li Qingyang a thumbs up. Qin Jia looked at Li Qingyang in surprise. "Very good." The man in the suit maintained a cold face. "Su Wenma, right. He'll remember you." With that, the man in the suit flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Xiong Chao quickly approached. "Old Four, where did you learn all these underhanded tricks?" Li Qingyang smiled. I learned them from reading novels on Tomato. You can learn these things from reading novels. Li Qingyang nodded. You can learn a lot, like if you want to date, don't listen to old 3's nonsense, it's better to read more Tomato novels. Old 4 is right. Zhang Lei chimed in, my methods for pursuing girls also came from Tomato novels. No wonder. Xiong Chao exclaimed, I need to read more Tomato novels. After checking their interview invitation information and verifying their identities, dozens of interviewees entered the lobby on the first floor of the Anshan building. The interview area was set up on the first floor, surrounded by a circle of warning tape. With the interview time approaching, the dozens of interviewees were already lined up. The man in the suit was at the front of the line. Qin Jia occasionally glanced outside the building, but still did not see Lu Anxing's figure. Li Qingyang glanced at Qin Jia and smiled. Qin Jia, our boss will come. Qin Jia shot him a glare. I'm not looking for Lu Anxing. Li Qingyang smiled without speaking, but his expression was somewhat meaningful. Qin Jia turned to look toward the interview area just as 3 interviewers, 2 men and 1 woman dressed in suits, entered the interview room. At that moment, Li Qingyang suddenly shouted, Anxing is here. Qin Jia reflexively turned around, searching out, yet she still did not see Lu Anxing's figure. Soon she realized and glared at Li Qingyang. You tricked me. Li Qingyang chuckled. I told you that you were waiting for our boss, but you still won't admit it. Mind your own business. Qin Jia turned back to focus on the interview room, but a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Our boss is back. Li Qingyang said with a smile. He doesn't have to attend the interview, so it's okay. Whether he comes or not doesn't matter. Qin Jia feigned indifference. Xiong Chao leaned in. Even if the boss comes, he can't get in, right? It seems that they check identities to enter this building, and non-interviewees can't come in. It seems so. Li Qingyang smiled. It's fine, let him wait outside. A few minutes later, the interview officially began. Wu Liang. Hey. The man in the suit stepped out of the crowd and entered the interview room. So that kid is called Wu Liang. Xiong Chao stared at the door of the interview room. What do you want to beat him up? Zhang Lei approached with a smile. He called me a cylindrical figure. Don't you think I should beat him up? He's not wrong. Do you believe I can beat you up too? I'll sit on you and crush you. Your only weapon is your butt. He also has biochemical weapons, Li Qingyang added. Xiong Chao glared at him. Old for don't sleep tonight. If you dare to sleep, I'll give you a biochemical bomb. Li Qingyang's expression fell. Ergo, I'm sorry. At that moment, Zhang Lei seemed to see something and brightened up. The boss is here. The group turned to see Lu Anxing had somehow entered the building and was walking toward their interview area. Qin Jia's face immediately broke into a smile. He's here. Lu Anxing nodded. Just came in to take a look. Zhang Lei was puzzled. Boss, how did you get in? Lu Anxing shrugged. I just came in like this. Wasn't it said that non-interviewees can't come in? Li Qingyang was also confused. Lu Anxing didn't intend to explain. I don't know, I just got in like this. Qin Jia offered an explanation. Maybe they just screened the interviewees earlier, allowing them to take others to the interview area. The group found this explanation reasonable and did not pursue the matter further. Just then the interview room door opened, and Wu Liang walked out. Zhang Yu, you can go in now. Wu Liang called out with a smile as another man in a white shirt entered the Others gathered around Wu Liang, whispering inquiries. Brother, what questions did the interviewers ask? Handsome, was the interview difficult? Wu Liang felt the envious and respectful gazes of those around him, his nose practically touching his forehead. He held his head high, resembling a victorious rooster full of pride. He also spotted Xiong Chao and the others and stepped forward. Cylinder, I got accepted. A smug smile adorned his face. Looking at you, I bet you'll scare the interviewers when you go in. And am worried about the interview chair, it might not withstand your weight. You bastard. Xiong Chao was infuriated, clenching his fists ready to charge at him. Li Qingyang intervened, just in time, looking at Wu Liang. Why don't you take this rabid dog of yours for a vaccination? Always ready to bite people. Wu Liang, filled with joy, wasn't offended by Li Qingyang's jibe. He smiled faintly, taking a few steps back. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just here to see how you 2 oblivious fools will slink out of the interview room later. Should I get a basin of water for you to lick when you're thirsty, eh? Humph. Su Wenma, I'll let you enjoy this verbal advantage for now. Once we leave here, you'll see what I can do to you. Li Qingyang raised an eyebrow. I already look good. Lu Anxing glanced at Li Qingyang in surprise. This guy actually called him Su Wenma. He instantly understood Li Qingyang's intentions, but he didn't expose him or say anything. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Wang. Notify the interviewers to cancel Wu Liang's acceptance decision and announce it publicly in the interview area. Then arrange for security to come and escort him out. Execute immediately. A few seconds later, Xiao Wang replied, received. Lu Anxing put away his phone and glanced at Wu Liang. He was smirking, looking provocatively at Xiong Chao and Li Qingyang. Lu Anxing retracted his gaze, knowing this person would no longer appear in Anshan building. Less than half a minute later, the interview room door opened. The interviewees turned to the sound, thinking it was the second candidate, Zhang Yu, coming out. Many even wondered if Zhang Yu's interview time was really that short. However, the person who came out was not Zhang Yu, but one of the male interviewers. He stood before the crowd scanning the room and shouted, "Wu Liang." "Hey." Wu Liang responded and walked towards the interviewer with a smile. "Interviewer, I'm here." The interviewer's face was stern. "Wu Liang, I officially inform you that the acceptance decision made earlier is invalid. Our group has decided to never hire you. Please leave." Upon hearing this, the other interviewees were in an uproar. Wu Liang had just boasted about being accepted, and now it was declared that the acceptance was invalid. This left many interviewees puzzled, while others couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. After all, Wu Liang's earlier arrogance had not sat well with many. Hearing this, the smile on Wu Liang's face gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Instead, a look of disbelief and panic took over. "No. Interviewer, didn't you just say inside that I was excellent and had been accepted? Now you're telling me that the acceptance decision is invalid. What does that mean?" "It means exactly what it says. Please leave quickly." The interviewer did not want to elaborate, turning to return to the interview room. Wu Liang grabbed the interviewer's wrist. "You can't leave. You can't leave until you explain this to me today." The interviewer turned to look at him, frowning slightly. "Friend, are you sure you want to cause a scene at Anshin Group?" This statement hit Wu Liang like a heavy hammer, instantly waking him from his rage. He quickly released the interviewer's hand, awkwardly saying, "Interviewer, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't trying to make a scene. I just want an explanation. You clearly said I was accepted. Why has the decision changed now?" The interviewer looked at him coldly. "Does Anshin Group need to explain its decisions to you?" At that moment, 4 security guards rushed over. They headed straight for the crowd of interviewees. One of them shouted, "Who is Wu Liang?" The interviewer pointed at Wu Liang. "He is Wu Liang. Go." One security guard waved his hand, and the 4 security guards rushed forward, encircling Wu Liang in an instant. "Mister, will you have had your interview qualifications revoked? Please leave." "What? Revoked interview qualifications?" This statement shocked the other interviewees around them once again. If it was just a failed interview without acceptance, they could still apply to Anshin Group in the future. As long as their resumes passed the screening, they would still have a chance to participate in an interview and work for Anshin. However, if one's interview qualifications were revoked, it meant that no matter how excellent the person was, Anshin Group would forever close the door to hiring them. It implied that this person would never have the opportunity to work at Anshin Group in their lifetime. Even worse, once a person was labeled as having their interview qualifications revoked by Anshin Group, finding a decent and well-paying job in Jiangzhou would become exceptionally difficult. Almost all companies in Jiangzhou would adopt an extremely cautious attitude toward hiring such individuals. Wu Liang stood there in a daze, never expecting things would escalate to this extent. How could this happen? How could this happen? He stared blankly, murmuring to himself in disbelief. The 4 security guards didn't wait for him to gather his wits. 2 held his shoulders, while the other 2 lifted his legs, carrying him out like a pig. Wu Liang no longer resisted, still dazedly murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Xiong Chao watched Wu Liang being carried away and almost spat in disgust. But suddenly realizing this was at the Anshin Group interview site, he swallowed it back down. Li Qingyang observed the scene without gloating, instead deep in thought. What could have caused such a drastic change in Anshin Group's attitude towards Wu Liang? From acceptance to being condemned to the gallows. Li Qingyang couldn't make sense of it, but he felt that there was definitely something amiss. Zhang Lei and Qin Jia, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, as if they had released a breath. The interviewer returned to the interview room, and the interviews continued as normal. Lu Anxing said, "You all focus on your interviews. I'll take a walk around. Boss, don't wander around too much. What if you end up being carried out like a pig too? That would tarnish our 3,303's reputation and image." Lu Anxing glared at him. "If you can talk, then talk. If you can't, shut your mouth." Xiong Chao smiled awkwardly, but wasn't afraid. Lu Anxing turned and walked away, looking around as if he was genuinely observing. Zhang Lei leaned closer to Xiong Chao, whispering, "Xiong Heir, it seems you might be the one damaging our 3,303's reputation and image the most. Get lost." Avoiding the gaze of Xiong Chao and others, Lu Anxing arrived at a secret elevator. This elevator is an exclusive one for the senior executives of Anshin Group. Generally, only those in positions of vice president or higher have the privilege to use it. Of course, this also includes Lu Chang's secretary Lu Hongya, as well as Lu Anxing's personal assistant, the youngest vice president of the group, Wang Sa. And Wang Sa is the Xiao Wang mentioned in Lu Anxing's phone. At the elevator entrance, Wang Sa, dressed in a suit, stood with his hands clasped before him, respectfully looking at Lu Anxing. Upon seeing Lu Anxing approach, he opened the elevator and slightly bowed to him. "Boss." Lu Anxing's demeanor changed and his expression became more serious. He nodded at Wang Sa and praised, "Xiao Wang, thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome." Wang Sa replied calmly. "Let's go." Lu Anxing stepped into the elevator, saying, "It's time to deal with my uncle's matters as well." Wang Sa followed him and pressed the floor button and proactively stood slightly behind Lu Anxing. The elevator doors closed and began to ascend. Xiao Wang, how is your mother's health? Lu Anqing asked, looking at Wang Sa's figure in the elevator door. Wang Sa smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, boss. My mother has been recovering quite well since she was discharged from the hospital. Has your sister's college entrance exam results come out? They should be out next week. Let me know her score once it's out. As long as it's passing, she can go to any school she wants. I will cover the expenses. Boss, that's not necessary. Wang Sa quickly declined. My salary from the company is sufficient. I can afford my sister's college tuition. Lu Anqing smiled slightly. She is your sister, but she is also my sister. For years ago, when Lu Anqing had just graduated from high school, Anqing Group had not yet reached its current market value of over 300 billion. Of course, it was worth hundreds of billions. That year, Anqing Group had a construction site. Wang Sa's father was a rebar worker at that site. However, due to the negligence of the site manager at that time, Wang Sa's father suffered an accidental death, leaving behind a college junior, Wang Sa, and his younger sister, Wang Shui, who was in middle school. Wang Sa's mother, Yang Yuanying, also fell ill due to the pain of losing her husband. What was even more infuriating was that the site manager not only concealed the cause of the accident, but even dared to embezzle 80% of the compensation for Wang Sa's family. With no living expenses and his mother seriously ill, Wang Sa had to drop out of school and return home. After hearing about the embezzlement of the compensation, he went to the site to seek an explanation, only to be humiliated by the site manager. At that moment, Lu Anqing happened to pass by and rescued the injured Wang Sa. He learned about all the events from Wang Sa. After hearing this, Lu Anqing was furious. How could someone in Anqing Group dare to exploit the weak? He called Lu Changhe right in front of Wang Sa. Upon learning the situation, Lu Changhe was also extremely angry and ordered a thorough investigation. The results were almost identical to Wang Sa's account. The site manager was handed over to the judicial authorities, and Wang Sa's family received the compensation they were entitled to. Moreover, to make amends to Wang Sa's family, Lu Anqing tripled the compensation. Grateful for Lu Anqing's help, Wang Sa insisted on following him. Lu Anqing felt a sense of indebtedness to Wang Sa's family for what had happened under his group's jurisdiction. Thus, he agreed to Wang Sa's request and arranged for him to join Anqing Group. Later, through hard work and his own talent, Wang Sa rose to the position of vice president of Anqing Group in just 4 years, becoming the youngest vice president and a legend of the company. However, few people knew that Wang Sa also held a position as Lu Anqing's personal assistant, which was not disclosed to the public. He was also Lu Anqing's spokesperson in Anqing Group. Over the years, Wang Sa has shown absolute loyalty to Lu Anqing, becoming one of his most trusted people in the company. From then on, whenever Lu Anqing wanted to do something in the group, he no longer sought Lu Changhe, but directly entrusted it to Wang Sa. Wang Sa handled these tasks remarkably well. Therefore, sometimes even Lu Changhe had to consult Wang Sa's opinion, as his input represented Lu Anqing's views. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Sa stepped out first, leading the way. Lu Anqing naturally followed, as if their roles had reversed. Wang Sa was the boss, while Lu Anqing was merely Wang Sa's assistant. No more than 10 people in Anqing Group knew about the relationship between Lu Anqing and Lu Changhe. Most people were unaware of Lu Anqing's existence. Wang Sa walking ahead of Lu Anqing also served as a cover for Lu Anqing's identity within the group. Few would pay attention to who the little assistant behind Wang Sa was. Wang Sa and Lu Anqing arrived at Lu Chang's office door. Lu Hongye stood up upon seeing Wang Sa. When she noticed Lu Anqing, her expression showed a hint of surprise. As Lu Chang's secretary, she naturally knew of Lu Anqing's identity. She nodded slightly at Lu Anqing, then discreetly knocked on Lu Chang's office door. Upon hearing Lu Chang's voice, Lu Hongye pushed the door open and gestured for Lu Anqing to enter. Lu Anqing nodded at him and entered Lu Chang's office. Wang Sa followed closely behind. Lu Hongye closed the door and quietly returned to her workstation as if nothing had happened. Inside the office, upon seeing Lu Anqing enter, Lu Changhe was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! My son finally deigns to come back and see me. Saying this, Lu Changhe stood up, walked around his desk, and approached Lu Anqing. Dad. Lu Anqing smiled and stepped forward to embrace Lu Changhe. All right, no need to be so sentimental. Lu Changhe patted Lu Anqing on the shoulder, and they both sat down. Wang Sa naturally walked over to the tea bar and skillfully brewed tea for Lu Changhe and Lu Anqing. Are you back this time to overthrow me? Lu Changhe asked with a feigned serious expression. Lu Anqing laughed. Dad, do you really want me to rebel against you? This group is originally yours. I'm just watching over it for you. What rebellion are you talking about? Lu Changhe spread his hands. I just really don't want to work anymore. Every day I have to get called up by your mother at 7 to come to this lousy job, or I want to sleep in a bit. Oh, Lu Anqing had a different perspective. Dad, you're just over 50. This is the prime age for striving. How can you think of sleeping? Striving? Nonsense. Lu Changhe cursed directly. I have such an impressive son, why would I need to strive for anything? Honestly, if it weren't for you wanting to attend some lousy university, your mother supporting you in going there, and me having to keep an eye on things here, I would have long since quit this job. Wang Sa, who was brewing tea, couldn't help but glance over, smiling. Was there a struggle for power between the two? That was a given. But a more accurate description would be a struggle for laziness. Neither seemed keen on being the chairman of Anqing. All right, you keep at it for a while longer. Lu Anqing quickly consoled. I'm about to graduate, and once I do I'll come back and let you rest. You said the same thing when you graduated high school. Lu Changhe looked at Lu Anqing with skepticism. But you ran off to university instead. Now that you've finished university, are you planning to go for a master's degree? No. Lu Anqing shook his head vigorously. I have no interest in studying. Then why did you go to that lousy university? Lu Changhe glared. Lu Anqing smiled, sheepishly thinking, I can't just say it's for the trillion reward from the system. Suddenly Lu Changhe seemed to think of something, and said seriously, son, if you want to pursue a master's, I'll support you. I'm also willing to stay in this position for a few more years. No. Lu Anqing shook his head again. I really don't like studying. I'm not talking about that. No. Lu Anqing shook his head even more vigorously. Dad, I said back in high school, absolutely no dating before the age of 24. Why? Why must you insist on waiting until 24 to date? Lu Changhe asked in confusion. The country allows men to obtain a marriage certificate at 22. What's the point of waiting until 24? You don't understand, I'm young now, I want to focus on building my career. Your Anqing group is already worth over 300 billion. Your net worth is close to 200 billion. What more career do you need? Dad, you don't need to advise me on this. Lu Anqing replied firmly. You were also in your late 20s when you had me. It's not too late for me to get married and have children at 27 or 28. Is it the same, eh? Lu Changhe glared. Even though I had you at 27 or 28, I was dating by 17 or 18. You're already 22, graduated from university, and you still haven't dated anyone. With that, Lu Changhe couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Son, tell me honestly, is something wrong? Huh? Lu Anqing quickly shook his head. What are you thinking, Dad? I'm perfectly normal. Then do you not think about women at night when you sleep? Not. Lu Anqing was somewhat at a loss for words. Is it really appropriate for us father and son to discuss this? Just don't think of me as your dad right now, think of it as two men chatting. Lu Changhe had a serious expression. Lu Anqing raised an eyebrow. You really don't see me as your dad. We cannot consider that when discussing this topic. Then, brother, get lost. Who the hell are you calling brother? Lu Changhe glared. Lu Anqing feigned innocence. But didn't you say we could not consider that? When I said not to consider that, I meant don't think of me as your dad in your heart while discussing this topic. Who the hell told you to call me brother? Lu Anqing fell silent. Whatever Lu Changhe said, he was in the wrong. At that moment, Wang Sa appeared just in time. He carried 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Lu Changhe and the other in front of Lu Anqing, smiling. Boss chairman, please have a sip of tea to moisten your throats before continuing your chat. Lu Anqing didn't move, looking helpless. Lu Changhe picked up the teacup, seemingly wary of it being too hot, and set it back down. He turned to Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, tell me, can a normal man really wait until 24 without touching a woman? Back in my day, I was already struggling with it at 14 or 15. Wang Sa smiled, but dared not respond. Although the Lu family treated him like one of their own, he still had his boundaries. Some matters are best left unspoken. Lu Anqing raised his head and said, Dad, if you're brave, say these words in front of Mom. You little brat. Lu Changhe immediately scolded. If I weren't brave, how would I have you? Lu Anqing shook his head. All right, can we drop this topic? No way. Lu Changhe refused. If you're not okay, you should quickly check it out. If there's something to treat it. And if there's something to nurture it. Don't drag it out. And don't feel embarrassed. What's with the taboo on illness? Only by facing it head on and confronting it can you get treated and recover early, ensuring it doesn't affect your happiness in the later part of your life. That I really have no problem. Lu Anqing felt somewhat powerless to argue. Then explain to me why you insist on waiting until after 24 to date. With that, Lu Changhe seemed to think of something again. Are you training some extraordinary skill that requires you to remain a virgin until 24? Lu Anqing felt embarrassed, but went along. Hey Dad, you guessed right. I am practicing an extraordinary skill, and I can't lose my virginity until I'm 24. Get lost, stop talking crap. Lu Changhe scolded again. Anyway, I'll say this, if you can give me a grandson within a year, I'll work for you for another 10 years. Then you might as well retire on the spot. You brat. Lu Changhe was speechless. However, his attitude was still quite open-minded, and he wouldn't get stuck on trivial matters. He picked up the teacup, blew on it, and took a gentle sip. After putting the cup down, he spoke again. Son, you didn't come to see me today, just to check in, did you? When it came to serious matters, Wang Sa restrained his smile, and Lu Anqing changed his sitting posture. Dad, we need to settle the matter with Uncle once and for all. Sigh. Lu Changhe sighed. I know that over the years Zhang Kong has done many things that have wronged, but he is still my brother. I feel a bit guilty about it. Dad, but this time it's different from before. Lu Onqing spoke with a serious tone. Before, Uncle merely embezzled some money from the company, at least hundreds of thousands, and at most over $1 billion. I could turn a blind eye to that. But this time Uncle actually sold the core code structure of the company's AI to foreigners. This not only harms the company's interests, but is also a betrayal of the company. Dad, you know very well that industries like AI chips and biotechnology are fiercely competitive cutting-edge fields. The scientific achievements our engineers and scientists worked so hard to develop were handed over to foreigners by Uncle, making them the beneficiaries. This isn't just simple commercial competition, this is a crime. If the foreigners use the technology we developed to corner us, then Uncle's actions could even be considered Listening to Lu Onqing's words, Lu Chang's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood this principle, but he only had one brother. Lu Changhe and Lu Changkong lost their father when they were young, and it was their mother who raised the two brothers with great difficulty. Lu Changhe has always doted on this brother. Their mother also hoped that the two brothers could always get along harmoniously. Therefore, previously, regardless of whether Lu Changkong embezzled or privately pocketed over $1 billion from Onqing Group, Lu Changhe did not investigate deeply. Considering that he only had one biological brother, and taking into account their mother's feelings, Lu Changhe had not pursued Lu Changkong too deeply. He knew that doing so was enabling Lu Changkong. However, he truly could not bring himself to do something as righteous as betraying family. Lu Onqing also did not investigate deeply out of respect for Lu Changhe and their grandmother. But this time what Lu Changkong did had already crossed Lu Onqing's bottom line. It was acceptable to take money from the company. After all, he had a system, and he could endure his only biological uncle taking billions from him. But this time it was a violation of his bottom line. To put it more severely, it was betrayal, it was selling out. Therefore, this time Lu Onqing had no intention of letting Lu Changkong off easily. Son, I know that Changkong has made a serious mistake this time. Lu Changhe held the teacup in one hand, while the other hand caressed the rim of the cup. The tea had cooled, and was no longer hot to the touch. Lu Chang's mood also seemed somewhat low. However, I didn't deal with it harshly because I found this matter a bit strange. How is it strange? Lu Onqing raised the teacup to his lips, paused to ask, and then took a sip. I asked your uncle why he sold the core technology of the group to foreigners. Lu Changhe set down the teacup, leaning back slightly. Your uncle said it was because of money. Lu Changhe paused and crossed his legs. He said that although the Onqing Group's market value is so high now, he only takes home a salary of several million every year, and his shares are pitifully low. He is unwilling to accept this, he wants more. Lu Onqing thought for a moment, suddenly tilted his head back, finished the tea in his cup, and placed the cup on the table. Seeing this, Wang Sa stepped forward, collected the cups in front of Lu Changhe and Lu Onqing, and turned to walk toward the tea machine. How much did he make from selling our technology to foreigners? Lu Onqing asked. $100 million, Lu Changhe replied. I checked his foreign accounts, and there indeed was an entry of $100 million. That shouldn't be the case, Lu Onqing furrowed his brows. The money your uncle has taken from the group over the years should be at least 300 or 400 million. Adding his annual salary, he shouldn't be someone who lacks money. That's why I find this matter a bit strange. Lu Changhe spoke slowly, but he refuses to say anything else, only claiming that he sold the core technology of the group because he is short on money. At that moment, Wang Sa returned with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. He placed the cups in front of Lu Changhe and Lu Onqing, then stepped back. Lu Onqing turned to him. Xiao Wang, when you were investigating my uncle, did you find anything unusual? Wang Sa nodded. Boss Chairman, actually there's one thing that I still find a bit strange. What is it? Lu Onqing asked. Lu Changhe also turned his gaze toward him. Wang Sa said, it's about that $100 million. If Lu Changkong truly sold the technology for that $100 million, then he shouldn't have transferred the money directly into this account. This account has records within the group. If this money enters it, it will be frozen until the group finds out what is. Thus, transferring the money into this account poses a significant risk for Lu Changkong. Logically speaking, if Lu Changkong really was after that $100 million, he should have transferred it to an account that the group didn't know about. At that point, it would be very difficult for us to trace it. Moreover, this technology leak incident was also due to the anomaly detected in Lu Changkong's account, which is why it was identified as the source of the leak. After hearing this, Lu Onqing suddenly realized something. Are you saying my uncle did this intentionally? He intentionally allowed this money to enter an account that could easily be discovered by us. Wang Sa nodded. That's my suspicion, but I have no evidence to support it. I don't even have a basis for this guess, I just find it strange. No. Lu Onqing nodded affirmatively. Your instinct is correct. Now that you mention it, I also find it very strange. Lu Onqing leaned back, resting against the sofa, one hand stroking his chin as he pondered. Let's assume my uncle intentionally transferred the money into this monitorable account. His purpose would be to inform us that he sold the core technology of the group to someone else. And he wants us to discover him on purpose. Speaking of which, I suddenly remember something. At this moment, Lu Changhe interjected. Lu Anxing's gaze suddenly turned toward him. What is it? Do you know why the group suddenly started investigating the overseas accounts of employees involved with sensitive... Why? Because Chang Kong mentioned something in an internal investigation meeting. He said that to know if a person is clean or not, just check their accounts. It was because of this statement that I had Xiao Wang investigate the accounts of all employees involved with sensitive information in the group. At first, we only investigated domestic accounts. Wang Sa continued. After completing the investigation of domestic accounts, we found nothing. Later, we expanded to investigate overseas accounts, which ultimately led us to Lu Changkong. Lu Anqing contemplated the remarks of Lu Changhe and Wang Sa, uncertainly stating, if my uncle suggested checking bank accounts intentionally, then he was guiding your investigation direction. In the office, there was a brief silence. The three seemed to be thinking, yet also appeared to be blanking out. Especially Lu Changhe, who glanced at Lu Anqing, then at Wang Sa before taking a sip of tea. No. Lu Anqing spoke up again. Even if my uncle is intentionally guiding you, there are still 2 points that don't make sense. What 2 points? Lu Changhe immediately responded to keep the conversation flowing and avoid making Lu Anqing uncomfortable. Lu Anqing pondered before speaking. First of all, regardless of the circumstances, my uncle indeed sold the core technology of the group, which has been confirmed by engineer Li Tianfeng. Li Tianfeng is the project leader for the AI project research direction at Anqing Group. He is the authority and responsibility in AI at Anqing Group. Secondly, Lu Anqing paused before continuing. After selling it, why would he intentionally guide your investigation direction and expose himself? I don't know about the first point, Lu Changhe began, but for the second, I think maybe after receiving the money he regretted it, which is why he exposed himself. That logic doesn't make sense. Lu Anqing shook his head. If he regretted it, he would have confessed directly without needing to guide you to investigate. Moreover, if he regretted it afterward, then, when he received the money, he should have chosen an account that was hard for us to trace instead of placing that $100 million into this current account. Hearing this, Wang Sa spoke with a determined tone. So from the very beginning, Lu Changkong's intention in selling the technology was to expose himself, letting us know that it was him who sold it. That's quite contradictory. Lu Anqing ran his fingers through his hair. I can't make sense of it. Boss Chairman, Xiao Wang stepped forward. Should I continue investigating this matter? Investigate. Lu Changhe sat up straight, taking the lead to express his opinion. We must uncover why Chang Kong sold the technology and deliberately guided us to discover it. After some analysis, Lu Changhe discovered that Lu Changkong had leaked the technology of Anqing Group, likely with ulterior motives. Therefore, if we can clarify Lu Changkong's motives for doing these things, it might exonerate him. Investigating is absolutely necessary. Lu Anqing nodded and added, however, this matter must be investigated discreetly without drawing too much attention. Especially before we clarify uncle's motives, it should remain confidential. The fewer people who know, the better. Understood, Wang Sa nodded. Then Lu Changhe looked at Lu Anqing's son. Should we discuss the handling of your uncle? Lu Anqing reached out to hold the teacup on the table, gently turning it. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Dad, if uncle deliberately allowed us to investigate and discover that he leaked the core technology, then I suspect his intention was to have us deal with him. So, I believe we should deal with uncle now, and if we find out later that he had other intentions, we can make further arrangements. Lu Anxing's decision was not solely based on his speculation. It was also due to the need to reassure the morale of the group. Many in the upper management were aware of Lu Changkong's money-making activities. While they may not have spoken up in the past, there were certainly many who harbored discontent. This time, with the leak of core technology, such a significant incident, if it continued to be covered up, could shake the morale of the group. In order to stabilize morale, addressing Lu Changkong's situation was also urgent. Lu Changhe sighed, understanding Lu Anxing's perspective. What do you plan to do? Hand it over to the judicial authorities for legal action. Lu Changhe no longer objected and could only agree. He took a sip of tea, and after putting down the cup, he asked, Son, do you want to have lunch together? Lu Anqing shook his head. No, my roommate is still downstairs for an interview. After they finish their interviews, he'll go back with them. You should also find a time to go home and see your mother, right? Lu Anqing agreed. He'll go back after graduation. At Fuan University, in the No. 3 dormitory building, a young man dressed as a student wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low hurried into the dormitory building. He arrived at the dormitory manager's office, glanced back at the dormitory manager. The two exchanged nods, and the young man stepped upstairs. He paused at the corner between the first and second floors. After observing for a moment, he squatted down to tie his shoelaces. However, while tying his shoelaces, he pulled out a key from a crack in the wall. With his shoelaces tied, he stood up naturally, holding the key in his hand. He walked straight to the 3rd floor and slowed his pace. When he was near the door of room 3303, he pressed down the brim of his hat, looked around the corridor, found no one, and quickly took out the key, inserting it into the keyhole of room 3303. With a gentle twist, the dormitory door opened, and he swiftly entered the room. After closing the door, he surveyed the dormitory environment and quietly walked deeper inside. He silently recited a number in his mind and began to look at the bed numbers of the 4 beds in the dormitory. Bed 4 is occupied by Li Qingyang. After softly muttering this, his gaze fixed on Li Qingyang's bed. He took out an envelope and placed it under Li Qingyang's pillow. After completing all this, he pressed his ear against the door, seemingly listening for any sounds in the corridor. After a moment, he opened the door and quickly checked both ends of the corridor. Seeing that no one was around, he swiftly leaned out, closed the door, and hurried down the stairs. What he didn't know was that everything he did in room 3303 was clearly recorded by a hidden phone on Lu. The young man in the baseball cap went downstairs and squatted down again at the corner of the stairs between the first and second floors. He mimicked the action of tying his shoelaces and returned the key to its original position. Then he stood up, glanced up and down the stairs, passed by the dormitory manager's office, and walked out of building No. 3. However, this time he did not make eye contact with the dormitory manager. He stood in the sunlight without removing his hat, instead pulling out his phone to send a message. The item has been placed. After sending, he deleted it. Shortly after, a message replied, "Thank you for your hard work." The young man read it and immediately deleted the message. Then he deleted the chat window before putting away his phone. At Anshan Tower, on the first floor in the interview room, 3 interviewers had name tags in front of them. On the left was a female interviewer named Lu Qian. On the right was a male interviewer named He Songbai. In the middle was the interviewer who had previously announced the change in hiring decision for Wu Liang. His name was Jiang Yang. Their interview with Qin Jia was also reaching its conclusion. "Miss Qin Jia." Jiang Yang smiled as he spoke. "After this round of interviews, we are pleased to inform you that you have successfully passed our group's interview. Congratulations, you are hired by us." Upon hearing this, Qin Jia was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face broke into a delighted smile. Although she had received an interview invitation from Anshan Group, she did not have confidence in her ability to pass the interview. However, the result was beyond her expectations and also what she had hoped for. She excitedly slightly bowed to the 3 interviewers. "Thank you. Thank you, 3 interviewers. Thank you. You're welcome." Lu Qian smiled and said, "We are honored to become colleagues and work together at Anshan." Miss Qin Jia. Jiang Yang continued, "Please report to the planning department of the group next Monday at 9:30 a.m. Okay. Qin Jia nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yang smiled again. "Now that your interview has concluded, you may leave. Please help us bring in Xiong Chao." Upon hearing the name Xiong Chao, Qin Jia's previously excited heart instantly sank. Xiong Chao's overall quality was undoubtedly the worst among the 4 candidates who came today. Thus, the probability of Xiong Chao being eliminated was the highest. Qin Jia couldn't help but worry about Xiong Chao. However, at this moment, she felt powerless. She acknowledged and stood up to leave the interview room. After Qin Jia left, Lu Qian spoke helplessly. "Strictly speaking, Miss Qin Jia does not meet our Anshan Group's hiring requirements." "She does not meet the criteria," He Songbai remarked with a smile. "The next candidate, Xiong Chao, as well as Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang, are even less suitable." But all 4 of them were instructed by General Manager Wang to be hired and arranged to the planning department. This interview is just a formality for these pre-selected candidates. But don't you find it strange? Lu Qian frowned. General Manager Wang is usually such an upright person. How could he arrange for someone to take shortcuts? And he arranged for it once. "All right, let's not say more." Jiang Yang interjected. "Let's proceed, as General Manager Wang instructed. In any case, apart from these 4 candidates, all other interviewers must strictly adhere to the group's hiring standards during the interviews." "Qin Jia, how did it go? Did you pass your interview?" As Qin Jia walked out of the interview room, Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang surrounded her. Qin Jia nodded. "I passed." Ha. I knew you would pass. Congratulations." Xiong Chao laughed. Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang also chimed in with their congratulations. Qin Jia smiled and looked at Xiong Chao. "Xiong Chao, it's your turn now." Upon hearing this, Xiong Chao's smile froze. Although he usually acted carelessly and boisterously at such a critical moment, he still felt a bit nervous. Zhang Lei leaned in and punched Xiong Chao's shoulder. "Brother Chao, what's there to be afraid of? It's just an interview. It's not like you're going to confess your feelings, and it's definitely not a battlefield. Once you go in, just answer whatever the interviewer asks. Don't be nervous." Li Qingyang also patted Xiong Chao on the shoulder. "Brother Chao, don't worry. If you don't pass, they'll hire a band to celebrate your failure for 3 days and nights. I guarantee you'll leave in a grand fashion." "Damn." Xiong Chao blurted out a curse. However, the tension on his face visibly eased a bit. "Old for you don't wish me well at all." Saying this, he waved his hand. "Come on, it's just a small interview. Watch me use my charm to conquer the interviewer." With that, Xiong Chao tossed his head back and strode towards that momentum, that spirit was reminiscent of a warrior going off to battle without return. Xiong Chao disappeared at the door of the interview room, and Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang exchanged glances, their smiles gradually fading. I hope Xiong Air passes. Zhang Lei sighed. We should worry about ourselves. Li Qingyang doused him with cold water. There's a high probability we won't pass either. Who cares? Zhang Lei said nonchalantly with a smile. As the boss said, we're just giving it a try. If we pass, we'll be lucky. If we don't pass, we won't lose anything. Li Qingyang chuckled. That makes sense. Qin Jia looked at the two of them, thinking to herself, they are quite optimistic. Meanwhile, inside the interview room, although Xiong Chao had relaxed somewhat due to Li Qingyang's jokes, he still felt a bit nervous. He walked up to the three interviewers and slightly bowed. Hello, esteemed interviewers. You're Xiong Chao, right? The male interviewer in the middle asked. Yes. He Songbai nodded. Please take a seat. Xiong Chao sat down. Jiang Yang then said, let's start with a self-introduction. Okay. Xiong Chao nodded, adjusting his posture. Good morning, esteemed interviewers. My name is Xiong Chao, and I am a recent graduate from Fuan University. With that, the interview room fell silent. The three interviewers were taken aback. That's it? Lu Qian asked. That's it. Xiong Chao replied nonchalantly. Lu Qian paused for a moment. You don't plan on mentioning your internship experience, work experience, or any activities you've participated in, or any awards you've received? I don't have any. Xiong Chao replied frankly. Lu Qian was stunned again. Was this person completely lacking in interview experience? Jiang Yang chuckled and asked Xiong Chao, may I ask what made you want to join our Anshin group? My boss told me to submit my resume. Xiong Chao admitted readily. The three interviewers exchanged dubious glances. Who is your boss? He Songbai pressed on. His name is Lu Anxing. Upon hearing the name, the three interviewers exchanged glances, their expressions thoughtful. They had just heard this name. Qin Jia, who had interviewed earlier, also mentioned someone named Lu Anxing, who encouraged her to submit her resume. They did not know who Lu Anxing was, but with that surname, Jiang Yang seemed to have thought of something and flipped through the materials in his hand. Lowering his head, he asked, Xiong Chao, I ask you, do you know Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang? And he glanced at another stack of materials, and Qin Jia, do you know all of them? Yes. Xiong Chao replied, we all attended the same university. Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang are my roommates. What is your relationship with Lu Anxing? Jiang Yang asked. Lu Anxing is also my roommate. Jiang Yang flipped through the materials in front of him and asked, has this Lu Anxing submitted a resume to our group? No. Xiong Chao shook his head. Jiang Yang looked up and asked again, then do you know Wang Sa? Wang Sa. Xiong Chao looked confused. Who is Wang Sa? I don't know. At this moment, Xiong Chao didn't find it strange at all. Hearing that Xiong Chao didn't know Wang Sa, Jiang Yang frowned. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. Xiong Chao, congratulations, you passed our interview. Huh? Xiong Chao was taken aback. I passed just like that. Yes. Jiang Yang nodded with a smile. Remember to report to the planning department of the group next Monday at 9:30 sharp. Okay. Xiong Chao stood up and repeatedly bowed to the three interviewers to express his gratitude. All right, your interview is over. Jiang Yang continued. You can go out now and call Zhang Lei in for his interview. Okay. Xiong Chao agreed eagerly and quickly walked out of the interview room. As soon as he left, the three interviewers immediately wiped the smiles off their faces and leaned in together. This Lu Anxing seems quite impressive. He Songbai said curiously. Jiang Yang replied. Let's keep it quiet for now. Let's discuss it after all the interviews are done. Xiong Chao could hardly conceal his excitement. His round figure seemed to carry a breeze as he walked. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly as he approached Zhang Lei and the others, proudly stating, guess how my interview went. Upon seeing Xiong Chaos demeanor, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia basically guessed the result, but they were somewhat incredulous. Xiong Air. Li Qingyang asked tentatively, did you pass the interview? Xiong Chao laughed, you guessed it right. No way. Zhang Lei exclaimed, you really managed to pass. What did the interviewers see in you? Do they like your body fat waiting for the new year? Get lost. Xiong Chao shot Zhang Lei a glance. You're next, go in. Since Xiong Chao passed the interview, Zhang Lei was even more confident. Now watch how I impress these three interviewers. Saying this, Zhang Lei confidently strode into the interview room. The three interviewers did not ask Zhang Lei or Li Qingyang the same questions they asked Xiong Chao during their interviews. Compared to Xiong Chao, the questions they asked Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang were more layered. Both answered fairly well and successfully passed the interview, securing their positions. After all, their interviews were merely a formality. When Li Qingyang came out of the interview room, Lu Anxing had just returned to the interview site. Boss! Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia all rushed towards Lu Anxing. Lu Anxing looked at the four of them and smiled, seeing you all so happy. You must have passed the interviews. Of course. Xiong Chao puffed out his chest. Do you even need to ask who I am? A mere interview, what can it do to me? All right, stop showing off. Lu Anxing called out. Let's go, we'll treat you all to a meal to celebrate. The interview continued. However, in the subsequent interviews, the three interviewers raised their standards for all candidates. This left very few successful candidates among those who followed. After a period of time, the interview process came to an end. The three interviewers did not leave the interview room. Hisongbo glanced at Jiang Yang and spoke. Manager Jiang, it's quite suspicious that the four people that President Wang approved for us today. Lu Qian agreed. Yes, I always felt that President Wang, being such an upright person, would not arrange for anyone to take a shortcut through the company. Now it seems that this was not arranged by President Wang, but rather by Lu Anqing. I agree with Lu Qian. Furthermore, this Lu Anqing also has the surname Lu, which makes me think it might have some connection with the chairman. Otherwise, what status does President Wang have? The youngest vice president of Anqing Group, why would he listen to a fresh graduate? Lu Qian agreed with Hisongba's statement. In the entire Anqing Group, only the chairman's words matter. President Wang would only heed a few of them. Jiang Yang listened to the two's analysis in silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. Your analysis makes a lot of sense, but this matter remains merely our speculation. Moreover, if this matter gets out, it could have unknown repercussions for both President Wang and the chairman. So remember, once you leave this office, do not speak of our speculation to anyone today. If this information leaks from your mouths and affects the company, don't blame me for not warning you when you get fired. Understood, Manager Jiang. Lu Qian and Hisongbo nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Yang looked at the datasheet of Xiong Chao in front of him and continued, if we encounter someone named Lu Anqing in the company in the future, we must pay more attention. Regardless of whether this Lu Anqing truly has ties with the chairman, he should not be offended. And also the four people we let go today. Hisongbo added, we should also maintain a good relationship with them. Jiang Yang glanced at Hisongbo and nodded slightly. Lu Qian seemed to think of something and said, should we inform the planning department to be a bit nicer to Xiong Chao and Qin Jia, not to be too harsh? No need. Jiang Yang shook his head, his tone serious. I just said today's events should not be spoken about. In a small street-side restaurant, Lu Anqing and the four others from the dormitory, plus Qin Jia, sat around. The five of them raised their glasses together, with Qin Jia having a drink while the other four had beer. Congratulations on successfully joining Anqing Group. Cheers. Cheers. Bottoms up. After a round of shouts, the four men drank heartily. Only Qin Jia, considering her image, drank half a glass. After putting down her glass before she could wipe the wine stains from her lips, Xiong Chao began to boast. Hey, you guys have no idea. He squinted, his eyes barely visible. When I first entered the interview room today, the female interviewer, named Lu Qian, couldn't take her eyes off me. The other two male interviewers were also quite satisfied with me. They hardly asked me any questions, and directly, I'm not bragging. My success in the Anqing Group interview today is definitely due to my personal charm, captivating the three interviewers. What are you talking about? Zhang Lei refused to back down. You guys have no idea. As soon as I walked in, that female interviewer almost lunged at me. If I hadn't said to be modest, I'd probably have walked out disheveled. Even when I was leaving, the female interviewer kept insisting on adding me on WeChat. So did you add her? Lu Anqing suddenly asked. I didn't add her. Zhang Lei replied seriously. Am I the kind of person who just adds anyone? You two could really form a duo. Li Qingyang said with a smirk. What duo? Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei both looked at Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang filled his cup with beer, put down the bottle, and slowly spoke, the bragging duo. Look. Zhang Lei pointed at Li Qingyang. Are you jealous? Jealous, right? Old for you, don't need to envy too much. Xiong Chao puffed out his chest. One day you will also be his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Chao's phone chimed with a new message alert. Xiong Chao opened his phone to see someone in the class group mentioning him. Xiong Er, didn't you say you went for an interview at Anqing Group today? Someone followed up with a message. He's just bragging. Do you really believe he went for an interview? Exactly. If Xiong Er could go for an interview at Anqing Group, I could just join the company directly. What time is it now? If he had gone for an interview, he would have posted photos in the group by now. Since he hasn't posted anything, it's obvious he's just bragging. Yes, Xiong Chao, hurry up and post your interview photos in the group for us to see. What's there to post? He probably hasn't even gotten out of bed at this hour. Exactly. Didn't you notice he hasn't said a word? Just bragging. Looking at the messages in the group, Xiong Er's face turned dark. Damn it, I passed the interview, and these brats don't believe I could attend an interview at Anqing Group. He said, pressing the voice message button to send a message to the group. What are you doing? Lu Anqing reached out to stop him. Boss, I'm telling them I've passed the Anqing Group interview. I want to show these little brats that I, Xiong Chao, am not bragging. I'm really impressive. There's no need. Lu Anqing remained calm. If you want to prove it, just wait. Wait until next Monday when you officially join Anqing Group and post your labor contract and employee badge in the group. Let's see who dares to say a word after that. Zhang Lei immediately spoke. Boss is right. Let them jump around now, and once we officially join Anqing Group, we'll use the labor contract and Anqing Group's employee badge to slap their faces. In the afternoon, a slightly tipsy Lu Anqing and his companions returned to Fuan University. Qin Jia went back to building No. 8. As soon as she entered the dormitory, her roommates Li Lanlan and Bai Chuyu turned to look at her. Qin Jia nodded with a smile, her excitement barely containable. Bai Chuyu was already out of bed, still wearing her purple nightgown. She leaned closer to Qin Jia and asked with a smile, "Jia, you seem so happy. Did you pass the interview?" Qin Jia replied cheerfully, "Yes. I guess I was just lucky. The questions the interviewer asked weren't too difficult." Li Lanlan exclaimed, "Wow. Really? You actually passed the interview with Anqing Group?" Qin Jia humbly replied, "I think it was just my good luck." Bai Chuyu sighed. "Lanlan and I submitted our resumes to Anqing Group yesterday, but we don't know when we'll hear." Qin Jia reassured her, "There's no need to rush. I also waited 2 days before receiving my interview invitation." Li Lanlan suddenly remembered, Jia, didn't Xiong Chao and the others also go for the interview at Anqing Group? What happened with them? Qin Jia smiled. Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang all passed the interview with Anqing Group too. Li Lanlan looked incredulous. No way. Even someone like Xiong Chao could pass. Qin Jia laughed. "Don't underestimate the guys from Xiong Chaos Dorm. By next Monday, after completing their onboarding, they'll all be official employees of Anqing Group." Bai Chuyu said enviously, "That's amazing. I want to be an employee of Anqing Group too." Zhang Xiaomei, hiding behind her bed, listened to the conversation of the three and felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. She had also passed the interview with Anqing Group, but had her offer revoked, which had already hit her hard. Hearing that Qin Jia had passed the interview, and that even Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang had succeeded, made her feel even more imbalanced and hard to accept. At that moment, Li Lanlan asked, "Jia, when are you starting at Anqing Group?" Qin Jia replied, "The person who interviewed me said I should report next Monday." Bai Chuyu looked toward Zhang Zaimai's bed and said, "Xiaomei, aren't you also reporting next Monday?" Zhang Xiaomei seemed caught off guard, but soon she adjusted her tone. "Oh, right, I'm also reporting to Anqing Group next Monday." Li Lanlan asked, "Xiaomei, which department are you in?" Zhang Xiaomei replied vaguely, "I think it's the planning department." Bai Chuyu frowned slightly at Zhang Zaimai's unclear answer. She then turned to Qin Jia. "Jia, what department are you in?" Qin Jia smiled. "I'm also in the planning department." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaimai's heart sank. She realized that her revoked offer from Anqing Group could only be hidden until next Monday. Thinking of this, her anxiety grew more intense. What should I do? I can't let them know that my offer from Anqing Group was revoked. Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind. Su Wenma. Yes, I should find Su Wenma for help. His dad is a school trustee. He must have a way to help me. Even if I can't get into Anqing Group, I still want to get into Hong. Meanwhile, in Building No. 3, when Lu Anqing and his companions just entered the dormitory, the dorm supervisor, Zhou Wankuan, spotted them. In fact, Zhou Wankuan had been waiting for their return all along. So when he saw Lu Anqing and the others going upstairs, he took out his phone and sent a message. Then the message was deleted, leaving no trace. Back in the dormitory, Lu Anqing felt a bit dizzy. He wasn't good with alcohol, yet he had drunk quite a bit of beer. So after climbing into bed, he didn't want to get up. Slowly, Lu Anqing seemed to drift into a dream, completely forgetting that the phone he borrowed from Qin Jia was still recording. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei also gradually fell asleep. Even in their sleep, their lips seemed unable to suppress a smile. Only Li Qingyang remained awake. His drinking capacity was unmatched in room 3303. After an unknown amount of time, a commotion arose in the corridor outside the dormitory. Li Qingyang, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly became alert upon hearing the noise. He pressed his ear against the door and listened for a while, but couldn't figure out what was happening. He decided to open the dormitory door just in time to see Zhao Yuanhua burst into the opposite dormitory with 2 teachers and several students. What is Zhao Yuanhua looking for? Li Qingyang pondered, feeling puzzled at first, but the next moment, he suddenly realized. Is Zhao Yuanhua coming for our dormitory? With this thought, he quickly closed the door, then glanced toward Lu Anqing's bed. Immediately, he jumped off the bed and rushed to wake Lu Anqing. Very well, we'll cooperate. Lu Anqing had already gotten out of bed, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yuanhua. Zhao Yuanhua smiled and said, "Go ahead and search." "Move aside." A student roughly pushed Li Qingyang aside from the doorway and began rummaging through the desk. The other students, along with the 2 teachers behind Zhao Yuanhua, also rushed to other spots to search. "Boss, are we just going to let them search like this?" Zhang Lei had somehow already moved to Lu Anqing's side and rear. "Let them search," Lu Anqing said calmly. "If we don't give them a chance to show off, how can we build up to the climax and turn the tables with a resounding slap?" Zhang Lei looked utterly perplexed, unaware that Lu Anqing had set up a phone and was recording everything. Soon the student who had been searching Li Qingyang's desk climbed onto the ladder of Li Qingyang's bunk bed. He casually flipped up Li Qingyang's pillow and spotted a bulging envelope. "Found it," he exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the envelope and jumping down. "Director Zhao, I found it." His voice instantly drew the attention of everyone in the dormitory. Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao both stiffened their brows, furrowing with evident concern. Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang remained calm, their expressions unruffled. Initially, they had only suspected Zhao Yuanhua was targeting them. But now it was certain. Zhao Yuanhua was indeed singling them out. A flicker of triumphant cunning flashed in Zhao Yuanhua's eyes, quickly suppressed. He walked over to the student who had found the envelope, took it, opened it, and pulled out the 20,000 yuan in cash. Holding it up with a shake, he smiled at Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing, whose bed is number 4. It's mine, Li Qingyang admitted without hesitation. Yet his gaze was steady, betraying no panic. Zhao Yuanhua turned his attention to Li Qingyang. So bed 4 is yours. That means this 20,000 is stolen by you. I didn't steal this money. Found in your bed, and you still deny it. Does finding it on my bed make me the thief? Then who stole it? Perhaps you did. Humph. Zhao Yuanhua snorted coldly. Li Qingyang, you stole 20,000 from our academic affairs office and hid it under your pillow. Now that we've caught you red-handed, you still dare to argue. Director Zhao. Lu Anqing stepped forward with a broad grin. This framing scheme of yours lacks any real substance. What framing? Zhao Yuanhua refused to admit it. The 20,000 yuan in an envelope from our office went missing, and we found it in your dorm. Yet you still won't confess. Now I suspect that everyone in this dorm is an accomplice in this theft. Then I suspect that everyone who barged into our dorm is the mastermind behind this setup. With that, Lu Anqing raised his voice. Lao Si, call the police. Lao Sen, record everything. Lao Air, block the door. No one leaves until the police arrive. The moment he finished speaking, Xiong Chao dashed over, slammed the door shut, and pressed his back against it, blocking. Hello, is this 110? I'd like to report a crime. Someone is framing me for theft at Fuan University Dormitory Building 3, room. Hello, is this 110? I'd like to report a crime. Someone is framing me for theft at Fuan University Dormitory Building 3, room 3303. Zhao Yuanhua laughed. Lu Anqing, you stole the office's money and were caught red-handed. Not only do you refuse to admit your mistake, but you dare to call the police. Zhao Yuanhua, I don't want to argue with you now. Lu Anqing turned and walked to his own bed, glancing at the phone belonging to Qin Jia that was still recording. We'll talk when the police arrive. Fine. Zhao Yuanhua showed no fear. I was just thinking this matter could be handled internally by the school. After all, you're all seniors. I wouldn't want this to affect your graduation. But since you've chosen to involve the police, let them take you all away. Zhao Yuanhua's tone was supremely confident, as if everything was under his control. Lu Anqing ignored him, climbed onto his own bed, and retrieved Qin Jia's phone. He transferred the recorded footage to his own phone, creating a backup. Not far from the school, there was a police station. In under 10 minutes, 3 police officers arrived at room 3303. Who called the police? The lead officer, around 25 or 26, wore a stern expression. I did. Li Qingyang raised his hand. ID, please register first. After registration, they began to understand the situation. Who wants to speak first? He'll go, Li Qingyang began. No need. Lu Anqing stopped him. As students, we should be courteous. Let Director Zhao go first, explaining how he framed us. The lead officer frowned slightly and turned to Zhao Yuan. As an officer from the police station nearest to Fuan University, he clearly knew Zhao Yuanhua. Director Zhao, why don't you tell us what happened? Zhao Yuanhua nodded at the officer. Officer Chun He raised the situation. Yesterday afternoon, our academic affairs office had 20,000 yuan in cash stored in a cabinet. But when I came to work today, I found the envelope missing. After investigating, someone on campus saw a male student running into dormitory building 3 with an envelope. So I brought people here to search, and we found the envelope right under the pillow of this bed in this room. As he spoke, Zhao Yuanhua pointed at Li Qingyang's bed. Officer Chun took over. So the stolen envelope from your office was taken by the student sleeping in this bed. Exactly. Zhao Yuanhua beamed, fully agreeing with Officer Chen's deduction. Only the thief would hide it under his own pillow. That's a reasonable inference, Officer Chen said, nodding. He scanned the room. Which student sleeps in this bed? Li Qingyang stepped forward. Officer Chen looked at him. So you stole the 20,000 from the office? Officer, I didn't steal anything. Then how did the office's money envelope end up under your pillow? Because someone is trying to frame me. Do you have any evidence of being framed? Oh. Officer, that's not quite right, Lu Anqing interjected. If they accuse us of theft, shouldn't they provide proof that finding the stolen envelope under Li Qingyang's pillow isn't evidence enough? Zhao Yuanhua cut in. Everyone here saw it. Are you still going to deny it? Officer Chen nodded. Director Zhao's point counts as evidence. He turned back to Li Qingyang, his tone carrying an intense pressure. If you claim you were framed, then produce evidence of that. Otherwise, I'll have to treat this as a theft case. Hearing Officer Chen's words, Li Qingyang turned his gaze towards Lu Anqing. No matter how calm he was deep down, he was still a student who had yet to enter society. Faced with the pressure exhibited by Officer Chun, he felt a bit flustered. However, Lu Anqing waved his hand, saying, there's no rush for the evidence. The video backup is not yet complete, so we need to wait a little longer. He looked at Officer Chun maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor and spoke calmly. Officer Chun, I would like to ask, if the evidence we present proves that we have been framed, how will those who framed us be dealt with? Officer Chin's response was clear, that needs to be discussed once you have evidence. All right, Lu Onxing replied, not in a hurry, then I want to demand how Officer Chin will handle it. If it's proven that we have been framed, then Director Zhao should apologize to us right here. As for the legal responsibilities of those who framed us, we will find a way to pursue it ourselves. Does that sound acceptable to you? Yes, came the reply. Officer Chin remained silent, while Zhao Yuanhua spoke first. Lu Onxing, if you can prove that you have been framed, I will apologize to you on the spot. Lu Onxing looked at Zhao Yuanhua saying, Director Zhao, this is what you said. I said it, Zhao Yuanhua affirmed decisively. Lu Onxing then turned to Officer Chun. Then I would trouble Officer Chun to be a witness. Officer Chun had a stern expression as he looked at Lu Onxing. Lu Onxing was essentially trying to bind him into a commitment. Zhao Yuanhua also looked at Lu Onxing in surprise. The tone and rhythm of Lu Onxing's speech seemed entirely unlike that of a Sunta graduate college student. After a moment, Officer Chin agreed. All right, I will be your witness. Thank you, Officer Chin. Lu Onxing smiled. Now let's have Director Zhao take us to the school's surveillance room. Since Director Zhao mentioned that someone saw a person bringing an envelope to the 3rd dormitory building, let's check the school's video surveillance to see who took this envelope, and it will be very clear, won't it? Officer Chin nodded. Then let's check the surveillance. Officer Chin, our surveillance is currently undergoing maintenance for the past 2 days. Zhao Yuanhua had prepared for this, saying, if our surveillance hadn't been under maintenance, we would have already found out who stole the 20,000 yuan. Lu Onxing chuckled lightly, his tone sarcastic. Why was it not maintained earlier or later, but precisely during the time money went missing? However, while your surveillance can't find anything, mine can. With that, Lu Onxing took out Qin Jia's phone. The video recording had already been backed up. He clicked to open the video and said, Officer Chin, our evidence is in this video. However, it will take some time to find it, as I do not know exactly when the evidence occurs. Seeing Lu Onxing take out the video, Zhao Yuanhua's expression shifted. The short-haired boy in the white t-shirt also slightly frowned. Officer Chin glanced at the phone in Lu Onxing's hand and asked, when did you record this video? Lu Onxing fast-forwarded the video and replied, this phone was left on my bedside when I went out this morning. It was recording the entire time with the camera facing the dormitory door. I just stopped the recording after you arrived, so during the time we were not in the dormitory, whoever entered our dormitory and placed the envelope under Li Qingyang's pillow will be made abundantly clear. No one spoke at the scene. Lu Onxing had made the situation very clear. Now they were just waiting for Lu Onxing to fast-forward to when someone entered the room. At this moment, Zhao Yuanhua's expression had become extraordinarily complex. He never expected that Lu Onxing would use his phone as a temporary surveillance device, keeping an eye on their dormitory entrance. If it was indeed captured on video, then the matter of framing would be solidified. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, seemingly pondering a countermeasure for the possible scenarios that might arise. After a while, he subtly turned his head and looked at the short-haired boy in the white t-shirt. The short-haired boy happened to look back at Zhao Yuanhua. The two exchanged glances, seemingly discussing something. It's here. After a few minutes, the previously silent video suddenly showed a figure. Lu Onxing reacted quickly, immediately clicking pause, freezing the time at 9 o'clock and 8 minutes that morning. The video displayed a figure standing on the ladder of Li Qingyang's bed. Seeing these 3 words, Zhao Yuanhua's face darkened. This is the person, Lu Onxing said, bringing the phone to Officer Chin, pointing at the figure in the video. Play it again, Officer Chun said in a deep voice. Lu Onxing canceled the fast-forward and rewound the video, slightly replaying it. This time the video started with the door remaining tightly shut, showing no activity. However, without fast-forwarding, normal playback revealed some students talking and footsteps as they passed through the corridor. But not long after, the sound of a key unlocking was heard, and the main character appeared. The door opened, and a young man dressed like a student wearing a baseball cap entered. He was holding an envelope in his hand. After scanning the dormitory, his gaze locked onto Li Qingyang's bed. He walked over, climbed up the ladder, and placed the envelope under Li Qingyang's pillow. Seeing this, there was no need to continue watching. Officer Chin, did you see? We are indeed being framed. Impossible. Before Officer Chin could respond, Zhao Yuanhua rushed forward. Officer Chin, can I see the video? Officer Chin did not respond immediately, but asked, Director Zhao, do you have any questions? I need to see it to know. All right, I'll let you see it. Officer Chin agreed without hesitation. Lu Onxing did not stop him and handed the phone to Zhao Yuanhua. Director Zhao, you can rewind and replay it yourself. Zhao Yuanhua took the phone, not even looking at Lu Onxing, directly rewinding to a minute before and replaying. When he saw the person in the video stuffing something under Li Qingyang's pillow, he suddenly clicked pause. Shenjing, I know who this person is. Lu Onxing looked at Zhao Yuanhua in surprise. Is this guy trying to sacrifice a pawn to save the king? Officer Chen then asked who. Zhao Yuanhua pointed at Li Qingyang. It's Li Qingyang. What? Li Qingyang looked bewildered me. Lu Anqing was also surprised. He did not expect Zhao Yuanhua to still try to shift the blame. Officer Chen looked at Li Qingyang asking, Director, Zhao, why do you think the person in the video is Li Qingyang? The build. Zhao Yuanhua spoke with great certainty. The person in the video resembles Li Qingyang's build very closely. Li Qingyang did not rush to explain. Instead, he smiled and said, Director Zhao, at this point you still think of framing me. Officer Chen watched the figure in the video several times, then scanned Li Qingyang again. The more he looked, the more he felt the two figures did indeed share some similarities. There is indeed some resemblance, but this matter needs forensic identification from the Criminal Investigation Department to determine if it is the same person. Officer Chen. Zhao Yuanhua laughed triumphantly. Since you believe it's the same person, then let's take him away for questioning, and he will naturally confess. Officer Chen neither agreed nor refused, but instead fell into deep thought, as if weighing his options. At this moment, Lu Anqing interjected, Director Zhao, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Heh. Zhao Yuanhua looked at Lu Anqing and let out a light laugh. Lu Anqing, don't you want to take a closer look? The person in this video bears a striking resemblance to Li Qingyang, doesn't he? Lu Anqing nodded. I admit there is some similarity. He smiled and added, but it seems you've forgotten another saying. This remark made Zhao Yuanhua's heart skip a beat. Yet he stubbornly retorted, an alibi. What kind of alibi do you have? Officer Chen also looked at Lu Anqing, waiting for his next words. However, Lu Anqing fell silent and exchanged a glance with Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang understood and smiled. At 9:08 this morning, I was at Anqing Group for an interview. My roommates Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei can verify this. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei nodded but did not speak. Yet Zhao Yuanhua was somewhat surprised. How could Li Qingyang have received an interview invitation from Anqing Group? Could it be that a student is someone that Anqing Group deems worthy? Li Qingyang paused for a moment and continued, if you don't believe Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei, you can inquire with the staff at Anqing Group, or even access their video surveillance. So at 9:08 this morning, I was interviewing at Anqing Group. How could I have returned to school and stolen this envelope to hide it under my pillow? Are you suggesting that I possess the ability to clone myself? This statement was nearly flawless. After all, verifying it would be extremely easy. Officer Chen glanced at Zhao Yuanhua, as if to say, Old Zhao, I can no longer help you. All right. Lu Anqing interjected again, Director Zhao, it can now be established that Li Qingyang has been framed. As for who did the framing, we won't pursue that for now. Since you agreed earlier and Officer Chen witnessed it, shouldn't you apologize to us first? The moment Lu Anqing said this, Zhao Yuanhua's face turned ashen. At this moment, he felt utterly defeated regarding Li Qingyang, or rather the plot against 3303. Not only that, but he also had to apologize to Li Qingyang and Lu Anqing. A university academic affairs director apologizing to a student. How could he ever face staying at Fuan University? However, Officer Chen at the police station was also a witness. If he didn't apologize, it would not only make him seem untrustworthy, but also disrespect Officer Chen. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he chose to apologize to Li Qingyang and Lu Anqing. Li Qingyang, Lu Anqing. I'm sorry. Having struggled to say this, he turned to leave the dormitory. Director, Zhao, wait a moment. Just as Zhao Yuanhua took a step, Lu Anqing called out again. Zhao Yuanhua turned around, looking at Lu Anqing with a displeased expression. Lu Anqing, what else do you want? What? Does Director Zhao think that this matter of us being framed can just be brushed off? What else do you want? Of course we need to find out who framed us. Lu Anqing smiled, his tone calm. Even though we've been cleared, the one who framed us hasn't yet paid the price. So how can you just leave? As he spoke, Lu Anqing looked at Officer Chen. Officer Chen, spending 2,000 yuan to frame us, that should be a criminal offense, right? Officer Chen replied calmly, yes, the charge would be false accusation and framing. What's the maximum sentence? Officer Chen thought for a moment and said, since the amount reached 2,000, it generally carries a sentence of up to 3 years in prison detention or control, and a fine may also be imposed. Lu Anqing nodded in satisfaction. Since it involves a crime, we absolutely cannot let the person who framed us get away with it. As soon as these words were spoken, the man in the white t-shirt with a buzz cut turned pale. Yet no one noticed. Instead, Zhao Yuanhua glared furiously at Lu Anqing. Overall, he was the mastermind behind this. If he were to be pinned with this charge, he would be the most likely to be sentenced to 3 years. However, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What do you plan to investigate? Lu Anqing did not answer, but scanned Zhao Yuanhua's group. First, I want to ask who knocked on the door when you all... I knocked. A male student raised his hand. Besides you, did anyone else touch the dormitory door or the door? This. The male student started to recall. Lu Anqing emphasized, classmate, my roommate, has been recording. What you say may be used as evidence in court, and you need to be held legally accountable. So you need to be clear about whether anyone else touched it, and must speak the truth. Zhang Lei quickly raised his phone, pointing it at the male student. Hey there, I'm recording you. You're really handsome. Everyone was now unsure of what Lu Anqing was trying to do. Only Officer Chen and Li Qingyang exchanged thoughtful glances at Lu Anqing. After thinking for a moment, the male student said seriously, "I can confirm that besides me no one else touched the dormitory door. And the door lock." Lu Anqing reminded him. "Right, I also didn't touch the door lock, and no one else did either." The male student nodded. "Good." Lu Anqing nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze swept around again. "Everyone, you all didn't touch the door lock, right?" "No, we didn't." Everyone shook their heads. Zhao Yuanhua remained silent. He certainly had not touched it. Seeing this, Lu Anqing smiled slightly. "Since that's the case, from now on no one is allowed to touch the lock of our dormitory. Oldson, you better record carefully." Everyone was puzzled. But Officer Chen had already grasped the situation. Li Qingyang's expression also suddenly cleared up. "Shaoli," Officer Chen said, "you should go collect fingerprints from the door lock." Another officer nodded. "Got it." Lu Anqing pointed to Li Qingyang's bed, adding, "And from the ladder of this bed. Also, we can collect fingerprints from the envelope that Director Zhao had." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhua understood Lu Anqing's intention. His heart sank, his face pale, as if he could already see his own downfall. Fingerprints on the door lock, fingerprints on the bed ladder, along with fingerprints on the envelope. The person who framed them must have left fingerprints in all three places. Finding out who placed the envelope under Li Qingyang's pillow would be incredibly easy. And the person who put the envelope under Li Qingyang's pillow would surely not withstand the police interrogation. It would only be a matter of time before they confessed. Lu Anqing glanced at Zhao Yuanhua with a different expression and added, "Officer Chen, I suspect the person who framed us is among those present. So I suggest collecting the fingerprints of everyone present at the scene, which will also facilitate your investigation." This statement made the pale-faced male student in the white t-shirt even paler. His body even trembled slightly. Officer Chen heeded Lu Anqing's advice. After all, obtaining fingerprints would lead to further investigation anyway. Collecting everyone's fingerprints at the scene now merely expedited the subsequent procedures. If a match could be found among these fingerprints, subsequent work might even become unnecessary. "Shall we collect the fingerprints of everyone present?" "All right." Officer Shaoli nodded. Lu Anqing's gaze swept over Zhao Yuanhua and the men he brought. Then he turned to Officer Chen with a smile. "Officer Chen, I'd like to ask you a question." "What is it?" "If someone obstructs or destroys evidence collection, what would be the consequences?" Officer Chen frowned. He understood that Lu Anqing intended to warn anyone present who might have ulterior motives. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Obstructing, destroying, or aiding in the destruction or falsification of evidence in ordinary cases results in imprisonment of up to 3 years or criminal detention. In severe cases, imprisonment from 3 to 7 years. Lu Anqing nodded. "Those consequences are quite—" Officer Chen glanced at Lu Anqing. "Given the situation you described, it involves criminal activity, so the consequences are naturally severe." Lu Anqing smiled. "Officer Chen, you seem quite familiar with those legal provisions." "Practice makes perfect. I can't remember the more complex ones." With this warning, the man in the white t-shirt who had been considering destroying evidence abandoned that thought entirely. Zhao Yuanhua was even more despairing. Lu Anqing had effectively blocked every escape route. Zhang Lei was recording with his phone, and the police had their body cameras. If they dared to destroy or obstruct fingerprint collection, the evidence against them would be irrefutable. Yet he never considered that this all began with his scheme to frame Li Qingyang. This was entirely his own doing. As Lu Anqing had said, Zhao Yuanhua's framing attempt was pathetically Next, Officer Shao Li collected fingerprints from everyone present, including Lu Anqing, Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang. Even the man with the buzz cut and white t-shirt was included. However, he seemed somewhat uneasy when his finger— Lu Anqing noticed it, Li Qingyang noticed it, and Officer Chen noticed it too. Lu Anqing deliberately leaned close to Officer Chen and whispered, "Officer Chen, did you notice?" Officer Chen knew what Lu Anqing was referring to and replied, "I did. I think he's highly suspicious." Officer Chen gave Lu Anqing a displeased look. "Young man, do I need you to teach me how to handle a case?" Lu Anqing smiled faintly. "Officer Chen, I'm actually quite interested in investigation. I've dreamed of being a police officer since childhood, but my family disagreed, so I had to give it up and choose this. It's the greatest regret of my life." Saying this, Lu Anqing let out a wistful sigh, his face etched with every fiber of his being radiated regret. Officer Chen seemed moved by Lu Anqing's emotion and sighed as well. "Young man, you do have some talent for investigation. But solving cases isn't as simple or easy as you imagine. Since your life has brought you here, there's no need to regret the past." Lu Anqing looked up at the sky and nodded slightly. "Officer Chen, you're right. I shouldn't dwell on past missed opportunities, but look forward instead. Life must go on." Li Qingyang saw Lu Anqing like this and turned his head away. "I don't know him right now. He's not my boss." Lu Anqing remained oblivious. He then fixed his gaze on the buzzcut boy in the white t-shirt and said earnestly, "But I do suggest you focus on investigating that young man, Officer Chen." Officer Chen frowned, sensing something amiss, but he nodded. "I'll look into him." Officer Chen left with his 2 officers. Zhao Yuanhua and his men slunk away in defeat. Everyone in dormitory 3303 was all smiles. Xiong Chao looked in astonishment at Qin Jia's phone in Lu Angxing's hand. Boss, when did you set up a temporary surveillance camera in the dorm? This morning while you were at your interviews. Lu Anqing explained. I lagged behind because I came back to install this temporary surveillance. Thank goodness for that temporary camera. Li Qingyang sighed. Without it I'd never be able to clear my name today. You couldn't clear it even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Zhang Lei interjected, looking at Lu Anqing with amazement. Boss, honestly you were incredible today. The key thing is, how did you think someone might try to frame us and install this in the dorm? He pointed at the phone and Lu Anqing smiled. This was actually discovered by Old Fourth. I thought the dorm supervisor seemed off. Li Qingyang recounted the previous day's findings and the deductions he and Lu Anqing had made to Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei listened dumbfounded. After hearing it, Xiong Chao looked at Zhang Lei with a wry expression. Third brother living in the same dorm as Boss and Old Fourth, does it make us look dumb? You're overthinking it. Zhang Lei said coolly. Only you look dumb. Don't drag me into it. Third brother, come here. Xiong Chao roared. They'll sit on you to death. Oh, by the way. Li Qingyang suddenly thought of something. Boss, we didn't mention the dorm supervisor earlier. The dorm supervisor not only helped keep watch, but also provided the key to the person who entered our dorm. Lu Anqing smiled faintly. What's the rush? The dorm supervisor can't get away. When the police find the culprit and follow the leads, it'll likely lead to a whole chain of people. After all, the school surveillance system happens to be under maintenance right when the incident occurred. Isn't there something suspicious about that? Zhang Lei listened, staring at Lu Anqing in astonishment, speechless for a long moment. Then he turned to Xiong Chao. Second brother, I realize I'm about as smart as you. Xiong Chao shot him a glare. Glad you know. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanhua separated from the group and led the buzzcut boy in the white t-shirt to a secluded roadside on campus. A grove of trees lined the road where countless students would rendezvous at night. By Guan, I'm sorry. Zhao Yuanhua's tone was sincere. This time I've dragged you into this. Bai Guan kept his head low, his voice barely audible. Director Zhao, it's not your fault. It's because I didn't handle things properly. If I had worn gloves when I did it, I wouldn't have left fingerprints. Such damning evidence. Don't blame yourself. This is on me. Zhao Yuanhua gazed into the depths of the grove. Bai Guan, it'll be easy for the police to trace this back to you. They might find you by tomorrow. So we need to plan ahead. Director Zhao, whatever plan you have, just say it. He'll follow your lead. Seeing Bai Guan's compliance, Zhao Yuanhua nodded with satisfaction. Bai Guan, think about it. If you're caught and sentenced, you won't get your diploma or degree. And if you implicate me, you'll be fired too, and you'll no longer be the Dean of Academic Affairs at Fuan University. But, Zhao Yuanhua paused, looking sincerely at Bai Guan. If you take the blame alone and say nothing, only you will be arrested and sentenced. He'll remain the Dean of Academic Affairs, and he'll have the authority to ensure you still get your diploma and degree. So if you end up at the police station, you must weigh these stakes carefully to know what to tell them. Bai Guan's eyes flickered with a cold gleam, but he kept his head down. Don't worry, Director Zhao. If I'm caught, I know what to say. Zhao Yuanhua patted his shoulder. I'm glad you understand. And rest assured, when you're released, I'll have a sum of money ready to compensate for the years you lost. They'll also help you find a job. Bai Guan nodded again. Thank you, Director Zhao. Bai Guan, will count on you. With that, Zhao Yuanhua patted Bai Guan's shoulder once more and turned to leave. Bai Guan lifted his head, watching Zhao Yuanhua's retreating figure, his expression gradually turning grim. Zhao Yuanhua, you son of a bitch, you want me to take the fall while you stay cozy in your position as dean. Nice dream. Bai Guan muttered under his breath, then turned and walked toward the school gate, his face growing more resolute. In the evening, Bai Guan arrived at the police station. He specifically requested to meet Officer Chen. When he was brought before Officer Chen, the latter's expression changed upon seeing him. Officer Chen guessed Bai Guan's intention. Bai Guan was here to confess. Officer Chen. Bai Guan looked at him, his expression despondent. I am here to confess. Officer Chen nodded. All right. Subsequently, Bai Guan underwent an overnight interrogation. He confessed everything. He was instructed by Zhao Yuanhua to frame Li Qingyang. He was aided by the dormitory manager of Building 3, Zhou Wankuan. Zhou Wankuan was primarily responsible for confirming whether there was anyone in room 3303. Additionally, he provided a spare key for room 3303, facilitating Bai Guan's infiltration. So why did you come to confess? Bai Guan gritted his teeth. Because that dog Zhao Yuanhua wanted me to take the blame alone. Just then there was a knock on the interrogation room door. A police officer in his 30s opened the door, slightly. Xiao Chen, the fingerprint comparison results are out. The fingerprints found on the door lock bed ladder, an envelope only matched Bai Guan's. Officer Chen nodded. Got it. The door closed. He turned back to Bai Guan. Actually, if you hadn't confessed, we would have come to arrest you today. Bai Guan's face turned pale with fear. How could you have compared fingerprints so quickly? Because during the fingerprint collection your reaction was the greatest. Officer Chen said calmly. If you weren't guilty your reaction wouldn't have been so pronounced. So we compared your fingerprints first. After hearing this, Baiguan lowered his head in despair. After a moment he raised his head. Officer Chen, when are you going to arrest Zhao Yuanhua? Officer Chen stood up, right now, along with Zhou Wanquan. The next day the news of Director Zhao and dormitory manager Zhou being taken away by the police spread rapidly throughout Fuan University. No one knew why the two were taken away. Before everything settled down the police did not disclose much information. However, some said that on the afternoon Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan were taken away. Zhao Yuanhua went to building 3 to check the dorms. But when he reached room 3303 he attracted the police. As for why checking a dormitory would attract the police, and what the subsequent outcome was, it remains unknown. All that is known is that when Zhao Yuanhua left building 3 his expression was somewhat grim. That evening Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan were taken away. This led many to speculate that their arrest was definitely related to room 3303. At this moment in room 3303, almost everyone was on their phones responding to messages. Director Zhao's arrest really has nothing to do with our dorm. I'm just as curious about why he was arrested. He might have been arrested because he's too ugly. It affects the city's appearance. I think someone like him should be shot, and the execution should be repeated. Yes, I was the one who had the police arrest him. My family runs the police station, and I just had them take him away. That's right, I ordered him to be arrested. I won't allow such an ugly person to exist at Fuan University. After receiving numerous calls, Lu Anqing and his friends managed to handle them all. Once the calls began to dwindle, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan were arrested, they received a message from Officer Chen. Officer Chen did not inform them that Zhao Yuanhua had been caught. Instead, he advised them that the matter was still under investigation and requested they refrain from speaking out before the police released the case report. Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang did not speak out of turn. They said they didn't know when asked. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei also didn't speak out of turn, but they were just making things up. Let's order takeout today. Lu Anqing put down his phone. If we go out, we might be surrounded by onlookers. Agreed. Xiong Chao was the first to jump in. I want a burger, fries, chicken like chicken, and a cup of cola. Lu Anqing rolled his eyes at him. Should I just open a dedicated shop for you? Xiong Chao happily agreed. That would be even better, thanks boss. Lu Anqing glared at him. Get lost. Yet he ultimately agreed to Xiong Chao's request. If you don't finish eating, you'll stuff your nose and ears full. He'll stuff your butt too, Li Qingyang added. Zhang Lei opened his mouth, but it seemed he stopped himself. Then he said, forget it, I won't say it. I'm already picturing it in my mind. Anyway, doesn't even have that thing. Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang instantly understood and gave Zhang Lei a look that said to watch what he says. Xiong Chao was confused. Third, what are you talking about? Zhang Lei tilted his head, thought for a moment, and did not answer directly. Instead, he said, Xiong, let me ask you a question. You ask. A is a burger, B is fries, C is a chicken leg, D is a chicken wing. If you had these 4 options, which one would you choose? Xiong Chao licked his lips. Children make choices. I want them all. Zhang Lei laughed. I knew you would want them all, but I only choose B. Only B. Xiong Chao was puzzled. Why do you only choose fries? Zhang Lei shook his head. I didn't choose fries, I chose B, understand. But B is fries, right? Xiong Chao scratched his head. Wrong. Zhang Lei laughed. B is B, not fries. Xiong Chao was utterly confused. Lu Anqing and Li Qingyang were already laughing uncontrollably. All right. Lu Anqing spoke up. Third, stop teasing air. Zhang Lei looked at Lu Anqing. Boss, don't you tease air when you go to bed at night. Lu Anqing directly threw a pillow at him. If you want to eat, return my pillow properly. Zhang Lei caught the pillow. Then he hugged Lu Anqing's pillow and jumped down, happily returning it to Lu Anqing. Xiong Chao was still scratching his head. Boss, you didn't tease me when you went to bed at night either. Ha ha ha. Li Qingyang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhang Lei almost fell off Lu Anqing's bed ladder. Lu Anqing paused for a moment, then picked up the pillow Zhang Lei had just returned and started hitting him on the head. Boss, spare me, boss, spare me. Zhang Lei fled in panic. Lu Anqing pointed at the fleeing Zhang Lei. In the future, drive less and don't lead air astray. Zhang Lei complained. Boss, mainly it's air, he's uncarvable. Xiong Chao glared. Third, who are you calling uncarvable? Zhang Lei immediately backed down. Air, you can be carved, you can be carved. That's more like it. Xiong Chao nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei muttered softly. People are uncarvable, and air is uncarvable too. Just then another phone call came in for Lu Anqing. It was an unknown number. Lu Anqing didn't think much of it, and answered the call. Hello. Hello, Lu Anqing, I am Chen Qiqiang. Upon hearing that it was Chun Qiqiang's call, Lu Anqing guessed the purpose of the call. Hello, Principal Chun. Student Lu Anqing, I owe you an apology regarding the matter involving Director Zhao Yuanhua. Chen Qiqiang spoke sincerely. At the same time, I must explain that the school was completely unaware of Zhao Yuanhua's actions. It was entirely his own decision and behavior. After the police apprehended Zhao Yuanhua, Chen Qiqiang, as the principal of Fuan University, immediately used his connections to understand the circumstances surrounding Zhao's arrest. Upon learning that Zhao Yuanhua attempted to frame Lu Anqing with the dormitory incident, Chen Qiqiang was truly enraged. Fuan University had already lost 2 board members, Fang Mingyuan and Su Hongxiang, along with significant sponsorships. They were counting on the Anqing Group to become new board members and fill the funding gap left by Mingyuan Group and Hafeng Group's withdrawal. Lu Anqing was the key to securing Anqing Group as a board member for Fuan University. At this moment, Zhao Yuanhua dared to cause trouble at Lu Anqing's dormitory. If he angered Lu Anqing and refused to act as an intermediary between Fuan University and Anqing Group, the losses would be unbearable for Zhao Yuanhua, a mere director of the Academic Affairs Office. Therefore, after understanding the situation, Chen Qiqiang made a decisive decision. Zhao Yuanhua could be replaced. They could simply appoint someone else as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. But Lu Anqing must be stabilized, otherwise with such a significant funding gap, who could he turn to? Principal Chen, I understand. Faced with Chen Qiqiang's apology, Lu Anqing remained calm, so there is actually no need for you to apologize for Zhao Yuanhua. Upon hearing this, Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang all turned to look at Lu Anqing. The 3 gazes were filled with astonishment. What kind of treatment was this for Principal Chen to personally call and apologize? But none of them spoke up to ask anything. This apology is indeed necessary. Chen Qiqiang continued on the phone. After all, Zhao Yuanhua is the director of the Academic Affairs Office, and his actions reflect our school's negligence. Moreover, I have decided to dismiss Zhao Yuanhua from his position as director of the Academic Affairs Office, and also dismiss Zhou Wankuan, the dormitory supervisor of Building No. 3. Both have already been arrested by the police, and their legal responsibilities will also be pursued. I represent the school in expressing absolute support and will never condone their behavior. Furthermore, Chen Qiqiang paused. The head of the school's security department, having received instructions from Zhao Yuanhua, privately advanced the maintenance schedule of the school's surveillance system, aiding Zhao Yuanhua in framing you at the dormitory. I have also dismissed the head of the security department and reported it to the police. If the head of the security department is also involved in illegal activities, the police will pursue his responsibility. Principal Chen, this is an internal matter of the school. Principal Chen, this is an internal matter of the school. You really don't need to tell me all this. However, I still want to thank you for standing up for us at the dormitory. Upon hearing Lu Anqing's words, Chen Qiqiang visibly sighed in relief. There's no need to be polite. It is my duty to address wrongdoings by staff members at the school. However, student Lu Anqing, how is the matter I entrusted you with progressing? Lu Anqing naturally knew what Chen Qiqiang was referring to, but in front of his roommates he found it hard to speak. After organizing his words in his mind, he replied, Principal Chen, this matter needs to be postponed. They won't have time in the short term. Chen Qiqiang dared not press further, and could only say, then please student Lu Anqing, hurry and ask when Mr. Lu will be available. All right. Lu Anqing repeatedly agreed. After hanging up, Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei looked at Lu Anqing in astonishment. Boss, Xiong Chao began, was that Principal Chen calling you just now? Lu Anqing nodded. Yes, it was him. He called to apologize to you. Zhang Lei asked in disbelief. Yes, regarding Zhao Yuanhua's matter. Wow, Xiong Chao exclaimed. Principal Chen personally called you to apologize. Boss, you're really impressive. Su Wenma did not respond to Zhang Xiaomei. His gaze fell on Zhang Xiaomei's chest, and he let out a sly smile. Zhang Xiaomei realized it, and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. He chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I'm still in sage mode. I won't touch you. Was someone who surrendered in a minute even qualified to say such a thing? Zhang Xiaomei did not dwell on that question. Su Wenma, you promised me that you would help me get into Hongfeng Group. Now you tell me that Hongfeng Group is going to close down. Are you deliberately lying to prevent me from entering Hongfeng? I'm not lying to you. Su Wenma took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke which spiraled into the air. Our Hongfeng Group is indeed going to close down. As he said this, Su Wenmo's face was filled with desolation. He was originally a rich second generation, and his family's Hongfeng Group was valued at over $1 billion. However, in the past 2 days, they suddenly encountered an unprecedented crisis. 80 to 90% of the partners terminated their collaborations, and some even breached contracts to distance themselves from Hongfeng Group. Moreover, the creditors were pressing for debts while the debtors were defaulting, leading to a rupture in Hongfeng Group's cash flow. This caused the once thriving Hongfeng Group to fall into desperation overnight. And all of this was orchestrated by Anqing Group. After realizing Anqing Group's involvement, Hongfeng Group felt utterly helpless. Because both parties' scale and influence were not on the same level. Fighting against Anqing Group was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Just 2 days ago, Su Wenmo's father was still saying that they would have a collaboration with Anshin Group, and that Su Wenmo would go along to discuss it. Yet in the blink of an eye, Anshin Group launched a deadly assault on Hongfeng Group. Su Wenmo was baffled as to how Hongfeng Group had offended Anshin Group. Upon hearing Su Wenmo's response, Zhang Xiaomai's expression darkened. Su Wenmo, since your family's Hongfeng Group is about to close down, why didn't you tell me in advance? Su Wenmo glanced at Zhang Xiaomai and mockingly said, if I had told you in advance, would you still be willing? You? Zhang Xiaomai was speechless with anger, glaring at Su Wenmo. Don't look at me with those eyes. Su Wenmo took another drag from his cigarette and said, if it weren't for that brat Lu Anqing causing trouble during the last graduation party, I would have already slept with you. But tonight's experience was decent. You are indeed tender and flavorful. Zhang Xiaomai was furious beyond control. Su Wenmo, get the hell out. With a roar, she raised her hand and slapped Su Wenmo's face. Su Wenmo reacted quickly, as fast as the time it took him to surrender just a minute ago. He caught Zhang Xiaomai's arm with one hand and then tossed her. Zhang Xiaomai fell onto the bed, the blanket sliding off her chest again. Zhang Xiaomai. Su Wenmo glared at Zhang Xiaomai fiercely. If you dare to make a move against me again, do you believe I will call someone to have you gang raped right now? Zhang Xiaomai's hair was disheveled, strands falling across her face. She no longer covered her chest with the blanket, but instead glared at Su Wenmo fiercely through her hair. Su Wenmo looked at Zhang Xiaomai, his heart slightly startled. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomai had a somewhat traditional Chinese sense of horror. But Su Wenmo quickly regained his composure and directly slapped Zhang Xiaomai across the face. Slap. This is what you get for scaring me. Su Wenmo cursed again. Zhang Xiaomai turned her head away from the slap. But she quickly turned back, still glaring at Su Wenmo with that horrified gaze. Su Wenmo could no longer hold back. He directly mounted Zhang Xiaomai, raising his hand to slap her repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. He landed over 10 slaps in quick succession. Zhang Xiaomai's face was covered with the marks of Su Wenmo's slaps. Even the corner of her mouth began. At this point, Zhang Xiaomai tilted her head and stopped turning to look at Su Wenmo. Su Wenmo also seemed somewhat exhausted, sitting on Zhang Xiaomai while panting heavily. After a while, Su Wenmo calmed down. Damn it, filthy bitch, how dare you glare at me? He cursed. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to hit you? As he spoke, Su Wenmo stood up, muttering as he got off the bed. If it weren't for the fact that this is a society governed by law, I would have killed you directly. While speaking, Su Wenmo started putting on his clothes. Before leaving the hotel, he spat on the floor of the room. Filthy bitch. Su Wenmo's disdain was evident. Then with a loud bang, the door closed. Half a minute later, Zhang Xiaomai's body finally stirred. She did not cry or go hysterical. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Supporting herself with her hands, she propped her body up against the headboard. After a moment, she leaned over and grabbed her phone from the bedside table. She dialed 110, the police emergency number. When the call connected, she directly said, "Hello, I want to report. I have been raped." 2 hours later, late at night at Fuan University, in the first dormitory building. This was the boys' dormitory where Su Wenmo lived. 2 police cars drove up and stopped at the entrance of the first dormitory building. As soon as the police cars came to a halt, several police officers jumped out and quickly rushed into the first dormitory building. This commotion woke up many students who were sound asleep. But when they realized it was the police, they were all stunned. Just yesterday, the police had come to take away the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhao Yuanhua, along with the dormitory manager of Building 3, Zhou Wanquan. Now it was late at night, and the police had come back to the school, storming into Building 1. From the looks of it, it was clear that this was not a routine dispute resolution. They were clearly here to make arrests. Soon after, a struggling voice echoed from within the building. What have I done wrong? On what grounds are you arresting me? Let go of me. I am Su Hongxiang, the chairman of Hongfeng Group, and the grandson of Yu Chongda, chairman of Chongda Group. How dare you arrest me? Let go of me. Let go of me. I want to call my dad. I want to call my grandpa. Outside the dormitory, upon hearing these words, everyone was curious about who was being arrested. It should be noted that Hongfeng Group and Chongda Group are well-known large companies in Jiangzhou City. Especially Chongda Group, which has a history of over 30 or 40 years, is currently valued at nearly 10 billion. When the person being arrested was brought out of the dormitory, everyone realized that the person being arrested was actually Su Wenmo. No matter how he claimed his identity or struggled, he could not escape the fate of being dragged onto the police car. The next day after dawn, the news of Su Wenmo being taken away by the police quickly spread throughout Fuan University, sparking various discussions and speculations. Some believed that Su Wenmo's arrest was likely related to Lu Anqing, as he was taken the day after Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan were apprehended, leading to inevitable associations. Moreover, there were reports suggesting that there had been conflicts between Lu Anqing and Su Wenmo, prompting many to speculate that Su Wenmo's arrest, along with the arrests of Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan, might have been a trap set by Lu Anqing. Another highly discussed topic was Su Wonmo's background, particularly that his father was Su Hongxiang, the chairman of Hongfeng Group. Additionally, Su Wonmo's grandfather Yu Chengda had an even more significant status as the chairman of Chengda Group, with the combined market value of both groups exceeding 10 billion. Of course, the news of Hongfeng Group's imminent collapse had not reached Fuan University, as it was more widely circulated in Jiangzhou's commercial circles. Many regretted not having a better relationship with Su Wonmo before, with some even lamenting why they didn't help him when the police came to arrest him. If they had provided assistance, perhaps they could have secured jobs at Hongfeng Group or Chengda Group after graduation. At that moment, in the office of the president of Fuan University, Chen Qiqiang stood facing the dormitory supervisor of dormitory building No. 1. The supervisor had just reported to Chen Qiqiang about the events that occurred in dormitory building No. 1. However, the supervisor did not know why the police took Su Wonmo away. Chen Qiqiang could only wave his hand helplessly, saying, "You can go back now, calm the students down and prevent any disturbances." After the supervisor nodded and left, Chen Qiqiang's expression immediately darkened. The arrests of Zhao Yuanhua and Zhou Wanquan only meant he lost two subordinates. Although Zhao Yuanhua had a significant role, he was not irreplaceable. However, Su Wonmo was different. He was the son of Su Hongxiang and the grandson of Yu Chengda. Yu Chengda could be considered the largest board member of Fuan University, and Chengda Group was the university's biggest sponsor. If it weren't for Yu Chengda's complete disregard for Fuan University's affairs, the previous ranking of board members wouldn't have been led by Fang Minyuan. Now Su Hongxiang was destined to withdraw his financial support for Fuan University. Before Anshan Group filled the current funding gap, Fuan University could not afford to lose Chengda Group. But now Su Wonmo had been arrested. If this issue could not provide Su Hongxiang and Yu Chengda with an explanation, Yu Chengda would likely withdraw from the shareholders' meeting. Chengda Group would no longer continue sponsoring Fuan University. Yet even Chen Qiqiang, the president of Fuan University, could not rescue Su Wonmo from the police. After some thought, he decided to leverage his connections to find out why Su Wonmo had been arrested. After a few phone calls, he managed to discover the reason behind Su Wonmo's arrest. This revelation made his expression grow even darker. Rape. Su Wonmo was actually arrested. Who did he rape? At the previous graduation dinner, Su Wonmo had attempted to take Zhang Xiaomei to a hotel room, but Lu Anqing had interrupted. At that time, due to school intervention and the Su family providing Zhang Xiaomei with some money, she did not report. Instead, Zhang Xiaomei changed her statement, and under pressure from the Su family, Chen Qiqiang decided to expel Lu Anqing. Having learned nothing from his previous setbacks, Su Wonmo had now been arrested for rape. However, Chen Qiqiang had not yet discovered who Su Wonmo had allegedly raped. If he knew who the other party was, perhaps the Su family could pay to settle the matter. Thinking of this, Chen Qiqiang made a few more phone calls to find out who it was. Zhang Xiaomei. How could it be her again? Zhang Xiaomei is not someone easy to deal with. Why would Su Wonmo provoke her? Last time, Zhang Xiaomei had chosen to change her statement for money, causing Lu Anqing to end up in a difficult position. Chen Qiqiang had figured out that Zhang Xiaomei was not simple. He had also advised Su Wonmo to keep his distance from Zhang Xiaomei. Yet he never expected that Su Wonmo would have assaulted her this time. Just then, Su Hongqiang's call came through to Chen Qiqiang's phone. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Qiqiang sighed and had no choice but to answer. "Hello, President Su." Chen Qiqiang maintained a courteous tone. Although Su Hongxiang had withdrawn from the board of directors, his father-in-law Yu Chengda had not. "Principal Chen, what exactly is going on with my son?" Su Hongqiang's voice was dark and accusatory, igniting a fire within Chen Qiqiang. "Why are you questioning me when you couldn't manage your own son?" Yet he suppressed his anger and calmed himself before saying, "President Su, your son has been arrested on suspicion of rape." Rape? Su Hongxiang clearly did not believe it. Does my son lack women? How could he be accused of rape? President Su, it's not about what you believe right now. Chen Qiqiang remained patient. The police have already classified your son's case as rape. Moreover, I have inquired from the side, and this time the evidence is nearly conclusive, indicating violent coercion. There is bodily fluid evidence, proof of violence, and the victim has undergone an injury assessment, almost locking in the evidence chain. How is this possible? Su Hongqiang's voice grew anxious. He had only one son and did not want him to be sentenced. Principal Chen, do you know who my son raped this time? Zhang Xiaomei, your son's classmate. Chen Qiqiang said this with a calm tone. What? But Su Hongxiang exploded. How could it be her again? It's her. Chen Qiqiang leaned back in his chair, his expression even showing a hint of glee. Yet he maintained a steady tone. President Su, I mentioned before that Zhang Xiaomei is not someone to be trifled with. If she accuses your son of rape, I estimate she won't leave any loopholes for your son to turn the tables. Su Hongqiang's breathing quickened over the phone. After a moment, he asked, Principal Chen, do you have any good suggestions on your side? Zhang Xiaomei likes money. Chen Qiqiang had already anticipated this. If you are willing to offer enough money, perhaps she will choose to change her statement again. Su Wonmo was arrested. In dormitory 3303. When Lu Anqing learned from Li Qingyang about Su Wenmo's arrest, he was momentarily stunned. Xiong Chao burst into hearty laughter. Ha! It's about time Su Wenmo finally got his comeuppance. Ha ha! Zhang Lei nodded in satisfaction. The police did a great job this time. I should send them a banner of commendation. Lu Anqing pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know why he was arrested?" Li Qingyang shook his head. "No, I heard he was taken by the police from his bed late last night. There hasn't been any new information released yet." Lu Anqing mused. Being dragged out of bed in the middle of the night suggests this is a serious matter for him. "That's what I think too," Li Qingyang said with a smile. "Su Wenmo is likely in big trouble this time." Lu Anqing fell into deep thought. He had originally planned to deal with Su Wenmo and Su Hongxiang after receiving his diploma. Now with Hafeng Group on the brink of collapse, it's all over. Su Wenmo could have committed a serious offense, making it difficult for anyone to come to his aid. However, Su Hongxiang had been in Jiangzhou for many years. Surely, he had some hidden connections. If Su Hongxiang used these connections, and if Su Wenmo's crime wasn't too severe, it might still be possible. Then don't let Su Hongxiang bail Su Wenmo out. Lu Anqing formed a plan in his mind. "There's another piece of news," Li Qingyang continued, "also about Su Wenmo." "What news?" Lu Anqing asked. Li Qingyang replied, "When Su Wenmo was arrested yesterday, he shouted loudly. He claimed to be the son of Su Hongxiang, the chairman of Hafeng Group, and the grandson of Yu Chongda, the chairman of Chongda Group." "What?" This news surprised both Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei. "So Su Wenmo is a bona fide rich second generation," Zhang Lei remarked. "I never would have guessed," Xiong Chao muttered. "I only noticed that Su Wenmo didn't seem like a good person. You could tell he's not a good person just by looking at him." Xiong Chao was challenged by Zhang Lei. "Did you even realize he was a rich second generation?" "I didn't notice either." "Then why are you criticizing me? Moreover, I'll make sure to sit on you until you can't get up." "The grandson of Yu Chongda," Lu Anqing murmured. He hadn't expected Su Wenmo to have any connections with Yu Chongda, the chairman of Chongda Group. In that case, Su Hongxiang would indeed be Yu Chongda's son-in-law. No wonder Hafeng Group had been developing rapidly in recent years. It turned out that there was support from Chongda Group behind them. "Is there any other news?" Lu Anqing asked. Li Qingyang shook his head. "That's all for now, there's nothing else." "All right, I understand," Lu Anqing said, turning to leave the dormitory. "Boss, where are you going?" Li Qingyang inquired. "I'm just going for a walk alone." With that, Lu Anqing opened the dormitory door and stepped out, shutting it behind him. Xiong Chao leaned closer to Li Qingyang. "Old for why do you think the boss went out alone again?" Zhang Lei joined in. "I guess he might be going on a date with Qin Jia." Li Qingyang didn't answer and fell into contemplation. The boss is indeed becoming increasingly mysterious. Lu Anqing walked to a secluded area of the playground where there weren't many people. He took out his phone, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and called Wang Sa. The call was quickly connected. "Xiao Wang, I need you to investigate something." "What is it?" "The Su Wenmo I mentioned to you last time has been arrested. Help me find out the reason for his arrest. Get back to me as soon as possible." "Understood." After hanging up, Lu Anqing did not return to the dormitory. Given Wang Sa's position as the vice president of Anqing Group, it wouldn't take him long to uncover the details. Lu Anqing only needed to wait here for Wang Sa's reply. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Wang Sa. Lu Anqing answered the call. "Did you find out?" "I did," Wang Sa replied. "It's for rape, and the victim is also your classmate named Zhang Xiaomei." "What?" This news shocked Lu Anqing. Su Wenmo raped Zhang Xiaomei. This was something Lu Anqing had never anticipated. After a pause, Lu Anqing asked, "What else have you found out?" "Boss, based on what I've gathered, Su Wenmo's rape of Zhang Xiaomei is basically a done deal. The police have already obtained a complete chain of evidence that is very unfavorable to Su Wenmo. It won't be long before the police submit the relevant evidence to the prosecutor's office, arranging for a public prosecution against Su Wenmo." "All right," Lu Anqing nodded. "Since we're going down the path of public prosecution against Su Wenmo, let's lend a hand." "Your orders." "I just learned that Su Wenmo is not only the son of Su Hongxiang, but also the grandson of Yu Chongda." Lu Anqing spoke calmly. "So whether it's Su Hongxiang or Yu Chongda, they will likely try to find a way to bail Su Wenmo out. And what you need to do is to prevent them from getting him out. Moreover, if they dare to engage in any illegal activities during the process of bailing him out, arrange to have them taken in as well." Wang Sa responded solemnly. "Understood, boss." "All right, you can get back to work. Keep me updated on any new developments." "Sure thing, boss." After hanging up, Lu Anqing put his phone back in his pocket. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the azure sky with a smile. "Su Wenmo, I'll send you a graduation gift, a lifetime in prison." Su Hongxiang was also quite efficient. That afternoon, he found out that Zhang Xiaomei was hospitalized. He arrived at the hospital with his wife Yu Shilan and went to Zhang Zimai's bedside. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaomei looked at Su Hongxiang and Yu Shilan with confusion. Although she didn't know them, she could roughly guess their identities. They must be Su Wenmo's family. We are Su Wenmo's parents. Yu Shilan spoke up, her tone somewhat. She looked down on women like Zhang Xiaomei. She even felt that Su Wenmo sleeping with a woman like Zhang Xiaomei was a degradation of his status. Su Hongqiang stood silently beside her, not saying a word. Zhang Xiaomei could tell that among the two Yu Shilan was the dominant one. What do you want? Zhang Xiaomei's complexion had improved significantly. Her color was better, but her mood was clearly low. They'll be blunt. Yu Shilan seemed unfazed by Zhang Xiaomei's tone. How much do you want to change your state? Faced with Yu Shilan's question, Zhang Xiaomei pretended not to understand. What money? What do you want me to change my words for? You know what I'm talking about. Zhang Xiaomei shook her head. Sorry, I don't know you, and I don't understand what you're saying. You don't know us. Yu Shilan frowned. We already introduced ourselves earlier. We are Su Wenmo's parents. I have never met Su Wenmo's parents. If a random person tells me they are his parents, should I just believe it? Yu Shilan's temper flared and her voice rose a notch. Do I still need to prove to you that we are Su Wenmo's? Isn't proof necessary? Zhang Xiaomei retorted, showing no sign of backing down. The two women locked eyes as if sparks were about to fly. Su Hongqiang watched the scene unfold, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaomei. He even had a fleeting thought of wanting to. However, the thought of possibly spending time in prison, or even losing his life, kept him rational. In fact, Zhang Xiaomei had already come to believe that these two were indeed Su Wenmo's parents. Yet Yu Shilan's condescending attitude and icy tone made her uncomfortable. Moreover, when she thought of Su Wenmo's appearance that day at the hotel, she wanted to push Yu Shilan's buttons. In her view, this was a form of revenge against Su Wenmo. Just because they had money, they thought they were impressive. Weren't they still coming to plead with her? After a while, Yu Shilan seemed to understand why Zhang Xiaomei's attitude was so abrasive, so she softened her tone and said, Xiaomei, how can we prove to you that we are Su Wenmo's parents? Yu Shilan's lowered posture surprised Su Hongqiang, who glanced at her. He couldn't recall her ever easily lowering herself like that to anyone. Of course, this also showed just how deep Yu Shilan's love for Su Wenmo was as a mother. With Yu Shilan's attitude softening, Zhang Xiaomei also slightly restrained her sharpness. Actually, I believe you are Su Wenmo's parents. But your tone and attitude just now made me very uncomfortable. Yu Shilan felt another surge of anger within her. But she didn't show it, and quickly suppressed it. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she finally spoke. Since Xiaomei believes us, you must know our purpose for coming today. I know, Zhang Xiaomei nodded. You want me to forgive Su Wenmo? Yu Shilan shook her head. Xiaomei, it's not forgiveness, it's changing your statement. Forgiveness can only lead to a lighter sentence for Wenmo, but he will still face imprisonment. But if you change your statement to say that you were dating and had a quarrel, or that he upset you, and in anger you reported him for rape. Zhang Xiaomei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yu Shilan to propose such an idea. Auntie, you want me to change my statement? Exactly. Yu Shilan nodded. As long as you keep my son out of jail, I will give you whatever amount you want. Zhang Xiaomei fell into deep thought. She had to admit she was tempted. The reason she had provoked Su Wenmo was to obtain evidence of him raping her, to use it as revenge against him. Although Su Wenmo was not sentenced, he had certainly received quite a scare. Plus, since the Su family could offer a sum of money, it could be considered a successful revenge against him. However, just as she was about to agree, a thought flashed through her mind. No. What if she took the opportunity to ask Yu Shilan for money? Wouldn't that be seen as extortion? It certainly would be. Once classified as extortion, she would go from being a victim to a criminal. That was close. I almost fell for that woman's scheme. With that thought, Zhang Xiaomei suddenly smiled and looked at Yu Shilan with a mocking gaze. Auntie, I almost fell into your trap. What trap, eh? Yu Shilan looked confused. I'm offering to pay you to change your statement to keep my son out of jail. Isn't this a mutually beneficial transaction? No, this isn't a transaction. It's a trap you're setting for me. Zhang Xiaomei shook her head, ruthlessly exposing Yu Shilan's scheme. As soon as I ask for money, you'll threaten me with extortion, right? In that case, either I go to prison with Su Wenmo, or I change my statement to have him released without charges. But I would end up with nothing. Hearing Zhang Xiaomei's words, Su Hongqiang's eyes flashed with surprise. This Zhang Xiaomei is quite smart. Chen Qiqiang's assessment of her was not unfounded. Yu Shilan's expression turned cold as well. She took out her phone and turned off the recording. Sitting on Zhang Xiaomei's hospital bed, she said, Your principal said you're not a pushover, and it seems he was right. Zhang Xiaomei remained unfazed. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Yu Shilan did not reply, but stared intently into Zhang Xiaomei's eyes for a moment. After a moment, she spoke again. So you deliberately provoked Wenmo at the hotel, didn't you? Clearly, Yu Shilan had already met Su Wenmo and learned what had transpired from him. Although Yu Shilan had turned off the phone, recording Zhang Xiaomei's vigilance did not wane. She wouldn't admit to what Yu Shilan had said. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Xiaomei, you are really clever. Yu Shilan complimented her and continued, At this point, I will give you a direct offer. 1 million. You change your statement, my son is released, and we won't pursue any responsibility from you. Zhang Xiaomei shook her head. Auntie, I don't trust you. Besides, this matter has already been classified as your son raping me. This isn't something we can just negotiate. You paying me a sum won't settle it. This is a criminal case, no matter what it has to go through the criminal process, and I can't intervene. Sigh. Yu Shirlan sighed, looking forlorn. So you've studied the law. In that case, we are willing to offer a sum of money for you to issue a letter of understanding for Wenma. With your understanding, Wenma can receive a reduced sentence from the court, allowing him to spend less time inside. Zhang Xiaomei knew that what Yu Shirlan proposed was legally valid. As long as Su Wenma was sentenced, it could be considered successful revenge. As for how long he would stay inside, Zhang Xiaomei didn't have a strong fixation on that. However, being able to receive a sum of money was in her best interest. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaomei made a decision. Andy, how much are you planning to compensate me? Zhang Xiaomei emphasized the words compensation with a stronger accent. She was stressing that this was not extortion, as she was seeking her rightful compensation. Yu Shirlan looked at Zhang Xiaomei and said 100,000. It was too low? Zhang Xiaomei remained silent and shook her head, wary of the recording, cautious in her demeanor. Yu Shirlan frowned. 200,000. Zhang Xiaomei still shook her head and then held up 5 fingers, shaking them briefly before quickly lowering them. 500,000. Yu Shirlan said with displeasure. Miss Xiaomei, aren't you asking for too much? Annie, the price was set by you, not something I demanded. Huh. Yu Shirlan was both angry and amused. Miss Xiaomei, you really are not an easy one to deal with. Thank you for the compliment, Andy. Zhang Xiaomei had already come to accept this calmly. Good. Yu Shirlan decided not to continue dragging the conversation with Zhang Xiaomei. She stood up, her gaze still fixed on Zhang Xiaomei. I agree to your request. 500,000 it is. No. Zhang Xiaomei interrupted Yu Shirlan. Annie, 500,000 is not my demand, it was the price you offered. Yu Shirlan stared at Zhang Xiaomei for a moment. Zhang Xiaomei did not shy away from her gaze, maintaining eye contact with Yu Shirlan. Yet she wore a smile on her face. That kind of smile that conveyed what can you do about it. Half a minute later, Yu Shirlan finally spoke. All right, it is the price of 500,000 that I offered you. However, this money will only be given to you when I receive your letter of understanding. All right, Zhang Xiaomei agreed. Yu Shirlan said nothing more and turned to leave. She did not know how much longer she could suppress the anger inside her. If it weren't for Su Wenma, she would have already left her mark on Zhang Xiaomei's face. Su Hongqiang, who hadn't spoken a word throughout, had no choice but to follow. Despite being the chairman of the Hafeng group, it was usually Yu Shirlan who called the shots at home. Yu Shirlan walked quickly, soon distancing herself from Zhang Xiaomei's hospital room. Her face remained ominously dark, as if it could drip water. Suddenly she stopped, turned around, and punched the wall. Pooh! Su Hongqiang hurried over. Shirlan, are you all right? Facing the wall, Yu Shirlan gritted her teeth. Zhang Xiaomei, once my son's matter is settled, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Feeling Yu Shirlan's fury, Su Hongqiang remained silent, quietly observing. After a while, Yu Shirlan's emotions calmed down. Still facing the wall, she coldly spoke, Old Su, let's go home and find my dad. All right. Su Hongqiang agreed without hesitation. He knew that Yu Shirlan was going back to find Yuchongda. This was Jiangzhou, a local tyrant that had reigned for many. 2 hours later, in a luxurious villa nestled between mountains and waters under a gigantic osmanthus tree, Yuchongda, Yu Shirlan, and Su Hongqiang sat around a square table. In the distance, a woman in a maid's outfit held a kettle, standing 5 meters away. You two have come to see me today. Oh, is there something you need? Yuchongda spoke as he picked up his teacup and blew on it. Dad. Yu Shirlan began. Wenma has been arrested. Yuchongda paused his action of blowing on the teacup for a moment before continuing. Once he felt it was cool enough, he sipped and placed the cup down, then asked what was he arrested for. Rape. Then Yu Shirlan recounted everything she knew to Yuchongda. After listening, Yuchongda asked, so what are you two planning to do? Dad, I have no way out now, that's why I came to you. As she spoke, Yu Shirlan leaned forward slightly and continued, you have been in Jiangzhou for so many years and spent so much money, you must have quite a few connections. Please help Wenma this time. Yuchongda did not respond, still leisurely blowing on the teacup. The tea leaves were freshly replaced, and the hot water had just been added. After feeling it was cool enough, he gently took a small sip. Hongqiang, I heard your Hongfeng group has been targeted by the Anshan group, is that right? Dad, I'm talking about Wenmo's issue, Yu Shirlan interjected. Yuchongda ignored her. Su Hongqiang glanced at Yu Shirlan before responding, Dad, I don't know what I did to offend the Anshan group, but they've gone crazy targeting me. Is there still a way out? Su Hongqiang shook his head. No, the funding chain has already broken. Actually, I've looked into it. Yuchongda said slowly, your Hongfeng group has been targeted by the Anshan group. Fang Mingyuan called Chun Qiqiang to withdraw from the board of directors of Fuan University. Before these two incidents occurred, you were both involved with the same person. Who? Yu Shirlan and Su Hongqiang asked in unison. Lu Anqing. Yuchongda put down his teacup and leaned back. He is the one that Hongqiang had Chun Qiqiang expel, a classmate of Wenma. I remember now. Su Hongqiang clearly recalled at that time Fang Mingyuan also called me asking me to agree to revoke the expulsion. After I refused, the Hongfeng group was targeted by the Anshan group. Fang Mingyuan also clearly stated he would withdraw from the board of directors of Fuan University and would no longer provide funding. Exactly. Yu Chongda nodded, so I suspect that your Hongfeng group being targeted by the Anshin group is very likely related to this Lu Anqing. Dad, Yu Shilan was somewhat displeased. What I'm discussing with you now is about Wan Ma. Oh, what does it have to do with Wan Ma has been arrested accused of rape, and he might go to prison. Going to prison won't kill him. Yu Chongda looked at Yu Shilan, his tone unkind, but if we can't manage the Anshin group matter well, my Chongda group might also go bankrupt. As for Wenmo's matter, the evidence chain has already been locked and all we can do is seek to lessen his punishment. And the Anshin group is what could determine our life and death. Yu Shilan fell silent. She could clearly sense that Yu Chongda was somewhat displeased. But Yu Chongda continued, I will arrange for you to meet with the president of the Jiangzhou court. Moreover, the president's son has been studying abroad and has significant expenses. You need to be prepared. Hearing this, Yu Shilan's eyes lit up. Dad, I understand. 2 days later, Monday. In the dormitory of Building 8, Qin Jia woke up very early. Today is the day she reports to Anshin group. After getting dressed and ready, Qin Jia was about to leave when she was awakened by Bai Qiyu, who seemed still half asleep. Jia, where are you going so early? Qin Jia paused at the door. I'm going to report to Anshin group. Off. Bai Qiyu finally woke up. Oh right, you are reporting to Anshin group today. Her expression turned gloomy as she continued, but I haven't even received a response for the resume I submitted to Anshin group. The HR department at Anshin group should be off over the weekend. Qin Jia provided a reasonable explanation. It's Monday today, they should be back to work and will respond to you soon. Li Lanlan also woke up sitting up with her hands propped on the bed. Isn't Xiaomei also reporting to Anshin group today? Aren't you going together? Qin Jia shook her head. I haven't contacted her. I'm going with Lu Anqing and the others from their dormitory. Zhang Xiaomei hadn't returned to the dormitory for 3 consecutive nights. Since Zhang Xiaomei had informed Bai Qiyu in advance, it didn't raise any suspicions among Bai Qiyu and the others. I envy you and Xiaomei. Li Lanlan pouted. You both can work at Anshin group. Unlike me and Qiyu, we only have offers from some small companies, and the salary is just a little over 2,000. Qin Jia smiled. Don't worry, maybe you'll receive an interview invitation from Anshin group today. After saying this, Qin Jia waved goodbye to Bai Qiyu and Li Lanlan and turned to leave the dormitory. After the door closed, Bai Qiyu sighed. Lanlan, how do you think Xiaomei and Jia got hired by Anshin group? Meanwhile, our resumes sent to Anshin group have not received any response. Li Lanlan shook her head. I don't know either. But I think if Xiaomei and Jia can enter Anshin group, perhaps we can also rely on their connections to get in someday. Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up. Do you have any ideas? Look. Li Lanlan straightened her back. Xiaomei and Jia are both exceptionally beautiful. Once they enter Anshin group, they will surely attract the attention of the employees there. If they encounter powerful executives at Anshin group, getting us in would be just a matter of a few words. Bai Qiyu's eyes sparkled. That makes sense. Then we need to maintain a good relationship with Xiaomei and Jia. We already have a good relationship, but we just need to keep it up. Li Lanlan said. Moreover, Jia is a very warm-hearted person. As long as she has the ability, she should be willing to help us if we ask her. All right. Bai Qiyu pumped her fist. Then let's do it your way. I just realized there's a problem. In dormitory 3303, Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang were also almost ready. They just needed to wait for Xiong Chao, who was in the bathroom, to finish before they could leave. What problem? Zhang Lei asked as he sat on the chair watching an inappropriate video. Upon hearing Li Qingyang's words, he turned his head. We haven't rented a place yet. Li Qingyang frowned. I heard we can get our graduation certificates this week, and the most we can stay in the dormitory is just a week. This week we need to find a place to move out. Then let's just rent a place, Zhang Lei said nonchalantly. We can find a shared room near Anshin group. Near Anshin group. Do you know how expensive the rent is around there? Li Qingyang glanced at Zhang Lei. How expensive? A single room with a bathroom seems to be around 4,000 to 5,000. A suite is even more expensive. Zhang Lei's mouth dropped open. Is it really that outrageous? Sigh. Li Qingyang sighed. Let's find a cheaper place to stay temporarily. Once we stabilize at Anshin group, we can find a closer place to rent. Just then a flush sound came from the bathroom. Before long, Xiong Chao emerged holding his waistband. Let's go, time to head to work. The three of them called out to Lu Anqing, who was still sleeping. Boss, we're leaving. Go ahead. After the three left, Lu Anqing turned over. He took out his phone and called Wang. Boss, are there any dormitories available near the company? Not at the moment. Rent 2 units, one with 4 rooms, and 1 single room for my classmates to stay in. I will arrange it right away. After hanging up, Lu Anqing tossed his phone aside, turned over, and continued to sleep. Anshin Group. Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia arrived at the bottom of Anshin Group's building. The 4 took the elevator to the 28th floor. This is where the planning department of Anshin Group is located. The 4 of them went to the front desk of the planning department, where Li Qingyang took the initiative to state their purpose. Please wait a moment. The front desk girl replied politely, I'll arrange your supervisor to meet with you shortly. Soon a man in a suit approached the four. His name is Zhao Wujiang, a supervisor in the planning department, and also the direct superior of Li Qingyang and the others. Upon seeing the four, he immediately broke into a wide smile. He looked at Xiong Chao. You must be Xiong Chao. Xiong Chao was pleasantly surprised. Boss, you know me. Our company doesn't have someone as significant as you. Your presence is notable. Xiong Chao chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Oh, don't call me boss. Zhao Wujiang waved his hand. I'm Zhao Wujiang. During work hours, call me Supervisor Zhao. After work, feel free to call me by my name, or even Brother Zhao. Zhao Wujiang was quite enthusiastic, which made Li Qingyang and Qin Jia feel a bit puzzled. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei didn't think much of it. You are Qin Jia, right? Zhao Wujiang looked at Qin Jia again. Hello, Supervisor Zhao. You really are a Zhao Wujiang praised her, glancing back and forth between Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang. After a moment, he confirmed their identities. You are Zhang Lei, and you are Li Qingyang. Hello, Supervisor Zhao. All right, we've made a preliminary introduction. Zhao Wujiang smiled. Your workstations have long been prepared. I'll take you there now. Then I will notify HR to handle your onboarding procedures, including signing labor contracts, granting access to the company system, and issuing meal cards, etc. While speaking, Zhao Wujiang led the four through an office area. The people in this office area looked at Zhao Wujiang and the four behind him with various expressions. However, most of the gazes seemed less than friendly. But the four of Xiong Chao didn't mind, and Zhao Wujiang paid. Soon the five arrived at a relatively inconspicuous office area. 4 desks were lined up in a row with all the necessary office equipment, such as computers, mouse, and keyboard and folders. Zhao Wujiang replied, Yes, today our department has only you 4 newcomers joining. Qin Jia asked, Is there not one named Zhang Xiaomei? Oh, I remember the Zhang Xiaomei you mentioned. Zhao Wujiang recalled, She was indeed hired by us before, but for some reason the higher-ups instructed to revoke her offer. Revoked? Qin Jia was taken aback. Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang were also stunned for a moment. When was it revoked? Qin Jia asked. Just a few days ago. Zhao Wujiang waved his hand, not planning to continue on this topic. Let's not talk about her. Get familiar with the environment first. We will have a meeting soon. After saying that, Zhao Wujiang turned and left, leaving Qin Jia and the others staring at each other. Zhang Xiaomei actually had her offer revoked. Qin Jia still found it a bit hard to believe. But since it came from Zhao Wujiang, she had no reason not to trust it. Moreover, today was supposed to be Zhang Xiaomei's joining date, yet she didn't show up. Stop thinking about it. Li Qingyang walked over to a workstation, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She had her offer revoked. We don't have to be her colleagues. Isn't that better? Zhang Lei nodded, and also sat at a workstation. Although Zhang Xiaomei is indeed quite good-looking. But even if such a person was given to me for free, I wouldn't want her. Xiong Chao rolled his eyes at Zhang Lei. No one said they would give her to you. Zhang Lei shot him a glare. You fat guy just likes to undermine me, don't you? Qin Jia sighed and didn't say anything more. However, she agreed with Li Qingyang's words in her heart. Not having to be colleagues with Zhang Xiaomei seemed quite good. 20 minutes later, Zhao Wujiang brought Qin Jia and the others to the planning department's conference room. Including Zhao Wujiang, the total number of people in charge was 8. The meeting was very straightforward, just to let Qin Jia and the others get to know the original employees. Excluding Zhao Wujiang, the other 3 veteran employees, 2 women and 1 man, were named Lu Chuanyan, Qianyue, and Sun Zhonghua. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, the HR manager, Jiang Yang, arrived. He walked straight into the conference room and knocked on the door. Manager Zhao. Jiang Yang smiled warmly at Zhao Wujiang and glanced at the others in the conference room. Manager Jiang. Seeing Jiang Yang, Zhao Wujiang was a bit surprised. What brings you here today, eh? I came to handle the onboarding procedures for these few newcomers. Jiang Yang tilted his chin towards Qin Jia and the others. He was their interviewer, although they had only met once. He was still a familiar face. Hearing Jiang Yang's words, the 3 veteran employees in the conference room were somewhat astonished. A hint of surprise also flashed across Zhao Wujiang's face. You came personally. Jiang Yang nodded without elaborating too much. Has your meeting concluded? Almost. Then you can return to work for now. As he spoke, Jiang Yang had already entered the conference room. Zhao Wujiang understood, immediately stood up and called his veteran employees to leave the conference room. Once the door closed, the 3 veteran employees behind Zhao Wujiang began to whisper. What's going on? Do we really need Manager Jiang to personally come and handle the onboarding procedures for 4 recent graduates? Lu Chunyan exclaimed in surprise. Yet couldn't anyone handle the onboarding procedures for new employees? It's surprising that Manager Jiang came personally. Sun Zhonghua also didn't understand. Hey boss, when you joined, did Manager Jiang handle your onboarding? Qian Yu asked Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang shook his head. Generally, only managers handle onboarding personally. Manager Jiang usually wouldn't come. So why is Manager Jiang here today? Lu Chunyan asked. Zhao Wujiang thought for a moment. I don't know either. However, Manager Jiang did remind me to take good care of these newcomers. But he also mentioned not to have too high expectations for these newcomers. As he spoke, he glanced around at the 3 veteran employees behind him. I also want to remind you not to bully them. If any trouble arises, I won't be able to cover for you. Does that mean these newcomers might have some connections? Qian Yu speculated. Sun Zhonghua shook his head. When have you ever heard of anyone with connections getting into Anshin Group? Zhao Wujing, however, seemed to agree with Qian Yu's speculation. You hadn't heard of connections before, because they probably weren't strong enough. Sun Zhonghua was astonished. Boss, are you saying these 4 newcomers have strong connections? After saying this, Zhao Wujing didn't elaborate further. He knew more than these 3 veteran employees. First of all, there was Manager Zhang's reminder. In the past, no matter who joined Jiang Yang would not specifically give such a reminder. But these 4 newcomers were worth a special reminder. Moreover, he had seen the information of the 4. They were all from the same school and the same class. According to Anshin Group's recruitment standards, their resumes would not even qualify for an interview. Yet not only did they participate in the interview, but they also passed it under Jiang Yang's supervision. This was enough to indicate that these 4 must have some strong connections behind them. This was also why Zhao Wujing was so enthusiastic when he first met Qin Jia and the others. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Jiang Yang sat down at the main seat, where Zhao Wujing had been. 4 of you, we meet again. He took out 4 contracts and tossed one to each of Qin Jia and the others. This is your labor contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, just sign it. After all, once they signed the labor contract with Anshin Group, they would officially join the company. This was a dream company for many people in Jiangzhou. However, the 4 just exchanged glances and then began to read their labor contracts. It didn't matter not to look. Once they did, they were quite astonished by the benefits they would enjoy. A half-month internship with a basic salary of 8,000, and after becoming permanent, it would be 10,000. For graduates from Fuan University, most people's first jobs wouldn't exceed 8,000. Yet for Qin Jia and the others, the internship was already 8,000, and upon confirmation, it would directly be 10,000. Earning over 10,000 right after graduation. This was too surreal. What with 4 days on, 3 days off, 6 insurances, and 2 funds, and at least 10 days of paid leave each year. Other various benefits were even more numerous. They had only known that Anshin Group had high salaries and good benefits. But this was too good to be true. What kind of divine company was this? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Jiang Yang couldn't help but remind them, have you all finished reading? The 4 simultaneously came back to their senses and nodded at Jiang Yang. Since you all have finished reading, if there are no problems, go ahead and sign. After signing, I have something to discuss with you. After Qin Jia and the others signed their labor contracts, Jiang Yang put the contracts away. He then distributed cafeteria meal cards to the 4 of them. The company's cafeteria is on the 10th floor, and there are 3 meals provided daily. The meal standard for the company is 50 yuan a day, so the company will recharge your meal cards with 1,500 yuan every month. The 4 of them looked at the meal cards in their hands, their faces lighting up with joy. For recent graduates like them, the 2 biggest expenses are accommodation and food. Now the company has essentially solved their food issue. Jiang Yang scanned the 4 of them and continued, there's one more thing. The company has arranged accommodation for you just 1 kilometer away at the Yulan Mansion community. The walking time to the company is within 15 minutes, convenient for your daily commute. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. They already knew that Anshin Group had an employee cafeteria providing 3 meals a day. Therefore, receiving the meal cards was merely a matter of happiness, not surprise. However, the provision of accommodation was a tremendous surprise for them. 1 kilometer distance. The housing prices within 3 to 5 kilometers of Anshin Group can be said to be the most expensive area in the entire Jiangzhou city. The rental prices have also skyrocketed. If Qin Jia and the others wanted to rent a single room nearby, the rent could easily reach 4 to 5,000. Now that Anshin Group can provide them with accommodation, it has resolved their biggest pressing need. Manager Jiang. Li Qingyang, although surprised, remained relatively calm. Jiang Yang looked at Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang, right. If you have any questions, please ask. I just wanted to ask if the accommodation provided by the company means the 4 of us will live together. This question was something Qin Jia also wanted to ask. She and Li Qingyang both thought about how it might be inconvenient for 3 men and 1 woman to live together. Li Qingyang especially knew that Zhang Lei often emerged from the bathroom completely naked after showering. Jiang Yang smiled and said, no, because Qin Jia is female, the company provides a single apartment for her. A single apartment. Qin Jia was both excited and thrilled. Is the company really this good? Jiang Yang glanced at Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang, and continued, for the 3 of you, the company provides a large flat with 4 rooms and 1 living room. What? Xiong Chao exclaimed directly. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. Li Qingyang, however, fell into deep thought. No, this doesn't seem right. Providing a single apartment for Qin Jia felt somewhat unreasonable to Li Qingyang. If it's a dormitory, how could they possibly offer a single apartment? Even more unbelievable, was it really a large flat for the three of them? How much would the rent be for a large flat at Yuan Mansion, just 1 kilometer from Anshan Building? Li Qingyang had concerns. Manager Jiang, do we need to pay rent for the accommodation provided by the company? Jiang Yang shook his head. You only need to pay for the utilities you consume, and the property management fee is covered by the company. This, Li Qingyang still felt it was somewhat unreal. Jiang Yang glanced at Li Qingyang and said, however, the company has one requirement for you to live in this accommodation. Now that's more like it, there's no such thing as a free lunch. With such great accommodation provided by the company, the requirements must not be simple. Li Qingyang was mentally prepared to face the challenge. Jiang Yang said, do not disclose any details about your accommodation to anyone within the company. Huh? Li Qingyang was startled. Manager Jiang, is that the only requirement? That's right, that's the only requirement. Jiang Yang smiled, but his tone was very serious. Li Qingyang was stunned. This requirement was no different from a free lunch. However, seeing Jiang Yang's expression, he chose to believe him. He just felt that Anshan Group was being overly generous to the four of them. Jiang Yang stood up. All right, I've finished my business. After I stamp your contracts, you can go to the HR department to get them from me. As for your accommodation, I'll personally take you there at noon. After saying this, Jiang Yang was about to leave when he was called back by Xiong Chao. Manager Jiang. Jiang Yang turned to Xiong Chao. What is it? Can I take a picture of my labor contract? Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei immediately understood Xiong Chao's purpose for taking a picture of the contract. If nothing goes awry, someone in the class group would likely question Xiong Chao's entry into Anshan Group today. Xiong Chao was preparing to slap faces. Sure, Jiang Yang answered straightforwardly. He handed Xiong Chao his contract. If you're going to post it on social media, remember to blur out the salary section. Okay, Manager Jiang. After taking the picture, Xiong Chao watched as Jiang Yang left with the contract. The four of them in the conference room were still unable to extricate themselves from the excitement. Ha ha ha. What an incredible company, what an incredible company. Xiong Chao laughed heartily. They've solved our food and accommodation, and the salary is so high that we can't even spend it all, not at all. For the four recent graduates, whether it was 8,000 a month or 10,000 a month, it was an enormous amount. Zhang Lei also muttered to himself. In the future, when dating pretty girls, I won't need to borrow money for a hotel from the boss anymore. Borrow. Xiong Chao jumped in. How much have you borrowed from the boss these past few years? And how much have you paid back? I'm not like you. All this meat on my body is thanks to the boss. Nonsense, Jia Jia is the one who's the boss. Xiong Chao did not retort. Qin Jia's face turned slightly red. You two can bicker all you want, why bring me into it? At that moment, Xiong Chao's phone chimed with a new message notification. Looking at his phone, Xiong Chao grinned. I knew it, these people would definitely question how I got into Anshan Group. Hearing this, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia also opened their phones. In the class group, those who had previously questioned Xiong Chao were still clamoring that he was boasting. Xiong Air, didn't you report to Anshan Group today? Come on, prove it to me. You're making it difficult for Xiong Air, he was just boasting. Why won't you let him off the hook and give him some dignity? Does he still need dignity since he likes to boast? If he can't provide proof of employment, then he's just boasting. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Faced with the skepticism in the group, Xiong Chao directly sent the photo of his labor contract he had just taken. You guys better look closely, this is the labor contract I signed with Anshan Group. Someone exclaimed in surprise. No way, Xiong Air really got hired by Anshan Group and signed a labor contract. Someone admired. Awesome, brother Chao, I didn't expect you to become an employee. Someone exclaimed in surprise. No way, Xiong Air really got hired by Anshan Group and signed a labor contract. Someone admired. Awesome, brother Chao, I didn't expect you to become an employee of Anshan Group. Remember to bring me along when you get rich. But there were still those who questioned. Fake, this contract looks obviously forged. Don't believe him. Right, the photo of the labor contract looks forged at a glance. Xiong Air is willing to go to such lengths to prove he's not boasting. He doesn't care about his face and dares to forge Anshan Group's labor contract. Watching the continued skepticism in the group, Zhang Lei also took action. He directly recorded a video of himself in which the Anshan Group's logo and the fact that he was an employee appeared multiple times. Of course, it also included Xiong Chao, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia. Dear classmates, I'm sorry to inform you that the four of us are now employees of Anshan Group. I hope that one day you will also become employees of Anshan Group, so we can be colleagues together. With this video posted, the class group exploded. Wow, it really is the Anshan Group. There's no mistake, it's the Anshan Group. I've heard that only employees of the Anshan Group can easily enter the Anshan building. How is that possible? Xiong Air, Zhang San, and Li Si have all entered the Anshan Group. Exactly when did the Anshan Group lower its hiring standards? I can't let this slide. Ooh, I must submit my resume to the Anshan Group. What if I get hired too? Soon more and more people expressed their desire to submit applications to the Anshan Group. Doubts about Xiong Chao were dwindling. A few remarks that followed were drowned out by other messages. At Fuan University around noon, about 11:30. Lu Anqing sat alone at a dining chair in the cafeteria, checking messages in the group chat. This second brother just has to prove something. He smiled faintly while eating the food on his tray. Suddenly his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Xiao Wang. He looked around. The crowd was not too large, so he answered the call. Hello. Boss, the accommodation for your 4 classmates has been arranged. The HR manager has taken them there. Good. Also, I found some details regarding the case of Su Wenmo raping Zhang Xiaomei. Details? A scene of Su Wenmo violently coercing Zhang Xiaomei flashed in Lu Anqing's mind. Then the scene began to develop in an unpleasant direction. Lu Anqing quickly stopped that train of thought. Otherwise, even worse scenarios would emerge. Xiao Wang, why are you digging into those details? Do you have a peculiar interest in this? On the other end, Wang Sa was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that Lu Anqing had misunderstood. He didn't explain but got straight to the point. Boss, what I found is that according to Su Wenmo, the rape of Zhang Xiaomei should be seen as Zhang Xiaomei framing Su Wenmo. Oh, Lu Anqing suddenly became interested. He put down his chopsticks, looked around, and asked softly, tell me how she framed him. According to Su Wenmo's confession, Zhang Xiaomei willingly engaged in relations with him. But after the incident, Zhang Xiaomei made demands that Su Wenmo did not agree to, leading to a dispute between them. During this period, Zhang Xiaomei intentionally provoked Su Wenmo, which caused Su Wenmo to resort to violence against her. After Su Wenmo left, Zhang Xiaomei reported to the police claiming she was raped. The police reviewed the hotel surveillance footage and the two appeared to be quite harmonious before entering the room, so Su Wenmo's account isn't without possibility. However, according to Zhang Xiaomei's statement, and with multiple soft tissue bruises on her body, it's clear she has suffered violent assault. Thus, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for Su Wenmo. After listening to Wang Sa's account, Lu Anqing couldn't help but chuckle. So it's a case of dogs biting dogs. He had already deduced that what Su Wenmo said was likely the truth of the matter, but for him the truth was no longer important. Xiao Wang, you don't need to worry about which of them is telling the truth. Lu Anqing picked up his chopsticks again and said slowly, just secretly assist Zhang Xiaomei in making the case against Su Wenmo a solid one. Make Su Wenmo serve a few more years in prison for free. Understood, boss. Any news from Su Wenmo's parents? Lu Anqing picked up a piece of food and chewed slowly. They visited Zhang Xiaomei once, and then went to Yuchongda Villa in the suburbs on the same day. We don't know the content of those 2 conversations. But I suspect that Su Hongxiang and Yu Shilan are trying to convince Zhang Xiaomei to give Su Wenmo a letter of understanding. As for looking for Yuchongda, it should be to enlist his help to reduce Su Wenmo's charges. Lu Anqing thought for a moment and asked, who has a good relationship with Yuchongda in the judicial system of Jiangzhou? The president of the Jiangzhou court, Lu Zhibin. Lu Zhibin. Lu Anqing murmured. Keep an eye on Lu Zhibin. If he has any unsavory dealings with Yuchongda, report it to the disciplinary committee. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Anqing had almost finished eating. He put down his chopsticks and looked around. At this time, there weren't many people eating in the cafeteria. There were even fewer seniors, as many students about to graduate had already left the school. Once I get my diploma this week, I'll also be leaving. After murmuring this, he stood up, took his tray, and left the table. In the evening, Qin Jia and the others returned to school. Xiong Xiao Zhonglei and Li Qingyang returned to the dormitory and quickly began packing their things. Lu Anqing pretended to know nothing and asked, what are you guys doing? Boss, we're moving out. Zhonglei replied, the Anqing Group has arranged accommodation for us, a 4-bedroom flat located just a kilometer from the Anqing Group. That's great news. Lu Anqing sat on his bed watching the 3 of them bustle about. Solving your housing problem means you can save a lot of expenses. Yes, indeed. Xiong Xiao chimed in, the Anqing Group is like a celestial company, absolutely perfect. Not only have they resolved our accommodation issue, but they've also taken care of our meals. I can hardly believe I'm going to work for such a company. Zhang Lei and Xiong Xiao were praising the Anqing Group in turns while Li Qingyang silently packed. He finished packing the fastest while Xiong Xiao and Zhang Lei still had a third of their things left. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he pulled Lu Anqing outside. Boss, did you submit your resume to the Anqing Group? Lu Anqing nodded. I did, but I haven't received a reply yet. I find it quite strange. Li Qingyang looked at Lu Anqing deeply. Lu Anqing wasn't sure whether Li Qingyang believed him. What's so strange? I just feel that our entry into the Anqing Group was too smooth and the Anqing Group has treated us too well. Isn't that a good thing? Li Qingyang shook his head. It is, but why would the Anqing Group do this? Lu Anqing feigned ignorance. How would I know? But he knew that Li Qingyang had likely guessed something. He was a smart person, more meticulous than Xiong Xiao and Zhang Lei, and paid more attention to details. Even if Li Qingyang had figured it out, it would be normal. However, Lu Anqing continued to pretend, and it seemed Li Qingyang had no intention of exposing him. Boss, the group rented us a spacious flat with 4 rooms. Li Qingyang changed the subject. Each of us will have 1 room, and we'll wait for you to come and stay in the remaining one. What if I'm not hired by the Anqing group? Lu Anqing smiled slightly. Li Qingyang returned the smile. You will definitely be hired. Lu Anqing looked at Li Qingyang. He was now about 70 to 80% certain that Li Qingyang had guessed, perhaps not comprehensively or completely, but in Li Qingyang's mind there was already a complete line. At this moment the two had an unspoken understanding and said nothing more. Readers, if you've seen the latest chapter, please give a nudge for updates. Thank you all. Building No. 8. Qin Jia returned to her dormitory and immediately began to pack her things. Li Lanlan and Bai Qiuyu approached her looking puzzled. Jia, what are you doing? Li Lanlan asked. Are you moving? Bai Qiuyu also inquired. Qin Jia nodded. Anqing Group has arranged a dormitory for me. It's a single apartment. It's only a kilometer from the group, and it takes just over 10 minutes to walk to work usually. So, I plan to move over tonight. That will be much more convenient for work in the future. Wow! Bai Qiuyu exclaimed, the benefits at Anqing Group are so good. Anqing Group's benefits are famous throughout Jiangzhou. Qin Jia smiled. I just didn't expect to actually get a single dormitory. Li Lanlan was filled with envy, walking over to Qin Jia's side. Jia, I'll help you pack. I'll help too, Bai Qiuyu chimed in. Qin Jia didn't hesitate and thanked them, and the three of them started packing Qin Jia's belongings together. Jia, Bai Qiuyu seemed to remember something. I recall that Xiao Mei is also reporting in today, and she's in the same department as you. Didn't she come back with you? Upon hearing this, Li Lanlan turned her gaze towards Qin Jia. Qin Jia paused her actions and said, Xiao Mei. Her offer was rescinded. What? Both Bai Qiuyu and Li Lanlan were surprised. Her offer was rescinded. Bai Qiuyu couldn't believe it. When was it rescinded? Our supervisor said it was a few days ago. I don't know the exact timing. How could that be? Li Lanlan frowned. Xiao Mei never mentioned it. I don't know either. Qin Jia shook her head. Anyway, our supervisor said her offer was rescinded, and I didn't see her when I reported in today. She hasn't returned to the dormitory these days, Bai Qiuyu said. I don't know where she went. Qin Jia didn't. Li Lanlan speculated. If her offer was indeed rescinded by Anqing Group, then she must have gone somewhere else. Maybe, Bai Qiuyu replied. Qin Jia had a lot of belongings and couldn't take everything in one go. The three of them packed some of the essential items that Qin Jia needed to take. They planned to come back later for the rest. After all, Anqing Group doesn't require overtime, and for the next few days they could come back after work to continue packing. 2 days passed, and it was Wednesday. In Lu Anxing's class group, the instructor posted a notification. Dear graduates, the college will distribute degree and graduation certificates at 9 a.m. on June 27th in classroom 4103. Please bring your ID and student card. It is recommended that individuals attend in person. If someone else is collecting on your behalf, a power of attorney, and both parties' identification materials are required. If you have any questions, please call XXXXXXXX. Upon seeing this message, Lu Anqing felt a rush of excitement. Finally, it has arrived. He quickly calculated the time. June 27th is the day after tomorrow, which is Friday. In 2 days I can complete this phase of the system task. This was the longest task he had undertaken in the 12 years since binding to the system. Of course, it was also the task with the most rewards. Just as he was feeling sentimental, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at his phone and saw it was a call from Chen Qiqiang. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Anqing guessed the purpose of Chen Qiqiang's call. After waiting a moment, he answered. Hello, Principal Chen. Lu Anqing, you should have received the news about collecting your graduation certificate and degree certificate, right? I have received it. How is it going with the matter I asked you to contact? Lu Anqing pretended to be troubled. Principal Chen, the general manager at Anqing Group, doesn't have time at the moment. How about this? Chen Qiqiang pondered his words. Can you give me the general manager's phone number and help me connect with him? I'll call him myself. Well, Lu Anqing thought for a moment and quickly devised a strategy. Principal Chen, I don't have the general manager's number, but I do have the secretary's number. How about I give you the secretary's number, and you can try contacting the general manager's secretary? That works. Chen Qiqiang agreed. Then please give me the secretary's contact information. Okay, I'll call the general manager's secretary first, and then send it to you. No problem. After hanging up Chen Qiqiang's call, Lu Anqing shook his head, asking to meet my dad, after saying that he dialed Lu Hongye's number. Hello, General Manager Lu. Lu Hongye, as Lu Chang's secretary, was no longer addressed as boss by Lu Anqing. Secretary Lu, I need you to cooperate with me on something. Please go ahead, General Manager Lu. I will give your phone number to Principal Chen Qiqiang from Fuan University shortly. He will call you to arrange a meeting with my dad. Oh, just tell him that my dad's schedule is full this week, and he probably won't have time until next week. Do you understand? Got it. Lu Hongye readily agreed. Okay, I'll give him your number. After hanging up with Lu Hongye, Lu Anqing sent Chen Qiqiang Lu Hongye's phone number. At the same time, he added, Principal Chen, I just asked Secretary Lu again, and the general manager's schedule is full this week. He probably won't have time until next week. You can call Secretary Lu to confirm the specifics. After sending the message, Lu Anqing smiled while holding his phone. Take your time arranging a meeting with the general manager. On the other side in the office of the president of Fuan University, Chun Chi-chiang, was resting his arms on the armrests of his chair, his hands crossed over his chest. His eyes occasionally darted around as if he were pondering something. Since Lu Wanqing only has the secretary's phone number for Lu Changhe, it seems his relationship with Lu Changhe isn't too close. If his relationship with Lu Changhe isn't close enough, why would Lu Changhe go through Mingyuan Group and Hafeng Group to pressure me into rescinding the decision to expel Lu Wanqing? Is it possible that Lu Wanqing has a closer relationship with Lu Chang's secretary and a general relationship with Lu Changhe, or even doesn't know him? If that's the case, then the actions of Mingyuan Group withdrawing from the board, combined with Wanqing Group's suppression of Hafeng Group, are all the tactics of Lu Chang's secretary. Thinking about this, he shook his head again. No, Lu Chang's secretary shouldn't have such power, so this should still be Lu Chang's handiwork. But Lu Wanqing doesn't even have Lu Chang's number. Why would Lu Changhe go to such lengths for Lu Wanqing? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, unless Lu Wanqing is lying and he doesn't want me to arrange a meeting with Lu Changhe. Just as he thought of this, his phone suddenly received a message from Lu Wanqing. Chun Chi-chiang picked up his phone and checked the message sent by Lu Wanqing. He pondered briefly before directly dialing Lu Hongye. After 3 rings, the call was answered by Lu Hongye. Hello, I am the secretary to the chairman of Wanqing Group. Hello, Secretary Lu. Chun Chi-chiang responded politely. I am Chun Chi-chiang, the president of Fuan University. Hello, President Chun. Lu Wanqing has mentioned you to me. Since Lu Wanqing mentioned me to you, Secretary Lu should understand the purpose of my call, right? Yes, however, President Chun, our chairman's schedule is fully booked this week. If you wish to meet with the chairman, you will need to schedule for next week. That works. May I ask which day next week would be convenient for Chairman Lu? Please clarify the reason for your meeting with the chairman first. I simply wish to pay a visit to Chairman Lu and invite him to join the board of directors at Fuan University. All right, President Chun. I will convey your intention to the chairman. Once I have a definitive response from him, I will. Hearing this, Chun Chi-chiang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He thought that having the phone number of Secretary Lu Changhe would make it easy to arrange a meeting with him. Yet after all this conversation, he couldn't even confirm a meeting time with Lu Changhe. Perhaps Lu Wanqing wasn't lying, but really isn't that easy to meet Chairman Lu. Thinking of this, Chun Chi-chiang felt much more at ease. Thank you, Secretary Lu. You're welcome, President Chun, Lu Hongye replied politely over the phone. Wanqing Group. In the planning department's meeting room, quite a number of people had already gathered, mainly employees from various work groups under the planning department. As new employees in the planning department, Qin Jia, Xiong Chao Zhonglei, and Li Qingyang were attending the department's regular meeting for the first time. Sitting at the main position was a man in his 30s reviewing a document in front of him. From time to time, he would look up and scan the meeting room seemingly to confirm whether all personnel from the planning department were present. That person is Wei Hai, our planning department's manager. Zhao Wujiang slightly lowered his head and addressed the 4 of them. He has only been with the company for 3 years, starting as a frontline employee, and in just 3 years he has become the head of our entire department. When mentioning Wei Hai, admiration flashed in Zhao Wujiang's eyes. The boss capabilities are actually quite strong. You should take the opportunity to learn from him if you can. The 4 of them listened attentively, nodding continuously. At that moment, Wei Hai's hands left the table as he leaned back in his chair. It's about time. Let's begin the meeting, Wei Hai announced. As his words fell, the previously scattered sounds in the meeting room instantly vanished, leaving it eerily silent. Everyone suddenly sat up straight, their gazes fixed on Wei Hai. The atmosphere in the entire meeting room had abruptly turned serious. Today is our regular meeting, but our department has welcomed 4 new employees this week. Wei Hai's gaze swept over Qin Jia, Xiong Chao Zhonglei, and Li Qingyang, lingering a moment longer on Qin Jia. So before we start today's regular meeting, let's have the 4 new employees introduce themselves to everyone. Zhao Wujiang promptly arranged for Xiong Chao to start the introductions. The introductions were simple, covering names, ages, and schools before they moved on, without sharing any further details. This left the other employees, except for Qian Yu's 3 group members along with Qin Jia, wearing expressions of curiosity. To Wei Hai, the introductions sounded somewhat different. He scanned the 4 new employees with a strange look, focusing on Qin Jia once more. However, perhaps because they were in a meeting, he did not say much. After the meeting adjourned, Wei Hai called Zhao Wujiang into his office. Manager Wei, you called for me, Zhao Wujiang said as he entered Wei Hai's office, unsure of the reason for this. Please have a seat. Wei Hai gestured to an empty chair in front of him. After Zhao Wujiang sat down, Wei Hai began. Zhao, what's the situation with the 4 new employees, and why do they have no work experience or resumes, and why are fresh graduates from a private university like Fuan University being assigned to our group and placed under my planning department? Zhao Wujiang could only shift the blame, saying, Manager Wei, this arrangement was made by the HR department, who I could only accept it. Was it Zhang Yang who arranged this? Zhao Wujiang nodded. After listening, Wei Hai fell into thought for a moment. Then he said seriously, then just take them under your wing. If they can't keep up, deal with it as necessary. Understood, Manager Wei. After Zhao Wujiang left, Wei Hai immediately called Jiang Yang. Manager Wei, what is it? Why did you assign such clueless newcomers to my planning department? My team needs capable workers. Manager Wei, it was an order from above. If I knew it was a matter of connections, Wei Hai said, his expression darkening. Tell me who arranged this. It was arranged by General Manager Wang, Jiang Yang replied truthfully. Wei Hai's spirit lifted. Wang Sa arranged this. Yes. Wei Hai calmed down and replied, alright, I understand now. After hanging up with Jiang Yang, Wei Hai sat in his chair lost in thought. Anshin Group was too large. Though the top management was mainly controlled by Lu Changhe, the lower and middle levels were quite fragmented. Wang Sa represented the youngest and most energetic faction of the new generation. Thinking of Qin Jia, Wei Hai's mind was filled with her image. I never expected that our planning department could recruit a beauty like Qin Jia. But I wonder what is the relationship between Qin Jia and Wang Sa. As he pondered, Wei Hai suddenly clenched it. What does it matter? Even if I pursued Qin Jia, what could Wang Sa do to me? He added, besides, Wang Sa might not be able to protect himself either. With that thought, a smirk appeared at the corner of Wei Hai's mouth, laced with a hint of wickedness. He then picked up his phone and dialed another number. After a while, the call connected. Hello. A deep male voice came from the other end. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Hai's attitude immediately became somewhat obsequious. Manager Zhou, it's Xiao Wei. Oh, it's Xiao Wei. What's up? Manager Zhou, I discovered something related to Wang Sa today. What is it? 4 newcomers joined our planning department, and I just found out that none of them meet our company's hierarchy. After inquiring, I learned that they were personally arranged by Wang Sa. Arranged by Wang Sa. On the other end, Manager Zhou's voice was filled with confusion. Wang Sa has never arranged for anyone to come in through the back door in recent years. That's not his style. Manager Zhou, I specifically asked Jiang Yang about it. Wei Hai said. Jiang Yang confirmed that they were indeed sent by Wang Sa. After a moment of silence on the line, the voice came back. So what do you plan to do? Manager Zhou, I believe this is an opportunity. Wei Hai cautiously articulated his thoughts. Wang Sa's actions severely undermined the recruitment process of our company, as well as its hiring principles. I was wondering if we could use this point to force Wang Sa to relinquish control of the Human Resources Department and bring it under your authority. That's a good idea. Manager Zhou agreed. However, we can't present this issue directly to the chairman. You need to find a way to let this matter ferment within the company first. Once public opinion rises, we can present it to the chairman, which might shake Wang Sa's image in the chairman's eyes. Manager Zhou, I understand. They'll handle this aspect. Good, I'll wait for your news. When the time comes, After hanging up, Wei Hai fell into deep thought once again. In fact, the Manager Zhou on the phone was considered a veteran of the Anshin Group. With both accomplishments and seniority, he had held a high position in the group before. However, in recent years, with Wang Sa's aggressive rise, much of his power had been transferred to Wang Sa. Most critically, Lu Changhe now increasingly trusted Wang Sa, which made both Manager Zhou and other senior employees feel an invisible sense of crisis. This included Wei Hai, as he was also a mid-level manager who had been promoted by veterans like Manager Zhou. However, they all were unaware that Lu Chang's trust in Wang Sa was not due to Wang Sa's professional abilities, but simply because Wang Sa was now Lu Anxing's spokesperson within the group. And these veteran employees like Manager Zhou did not know that the Anshin Group did not belong to Lu Changhe, but to Lu Anxing. Lu Changhe was gradually transferring power to Wang Sa, which was also a gradual transfer to Lu Anxing. After contemplating for a while, Wei Hai seemed to come up with a specific plan for execution and made a call. Xiao Yang, come to my office. Shortly after, a young man in a white shirt in his 20s appeared in Wei Hai's office. Manager Wei, you called for me. Xiao Yang, I have a task for you to handle. Xiao Yang, named Yang Haisung, was Wei Hai's absolute confidant in the planning department. Go ahead. Wei Hai waved at Yang Haisung, and once he drew closer, whispered, have you reviewed the profiles of those 4 new employees today? I glanced at them briefly. Yang Haisung nodded. That's good enough. Wei Hai said with a serious expression, you can see that those 4 employees are clearly unqualified. But I found out that all 4 were assigned to our department by Manager Wang. Bringing in 4 unqualified individuals will severely affect our department's normal operations. However, I can't directly propose to fire all 4 of them, as that would offend Manager Wang. So I plan to spread the situation of these 4 individuals throughout the entire group. As he said this, Wei Hai fixed his gaze on Yang Haisung. Xiao Yang, you understand my intention, right? Yang Haisung nodded. Manager Wei, I understand. My task is to disseminate the situation of these 4 individuals throughout the group. Yang Haisung understood clearly that Wei Hai wanted to create a certain level of public uproar about these 4 new employees within the group. Once this uproar reached a certain level, Wei Hai could then propose to the group to dismiss these 4 individuals. At the same time, he could also use this matter to exert some pressure on Wang Sa. As Wei Hai's confidant Yang Haisong was keenly aware of Wei Hai's significant discontent with Wang Sa. Thus he understood the reason behind Wei Hai's actions. Wei Hai looked at Yang Haisong with appreciation. Xiaoyang, you are indeed clever. Now go execute this plan. However, keep this matter as discreet as possible. Do you understand? Manager Wei, I understand. Soon after Yang Haisong left Wei Hai's office, Wei Hai smiled, picked up his phone, leaned back, and called Zhao Wujing again. Manager Wei. Zhao, have those 4 new employees from your team come to my office one by one. I want to talk to each of them. Sure. The first one to arrive was Xiong Chao. When Xiong Chao entered Wei Hai's office, he appeared somewhat. Manager Wei. Sit. Wei Hai was quite warm in his demeanor. You are Xiong Chao, right? Yes, that's me. Where are you from? During the conversation with Xiong Chao, Wei Hai asked some casual questions. It appeared that his purpose was simply to get a basic understanding of Xiong Chao's personal situation. Suddenly Wei Hai asked, Xiong Chao, do you know our group's manager Wang? Manager Wang. Xiong Chao looked bewildered. Manager Wei, I don't know any manager Wang. After Xiong Chao left, Wei Hai frowned. Did he say he doesn't know Wang Sa? Is it really that he doesn't know, or is he saying that on purpose? After pondering for a moment, Wei Hai suddenly smiled. This must have been taught to them by Wang Sa, right? But if they say they don't know you, can you really wash your hands of it? Before long, Zhang Lei walked in. The questions he posed to Zhang Lei were similar to those he asked Xiong Chao. In the end, Wei Hai similarly asked Zhang Lei whether he knew Mr. Wang. Zhang Lei also denied knowing him. Next was Li Qingyang with questions that were mostly the same. When asked if he knew Mr. Wang, he also replied that he didn't. After the 3 of them chatted, Wei Hai smiled and murmured, they all don't know how unified. Wang Sa, are you really that afraid of people discovering that these few were arranged by you? Then he collected his thoughts and prepared to welcome the last person. The main reason he arranged this conversation, the earlier conversations with Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang were all to cover up his true intentions. He wanted everyone to think he was genuinely chatting with the new employees to understand their status. Soon there was a knock on his office door. Come in. The door opened, and it was Qin Jia who entered. Seeing her, Wei Hai's smile grew even more radiant. Have a seat. Wei Hai gestured to the chair in front of him. Qin Jia sat down. Qin Jia, where is your hometown? The initial question was similar to those asked of Xiong Chao and the others. Likewise, Wei Hai also asked Qin Jia whether she knew Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I don't know him, Qin Jia denied. Then do you know anyone else? Qin Jia shook her head. I only know Manager Jiang from the HR department, because he was the one who interviewed us and handled our onboarding procedures. This answer held little value for Wei Hai. At this point he shifted the topic. By the way, Qin Jia, do you have a... Qin Jia was taken aback, thinking that it would be over by now. Before coming in, she had already learned from Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei what kinds of questions Wei Hai usually asked. Wei Hai had never asked Xiong Chao and the others about their romantic lives before. She didn't expect him to ask if she had a boyfriend. Qin Jia, lacking experience and not having thought much, replied, I don't have a boyfriend right now. Wei Hai nodded. That's good. You just graduated and started working, and dating at this time might affect your work performance. Qin Jia didn't respond, but thought to herself, that fool isn't willing to date me either. Wei Hai smiled gently and asked, Qin Jia, do you think your personal abilities have reached our company's employment standards? Qin Jia was taken aback again. It wasn't over yet, there were still questions. But she answered honestly, Manager Wei, I am indeed still a bit below the company's employment standards. But I will work hard to improve myself and strive to meet the company's employment standards as soon as possible. Improvement is definitely necessary. Wei Hai chuckled, but actually it's against company policy to hire people who do not meet the employment standards. This statement made Qin Jia's pupils constrict. Didn't it imply that she had entered in Chun Group illegally? Not just her, but even Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang had also entered illegally. However, they were clearly hired through the normal procedures. Where exactly was the violation? Could it be that HR had made a mistake? Wei Hai observed Qin Jia's expression and continued, this isn't actually your fault. Someone inside the company violated the rules. But you do not meet the company's employment standards, so if this matter is discovered, the 4 of you are likely to be dismissed from the company. Qin Jia's heart trembled again. She wasn't particularly afraid of being dismissed. When she initially submitted her resume to Incheon Group, she was just hoping for a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, she accidentally ended up in Incheon Group. Now, even if she were dismissed, she might feel regretful, but not overly worried. After all, she also knew that she did not meet Incheon Group's employment standards. But she didn't understand what Manager Wei meant by all this. Manager Wei, are you saying that all 4 of us will be dismissed by the company? Generally, the company wouldn't keep employees who do not meet the standards. Wei Hai smiled. After all, the company is not a charity. What it needs are employees who can create value. Of course, as for whether you will be dismissed, that's not certain. As the manager of the planning department, I have a lot of say regarding your performance in the department. As long as I say a few good words in your personal evaluations, you are likely to be retained. Or rather, Wei Hai's gaze fixed on Qin Jia's face as he continued with a smile, letting you alone. Qin Jia was not naive. She had already roughly guessed Wei Hai's possible intentions, which made her feel a wave of disgust towards him. However, she had just graduated and lacked the experience to deal with such matters, leaving her somewhat flustered. She lowered her head, avoiding Wei Hai's gaze, and softly said, "Manager Wei, do you have anything else to say? If not, then I will head back first." After saying that, without waiting for Wei Hai to respond, Qin Jia stood up and turned to walk out of the office. No matter what, she needed to leave this office first. Qin Jia. Wei Hai did not stop her from leaving, but raised his voice. "If you want to stay, remember to come find me. I will help you. My phone is on 24 hours, so you can call me anytime." Qin Jia did not respond and left Wei Hai's office as if fleeing. Wei Hai watched Qin Jia leave with a faint smile, licking his lips. Youth, truly youthful. Saying this, he leaned back. Youth is wonderful. No wonder everyone likes the young. On the other side, Qin Jia quickly returned to her workstation. Her face was slightly flushed, her expression a bit flustered, and her breathing slightly rapid. Li Qingyang clearly noticed that something was off with Qin Jia. He leaned over and asked in confusion, "Qin Jia, what's wrong with you?" Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei also turned their gazes towards Qin Jia. Qin Jia slightly shook her head. "It's nothing." But she glanced at Li Qingyang and the others. "I'll tell you later after work." The three did not ask further. After exchanging glances, they returned to their respective workstations. However, the expressions on their faces became somewhat serious. After work, on the way back to Yulan Mansion, Qin Jia recounted to Li Qingyang and the others the words Wei Hai had said to him today. After hearing this, Li Qingyang's expression grew serious. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei also furrowed their brows deeply. What Wei Hai said is actually not wrong. Li Qingyang spoke in a low voice. "Our skills have indeed not met the standards for employment by Anshin Group. The reason we were able to successfully enter Anshin Group must be due to some violations of protocol. So, it is very likely that we could be assessed as unqualified and dismissed at any time." "But I don't understand." Qin Jia interjected. "Who would risk violating regulations just to get us hired? Could it be Manager Jiang Yang?" Zhang Lei speculated. "He was the one who interviewed us, and he personally handled our employment procedures." "It can't be him," Li Qingyang asserted confidently. "He doesn't have that high of authority nor the audacity. He also has to consider his own future. Besides, he has no particular connection to us. How could he take risks to help us?" "Oh, right." Zhang Lei suddenly recalled something. "Did they ask you during your conversation with Wei Hai if you knew someone named Manager Wang?" "They did ask." Xiong Chao finally found an opportunity to speak, and Li Qingyang and Qin Jia nodded. Li Qingyang looked at Zhang Lei and said, "So you mean to say that the person who violated regulations to get us hired at Anshin Group is this Manager Wang?" "Exactly." Zhang Lei felt that he had made a rare, clever connection. "Wei Hai asked the four of us if we knew this Manager Wang. He must have thought that we had some connection to this Manager Wang, which is why he asked that. He probably believes that our employment at Anshin Group is due to this Manager Wang's influence." "But who is this Manager Wang?" Xiong Chao cut in again. "We don't know him at all. We haven't even heard of him." Qin Jia also wore a puzzled expression, unable to grasp the situation. However, Li Qingyang remained silent, lost in thought. He was not contemplating the Manager Wang mentioned by Wei Hai, but rather Lu Anqing. Ever since he received the interview invitation from Anshin Group, he felt that something was amiss. For instance, all four of them had smoothly passed the interview, and their accommodation conditions were exceptionally good. Li Qingyang had even specifically asked the older employees inside, and typically a normal dormitory accommodates 2 people per room. Even a manager's dormitory is just an ordinary apartment, not nearly as good as Qin Jia's single apartment. As for what kind of treatment a vice president receives, he did not know. However, the large flat they three were living in clearly exceeded the standards for an ordinary manager. If no one had specially arranged this, how could they have passed the interview and received such good accommodation? The person who arranged such favorable conditions for all four of them must certainly be a high-level executive in the group, someone with sufficient influence and standing. Otherwise, a mere personnel department manager would not be able to manage this. Furthermore, this person must also have a very good relationship with all four of them. Otherwise, why would they take such great risks just for the four of them? But are there really any senior executives in Anshin Group who have such a good relationship with the four of them? Clearly there are none. Li Qingyang's suspicion about Lu Anqing stemmed from another 2 matters. The first is that all four of them submitted their resumes to Anshin Group following Lu Anqing's suggestion. They were invited for interviews after submitting their resumes, and they passed the interviews. Is it really that coincidental? The second matter is that Zhang Xiaomei had her offer revoked. He had deliberately checked with Jiang Yang about the timing, and the day Zhang Zaimai's offer was revoked was the same day Lu Anqing received the notice of dismissal. This connection made Li Qingyang suspect that their ability to enter Anshin Group and receive such good treatment was all orchestrated by Lu Anqing behind the scenes. But there was still one thing Li Qingyang couldn't understand: how could Lu Anqing influence the higher-ups of Anqing Group? He was just an ordinary graduate from Fuan University. How did he manage to get the higher-ups of Anqing Group to listen to him? Or rather, was it the manager Wang mentioned by Wei Hai who was listening to him? This Friday, I need to go back to school to collect my diploma. I can test the waters with the boss to see if it really is him. With that thought, Li Qingyang decided to set this matter aside for now and not think too much about it. Instead, he took a deep look at Qinjia. He still remembered that Qinjia's demeanor when she returned from Wei Hai's office was somewhat off. This unease should not stem from knowing that she might be dismissed. Because with Qinjia's mindset, she wouldn't show panic when facing the possibility of being dismissed. There must be other matters that Qinjia had not disclosed. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyang walked between Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei and said, "You two go to the supermarket ahead and buy some vegetables." Xiong Chao asked in confusion, "Didn't we just eat at the group cafeteria? Why do we need to buy vegetables? Aren't you going to have a late-night snack?" "Huh." Xiong Chao's eyes immediately lit up. "I'll go buy it." Then Xiong Chao firmly dragged the unwilling Zhang Lei to the supermarket ahead. Li Qingyang then walked over to Qinjia and walked alongside her. "Qinjia, did you encounter anything else in Wei Hai's office?" Upon hearing this, Qinjia glanced at Li Qingyang in a slight panic, which Li Qingyang caught in time. Qinjia quickly lowered her head and nodded, saying, "Wei Hai told me he could help me avoid being dismissed." Li Qingyang was momentarily stunned, then smiled. His smile contained mockery, disdain, and a suppressed rage. "That bastard Wei Hai actually dares to let..." Looking at Qinjia, Li Qingyang said, "Qinjia, don't worry. If that bastard dares to touch you even a hair, the three of us won't just be dismissed. Oh, we'll make that bastard experience the wrath of Xiong air coming down from the heavens. For the next couple of days, just ignore him. I will discuss this with the boss. Whatever the boss decides on how to handle it, that's what we'll do." As he spoke, Li Qingyang grinned his smile, carrying a hint of recklessness. "At worst, we'll just quit this job. After all, we're likely to be dismissed anyway." Qinjia said nothing, only glancing at Li Qingyang. This was Lu Anxing's roommate, Lu Anxing's brother. With them around, Qinjia felt a strange sense of security. Finally, it was Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qinjia had all taken the morning off and returned to school. Lu Anqing was also in Building 4 and ran into the four of them. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" Xiong Chao and the others greeted Lu Anqing enthusiastically. Only Qinjia merely looked at Lu Anqing without saying a word. Lu Anqing briefly dismissed Xiong Chao and the others, walking up to Qinjia. "You're back too." Qinjia nodded. All right then." Lu Anqing didn't say much more, but checked the time and said, "It's about time. Let's go collect our graduation certificates and degree certificates." The group arrived at classroom 4103, queuing to collect their degree and graduation certificates. Others noticed Lu Anqing and his group walking by and couldn't help but steal a few glances. Some people even took the initiative to greet Lu Anqing and the others. However, there were also a portion of people who clearly were not on good terms with Lu Anxing's group, their gazes filled with animosity. Especially those who had been disparaging Xiong Chao in the class group, their looks towards Xiong Chao and the others remained disdainful and contemptuous. However, under Lu Anxing's intimidation, Xiong Chao managed to control himself. Soon they all successfully received their graduation and degree certificates. At the moment Lu Anqing received both certificates, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing this stage of the task and receiving a system reward of 10 trillion. Hearing this voice, Lu Anqing was momentarily stunned, but quickly returned to normal. He maintained his previous state, walking with Xiong Chao and the others holding their graduation and degree certificates towards the school exit. Meanwhile, the voice of the system in his mind did not stop, continuing. "The host has completed all tasks of the growth stage, triggering system upgrade conditions. Condition 1, remain unbroken before the age of 24. Unfulfilled. Condition 2, accumulate no more than 1200 in natural spending before graduation." Fulfilled. The voice stopped at this point. But Lu Anqing was stunned again. It turned out that the two outrageous conditions set by the system were the criteria for the system upgrade. But what could he gain from the upgrade? Would it be continued wealth? That seemed unnecessary. He already possessed over 10 trillion in wealth in the Anqing group. He would certainly never lack money in this lifetime. Could it be the secret to eternal youth, immortality, or the path to becoming an immortal? When there are no people around, I will talk to the system and ask what the system upgrade entails. While pondering, the group had already arrived on the main avenue leading to the school gate. Li Qingyang intentionally walked beside Lu Anqing, deliberately creating some distance from Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Qinjia. Lu Anqing sensed that Li Qingyang had something to say and cooperated with his actions. Moreover, he also guessed what Li Qingyang might want to discuss. Now that they had received their graduation and degree certificates and completed the task, some matters no longer needed to be concealed. Old 4, if you have something to say, you can say it now. Once the distance between Xiong Chao and the others was about right, Lu Onqing took the initiative to speak. Li Qingyang glanced at Lu Onqing and tentatively said, "Boss, on Wednesday our department manager had a private chat with the four of us." "What did he talk about?" "The topics discussed with me, Old 2 and Old 3, were all simple matters, but the content discussed with Qin Jia was somewhat different." Lu Onqing feigned curiosity and looked at Li Qingyang. "What was different?" "First, our manager told Qin Jia that our entry into Onqing Group was due to someone violating regulations. Otherwise, with our capabilities, we wouldn't be able to enter Onqing Group. So if we fail the subsequent assessments, it's very likely we will be dismissed. Old 4 is testing me." Lu Onqing had already guessed Li Qingyang's thoughts. He did not expose him or respond, but asked, "What's the—" Li Qingyang glanced at Lu Onqing, realizing that Lu Onqing showed no signs of abnormality, and said, "The second point is that our manager Wei Hai told Qin Jia one thing." "What did he say?" "He said he could help Qin Jia ensure that she wouldn't be dismissed due to failing the assessment." Hearing this, Lu Onqing was momentarily taken aback. Soon a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. This smile was sharply noticed by Li Qingyang. "What's your manager's name again?" Lu Onqing asked. "His name is Wei Hai," Li Qingyang replied. Lu Onqing stopped in his tracks, turned around, and smiled at Li Qingyang. "Old 4, don't you find many things quite strange?" Li Qingyang also stopped, but did not smile, instead nodding seriously yes. Lu Onqing chuckled. "Old 4, you're very clever, much more so than Old 2, Old 3, and even Qin Jia." As he spoke, Lu Onqing turned around and walked back towards Qin Jia and the others, but at a pace even slower than before. Li Qingyang stepped up to follow, matching his pace with Lu Onqing's, remaining silent and waiting for Lu Onqing. After a few steps, Lu Onqing's aura gradually changed, and even his tone and rhythm of speech began. "You must have started to suspect me a long time ago, just unsure of my identity, which made you hesitant to confirm if it was really me." Li Qingyang's eyes lit up with surprise. "Boss, is it really you?" Lu Onqing no longer pretended, nodding slightly. "That's right, it's me. Whether it's your entrance into Onqing Group or your accommodations, all of it was arranged by me." "But—" Li Qingyang was confused. "What exactly is your identity in Onqing Group? Why does the HR department listen to you?" "My surname is Lu." Lu Onqing glanced at Li Qingyang before looking ahead. He continued walking slowly. "The chairman of Onqing Group is named Lu Changhe, and he is one of us. He is my father." Li Qingyang's feet suddenly froze, unable to move at all. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a ping-pong ball. His face was filled with shock, and his gaze towards Lu Onqing seemed as if he didn't know him at all. He had guessed many identities for Lu Onqing and Onqing Group, but never imagined that Lu Onqing was actually the son of Lu Changhe, the chairman of Onqing Group. So Lu Onqing was actually the crown prince of Onqing Group. This made it all too plausible that Lu Onqing could arrange for them to smoothly pass the interviews and become employees of Onqing Group. Moreover, it explained how he arranged for them to have accommodations with such outstanding conditions, and how he got the HR department to revoke Zhang Zimai's offer. But Lu Onqing's next words made Li Qingyang's mouth, which could originally fit a ping-pong ball, suddenly widen enough to fit a goose egg. "Actually, my dad is just the chairman of Onqing Group, managing it for me. And I am the true mastermind behind Onqing Group." "What?" After a moment of stunned silence, Li Qingyang could no longer contain his exclamation, looking at Lu Onqing with disbelief and incredulously asking, "You are the owner of Onqing Group?" "That's right." Lu Onqing nodded lightly. "I hold 70% of Onqing Group shares. If I'm not the boss, then who is?" As he spoke, he patted Li Qingyang's arm, signaling him to move forward. "But for now, I'm only telling you this. Don't rush to inform the 3 people ahead. When we return to the group, you must not disclose this to anyone." He added, "As long as I'm here, you won't be dismissed from Onqing Group. Even if the lower management attempts to fire you, I can ensure they personally come to invite you back." At that moment, Li Qingyang felt completely at ease. Worry about being dismissed? Not a chance. His boss was the owner of Onqing Group. As long as he didn't harm the group's interests, his boss would never fire him. This was their 4 years of mutual support, day and night together. It was the bond of trust built over those 4 years. Yet he still felt deeply shocked inside. His own roommate, his own boss, was actually the behind-the-scenes owner of Onqing Group. "Boss." Li Qingyang suddenly remembered something. "What about Wei Hai? What should we do about him?" "Yes, Wei Hai needs to be dealt with." Lu Onqing took out his phone, but then paused suddenly. "Old 4, who do you think could take over as the manager of the planning department in your department?" In Li Qingyang's mind, the name Zhao Wujian instantly appeared, and he blurted out, "Zhao Wujian." "Who is Zhao Wujian?" "He is our group's supervisor." Lu Onqing nodded. "Since you recommended him, let's give him a—" Having said that, Lu Onqing had already dialed Wang Sa. "Hello, boss. Xiao Wang, are you familiar with Wei Hai, the manager of the planning department?" "I know of him, but not very well." "Whose man is he?" There was silence on the other end of the line, as if he was checking the information. After a while, Wang Sa's voice came through. "He is Zhou Jiqing's man." "Zhou Jiqing?" Lu Onqing suddenly laughed. "So he's actually old Zhou's man." He might have issues, a look into it. He continued, if nothing turns up, just let him go, blacklist him across the industry. If there are issues, aim for a criminal angle and send him away. Understood, boss. Wang Sa responded decisively without any questions. After dealing with Wei Hai, let Zhao Wujian from the planning department try out the manager position. If he's suitable, let him stay. If not, we'll recruit someone else. Okay, boss. After that, both sides hung up the phone. Li Qingyang looked at Lu Anqing thoughtfully. Boss, the Xiao Wang you mentioned earlier, isn't he the general manager? Wang from Wei Hai's mouth. General manager Wang. Lu Anqing asked curiously, did Wei Hai mention this general manager Wang to you? He asked each of us if we knew general manager Wang during our conversation today. Oh. Lu Anqing suddenly realized that must be him. Who exactly is this general manager Wang? Li Qingyang asked curiously. Lu Anqing smiled. His name is Wang Sa, the vice president of the group's board of directors. He was also the one I had arranged for you to join the group. Li Qingyang's mouth dropped open. So the one who arranged for them to enter the group had such a high position in Wang Sa's office. After hanging up with Lu Anqing, Wang Sa immediately made a call. Hello, General Manager Wang. Quickly arrange for someone to investigate Wei Hai from the planning department. I check if there are any issues. Understood, General Manager Wang. After the call ended, Wang Sa stood up and left his office. His target was the chairman's office. Soon he arrived at the door of the chairman's office. He walked up to Lu Hongye, who had already stood up. General Manager Wang. I need to see the chairman. All right. Lu Hongye nodded and proactively knocked on the chairman's office door. Chairman, General Manager Wang is looking for you. Let him in. Lu Hongye opened the door. General Manager Wang, please. Wang Sa nodded to Lu Hongye and thanks, and stepped into the chairman's office. Xiao Wang is here. Please take a seat for a moment. Lu Changhe, who was leaning on the sofa playing a game, looked up at Wang Sa. He gestured to the empty sofa in the office. Wang Sa nodded. Thank you, Chairman. He sat down calmly and patiently waited for Lu Changhe to finish his. A few minutes passed, and with a curse and a sigh from Lu Changhe, he finished his game. He put down his phone and stood up, walking towards Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, what do you need? Wang Sa changed his sitting position to face Lu Changhe. Chairman, the boss asked me to investigate Wei Hai from the planning department. Investigate if necessary. Oh, why are you telling me? Lu Changhe sat down opposite Wang Sa, looking nonchalant. Chairman, Wei Hai is Zhou Jiqing's man. Wang Sa explained his intentions. If he realizes I'm investigating him, he will definitely have Zhou Jiqing come to you for help. Lu Changhe understood Wang Sa's meaning. He waved his hand. Xiao Wang, don't worry, I won't interfere. If anything does come up, don't mind me. Whatever my son says goes. All right, Chairman, with your word, I won't hold back. In fact, with Lu Anxing's support, Wang Sa could be completely unconcerned. However, among the older employees who had been with him for many years, most had fought alongside Lu Changhe. If he dealt with those who had previously stood with Lu Changhe, it would somewhat disrespect Lu Changhe. After all, Lu Changhe was his boss father, and he still needed to consider the face of his boss father. Wang Sa stood up. Chairman, I'll be heading back. I will also send you a copy of any findings. No need. Lu Changhe rejected. My son is about to graduate, and I'm about to retire soon. If you have nothing to do, don't come find me. If you have something, don't come find me. Either go find my son instead. Wang Sa dared not agree. I will report to the boss. Wang Sa left, and Lu Changhe sat on the sofa, shaking his head helplessly. These old-timers are also something, relying on their past achievements. They take liberties with the group. Now they want to arrange their own people in personnel matters. When I'm here, I can turn a blind eye, but once my son returns, they won't escape unscathed. He understood perfectly. This was his son's group, his son's business. His role in managing things for Lu Anqing was just to maintain stability. For the older employees who followed him, as long as they weren't too excessive, he could overlook them. But he knew his son's style. Being honest and upright definitely wouldn't lead to trouble. However, those who weren't honest or upright would surely be dealt with. These individuals would also be the people Lu Changhe had left for Lu Anqing to establish authority. In the afternoon, the time to get off work was drawing near. Wang Sa received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID and answered directly. Hello, Mr. Wang, we have uncovered some issues regarding Wei Hai. Go ahead. Wei Hai has problems with his personal conduct. Be more specific. He harasses attractive female employees under him and even threatens them, coercing them into bed with various means. Have you identified who he has coerced? Not yet. Continue the investigation. Clear up the details at any cost. We need the victims to come forward and testify. The ultimate goal is to put Wei Hai behind bars. Understood? Understood. The person on the other end acknowledged, then added, Mr. Wang, there's another situation. Some negative rumors about you have surfaced within the group. What rumors? They say you have disregarded group regulations by improperly placing individuals in the group, undermining the principles of talent recruitment. Wang Sa fell silent for a moment, realizing what the rumors were about. He immediately understood that this matter was directed at him. He leaned back, smiling slightly. Do you know who is spreading these rumors? We haven't identified that yet. Wang Sa didn't press further, he had already guessed who was behind it. Whoever he affected in making money or seizing power would target him. But this matter was personally arranged by Lu. Even if it escalated to Lu Changhe, he remained unafraid. Instead, he was curious to see what tricks these people would play. After all, he had long been in an invincible position. Regarding the rumors about me, don't pay too much attention. Focus on clearing up Wei Hai's issues. Understood. After hanging up, the smile on Wang Sa's face slowly faded, giving way to a gradually darkening expression. This Wei Hai actually dared to lay hands on female employees. He is simply courting death. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, squinting his eyes. A hint of ruthless intent flashed in his gaze. So the boss wanted me to investigate Wei Hai because this brat has set his sights on Qin Jia. With that thought, he immediately dialed another number, his voice cold as he said, "Have the manager of the planning department, Wei Hai, come to my office at once." A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Wang Sa's office. "Come in." Wang Sa was looking down at a document, his voice deep. The door opened, and Wei Hai walked in. His expression was somewhat defiant. "Mr. Wang, you called for me." "Shut the door." Wang Sa didn't even glance at Wei Hai. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Hai's face, but he turned around and closed the door. When he turned back to face Wang Sa had already lifted his head, staring at him with a cold gaze. The chilling light in that gaze made Wei Hai's heart skip a beat. But he still steeled himself and approached Wang Sa, asking, "Mr. Wang, what do you need me for?" Wang Sa stood up, slowly walking in front of Wei Hai, his voice icy as he said, "Wei Hai, Qin Jia is someone I arranged to come in. You should know that, right?" Wei Hai feigned ignorance. "Mr. Wang, what are you talking about?" "Playing dumb." Without warning, Wang Sa raised his hand and slapped Wei Hai across the face. Then he immediately followed up with a kick to Wei Hai's abdomen. Wei Hai was caught off guard, feeling a sharp pain, stumbling back several steps. He steadied himself, clutching his abdomen, his face showing signs of pain. He glared at Wang Sa, his tone laced with anger. "Mr. Wang, what does this mean?" Wang Sa coldly replied, "Wei Hai, Qin Jia is someone I arranged to come in. You had better suppress any thoughts you shouldn't have. Otherwise, I assure you, you won't keep your third leg." Wei Hai's pupils constricted, panic rising in his heart. How did he know? Did he also discover something else? Before he could speak, Wang Sa suddenly raised his voice, "Get out." Wei Hai fled in a panic, not daring to pursue the matter of Wang Sa slapping and kicking him. He didn't know what else Wang Sa was aware of, and this unknown fear left him feeling extremely anxious. Because he knew that some of the things he had done before were absolutely unspeakable. If they were uncovered, he would at least be expelled from Anshin Group. At worst, he would end up in prison. However, once he returned to his office, perhaps due to the sense of security it provided, his heart settled considerably. He began to seriously contemplate the events that had transpired in Wang Sa's office. Wang Sa must have learned something, but his knowledge isn't detailed. The key is that he probably doesn't have direct evidence, otherwise it wouldn't just be about slapping me. With this thought, his anxiety gradually dissipated. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, a smug expression appearing on his face. "Humph. Wang Sa, you have already admitted that these 4 people, including Qin Jia, were arranged by you. I want to see if someone like you who has severely violated company regulations can still maintain your position as for Qin Jia." Thinking of Qin Jia, a more sinister smile appeared on Wei Hai's lips. "You can protect her while you are in the group, but what if you fall from power? Can you still protect her then?" Over the weekend, the rumors about Wang Sa arranging connections to enter the group grew increasingly intense. Many within Anshin Group, under the deliberate guidance of some individuals, felt that Wang Sa's actions severely trampled upon fairness and justice. This also seriously contradicted the mission of Anshin Group. Some even said that Wang Sa was attempting to establish his own faction within Anshin Group, aiming to gradually seize power. These words reached Lu Chang's ears early Monday morning. After hearing them, he merely smiled lightly. Others might not know who Wang Sa was, but he certainly did. He was the spokesperson arranged by Lu Anqing within the group. Moreover, based on Lu Chang's understanding of Wang Sa, how could he casually grant someone a favor? However, with the rumors surfacing all unfavorable to Wang Sa, Lu Changhe couldn't help but think, the one driving these rumors will come to find me right. Just then there was a knock on his office door. Lu Hongya walked in. "Chairman, Mr. Zhou is looking for you." Lu Hongya nodded. "If this old fellow is here regarding Wang Sa's matters, then he is the one driving." Lu Changhe sighed and shook his head, asking Lu Hongya to bring Zhou Jiqing in. Zhou Jiqing appeared to be around 50 years old, looking quite spirited. He hurried over to Lu Changhe with small steps, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Chairman, Chairman." Lu Changhe had already stepped out from behind his desk, extending his hand to shake hands with Zhou Jiqing. Have a seat, have a seat." They exchanged some pleasantries. At one moment, Zhou Jiqing observed Lu Chang's expression and smiled. "Chairman, have you heard about the rumors that Mr. Wang has been giving people favors and arranging unqualified individuals into the group?" Lu Changhe nodded. "I've heard about it. Chairman, you need to manage this matter." Lu Changhe shifted his sitting posture, smiling as he replied, "Old Zhou, how do you suggest I manage this?" Zhou Jiqing glanced at Lu Chang's expression, pondering his thoughts. Lu Changhe did not avoid the issue raised regarding Wang Sa, leaving Zhou Jiqing uncertain about his thought. Or perhaps Lu Changhe had hidden his true feelings very well. However, Zhou Jiqing had already prepared his words, and after pretending to think for a moment, he spoke. Chairman Wang Sa has arranged for 4 people to enter the group's planning department. I have heard that the business capabilities, educational backgrounds, and work experiences of these 4 individuals severely do not meet the group's hiring standards. President Wang has abused his power, undermined the group's system, violated regulations, and opened a backdoor for 4 individuals who do not meet the standards. This has severely affected the group's image, and in recent days there has been considerable public sentiment, with many employees feeling discontent. Therefore, the group must provide an explanation to calm the emotions of its employees. Lu Changhe nodded in agreement. Old Zhou, what kind of explanation do you think I should provide? Faced with the ladder handed by Lu Changhe, Zhou Jiqing climbed it directly. Chairman, I believe President Wang's actions this time have indeed gone too far and have caused considerable negative impact on the group. So my suggestion is... Zhou Jiqing paused for a moment, changed his tone, and lowered his voice. My suggestion is to first remove President Wang from his position to quell the anger of the majority of employees within the group. Or to adjust President Wang's position since this issue arose. Because of him, he should have an attitude. Lu Changhe chuckled, leaning back. Old Zhou, your suggestion is indeed quite reasonable. However, there is a problem. If I remove Xiao Wang from his position or change his role, who do you think can replace his current? This is quite simple. Zhou Jiqing was also prepared. The group does not have only him as a vice president, including the work I am currently handling is also not too much. Even if I take over President Wang's responsibilities, I would have no problem with that. Lu Changhe did not continue. He crossed his legs and smiled. Old Zhou, the public opinion regarding Xiao Wang in the group should be driven by you, right? Hearing this, a hint of guilt flashed in Zhou Jiqing's eyes. Chairman, you are wronging me. Many people in the group are aware of President Wang's backdoor dealings. Everyone is quite displeased with President Wang's actions. This matter was not suppressed, and naturally it spread. Good. Lu Changhe changed his sitting posture. Then let's not discuss the public opinions matter or whether anyone is promoting it. Let's first address Xiao Wang's situation. After speaking, Lu Changhe shouted loudly to the outside, Xiao Lu, come in for a moment. Lu Hongye immediately appeared. Chairman, notify that in 20 minutes all vice presidents and above should gather in the conference room. The meeting's theme will be to address the issue of Wang Sa's improper hiring of personnel. Lu Hongye nodded. Understood, Chairman. Zhou Jiqing felt a surge of joy inside. With such a grand display, it seemed the chairman intended to deal sternly with Wang Sa this time. 20 minutes later, in the Anshin Group conference room, there were less than 10 people in the conference room. Lu Changhe sat at the head, while others sat on either side of the conference table. Naturally, Wang Sa and Zhou Jiqing were included, each sitting on opposite sides. Everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Lu Changhe placed his hands on the table, gesturing to Zhou Jiqing. Old Zhou, you take it from here. Zhou Jiqing nodded, his eyes increasingly bright, with a smile, seemingly unable to contain it. He looked at Wang Sa and said with a smile, President Wang, the past few days the group has been spreading that you opened a backdoor during the employee recruitment process. Do you admit to this? Wang Sa nodded. That's right, I did it. Then do you know that each of these individuals who came in through the backdoor severely does not meet the group's hiring standards? I know. Then do you understand the consequences of your actions? Wang Sa tilted his head, his expression calm. What consequences? You still ask what the consequences are? Zhou Jiqing scoffed. President Wang, do you regard the group's rules as nothing? What do you take the group's principles of fairness and justice for? How do you expect the thousands of employees in the group to view this? How do you expect them to think? You have harmed the group's image and reputation. Wang Sa chuckled lightly. Zhou Zong has a point. Chairman. Zhou Jiqing revealed a hint of a smug smile. Since President Wang has admitted, shouldn't the group provide an explanation regarding this matter? After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that there are grievances among the employees in the group, and the group must give them an explanation and a stance. Lu Changhe calmly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other vice presidents. Everyone, what are your thoughts? I support Zhou Zong's suggestion. I also support it. This matter with President Wang indeed requires serious handling. In an instant, 5 or 6 supported Zhou Jiqing's suggestion. Of course, there were also dissenting voices, but only 2 lacking sufficient influence. There were also some neutral parties who did not express their stance watching the conflict unfold. After Lu Changhe listened to everyone's opinions, he turned to Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, do you have anything to say regarding? Wang Sa looked at Lu Changhe. Chairman, it was my action, and I admit it. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping over the opposing vice presidents, a hint of mockery on his face. However, I acted under the instruction of the boss, and those 4 individuals were also the ones the boss wanted to arrange in. The room fell into silence as these words were spoken. Everyone present knew that Anshin Group had a major shareholder who held 70% of the shares. This was the boss Wang Sa referred to. However, this boss was extremely mysterious. Since Anshin Group's development over the years, very few people have met this enigmatic figure. Zhou Jiqing naturally was not among them. But at this moment he felt a strong shock inside. If these were the individuals arranged by the boss, then not even he as a vice president, nor even Liu Changhe would dare to oppose it. After all, those 4 individuals were not in any core positions within the group. However, at this juncture, Zhou Jiqing was very reluctant to give up this opportunity to strike at Wang Sa. Because once he missed this opportunity, finding another flaw in Wang Sa next time would be even more difficult. And if Wang Sa were given another chance to retaliate, it might be Zhou Jiqing who would end up leaving Anshin Group. Immediately, Zhou Jiqing's eyes turned, and he formed a plan in his mind. Zhou Jiqing looked at Wang Sa with a skeptical gaze, his tone aggressive. Mr. Wang, you claim it was the boss who arranged this, but how can you prove it was the boss arrangement? Wang Sa turned to the chairman, appearing calm. Chairman, is there really a need for proof? No need, Liu Changhe waved his hand. Since it was the boss who arranged it, you should just follow the boss orders. Chairman. Zhou Jiqing gritted his teeth. You can't just take Mr. Wang's word for it, can you? Liu Changhe turned to Zhou Jiqing, his expression gradually turning cold. This was not just a doubt about him, but also about his son. Mr. Zhou, are you questioning me? Zhou Jiqing was taken aback, realizing that his earlier words had indeed been a bit reckless. He shrank back, whispering, Chairman, I spoke too much. Speaking too much means you're not thinking clearly. Liu Chang's voice was devoid of emotion. Old Zhou, you should go home and rest for a while. They'll talk to the boss about your situation and he'll decide how to handle you. Zhou Jiqing's heart sank. He knew that Liu Changhe was saying to go home to rest, but the deeper meaning was that he was contemplating his dismissal. However, whether or not to dismiss him still depended on the boss' decision. He did not resist, and could only nod. Chairman, I understand. After saying those 6 words, Zhou Jiqing felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing into his chair. The other vice presidents present looked at Zhou Jiqing with varied expressions, none of them speaking up for him. Although the big boss had never shown his face, no one in the Anshin Group dared to easily provoke the authority of the big boss. Holding 70% of the shares, the Anshin Group was essentially the big boss' absolute dominion. By the way, Chairman. Wang Sa turned to face Liu Changhe and suddenly spoke again. Actually, regarding the public opinion incident about me, I conducted some investigations before this meeting. The investigation revealed that the public opinion had developed to this extent because someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes. In fact, someone played a rather unsavory role, deliberately guiding the direction of public opinion. Oh, Liu Chang's interest peaked upon hearing this. He casually glanced at Zhou Jiqing before asking Wang Sa, have you identified who is behind this? So far I have traced it back to Wei Hai, the manager of the planning department. Hearing this name, Zhou Jiqing's heart. Wang Sa also glanced at Zhou Jiqing, continuing, but I suspect that Wei Hai alone doesn't have the guts to guide unfavorable public opinion against the group. There must be other ill-intentioned individuals behind Wei Hai. Hurry up and investigate. Liu Changhe has set the tone. Normal discussions within the group are not prohibited. However, anyone deliberately guiding public opinion that damages the group's reputation and image must be dealt with decisively. Understood, Chairman. With the meeting reaching this point, there was no longer any need to continue. Liu Changhe announced the adjournment. Zhou Jiqing left the conference room with a sense of dread, immediately sending a message to Wei Hai. Xiao Wei, Wang Sa is investigating this public opinion incident. You need to remember, if it comes to you, you must hold your ground and not give in. Before long, Wei Hai replied with a message, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing this message, Zhou Jiqing still felt uneasy. But at this moment he could only stand by and watch the development of the situation, unable to intervene. On the other side, Wang Sa, having exited the conference room, also sent a message. Have you clarified the issues regarding Wei Hai? Soon Wang Sa received a message back. Mr. Wang, it's been clarified that there are currently 6 female employees in the planning department who were violated by Wei Hai. The methods primarily involve coercion, date rape, or quid pro quo. Among them 3 were date rape and 1 was coercion. Wang Sa typed while walking, how is the evidence? 3 people have already agreed to come forward to testify against Wei Hai, and I am currently trying to persuade the last date rape victim. Could send me the information on these individuals first. After sending this message, Wang Sa put away his phone and entered the elevator. Soon after, his phone received a set of documents. He glanced briefly at the information, which contained details about the 6 girls violated by Wei Hai. The elevator quickly arrived at the floor where the planning department was located. Wang Sa arrived at the door of Wei Hai's office and stopped. He did not directly enter, but instead opened the recording app on his phone. After switching the recording to the background, he did not knock, but pushed the door open directly. Wei Hai, who was watching short videos on his phone, was startled. He looked up and saw Wang Sa had barged in. He immediately stood up, but his expression was clearly unwelcoming. Mr. Wang, even if you are the vice president of the group, you should knock before entering someone else's office, right? Wang Sa ignored him and unceremoniously sat down on a chair. He then got straight to the point. Wei Hai, you should know Luo Xiaoqing, right? Wei Hai's expression changed slightly. Wang Sa continued. Also Li Xiaoyan, Shen Yufeng, Yinzi Qiu Haitong, and Su Huanhuan, you should be quite familiar with these names. Hearing this string of names, Wei Hai's face turned pale, and his heart sank gradually. Wang Sa's knowledge was clearly more detailed than he had anticipated. Once these matters were exposed, he would certainly end up in serious trouble. He quickly checked outside the door, seeing no one else following him and no police in sight. This slightly reassured Wei Hai. The absence of police indicated that Wang Sa did not come to arrest him. Immediately his attitude towards Wang Sa became somewhat fawning. Mr. Wang, you already know. Wang Sa nodded. I know everything I need to know. I just didn't expect that our group actually has someone like you. Wei Hai, uncertain of Wang Sa's intentions, could only smile carefully. Mr. Wang, since you already know, how do you plan to handle this? Of course I will report this to the police. Hey, no. Wei Hai's expression was one of pleading. You came alone this time without police. You definitely don't want me to be arrested. So as long as you don't report me and help cover this matter up, I will follow your orders in the future. Wang Sa pretended to be surprised. Really? Really? Wei Hai smiled. With you holding this over me, how could I dare not listen to you? Wang Sa nodded in satisfaction. Manager Wei is indeed a wise man who knows the situation. Wei Hai smiled, waiting for Wang Sa to continue. Wang Sa said, Manager Wei, this public opinion incident targeting me within the group must have been deliberately guided by you. Wei Hai forced a smile. Mr. Wang, I admit I was wrong in this matter and I apologize to you. No need for Wang Sa waved his hand. You probably wouldn't have had the guts to do this. I just want to know who is behind you. This? Wei Hai hesitated, unwilling to speak plainly. Can't say. Wei Hai smiled. Mr. Wang, it's really inconvenient to say. It's fine if it's inconvenient to say. Wang Sa smiled. Then he'll just send the information about Luo Xiaoqing and the others to the police. No. Wei Hai quickly caved. He'll tell you. Wang Sa leaned back and smiled. Wei Hai lowered his head slightly. It's Zhou Jiqing. Say the name. Zhou Jiqing. Huh. Just as I thought it was him. Wang Sa smiled, then stood up, intending to leave Wei Hai's office. Wei Hai hurriedly blocked him. Mr. Wang, you won't report me, will you? Wang Sa gave him a reassuring smile. Since Manager Wei has already sided with me, I naturally won't report you. After saying this, Wang Sa stepped out of Wei Hai's office. Wei Hai watched Wang Sa's departing figure, clearly feeling distrustful. I can't trust this Wang Sa. I just don't know how much evidence he has in his hands. Meanwhile, Wang Sa, having left Wei Hai's office, made a phone call. Quickly complete the evidence chain on Wei Hai, then report him and have him arrested. After Wang Sa received the recording from Wei Hai, he did not return to his office. Instead, he went to Lu Chang's office. Chairman, we have found out who is deliberately guiding the unfavorable public opinion against the group. Who is it? Wang Sa played the recording from his phone for Lu Changhe. After listening, Lu Changhe slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Damn it, how could our group have a scoundrel like Wei Hai? We can't let him off easy. Lu Changhe seemed somewhat enraged. Bring Wei Hai to my office, and also call Zhou Jiqing over. Hearing the news, Lu Hongye immediately made arrangements. Soon Zhou Jiqing arrived at the chairman's office. Upon seeing Wang Sa, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Chairman, you called for me. Wait a moment. Lu Chang's voice was icy. We'll talk once everyone is here. Zhou Jiqing inwardly cursed. Usually when he came to Lu Chang's office, Lu Changhe would ask him to sit down. But now not only did he not invite him to sit, his tone and attitude were evidently displeased. He glanced at Wang Sa again, and the sense of unease within him grew stronger. Minutes passed, and Wei Hai arrived at the door. Lu Hongye entered to report, Chairman, Manager Wei has arrived. Tell him to get in here, Lu Changhe shouted in rage. Zhou Jiqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It's over. It's over. Wei Hai entered Lu Chang's office with a terrified expression. Chairman, you called for me. Lu Changhe glared at him, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Wei Hai, you are truly a beast. With that, he kicked Wei Hai in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. As a manager of the planning department, you actually abused your power to violate 6 female employees. 3 of them were drugged and raped. How could you stoop to such despicable methods? If you had used money to settle this, I might have thought of you as noble. But you resorted to such shameful methods. How could my Anshin group have someone like you? Lu Chang's anger escalated, suddenly pointing at Wang Sa. Wang Sa, beat him up, beat him to death. If he dies, that's on me. Without hesitation, Wang Sa stepped up and unleashed a flurry of punches on Wei Hai's head. Instantly, a series of piercing screams echoed throughout the chairman's office. Seeing this, Lu Hongye quietly closed the office door, seemingly afraid of interrupting Wang Sa's assault. Beside him, Zhou Jiqing watched the whole scene, appearing calm on the surface. But inside, he was churning with anxiety. He had worked with Lu Changhe for quite some time, but had never seen him this. Even when company executives embezzled money from the group, he merely insisted on calling the police or firing them. But this time was the one exception, with Lu Changhe cursing openly and ordering Wang Sa to beat someone. At this moment, Lu Changhe turned his ire towards Zhou Jiqing. Old Zhou Weihai is your man, right? Is this the kind of scum you brought in? Are you blind? Zhou Jiqing was caught off guard by the scolding, unsure of how to respond. Or rather, he felt he had no way to argue back. And you? Lu Changhe placed his hands on his hips, glaring at Zhou Jiqing. Old Zhou, you are also worthless. This incident involving Xiao Wang's public opinion, the person behind it was actually you. What were you thinking? What did you want to do? Has the group mistreated you? Did the group wrong you? You deliberately guided negative public opinion against the group. Do you really want to see the group collapse before you're satisfied? Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Zhou Jiqing became increasingly terrified. He felt his legs weaken and his entire body seemed to tremble. He knew he had been sold out completely by Weihai. He also realized that his good days at Anshin Group had come to an end. Xiao Wang, that's enough. After a while, Lu Changhe finally called for Wang Sa to stop. Hearing Lu Chang's words, Wang Sa ceased his assault on Weihai. At this point, he was also a bit out of breath from the sustained high-intensity exertion. As for Weihai, he lay on the ground, his face bruised and his clothes disheveled. His eyes were glazed over, and he coughed occasionally. Lu Changhe glanced at him with disgust. Damn it, this beast is becoming more and more repulsive to look at. Quickly call security to take him away and send him to the police station. Soon Lu Hongya arranged for security to carry Weihai out. Lu Changhe sat back down on the sofa looking at Zhou Jiqing. Old Zhou, you might as well not rest, just resign voluntarily. Considering you have contributed a lot to Anshin Group, it'll send you a pension of 3,000 every month in the future. What? Zhou Jiqing's expression changed. Chairman, according to the group's standards, a retired vice president can receive a pension of 30,000 a month, right? 30,000. Lu Changhe glared. I'm giving you 3,000 out of pity for your contributions over the years. How dare you ask for 30,000? If this matter reaches my son. If it reaches the boss, you won't get a single cent from me. Zhou Jiqing lowered his head, opening his mouth, as if to say something. But he caught sight of Lu Chang's furious face out of the corner of his eye, and swallowed the words back down. All right, you can go now. Lu Changhe took a moment to calm his emotions, his tone stabilizing significantly. You can complete your resignation paperwork today. I'll approve it personally. You need to get out of the group today. Zhou Jiqing left with his tail between his legs. However, before he left, he cast an unwilling glance at Wang Sa. He had originally planned to bring Wang Sa down. But not only did he fail to do so, but he had also brought about his own demise. At this moment, he hated Weihai to the core. Wang Sa walked behind Lu Changhe, patting his back. Chairman, don't be too angry, but it's not worth it to get upset over these two pests. Sighing, Lu Changhe replied, Xiao Wang, I had already guessed that there was a high probability of old Zhou's involvement in this public opinion incident. I originally planned to let him take a break and arrange for him to retire internally, ensuring he received the benefits a vice president should have. But I didn't expect that the Weihai he brought in would be such a scoundrel. Chairman, please don't be upset, Wang Sa said softly. I will keep a close eye on Weihai's situation. If he can be sentenced to 10 years, I will make sure he does not get just 9. Lu Changhe nodded. Such a beast deserves to be severely punished. He leaned back on the sofa. All right, you go back to work now. There are still a pile of matters that you need to handle. Then I'll call Xiao Lu in to take care of you. Lu Changhe slightly nodded, closed his eyes, and began to rest. That fit of rage earlier had also exhausted him. Wang Sa returned to the office and immediately called Zhang Yang. Manager Zhang, you should be aware of Weihai's situation, right? Zhang Yang nodded. President Wang Weihai has just been taken away by the police. He won't be coming back. Wang Sa pointed to the chair in front of him, indicating Zhang Yang to sit down. Manager Zhang, with Weihai out of the picture, the position of the planning department manager has become vacant. It seems there is a supervisor named Zhao Wujing in the planning department. Let's see if he can take on the role of manager. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Zhang Yang agreed, and then asked, President Wang, has anyone been selected for Zhao Wujing's supervisor position? Wang Sa thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet, you can decide. Then I'll choose someone from their original group. That works, Wang Sa agreed. On the other side, in the planning, the news of Weihai being taken away by the police had already spread. While many were puzzled, quite a few were also smiling with joy. Most people did not like Weihai. Qin Jia breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. She had been somewhat worried as she had been harassed. At this moment, Zhang Lei leaned over to Li Qingyang and said, Old Four, what do you think will happen if we get found out for not meeting Anshin Group's hiring standards now that Weihai has been caught? Will we be fired? Li Qingyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, we won't get fired. Why? Zhang Lei asked curiously. How can you be so sure we won't be fired? Li Qingyang pretended to be mysterious. Can't say. Just then Zhang Yang walked into the planning department. He went straight to Zhao Wujing's workstation. Zhao Wujing, come with me to the conference room. Zhao Wujing followed Zhang Yang into the conference room with a confused expression. Have a seat. Jiang Yang sat down first and pointed to a position next to him. Manager Jiang, are you looking for me because of Manager Wei's situation? Jiang Yang shook his head. Wei Hai has been arrested by the police for suspected criminal activities. I'm here for two main reasons. Zhao Wujing sat up straight, waiting for Jiang Yang to continue. Jiang Yang smiled and said, the first matter is that the group has decided to appoint you as the new planning department manager. What? Zhao Wujing exclaimed, then quickly smiled. I'm the manager now. Jiang Yang replied, Manager Zhao, you need to work hard. Being a manager is not the end for you. Zhao Wujing quickly composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang waved his hand. And for the second matter, you need to recommend someone to take your position. Who do you think is suitable? Zhao Wujing thought for a moment and said, how about Sun Zhonghua? He has a more stable personality. Great, I'll let him give it a try. Jiang Yang left, and Zhao Wujing returned to the planning department with a beaming smile. Zhao Wujing thought for a moment and said, how about Sun Zhonghua? He has a more stable personality. Great, I'll let him give it a try. Jiang Yang left, and Zhao Wujing returned to the planning department with a beaming smile. Li Qingyang chimed in with a smile. What kind of occasion could it be? It must be because our supervisor Zhao got promoted, and he should be called Manager Zhao now. This remark stunned everyone. Even Zhao Wujing looked at Li Qingyang in surprise. He hadn't announced that he had been promoted to planning department manager. How did Li Qingyang know? Did he guess it right by luck, or does he know something? Lu Chunyin also asked in disbelief. Boss, is what Li Qingyang said true? Since it would be announced sooner or later, Zhao Wujing simply admitted, yes, Manager Jiang just came to tell me that. Wow. The atmosphere on site became lively. Congratulations, Supervisor Zhao. No, he should now be called Manager Zhao. The next day in the morning, Lu Anqing came to Anqing Group once again. Under Wang SAS cover, he quietly entered Lu Chang's office. The moment Lu Changhe saw Lu Anqing, he became excited. Damn, you finally made it here. Saying this, Lu Changhe directly grabbed Lu Anqing's hand. Son, have you already received your graduation certificate? Lu Anqing nodded. Yes, I have received it. Then can I retire now? Who said that? Lu Anqing said seriously, Dad, I've told you at your age it's time to work hard, not to retire. Sigh. Son, please have some sympathy for me. Lu Changhe pretended to look exhausted. I really can't take it anymore. I want to go home and rest. I want to. Lu Anqing turned to call Lu Hongya in. Shall Lu please arrange a bed for my dad in the office? He should sleep in the office. Lu Hongya stifled a chuckle, but said nothing. Lu Changhe glared. You little brat, don't you care about your old... Hey Dad. Lu Anqing comforted. Just help me out for a few more years. If I work hard during this time and give you a grandson, then you can take care of the grandchild and I'll come back to take over. How about that? Lu Changhe immediately smiled. Son, are you serious? Could I be lying to you? What about your girlfriend? Not at the moment. Lu Changhe's expression turned stern. Then what are you talking about? Sigh. Dad, Lu Anqing said earnestly. Look, if you continue to hold the chairman position and help me manage Anqing Group, then I would have more time to find a girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend means I can get married and then have children. Lu Changhe tilted his head in thought. That seems to be the case. Exactly. Lu Anqing patted Lu Changhe on the back, signaling him to sit down. So you see, your continued commitment to your position is mainly to give me more time to pursue love, which gives you a chance to hold your grandson in the coming years. Otherwise, if you are also stuck in this office, how can I find a girlfriend, and where will you get the chance to hold your grandson? Lu Changhe nodded. That makes sense. It seems I have to work hard for a few more years for the sake of my future grandson. Saying this, both of them sat down. Lu Anqing motioned for Wang Sa to sit down as well. Lu Hongya also brought 3 cups of freshly brewed hot tea to the 3 of them. So why did you come back today? Lu Changhe asked. Lu Anqing became serious. Dad, I already know about old Zhou and the situation with planning department manager Wei Hai. Lu Changhe held the steaming tea cup and said, do you think I was too sentimental in my handling of old Zhou? Lu Anqing shook his head. Not at all. He held the teacup, realizing it was still a bit hot, and put it back down. He looked up at Lu Changhe and said seriously, Dad, with the group being so large now, there are all sorts of people in it. I was thinking it's time for a major cleanup of the group. What do you think? Lu Changhe paused, his expression serious, as he looked at Lu Anqing. A major cleanup? Yes, a thorough cleanup. Lu Anqing nodded with a serious expression. The Anqing Group has developed for so many years, and its scale is too large. Although the group has always had relatively strict employee hiring standards, no one can guarantee that every employee who comes in meets the requirements. Today we had a Wei Hai incident, but how many Zhang Hai, Zhou Hai, and Zhao Hai are still hidden in the group? No one. So my idea is to take this opportunity of the Wei Hai incident to conduct a complete cleanup of the group and root out all these so-called Zhang Hai and Zhou Hai. Those who should be dismissed will be dismissed, and those who should be handed over to the judicial authorities will be handed over. Lu Changhe pondered for a moment and nodded. I do not oppose your cleanup plan. The key is, who do you plan to have handle this? As he spoke, Lu Changhe waved his hand. Let me be clear, I do not have the energy to help you with this cleanup. Lu Onqing smiled slightly. Of course I will leave it to Xiao Wang. He looked at Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, can you handle it? Wang Sa nodded readily. Boss, I can handle it. Good, then you can start this week. Just as he said this, there was a sudden knock on the office door, and Lu Hongya walked in. Chairman Boss, the president of Fuan University, Chen Qiqiang, called again. Is it again about wanting to meet me, eh? Lu Changhe waved his hand. Just tell him I don't have time this week. No need. Lu Onqing smiled. Xiao Lu just replied to Chen Qiqiang that the chairman does not intend to meet him anymore. Understood. Lu Hongya nodded and exited Lu Chang's office. Lu Changhe looked at Lu Onqing. Son, did you tell Chen Qiqiang that you could help him arrange a meeting with me? Lu Onqing smiled. It was for my smooth graduation, but now that I have received my diploma and degree certificate, I'm too lazy to bother with him. In fact, the main reason is that the system task has been completed and the reward has been credited, so Lu Onqing decided to ignore Chen Qiqiang. As long as I make an appearance, your diploma and degree certificate, your school won't issue them to you. There's no need. Mainly, I don't want to expose my relationship with the Onqing group. Now that you've graduated, you still don't want people to know you're the boss of the Onqing group. Lu Onqing smiled. Well, there's no need to deliberately expose it. People will gradually find out. On the other side at Fuan University, in the president's office, Chen Qiqiang was on the phone with Lu Hongya. Secretary Lu, what did Lu Zong say? President Chen, I'm sorry, our chairman really doesn't have time to meet you. But last week you said he would have time this week. President Chen, our chairman has a different schedule every week and his agenda is already full. So Lu Zong can't even spare 10 minutes to meet with me. I'm sorry, President Chen, the chairman doesn't have time and I have work to do, so I'll hang up now. The call was disconnected and Chen Qiqiang listened to the busy tone on the phone, clenching his fist. His face darkened, anger brewing within him. Bang! Damn it. He suddenly slammed his palm on the table in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Last week you said he would have time this week, and now you tell me he doesn't. Lu Changhe, are you messing with me? After a moment, as Chen Qiqiang's anger subsided a bit, he picked up his phone and called Lu Onqing. Soon the call was connected. Hello, President Chen. Lu Onqing, can you help me arrange a meeting with the chairman of the Onqing group, Lu Changhe? Lu Onqing could hear the heavy emotion in Chen Qiqiang's voice. Lu Onqing smiled. President Chen, to be honest, Lu Zong doesn't want to meet you at all. Chen Qiqiang's expression turned somewhat ferocious. Lu Onqing, what do you mean by that? It's just the literal meaning. Lu Onqing said calmly. Lu Zong doesn't want to meet you and is not interested in becoming a board member of Fuan University. Then why did you tell me before that you could help me arrange a meeting with Lu Zong? Chen Qiqiang's tone was now filled with strong anger. Lu Onqing, however, laughed nonchalantly. President Chen, I was just lying to you. What's wrong with that? Why did you do this? Chen Qiqiang questioned. Lu Onqing smiled. President Chen, the matter of the school expelling me could not have been decided by Zhao Yuanhua without your consent, right? But later when Mingyuan Group withdrew and Hafeng Group collapsed, you needed a new board member to sponsor you, and you thought I had connections with Lu Zong, which is why you revoked my expulsion. However, why should I let Lu Zong sponsor you? Lu Zong is in business, not in charity. Moreover, a principal without principles like you is not worth a penny of sponsorship from Lu Zong. After saying that, Lu Onqing hung up the phone directly. Chen Qiqiang was so furious that he threw the phone he was holding away. Bang! Lu Onqing, how dare you mess with me? I don't care what your relationship is with Lu Changhe. Even if you are Lu Chang's son, I will not let you go. At Onqing Group, Lu Onqing, accompanied by Wang Sa, had already walked out of Lu Chang's office. As they reached the public office area, Wang Sa walked ahead, while Lu Onqing followed behind. Before Lu Changhe confirms his retirement, it's better for him as the boss to remain behind the scenes. Lu Onqing had just hung up the phone with Chen Qiqiang. He had never intended for the Onqing Group to sponsor anything for Fuan University. This was merely a stopgap measure he had employed to ensure his smooth graduation. As for whether Chen Qiqiang would get angry or lose his temper, he didn't care much about that. Soon Lu Onqing and Wang Sa arrived at the elevator. Boss, where are we going? Wang Sa asked in a low voice. Lu Onqing thought for a moment. Let's go to the planning department. Oh, I want to see my classmates. Okay. The elevator opened and the two entered one after the other. Shortly afterward, the elevator arrived at the floor where the planning department was located. You go call them to the meeting room. I will wait for them there. Understood, boss. Wang Sa agreed, first leading Lu Onqing to the meeting room before heading to the planning department's office area. Seeing Wang Sa arriving, the people in the planning department immediately notified Zhao Wujiang, who had already been promoted to manager. Zhao Wujiang hurriedly jogged out of his office to meet Wang Sa. Manager Wang, what brings you here? Wang Sa looked at Zhao Wujiang and smiled. So you are Zhao Wujiang. Previously, Zhao Wujiang was just a supervisor of a small group in the planning department, so Wang Sa naturally didn't recognize him. Zhao Wujiang quickly nodded. Yes, I am Zhao Wujiang. Wang Sa smiled. Manager Zhao, congratulations on your promotion. Thank you, Manager Wang. All right, let's skip the pleasantries. Wang Sa waved his hand. Have shown Chao Zhang Lei Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia come to the meeting room. Understood. Zhao Wujiang immediately agreed. Wang Sa first went to the conference room. Zhao Wujing then went to the planning department's office area to relay a message to Xiong Chao and the others. Previously, Zhao Wujing had heard rumors that Xiong Chao and the others entered Anshin Group because of Wang Sa's favoritism. Now Zhao Wujing felt even more certain that the rumors circulating within the group were largely true. I must be cautious when interacting with Xiong Chao and the others in the future so as not to offend them. In fact, what Zhao Wujing did not know was that his position as the manager of the planning department was still due to a word from Li Qingyang. Soon he arrived in front of Xiong Chao and the others. Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao. The people present greeted Zhao Wujing warmly as he approached. Zhao Wujing responded to each of them without any airs. Xiong Chao Zhang Lei Qin Jia Li Qingyang, you all need to go to the office. Someone is looking for you. Who is looking for us? Xiong Chao asked. Zhang Lei and Qin Jia also looked puzzled. Only Li Qingyang seemed to have an inkling, saying it might be the boss. But he was only guessing and did not say it with full certainty. You will know once you go, Zhao Wujing said, urging the four to head over. The four did not ask further and went to the conference room. As soon as they left, the other employees curiously began to inquire. Qian Yu was the first to speak. Manager Zhao, who is looking for those four? Lu Chunyan speculated, could it be Manager Wang? The rumors about Manager Wang and those four have been quite rampant these past few days. Only Sun Zhonghua remained silent, quietly continuing with his work. Zhao Wujing glanced at Sun Zhonghua before speaking, stop the wild guessing, everyone. And don't discuss things that don't concern you. Focus on your own work and avoid getting involved in unrelated matters. After saying that, Zhao Wujing turned and left. However, before he left, he took another look at Sun Zhonghua. This old Sun is more composed than Qian Yu and Lu. But if I recommend him to take over my position, will Manager Wang agree? But if I recommend one of the four from Xiong Chao, their abilities and skills fall significantly short. Zhao Wujing was still somewhat conflicted about the candidates for succeeding him. The candidate he had in mind was Sun Zhonghua, and he had already made a recommendation to Jiang Yang. However, as of now, the appointment notice from the HR department had not yet arrived. But if he recommended Sun Zhonghua, he was worried that Wang Sa would not agree, as the four from Xiong Chao had a special relationship with him. Yet if he recommended one of the four from Xiong Chao, their abilities would not be able to lead their current group to perform. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Wujing silently resolved, I need to find Manager Jiang and ask for his thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiong Chao and the others were walking toward the conference room together. Along the way, they were quietly discussing who was waiting for them in the conference room. After all, they had also participated in discussions about the recent gossip surrounding Manager Wang, especially Xiong Chao, who had actively engaged in the discussions. It was only later that they realized they had found themselves in the midst of the gossip. I wonder if it's someone from the HR department here to fire us. Zhang Lei couldn't help but speculate. Whoever it is, even if it's a dismissal, so what? Xiong Chao was rather indifferent. Qin Jia was also quite open-minded. We never met the employment standards of Anshin Group, so being fired is to be expected. But we have had the experience of interning at Anshin Group that can go on our resumes. Only Li Qingyang, who was in the know, was not worried at all. The whole group belonged to their boss, who would dare easily say they would fire the four of them. Soon the four arrived at the conference room door. Li Qingyang walked in front and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon hearing the voice from the conference room, Li Qingyang pushed the door open and peeked his head in. At first glance, he saw Lu Anqing sitting in the main seat. Lu Anqing smiled at him, old for come in. Li Qingyang immediately beamed, pushing the door and entering. Boss, is that really you? Following him, Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Qin Jia were all taken aback. Boss, how could it be you? Boss, what are you doing here? Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei widened their eyes, incredulously speaking. Qin Jia remained silent, but her expression clearly reflected her shock. Lu Anqing smiled, close the door, take a seat, and we'll talk after you sit down. Li Qingyang sat down first. After Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Qin Jia came to their senses, they also sat down. They seemed to have completely overlooked Wang Sa, who was sitting to the side. Let me introduce first. Lu Anqing pointed at Wang Sa. This is Manager Wang. He is the very Manager Wang who has been the talk of the group these days. After Lu Anqing's words, the four could not help but turn their gazes to Wang Sa. The rumors from the past few days had made them aware that their easy entry into Anshin Group was due to Manager Wang's violations. Thus, they all understood that this Manager Wang was a high-ranking vice president at Anshin Group. They had previously doubted whether the rumors about Manager Wang violating regulations to let them into Anshin Group were true. If so, why would this Manager Wang help them violate the rules to enter Anshin Group? Now, seeing Lu Anqing in this position, they suddenly understood Manager Wang's motives for helping them. The fact that Lu Anqing sat in the main seat rather than Wang Sa revealed many issues. Except for Li Qingyang, Qin Jia was the first to understand. She looked at Lu Anqing and asked, Anqing, what is your position in Anshin Group? Lu Anqing smiled. To put it simply, I am the owner of Anqing Group. What? Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei widened their eyes and exclaimed. Boss, you are the owner of Anqing Group. Zhang Lei looked incredulous. Xiong Chaos mouth seemed to be able to fit an egg inside. Qin Jia was also shocked, but she only opened her mouth without a sound. Li Qingyang, who already knew the truth, smiled. Our boss owns about 70% of Anqing Group shares. So it turns out our boss is the biggest owner of Anqing Group. How is that possible? Zhang Lei still seemed unable to believe it. Boss, you are the largest shareholder of Anqing Group, so why are you still attending university? Yeah, boss, Xiong Chao chimed in. Didn't you say your monthly living expenses are only 10,000? You, a big boss of Anqing Group, only have 10,000 a month. That seems unreasonable, right? And Zhang Lei seemed to think of something and turned to Li Qingyang. Old four, did you already know that the boss is the big owner of Anqing Group? It's not that I knew for a long time, Li Qingyang explained with a smile. I had my suspicions before, but I truly found out on the day we received our graduation and degree certificates. That day I told the boss about the time Wei Hai wanted to talk to us, and the boss filled me in. Did you have any suspicions? Zhang Lei seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. You mean you guessed early on that the boss is the owner of Anqing Group? Not exactly a guess, just a suspicion that the boss had some connection with Anqing Group. As he spoke, Li Qingyang counted off on his fingers. First, the boss asked us to submit resumes to Anqing Group, but he himself didn't submit one, which I found strange. Second, we not only received interview invitations from Anqing Group, but we also successfully passed the interview and joined the company. Especially since we were able to pass the interview and join if there were no connections within Anqing Group, it would have been impossible to reach this point. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei and Xiong Chao both opened their mouths in surprise. Qin Jia also seemed taken aback. They had not considered these details while Li Qingyang had noticed them. Li Qingyang smiled again, counting off another finger, and continued. Third, Zhang Xiaomei received an offer from Anqing Group, but it was later rescinded by them. The timing of this incident was quite coincidental, as it happened on the same day the boss announced her expulsion from school. Initially, I hadn't thought that the boss was manipulating this behind the scenes. It was only later that I connected the dots. If the boss had ties to the higher-ups at Anqing Group, then it all makes sense why we could smoothly join Anqing Group, including the issue of Zhang Xiaomei's offer being rescinded. I just didn't dare to think that the boss would actually be the big boss of Anqing Group. When I first found out, I was even more shocked than you all. After listening, Zhang Lei couldn't help but open his mouth. So that's how it is. The boss revealed so many details, but how come I didn't notice any of them? Xiong Chao asked in a daze. Old four, is your brain different from ours? Wang Sa turned to Lu Anqing and whispered, Boss, this classmate of yours could be cultivated. Lu Anqing nodded slightly. Li Qingyang was relatively smart and paid attention to details. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed the signs of Zhao Yuan, who was scheme against 3,303 ahead of time. All right. Lu Anqing spoke up with a smile. I called you all here today to meet with you, and I also have something. As he said this, Lu Anqing's expression became serious and his tone more solemn. Sensing Lu Anqing's seriousness, Xiong Chao and the others also restrained their smiles and became serious. Old 2, old 3, old 4, Qin Jia, you are my closest classmates from university. Lu Anqing continued. I can arrange for you to join the group and provide you with a stable income. However, how far you can develop later depends on yourselves. Whether you can become a supervisor, manager, director, or even a vice president or a project leader, all depends on your own efforts and growth levels. As he said this, Lu Anqing looked at Xiong Chao. Especially old 2, you have a penchant for indulgence, so I have no requirements for your work. As long as you stay in the company and handle some minor tasks, I can guarantee you a monthly salary of around 10 to 18,000, ensuring your basic needs are met. But if you want to earn a higher income, you will have to endure more hardships than others. Xiong Chao was perhaps the weakest among their group with the least willpower. His ambition was nearly non-existent, and he couldn't endure hardship at all. Therefore, Lu Anqing was mentally prepared to just support Xiong Chao. Xiong Chao chuckled. Boss, you know me well. Since you say that, I will certainly abide by the rules, follow the group regulations, not be late or leave early, and contentedly eat and wait to die in the group. Lu Anqing smiled, not saying anything further, but turning his gaze to Zhang Lei. Old 3, you are a bit of a rogue. However, I warn you, in the group, you can develop normal romantic relationships as long as you can pursue them. But you are not allowed to mess around in the group, or otherwise I will not tolerate you causing chaos in the group. Zhang Lei nodded seriously. Don't worry, boss, I will absolutely not mess around in the group. At most, I will mess around outside. Lu Anqing shook his head helplessly. You are hopeless. After saying this, he glanced at Li Qingyang and Qin Jia, especially lingering a moment longer on Qin Jia. If it weren't for the system's constraints, Qin Jia might have already become his girlfriend. With a gentle smile, Lu Anqing shook off those thoughts and said, I have no requirements for both of you either. Whether to work hard or to take it easy depends on yourselves. If you want to work hard, then strive to be like Xiao Wang, my right-hand man. If you want to take it easy, then you can be like old 2, earning around 10 to 18,000 each month, which can also ensure your basic needs. Qin Jia straightened her body, her expression serious, and took the lead in stating, Anqing, you should know that I am not content with mediocrity. Li Qingyang also smiled, boss, with my talents, if I just muddle through like Xiong Air, wouldn't that be a waste? Huh. Lu Anqing chuckled. Alright, then it's decided. As he said this, he looked at Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, once their internship period is over, arrange some challenging tasks for them to train them. Okay, boss. Wang Sa nodded in agreement. Then Lu Anqing's expression became serious again. I have one last requirement for you all. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xiong Chao and the others also became serious as they awaited Lu Anqing's next words. Lu Anqing scanned the room and said, You cannot expose that I am the boss of the group, nor can you reveal that you joined the group because of me. He looked at Wang Sa. Since everyone is now discussing that your background is Xiao Wang, let them discuss. You don't need to explain. Xiong Chao chuckled. Then we will rely on General Wang for more care in the future. Wang Sa smiled back at Xiong Chao. Mutual cooperation. As he said this, Lu Anqing waved his hand. Alright, you all go back to work as usual. Xiong Chao and the others left, each with a broad smile. Now that they knew Lu Anqing's identity, their fears of being fired had all disappeared. With their boss being the owner, as long as they didn't act foolishly, even if they just muddled through, they wouldn't be dismissed. Only Qin Jia took an extra glance at Lu Anqing as she left. A fleeting hint of unnoticed loneliness flashed in her eyes. With Lu Anqing being the boss of Anqing Group, it seemed the distance between them had widened. Zhao Wujiang saw Xiong Chao and a few others returning, and he knew Wang Sa must be leaving soon. He immediately headed towards the conference room, intending to see Wang Sa off. However, just as he reached the door, he happened to see Wang Sa opening the conference room door for Lu Anqing, allowing Lu Anqing to walk out. This scene startled Zhao Wujiang. Who is this? Wang Zong actually opened the door for him. He had never seen Lu Anqing and naturally did not know his identity. Lu Anqing and Wang Sa also saw Zhao Wujiang. Wang Sa frowned while Lu Anqing calmly said, Xiao Wang, handle this and make sure he doesn't speak out of turn. Okay, boss. Wang Sa replied expressionlessly as he walked towards Zhao Wujiang. Wang Zong. Who is this? Zhao Wujiang whispered his question. Wang Sa extended a hand. Don't inquire. Don't speak of what happened just now to anyone, understand? Understood. Zhao Wujiang nodded vigorously. No need to see me off, just focus on your work. Zhao Wujiang watched Lu Anqing and Wang Sa leave. Yet he still couldn't understand why Wang Sa was so respectful to such a young man. Suddenly he thought of how Xiong Chao and the others had also gone to the conference room earlier. A strange thought crossed his mind. It seems the relationship between Xiong Chao and his three companions in the group is not with Wang Zong, but rather with this young man, whom Wang Zong treats with such courtesy. But who is this young man? He couldn't figure out who it was, but someone who could command such respect from Wang Sa must have an extraordinary identity. In the entire Anqing group, the only person Wang Sa would treat with such respect was Chairman Lu Chang'e. But now there was another young man. Suddenly he thought of something, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. Could it be? This young man is the chairman's son. Once this thought surfaced, Zhao Wujiang felt a strong possibility. After all, someone who could make Wang Sa treat him so respectfully must have a significant identity. If he really is the chairman's son, then Xiong Chao and the others being in the group is surely not because of Wang Zong, but because of the chairman's son. With this thought, Zhao Wujiang decided not to dwell on it further. There was no use in considering it now. What he needed to do was focus on his work and secure his position as the planning department manager. As for Xiong Chao and the others, he just needed to build a good relationship with them. Soon Zhao Wujiang left the planning department and headed towards the HR department. He had matters to discuss and needed to consult HR manager Jiang Yang. Shortly after Zhao Wujiang arrived at the HR department, the people there recognized the newly promoted planning department manager. Seeing Zhao Wujiang approach, someone took the initiative to greet him. Manager Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Wujiang, not recognizing the person, smiled and replied, I'm here to find Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang is in the office. Let me take you there. Thank you. Zhao Wujiang was polite and did not act aloof. Quickly the person led Zhao Wujiang to the door of Jiang Yang's office. After knocking and receiving a response from Jiang Yang, Zhao Wujiang walked into the office. Oh, Manager Zhao, what brings you here? Seeing Zhao Wujiang, Jiang Yang immediately stood up. Although Zhao Wujiang had just been promoted to planning department manager, he was appointed directly by Wang Sa. Being appointed in this manner was different from being promoted based on regular performance. People like Zhao Wujiang were either valued by the higher-ups or had connections. In Jiang Yang's view, regardless of which category Zhao Wujiang fell into, he was someone Jiang Yang needed to maintain a good relationship with. Please have a seat. Jiang Yang invited Zhao Wujiang to sit on a sofa. He brewed a cup of tea for Zhao Wujiang, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yang actively inquired about Zhao Wujiang's purpose for visiting. Manager Zhao, did you come here for something specific today? Zhao Wujiang took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and then spoke. Manager Jiang, I do have something I want to ask you about related to your department's work. Oh, Zhang Yang appeared very interested. Please go on, Manager Zhao. I previously recommended Sun Zhonghua to take over my supervisory position, didn't I? Zhao Wujiang frowned, showing signs of hesitation. But after thinking it over, will Wang Zong perhaps disagree with my recommendation of Sun Zhonghua? Zhang Yang's eyes shifted, and he instantly understood Zhao Wujiang's concerns. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice and said, Manager Zhao, do you think Wang Zong would be more inclined towards one of the new hires? Zhao Wujiang nodded. That's exactly what I'm implying. Zhang Yang leaned back, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. Manager Zhao, I understand your concerns, but from my understanding of Wang Zong, he shouldn't have any particular thoughts on this matter. Zhao Wujiang, however, disagreed with Zhang Yang's assessment. He leaned in slightly, speaking softly to Zhang Yang. Manager Jiang, you don't know, just now Wang Zong went to the planning department and had a private meeting with those new hires in the conference room. He did not mention more details, including Lu Anxing's appearance. This statement alone was enough for Zhang Yang to contemplate. Sure enough, Zhang Yang fell into deep thought after hearing this. If Wang Sa truly didn't care much for the 4 new hires, there would be no need for him to have a private meeting with them. After a while, Zhang Yang had a plan forming in his mind. He changed his sitting posture and said softly, Manager Zhao, in that case, I will ask Wang Zong for his thoughts on this matter later. Once I find out, I'll let you know. What do you think? Zhao Wujiang readily agreed. I think that's a great idea. Knowing Wang Zong's intentions will guide our actions. Zhao Wujiang stood up to leave. Zhang Yang immediately called Wang Sa and explained the purpose of the call. No need to consider them. Wang Sa's response to Zhang Yang was very clear. As for the candidate for the supervisor position, there is no need to consider those 4. Moreover, inform Manager Zhao that there is no need to specifically accommodate those 4, just ensure they are not bullied and not particularly targeted. Some tasks suitable for them should be assigned to them. Don't let them all just sit idle. After receiving this message, Zhang Yang immediately conveyed it to Zhao Wujiang. Upon hearing Wang Sa's instructions, Zhao Wujiang felt reassured. He understood that Wang Sa was likely intending to nurture Xiong Chao and the others. At the same time, Zhang Yang arranged for someone to send Sun Zhonghua's appointment notice to the planning department, which also reached Sun Zhonghua's hands. Sun Zhonghua successfully took over the supervisory position left by Zhao Wujiang. He also became the direct supervisor of Xiong Chao and the others. A few days later, in a private room of a restaurant with strong confidentiality, Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan sat at the dining table quietly waiting for something. Soon a knock sounded at the door. Both Yu Shirlan and Su Hongxiang stood up, and Yu Shirlan walked over to open the door. At the door stood a middle-aged man dressed in an administrative jacket. Hello, this is Su Hongxiang. Is this the reserved private room? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Upon hearing this and seeing the distinctive administrative jacket, Yu Shirlan's face immediately filled with a smile. Yes, Director Lu, please come in. Yu Shirlan replied, slightly turning her body and making a gesture to invite him in. This middle-aged man is none other than Lu Zhibin, the president of the Jiangzhou court. Not minding Yu Shirlan's enthusiasm, Lu Zhibin stepped into the private room. At this moment, Su Hongxiang also came forward to greet him, saying, Director Lu, you have finally arrived. As he spoke, he extended a hand toward Lu Zhibin. Lu Zhibin shook his hand and smiled slightly, saying, You must be Mr. Su. Yes, that's me. I apologize for the wait. Director Liu's presence is greatly appreciated. We waited a few minutes for you, that is only right. As he spoke, Su Hongxiang led Lu Zhibin to the main seat, kindly pulling out a chair for him to sit down. Lu Zhibin took a seat without reservation, gesturing to Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan, Please take a seat. The 3 sat down, and Yu Shirlan began calling for food to be served, while Su Hongxiang and Lu Zhibin started chatting. Soon after, the dishes were served, and Su Hongxiang poured a drink of Maotai for Lu Zhibin. After 3 cups, Su Hongxiang picked up some food for Lu Zhibin and steered the conversation towards the main topic of the day. Director Lu, I believe you have heard about my son's situation. Before this meal, Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan had made some preparations. They had used some connections in the court to inform Lu Zhibin about their son's situation. At the same time, through other channels, they had also sent some money to Lu Zibin's son, who is studying abroad. Of course, they had conveyed this information through other people's mouths, and during this time, Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan did not rush to meet Lu Zhibin. Firstly, there was still some time before their son Su Wenmo's trial date, so there was no need to rush to meet Lu Zhibin. Secondly, being too eager to meet Lu Zhibin would be a rather reckless act, possibly causing Lu Zhibin to feel displeased. This meal was not something that Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan had proactively arranged. Rather, it was Yu Chongda who felt that the timing was right and took the initiative to set up the meeting with Lu Zhibin. Only after Lu Zhibin agreed did this meal come to be. Upon hearing Su Hongqiang's words, Lu Zhibin set down his wine glass and smiled slightly, saying, Mr. Su, I am already aware of your son's situation. I have actually gone through the related documents and understood the background of the case. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. According to the current evidence and the situation investigated by the Public Security Bureau, the situation is quite unfavorable for your son. Su Hongqiang had long been aware of this situation, as he had also hired a lawyer for Su Wenma. According to the lawyer, a not guilty defense was nearly impossible. They could only see if they could reduce the charges for Su Wenma, hoping to lessen his time in prison. This viewpoint was essentially consistent with Yu Cheng's opinion. Thus, Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan's demand had shifted from a not guilty defense to a reduced charge defense. At this moment, hearing Lu Zhibin's words, Su Hongqiang did not feel disappointed. His expression showed little change. He picked up the wine vessel and poured wine for Lu Zhibin, saying, Director Lu, I know that given my son's current situation, it is nearly impossible to mount a not guilty defense. I just want to know how much room there is for us to mount a reduced charge defense. Well, Lu Zhibin put down his chopsticks and pretended to think for a moment. Mr. Su, there is indeed some room, but it depends on whether you can provide any persuasive evidence in court. We do have some evidence. Yu Shilan interjected. My son and Zhang Xiaomei were originally classmates in university, and they had some misunderstandings before. To resolve the previous misunderstandings, my son transferred some money to Zhang Xiaomei. Our lawyer said that this money could be considered as evidence of a relationship of support between Zhang Xiaomei and my son. There's also another point. Su Hongqiang added. On the night of the incident, the hotel surveillance video showed that before entering the room, Zhang Xiaomei and my son did not exhibit strong resistance. So this can also be interpreted as Zhang Xiaomei being willing at the start. This should also be helpful for our son's reduced charge defense, right? Lu Zhibin pondered for a moment, saying, although what you say cannot prove that Zhang Xiaomei was willing, it can indirectly demonstrate that there was indeed some monetary transaction between Zhang Xiaomei and your son. If we discuss it from this angle, it might indeed be possible to reduce your son's sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan instantly broke into smiles. However, their plans were not as simple as merely reducing the sentence. They also aimed for achievements in court, medical parole, and various means to minimize Su Wenmo's time in prison. According to Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan's calculations, if everything went smoothly, they might even be able to have Su Wenmo released in just 2 or 3 months. Then thank you, Director Lu. Su Hongqiang said, picking up some food for Lu Zhibin again. Lu Zhibin smiled and replied, Mr. Su, there's no need to be polite. However, if you want the matter to be resolved, you still need to collect evidence yourselves. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer to Su Hongqiang and lowered his voice, saying, and Mr. Su, if you can get Zhang Xiaomei to change her testimony, it will give you a greater advantage in court. This statement made Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan exchange glances. They had already tried this route before, but it seemed that it was not feasible with Zhang Xiaomei. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to establish a connection with Lu Zhibin. Director Lu, we will try this again, as you suggested. Su Hongqiang smiled, saying, thank you for your reminder. He then raised his glass, saying, cheers to you. Lu Zhibin raised his glass as well, cheers. After finishing their meal, Su Hongqiang escorted Lu Zhibin to the parking lot. He had already arranged for a driver to take Lu Zhibin home. Once Lu Zhibin left in the car, Yu Shilan also drove Su Hongqiang away, leaving the parking lot quiet. However, Su Hongqiang, Yu Shilan, and Lu Zhibin were unaware that in a black Volkswagen nearby, a man in a suit had already taken a photo of Su Hongqiang, helping Lu Zhibin into the car. He reviewed the photo and sent all the pictures out via his phone. At the same time, he typed and sent out a message. Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan hosted a mysterious guest today. The identity is unknown and needs to be investigated quickly. In the office of Wang Sa at Anshin Group, he reclined slightly in his chair, gazing at a man in a suit before him. President Wang, the public opinion stirred up by Zhou Jiqing and Wei Hai in the group a few days ago has flared up again these past 2 days. This man in the suit, named Han Su, was also an employee of Anshin Group, but belonged to no specific department, reporting directly to Wang Sa. Moreover, this time the sentiment is even more intense than before. Wang Sa leaned back in his chair. Tell me, what are they discussing down there? Han Su said, some say that regardless of the circumstances, the group's rules cannot be casually broken. Once the rules are compromised, it becomes difficult to manage later. Others say that whoever violates the group's regulations should face the appropriate punishment. And some even argue that if the leadership can bend the rules for those with connections, then other leaders might do the same for their own connections. Hearing this, Wang Sa smiled and nodded. They all make some sense. He glanced at Han Su. Look into whether these remarks are being deliberately orchestrated. Also check if anyone is trying to use internal connections to bring in unqualified people. Understood. Han Su nodded and added, President Wang, there's another matter. Speak. Our surveillance on Su Hongqiang and Yu Shilan discovered they secretly hosted a dinner for someone yesterday. As he spoke, Han Su sent several photos to Wang Sa's phone. The phone chimed a few times, and Wang Sa picked it up to view the images. Han Su continued, I checked last night. The person Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan entertained is Lu Zhibin, the president of the Jiangzhou City Court. Oh. Intrigued by the court president's identity, Wang Sa remarked, so Su Hongxiang has indeed managed to connect with Lu Zhibin. Wang Sa had previously discovered that Yu Chengda had a close relationship with Lu Zhibin, leading him to suspect Yu Chengda might seek Lu Zhibin's assistance. Now it was Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan who dined with Lu Zhibin without Yu Chengda's presence. Clearly Yu Chengda had brokered the connection, otherwise Su Hongxiang couldn't have arranged the meeting. However, for Lu Zhibin to agree to help Su Hongxiang, Su must have offered some benefit. As for what that benefit was, Han Su, have you found out what Su Hongxiang gave Lu Zhibin? Han Su shook his head. Not yet. After the dinner ended yesterday, Lu Zhibin left without taking anything. Wang Sa pondered and said, if it's inconvenient to investigate Lu Zhibin, focus on Su Hongxiang. Once we uncover any illicit dealings between him and Lu Zhibin, things will become easier. Understood, President Wang. Han Su nodded in agreement. Wang Sa shifted his posture and asked, how is the covert investigation into any internal violations of company rules or illegal activities progressing? At this, Han Su lowered his head slightly. President Wang, the progress is somewhat slow. Why is it slow? The scale is too large. Han Su explained. The entire group has tens of thousands of employees, and our investigation must remain covert to avoid causing chaos. Moreover, some of our personnel are currently tied up with the Su Hongxiang and Yu Shirlan case, leaving us short. Wang Sa nodded without reproach. You've all worked hard. He'll discuss with the boss about increasing your team. Han Zu's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, President Wang. So have your covert investigations yielded any results in recent days? There have been some findings. Han Zu's expression turned serious. Employees in the marketing department have considerable grievances against the current director He Ruigong. Wang Sa's face instantly grew grave. The marketing director He Ruigong was a key contributor who had helped Lu Changhe develop Anshin Group to its current stature. Given his seniority and capability, he would undoubtedly qualify for a vice president position within the group. Yet he remained as marketing director, not due to a lack of ability, but because he controlled 50% of Anshin Group's client resources. In sales jargon, he was the group's top performer. Moreover, perhaps due to his sales background, he maintained close ties with many senior executives. If the marketing department lost him, performance could plummet by half. Furthermore, if He Ruigong were indeed guilty and the group decided to take action, the repercussions would far exceed those of dealing with Zhou Jiqing. It could even trigger an earthquake within the company. Wang Sa sat up straight and looked at Han Su. What did Han Su, as if having rehearsed his words, replied promptly. It's not exactly a finding, but there are rumors that he has been skimming subordinates' commissions and bonuses, poaching their client resources, and possibly taking kickbacks from the company, and in significant amounts. Hearing this, Wang Sa's expression darkened. Do you have any evidence? Not yet. Han Su shook his head. After hearing the rumors, we conducted a preliminary investigation and confirmed that he indeed schemes commissions and bonuses and steals client resources from subordinates. As for the kickbacks, we've only heard about it. Wang Sa fell silent for a moment after listening. Then he waved his hand. Continue your normal investigation into He's matters, but try not to disturb him. Understood. All right. Wang Sa waved his hand. You may go now. After Han Su left his office, Wang Sa's brow furrowed deeply. If the matter with He Ruigong proved true, Wang Sa knew that given Lu Anxing's character, he would handle it severely. Yet dealing with He Ruigong would have a tremendous impact on Anshin Group. After a moment's deliberation, Wang Sa decided to report the situation to both Lu Changhe and Lu Anxing. Whether to take action against He Ruigong would ultimately be the boss' decision. Subsequently, Wang Sa first called Lu Changhe and explained the situation. After a brief silence, Lu Changhe asked, Have you told my son about this? Chairman, I haven't had the chance to call the boss yet. Then inform him first, let him handle it. Very well, Chairman. After hanging up with Lu Changhe, Wang Sa immediately called Lu Anxing. Hello, boss, there's a matter I need to report to you. Go ahead. The marketing director, he might have— What issues, eh? Wang Sa took a deep breath before replying. First, he's been deducting the commissions and bonuses of the staff below him. Second, he's been seizing client resources that the staff have found. Third, Wang Sa paused before continuing. Third, there's suspicion of him taking kickbacks from the group. Lu Anxing on the phone was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Xiaowang, you think the third issue is the most serious, right? Wang Sa found Lu Anxing's reaction a bit strange, but remained silent. Lu Anxing continued, the most serious issues are the first and second. The employees below earn their commissions and bonuses through their own hard work and dedication, yet he dares to deduct them. He also seizes their client resources for himself. Someone like that has no place in the group. But boss, Wang Sa said solemnly. Director, he controls nearly half of the group's client resources. If we deal with him, it will likely cause a major upheaval within the group. It might even lead to a 50% reduction in the group's business volume. Most importantly, we don't have enough evidence right now. Lu Anqing on the phone suddenly fell silent. After a moment he spoke. Shao Wang, make arrangements for me to work in the marketing department. Wang Sa was startled. Boss, you're going to investigate personally. Just make the arrangements. That afternoon at Anqing Group, Jiang Yang met Lu Anqing in the HR department. On his desk lay a copy of Lu Anqing's resume. Lu Anqing's credentials were quite ordinary, not meeting the hiring standards of Anqing Group. But Wang Sa's order to Jiang Yang was clear: Lu Anqing must be placed in the marketing department. However, Jiang Yang was puzzled that the internal sentiment against Wang Sa was growing increasingly unfavorable. Why would Wang Sa still risk inserting someone into the group? Forget it. Jiang Yang muttered to himself. It's his arrangement, he'll just follow orders. If the group investigates later, the responsibility won't fall on me. Then Jiang Yang said to Lu Anqing, you're Lu Anqing, right? Manager Jiang, that's me. Lu Anqing replied with a faint smile. When can you start? I can start today. Then let's make it tomorrow. Jiang Yang stood up. I'll process all your onboarding paperwork today, take you to see the marketing department, and you can officially start tomorrow. All right, Manager Jiang, as you arrange. Subsequently, Jiang Yang gave Lu Anqing an employment contract. Without even glancing at it, Lu Anqing picked up a pen and wrote his name. This made Jiang Yang pause. Aren't you even going to look at the contract? There's nothing to see, is there? Such a large group surely wouldn't cheat me. In truth, this version of the employment contract had been personally finalized by Lu Anqing. The employment contract finalized by Lu Changhe had less favorable terms for employees. It was under Lu Anqing's guidance that it was revised to the current version, improving employee compensation and benefits. Seeing that Lu Anqing was unconcerned, Jiang Yang didn't press further. After all, he was someone Wang Sa had placed there. Soon Jiang Yang had nearly completed Lu Anqing's onboarding procedures. Let's go. Jiang Yang stood up from his chair. I'll take you to the marketing department first. You can go to work on your own, starting tomorrow. All right. Lu Anqing agreed. The marketing department of Anqing Group actually had 3 divisions. As the marketing director, He Ruigong had established and managed all 3. At that moment, in the office area of the 3rd marketing division, 2 male employees were each holding a cup of coffee, chatting in a corner. Shinyang, did you get your bonus for last quarter? One employee asked in a low voice. Shinyang replied angrily, not a chance. Forget the bonus, I only got half of last quarter's commission. Sigh. The other employee named Yin Xuanping sighed. You got half your commission? Ew, I only got damn it, what are they doing up there? Shinyang cursed. We work hard to make money for the group, and they can't even pay our commissions on time. Keep your voice down. Yin Xuanping cautioned, then whispered. I've heard the group is having some cash flow issues, so bonuses and commissions are delayed. Director, he said he'll go to the group to demand an explanation by the end of the year, or at most by the end of... Hearing this, Shinyang's expression turned strange. Old Yin, what you're saying doesn't match what I've heard. Yin Xuanping was taken aback. What did you hear? Shinyang leaned close to Yin Xuanping's ear and whispered, I heard our director, he went to Macau during last year's spring festival, lost tens of millions, and ended up deep in debt. Our bonuses and commissions were embezzled by director, he to pay off his gambling debts. That can't be. Yin Xuanping didn't believe it. Director, he does like to gamble, but he wouldn't lose that much, would he? Yeah. I didn't believe it at first either. Shinyang frowned. But you know how strong the group is. Our commissions and bonuses are a pittance to them. How could they not afford to pay due to cash flow issues? So now I suspect my version is the truth. No, absolutely impossible. Yin Xuanping waved his hand repeatedly. Even if director he lost money gambling, he wouldn't embezzle ours. So you still think it's a group cash flow problem? Probably. Yin Xuanping clearly agreed with this explanation. I think it's a cash flow issue within the group. But given the group's situation, even if there's a short-term cash flow problem, it can be resolved quickly. That's... Shinyang nodded. The group has had cash flow issues before. But I've heard the big boss of the group frequently injects hundreds of millions or billions into the group easily, solving funding problems. What can you do? Yin Xuanping laughed. Our mysterious big boss is just incredibly wealthy. Almost none of Anqing Group's employees knew the identity of the group's big boss. But almost everyone had heard the legends about the big boss. Just then someone approached Shinyang and Yin Xuanping. Old Shun, the supervisor wants us to go for a brief meeting. A meeting? Shinyang and Yin Xuanping were both puzzled. At this hour, what's the meeting about? The newcomer explained, a new employee has joined our team. The supervisor wants us to go and get acquainted. A newbie again. Shinyang threw up his hands. I wonder how long this one will last. Who cares? Yin Xuanping shrugged. We'll just focus on our own work. For now, let's go meet the new employee. Hello everyone, this is our group's new partner. In the marketing department of Anqing Group, about 10 people were sitting in a small conference room. A man in his 30s dressed in a light blue shirt sat at the head of the table. This person was Mu Lingfeng, the head of the third group in the marketing department. The person sitting directly to his left was the new employee of the third group, Lu Anqing. After saying a few words, Mu Lingfeng smiled at Lu Anqing and said, "Shall Lu please introduce yourself first?" Lu Anqing stood up and briefly introduced himself. Then Mu Lingfeng introduced the others in the conference room to Lu Anqing for a preliminary acquaintance. Then Mu Lingfeng smiled at Lu Anqing and said, "Shao Lu, our marketing department has a relatively low threshold for employee onboarding compared to other departments in the group. Our department has low requirements for education, work experience, and so on. But there is one hard requirement, which is performance." As he spoke, Mu Lingfeng shifted his tone. "As a fresh graduate, according to our marketing department's tradition, you only need to achieve a performance of 1 million within 3 months. If you cannot achieve it within 3 months, I will not be able to keep you." Lu Anqing nodded. "Understood." Mu Lingfeng nodded and turned his gaze to Shun Yang, saying, "Xiao Shun, take Xiao Lu over and arrange a workstation for him." "Okay, Supervisor Mu." Shin Yang responded. Mu Lingfeng looked back at Lu Anqing and said, "Xiao Lu, after your workstation is arranged, you can choose to either go back and rest or familiarize yourself with the environment in the company. But regardless, you must arrive on time to clock in for your first day at work tomorrow. No tardiness, understood?" "Understood." "All right, then the meeting is dismissed." Everyone stood up and began to exit the conference room in an orderly manner. Shin Yang proactively came to Lu Anqing's side, saying, "Xiao Lu, follow me." "Sure." Lu Anqing replied and nodded at Mu Lingfeng before leaving the conference room with Shin Yang. Although he was the boss of Anqing Group, he had actually never been to the marketing department. Whenever he came to the group, he would directly go to Lu Cheng's office under Wang SAS cover. "You still remember my name, right?" Shin Yang, walking in front, suddenly stopped and waited for Lu Anqing to catch up. Lu Anqing smiled at Shin Yang. "Of course I remember, it's Shenyang, the capital of Liaoning." "No, not that Yang." Shin Yang waved his hand. "It's the Yang from the Pacific Ocean." "Oh, I see, mainly because these two characters are homophones." "That's normal. Almost everyone thinks of the sun's Yang when they first hear my name." The two chatted and arrived at their office area. The workstation arranged for Lu Anqing was right behind Shin Yang, allowing them to face each other just by turning around. "Now that your workstation is arranged, do you plan to go back or stay to get familiar?" Lu Anqing's purpose for coming in was to investigate the matter regarding He Ruigong, so he naturally chose to stay. Moreover, he had just become familiar with Shin Yang, which was perfect for understanding the situation in the marketing department from Shin Yang. "Brother Yang, I'm new here and don't know much about the marketing department. Supervisor Mu just mentioned that we are in the third group of the marketing department. Are there many groups in our marketing department?" "Of course." Shin Yang sat down on a chair, leaned closer to Lu Anqing and whispered, "Xiao Lu, let me tell you, our marketing department is divided into first, second, and third divisions. The first division has the most people and achieves the best performance." "The first division?" Lu Anqing asked in confusion. "Why is it the first division?" "Because the first division is the main force directly under Director He of the marketing department. The second and third divisions are not directly affiliated." "My." Lu Anqing looked curious. How can a marketing department be divided into direct and non-direct? "You probably didn't know this." Shin Yang casually glanced around and lowered his voice again. "The first division has a total of 5 groups, and each group has nearly 20 people. Most of them are the earliest batch of people who worked hard alongside Director He. The client resources they hold account for almost 70 to 80% of the entire marketing department. Moreover, many of those clients are long-term clients they have cooperated with for many years. Their daily work mainly involves maintaining those old clients. People from the first division are rarely in the office. They are mostly out maintaining clients. As for exploring new clients and developing new markets, it is mainly the responsibility of the second division and our third division." Hearing this, Lu Anqing's eyes lit up. "So doesn't that mean the people in the first division have a relatively easy—" "That's right." Shin Yang nodded and continued. "As long as they maintain the old clients, well, their performance generally won't be an issue. But this is also justified. Most of those old clients were acquired by the people from the first division years ago. They are now enjoying the fruits of earlier efforts which the second division and our third division have nothing to say about." When Shin Yang said this, his tone seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Shin Yang's logic was sound, and Lu Anqing was momentarily unsure what Shin Yang's dissatisfaction was about. He observed Shin Yang's expression and asked, "Brother Yang, you seem to be somewhat dissatisfied with the people in the first division." Sigh. When it came to this, Shin Yang sighed and lowered his voice even further. "Actually, it's not just me who is dissatisfied, but many people from the second division and us are also quite unhappy." "Why?" "Because some old clients maintained by the first division, especially those with large order volumes, were actually discovered by the second division and us. However, after these old clients have cooperated with the second division or us, once they are often poached by the people from the first division." Lu Anxing's heart sank. Does this happen frequently? It happens often, Xinyang said helplessly. Although I haven't encountered it yet, people from the 2nd Division and our 3rd Division have experienced it. Then why don't you report it to the group? It's useless, Xinyang shook his head. First of all, after the first cooperation ends, it is the client who proposes not to renew the contract. After some time, the clients who do not renew the contract end up signing with the 1st Division people. The 1st Division people even claim that it was the 2nd Division and us who lost the clients, and they won them back. At first we believed it, but after this situation happened several times in a row, the 2nd Division, and we finally... However, we have no evidence of the clients being poached, and the 1st Division is under director, he's direct control. If such matters reach director, he without sufficient evidence, they generally end up unresolved. So you haven't reported it further up? Lu Anxing asked again. Xinyang shook his head. People used to try reporting it up, but now. No one does that anymore. Why has no one done this before? Lu Anxing couldn't help but ask curiously. Xinyang glanced around, his expression somewhat cautious. Then he moved a little closer to Lu Anxing and whispered, actually, there was someone from the 2nd Department who reported a matter about a client poached by the 1st Department to one of the vice presidents of the group. But there was no evidence, and the client did not admit to being poached by the 1st Department. Later, when this matter came to the attention of President, he not only was no one from the 1st Department punished, but he also said that the person who reported it had disrupted the unity of the marketing department and fired him. Since then, no one has thought about escalating this matter. Brother Yang, this doesn't seem reasonable. Lu Anxing was quite puzzled. Strictly speaking, this kind of behavior from the 1st Department is a serious infringement on our interests in the 2nd and 3rd Departments. Are we just supposed to suffer in silence? Lu Anxing asked indignantly. Sigh. Xinyang sighed again. Little Lu, you just don't understand the situation. Let me tell you first of all, the benefits provided by Anxing Group are much higher than those of other companies. Because of past experiences, no one is willing to risk being fired by the group over this matter. If one gets fired and looks for a job outside, not to mention the commissions and bonuses, even the base salary is generally not as high as that of Anxing Group. Most importantly, at this point a hint of helplessness flashed in Xinyang's eyes. We do not have enough evidence to prove that the 1st Department poached our clients. Moreover, President, he is one of the early contributors who followed the chairman. With him backing up the 1st Department, and without sufficient evidence, we can't do anything about them. Actually, it's not that bad right now. Although major clients only have one opportunity to sign, the second time, they will be poached by the 1st Department. But as salespeople like us, we might not even encounter a major client worth poaching in a year. After listening, Lu Anxing fell into deep thought. Previously, Anxing Group was managed by Lu Changhe, and Lu Anxing seldom intervened, at most just issuing remote commands occasionally. But Lu Changhe was just one person, and his management skills were not exceptionally outstanding. Thus, he relied heavily on the group of people who followed him from the beginning, whether it was Zhou Jiqing or He Ruigang. This led to the situation where those who initially followed Lu Changhe, if they still remained in Anxing Group, were all in high positions. However, Lu Anxing did not particularly understand these people, including He Ruigang. Lu Anxing had always known that He Ruigang controlled almost half of Anxing Group's client resources. Previously, Lu Anxing thought that He Ruigang's outstanding ability allowed him to develop half of the group's business volume. But now it seemed that things were not that simple. Just like Xinyang said earlier, the 1st Department poached major clients from the 2nd and 3rd Departments in this way. Did He Ruigang also use this method to poach major clients from other salespeople before? After so many years of accumulation, He Ruigang was able to control about half of Anxing Group's client resources. If this is true, then this is not just He Ruigang's personal ability. Instead, he used his power to centralize others' clients into his own hands. As the number of clients in his hands increased, it formed a situation of him consolidating his power. The group, fearing the nearly half of the client resources he controlled, would not dare to act against him even if they did. Because of the group's indulgence, or rather protection, he could grow larger in the marketing department, almost turning it into his own territory, where he became the sole ruler. Thinking of this, Lu Anxing's heart grew colder. There is still not enough direct evidence, and all of this is merely Lu Anxing's personal speculation. But if this is true, then He Ruigang must not be allowed to remain. Moreover, could other departments, especially those managed by the old ministers who followed Lu Changhe, also have similar situations? Lu Anxing steadied his mind and thought it seems that this major cleaning and purging might yield significant results. Of course, Lu Anxing also understood that this major cleaning would definitely cause quite a stir. It could even lead to a sharp decline in Anxing Group's business volume. But now his personal bank account holds over 10 trillion in funds. With this money, even if Anxing Group reached the brink of bankruptcy, he could still pull it back. However, if Anxing Group does not undergo a thorough cleansing and continues to allow these parasites to harm it, then the illness of Anxing Group will only worsen and will only serve to fatten these parasites further. In the following days, Lu Anxing's work mainly focused on familiarizing himself with the work environment. Also, with the help of Shen Yang and Yin Xuanping, he learned some business negotiation skills. During these days, the discussions about Wang Za were escalating, with many people in the marketing department discussing it daily. Hey, have you heard? This morning, Yin Xuanping, Shen Yang, and Lu Anqing sat in the cafeteria having breakfast. Yin Xuanping gulped down an egg and mumbled, Vice President Wang Za of the group has arranged for 3 recent graduates who severely do not meet the group's hiring standards to enter the planning department. Shen Yang took a sip of porridge and said softly, some people are saying that since President Wang can arrange for people to come in through the back door, can other vice presidents also arrange for people? Shen Yang took a sip of porridge and said softly, some people are saying that since President Wang can arrange for people to come in through the back door, can other vice presidents also arrange for people to do the same? Yeah. Yin Xuanping picked up the conversation. Who doesn't have a few relatives and friends? The group was particularly strict on employee recruitment before. Even if the person introduced is at the director level or vice president level, they still have to pass the group's assessment. Those who do not qualify will definitely not be hired. Even if someone accidentally sneaks in, they will not be retained if they do not pass subsequent assessments. But the 4 people arranged by President Wang are clearly unqualified based on their resumes, yet they were somehow arranged in. In that case, can relatives and friends of other vice presidents or directors who also do not meet the group's hiring standards also be arranged in? Hearing this, Lu Anqing couldn't help but silently apologize to Wang Za. The hiring regulations of the group were set by him, and the matters involving Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei were arranged by him for Wang Za to handle, but the one taking the blame was Wang Za. But Lu Anqing found it strange. Last time Wang Za made it clear that he was acting on instructions from the group's behind the scenes boss to do so. However, it seemed that this information had been deliberately concealed in the current discussions. Just as Lu Anqing was lost in thought, Shen Yang lowered his voice and said something. Old Yin, don't you think something is off about this situation? Lu Anqing turned to look curious about what Shen Yang. Yin Xuanping was also puzzled. What's wrong? Shen Yang's expression was serious as he said softly, don't you think this matter is making too much noise? It seems like someone is deliberately guiding this, putting pressure on President Wang and also on the group. Pressure? Yin Xuanping was even more confused. Why put pressure on President Wang and the group? Shen Yang smiled wisely. Since President Wang has opened the door for backdoor entries, shouldn't the other vice presidents also want to follow suit? Lu Anqing cast a glance at Shen Yang after hearing his analysis, secretly thinking to himself, I didn't expect Shen Yang to possess such reasoning abilities. However, Yin Xuanping looked surprised. Lao Shen, are you suggesting that someone in the group is deliberately guiding public opinion to pressure the group? The goal is to force the group to compromise, allowing other vice presidents to open back doors and arrange for their own people to enter the group. Shen Yang shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. Those who meet the group's employment standards won't need arrangements, as long as the group is hiring connections are generally prioritized. As for those who do not meet the group's employment standards, arranging for them to enter the group is the true purpose of those behind this public opinion. As he spoke, Shen Yang shook his head again and smiled. But such matters have nothing to do with us. We can treat it as casual conversation over tea, no need to take it to heart. After all, we don't have the authority to arrange people into Anshin group. Yin Xuanping sighed. If I could, I would want to arrange my wife and sister to join as well. Shen Yang rolled his eyes at him. If that's the case, I would want to arrange my entire family into the group too. After finishing breakfast, Lu Anqing and the 2 others headed back to the marketing department. Lu Anqing found an excuse to part ways with the 2, seeking a secluded spot to call Wang Sa. Xiao Wang, I apologize for the trouble you've had these past few days. Lu Anqing's tone carried a hint of This left Wang Sa puzzled. Boss, why do you say that? Regarding the issue of you opening back doors for my classmate, the public opinion has flared up again. I just heard about it. Oh, so that's what it is. Wang Sa realized, understanding what Lu Anqing meant by saying he was wronged. Boss, what do you mean by wronged? The tasks you assign, even if they are discussed, I would charge through fire and water. The way you say it makes it sound like you're not my employee, but rather a loyal warrior I trained. Boss. Wang Sa's tone suddenly became serious. I am indeed your loyal warrior. This left Lu Anqing in silence. All right, enough with the emotional talk. Lu Anqing smiled. I heard some analysis regarding this public opinion. Do you want to hear it? Please, boss. There's someone here named Shen Yang who speculated that the reason this public opinion has flared up again might be due to someone guiding it from behind. Boss, I know about this matter. Have you already investigated? I started the investigation as soon as it began. Did you find out who it is? The financial director Wang Hailuan, the administrative director Tao Zhonghua, the vice president in charge of procurement Zheng Beihui, and board member Zhang Jun. Oh, that's quite a few people, and they all hold significant positions. Lu Anqing laughed. There are also some others involved. Wang Sa continued, for instance Yang Haisong from the planning department, and He Songbai from the HR department. Lu Anqing had not heard of these 2 names. No need to mention it. Lu Anqing interrupted Wang Sa. Does my dad know about this? I have already reported it to the chairman. What does my dad mean by that? The chairman believes we should observe the situation and see what they intend to do. What do you think they intend to do? On the phone, Wang Sa pondered for a moment and replied, I believe their goal is the same as Zhou Jiqing's. They want to take me down, and the chairman thinks the same. Lu Wanqing agreed with Wang Sa's statement. Wang Sa's rise, especially due to his importance and trust from Lu Changhe, had made many people dissatisfied with him. Moreover, Zhou Jiqing's dismissal this time made some people realize that if Wang Sa wasn't removed, the next person to follow Zhou Jiqing's fate could be them. However, Lu Wanqing still shared Xin Yang's speculation. The Xin Yang I mentioned earlier has a different spec. He said that those who are deliberately guiding this public opinion might be looking to use the opening you provided to loosen the group's restrictions on employee recruitment. This would facilitate their arrangement of the people they want to bring into the group. Wang Sa pondered again. That possibility cannot be ruled out. I believe their aim is binary. Lu Wanqing shared his own speculation. Either the group compromises to protect you, allowing them to arrange their own people into the group, or the group refuses to compromise and opts to deal with you to quell this public opinion storm. But I think their ideal outcome is to get rid of you. Lu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle at this point. Wang Sa laughed as well, and neither of them felt a sense of crisis, but instead laughed quite relaxedly. Lu Wanqing was the boss of the group, and Wang Sa could be considered the person Lu Wanqing trusted the most in Anshin Group aside from Lu Changhe. So boss, what do you plan to do? Haven't you already told them it was your boss who arranged for them? It's clear they don't believe it, otherwise this public opinion wouldn't have flared up again. Regardless of whether they believe it or not, just insist it was your boss who arranged it. Lu Wanqing said lightly. If anyone is dissatisfied or dares to question, let them resign and leave on. Also gather all the evidence against everyone who has been deliberately guiding this public opinion, whether it be Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, or Zheng Beihui Zhang Jun, and prepare it thoroughly. Moreover, investigate whether these individuals have been involved in any violations or illegal activities and uncover everything you can. I will handle these individuals personally when the time comes. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but shake his head. Anshin Group appears glamorous on the surface, but internally it's a complete mess. However, coincidentally, these few people emerging can be dealt with in this opportunity. 2 days later, the impact of the public opinion worsened. Someone even sent a simple open letter on the Anshin Group's internal website criticizing Wang Sa's actions of hiring people in violation of regulations. The letter expressed a desire to hold Wang Sa accountable for his violations and to seriously address his misconduct, ensuring a fair and just hiring environment in Anshin Group. If Wang Sa is not dealt with this time, will future executives of the group also be able to misuse their power to open backdoors for individuals who do not meet the group's hiring standards? If that is the case, it would be extremely unfair to the current employees of the group and to future employees. The open letter even stated that if the group allows Wang Sa's behavior to go unchecked, it will inevitably start to decline. For the stability of the group and its future steady development, the final suggestion of the open letter was to terminate Wang Sa's position in the group. The tone and stance of the entire open letter considered the interests of the majority of ordinary employees in the group, making it quite coherent and reasonable, resonating with a significant portion of the employees. This also led to the public opinion storm regarding Wang Sa reaching its peak. The entire open letter did not mention Wang Sa's statement about arranging these 4 individuals at the behest of the boss. While everyone in Anshin Group was fervently discussing this matter, 4 senior executives of Anshin Group or rather, even if what Wang Sa said was true, they preferred to treat it as false. While everyone in Anshin Group was fervently discussing this matter, 4 senior executives of Anshin Group were seated in the administrative department's meeting room. They were the financial director Wang Hailuan, the administrative director Tao Zhonghua, vice president Zheng Beihui, and board member Zhang Jun. The 4 sat across from each other, each wearing a smug smile. Coup d'etat. Sitting beside Tao Zhonghua was board member Zhang Jun. He smiled and said President Tao's use of the term coup d'etat is quite apt. Wang Hailuan and Zheng Beihui both nodded in agreement. Since the public letter has received a good response, Wang Hailuan glanced at the other 3 in the conference room and said with a smile, let's go find the chairman today. To stoke the fire, one must add fuel to the flames. Only then will the fire burn even brighter. Zheng Beihui also smiled and said, taking advantage of the current momentum, perhaps the chairman will agree to our demands. However, I must make it clear before we go. Wang Hailuan's expression suddenly became serious and his tone turned stern. Our demand is that Wang Za must leave the decision-making level of the group. As the chief financial officer, Wang Hailuan had considerable power. However, due to Wang Za's rise, he was now under the most scrutiny. Thus, his willingness to participate in this action against Wang Za was purely to get rid of Wang Za. My demands align with President Wang's. The vice president in charge of procurement, Zheng Beihui, took over Wang Hailuan's words. Like Wang Hailuan, since Wang Za's rise, he had also been subjected to increasing oversight. In the past, he could reap considerable benefits from his responsibility for procurement. However, now he had to be extremely cautious even to gain a little. Some of his subordinates had already been dealt with by Wang Za for taking the blame for him. Gentlemen, Zhang Beihui continued in a serious tone, how carefree we were before Wang Za's arrival, how comfortable our lives were. But after Wang Za came to power urging the chairman to impose so many oversight measures on us, we are now facing numerous constraints. Eliminating Wang Za is the first step. Next, we need the chairman to lift those constraints on us, restoring our previous comfortable days. I support this. The administrative director Tao Zhonghua also spoke up. However, as we previously discussed, the chairman is so trusting and supportive of Wang Za that it will be quite difficult for us to use this matter to remove Wang Za. So if the chairman does not agree to our demands, we will settle for second best. We also want some spots to place people in the group. All of us are senior executives of the group, and we have all contributed to the group. We cannot just stand by while Wang Za enjoys this privilege. What you all said is reasonable, board member Zhang Jun said. First, we unite to eliminate Wang Za. If the chairman insists on keeping Wang Za, then, as President Tao said, we also want spots to place our people. But there is another issue, Wang Hailuan said with a serious expression. What if Wang Za's earlier claims are true that the boss instructed him to arrange all this? Upon mentioning this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. After a moment, Zhang Jun said harshly, since things have come this far, we should not worry about that. Let alone that Wang Za cannot provide evidence to prove he was instructed by the boss. Even if he does bring forth evidence, as long as the boss does not appear, why should we believe him? Exactly, Zhang Beihui immediately echoed. We do not need to concern ourselves with this boss who has never appeared before. Perhaps this boss is merely a fabrication by the chairman and Wang Za to deceive us. What we need to do is to bring down Wang Za, otherwise our survival in the group will become increasingly difficult. Tao Zhonghua suddenly slammed the table and said, we're so close to the goal, why are we still talking so much? In my opinion, we should directly confront the chairman and demand his stance. All right, let's go now. The other three immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in Lu Cheng's office, Lu Changhe also saw the content of that public letter. After reading it, he frowned slightly, then relaxed again. Sigh. He sighed. You all have been with me for so many years, can't you just do your jobs well until— Why do you have to provoke my son? Creating such a big deal, how can my son not deal with you? And now that kid is planning some major cleanup, aren't you just walking right into the line of fire? Lu Changhe felt helpless. These were all contributors who had witnessed the development of Anshin Group with him. Now they wanted to put him on the hot seat, which made Lu Changhe somewhat heartbroken. At this moment, Lu Hongye knocked and entered his office. Chairman President Wang has arrived. Let him in. Wang Za walked into the office and respectfully nodded to Lu Changhe. Chairman, have a seat. Lu Changhe gestured to the sofa and walked over to sit down. You've seen the matter regarding the public letter, right? I have. If I'm not mistaken, they should be coming to confront us soon. Wang Za nodded. The current public opinion is at its peak. It's the best time for them to present their demands. What does my son have to say? The boss said regardless of whether they believe it or not, it was definitely the boss who instructed him to handle it. Lu Changhe nodded. Stick to it. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Wang Za smiled. The boss also said that anyone who is dissatisfied or does not believe it can choose to resign and leave Anshin Group. As for the few people who deliberately guided this public opinion behind the scenes, I am collecting evidence against them, and he will deal with them later. Hey, this brat, how cunning is he? Lu Changhe smiled wickedly. How does he plan to deal with these few people? I don't know. Wang Za shook his head. The boss just asked me to prepare the evidence, and he will handle it himself later. Lu Changhe felt somewhat helpless. That kid knows he'll leave some leeway for these people, so he wants to handle it himself. Wang Za remained silent. Most of the senior executives in the group had followed Lu Changhe from the beginning. Lu Changhe was someone who valued emotions and loyalty greatly, and it was somewhat difficult for him to deal strictly with people like Wang Hailuan. For example, Zhou Jiqing, although he let him resign, only offered him 3,000 as a retirement pension. But that was already a bit of dignity left for Zhou Jiqing. If Lu Anqing were to take matters into his own hands, he would likely trace back a decade and directly send Zhou Jiqing into a sewing machine. This is also why Lu Anqing requested Wang Za to investigate the past violations of Wang Hailuan and others. Lu Anqing's goal was not to leave any leeway. Those who should be dismissed would be dismissed, and those who should be sent in would be sent in. Sigh. Forget it. Lu Changhe waved his hand. Since that kid is willing to do this kind of thing that offends people, let him handle it. This time, as long as I can protect you, I won't concern myself with the rest. Lu Changhe was also disappointed with those who deliberately guided public opinion behind the scenes this time. They had contributed significantly to the group's development. However, their contributions were not without cost. The group had given them what they were owed. Moreover, these people had also reaped considerable benefits within the group. Due to their limited impact on the group, Lu Changhe had previously turned a blind eye to their actions. However, now they had somewhat disregarded the overall interests of the group for their own benefits. At this moment, he recalled Lu Anxing's earlier mention of a major cleanup of the group. Perhaps Lu Anxing's decision for this cleanup was indeed a very far-sighted decision. At this moment, Lu Hongye knocked on the door again and entered. "Chairman, someone is looking for you." "Who?" "Chief Financial Officer Wang, Administrative Director Tao, Vice President Zheng, and Board Member Zhang Jun." "Huh. They came quickly." Lu Changhe chuckled, then stood up. "Let them go to the conference room. They'll be there in 10 minutes. At the same time, notify everyone in positions above director level to gather in the conference room of the group building." In the meeting room of Anshin Group's headquarters, Lu Changhe sat in the main seat, his expression somewhat grim. Wang Sa, seated to his immediate left, remained remarkably composed, as if the meeting had nothing to do with him. Further down the table sat dozens of vice presidents and department heads, including Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun. Many eyes were fixed on Wang Sa. Over the past 2 days, he had become the center of a storm, the most discussed figure within Anshin Group. Almost everyone present guessed that this meeting was convened specifically for Wang Sa, and many regarded him with unmistakable hostility. Some even wore expressions of schadenfreude, convinced that Wang Sa's days at Anshin Group were numbered. They murmured among themselves, pointing fingers at him. "Chairman." Lu Hongye, standing beside Lu Changhe, leaned in and whispered, "The heads of several technical departments didn't come. They said they only want to focus on their work, not get involved in internal management." Lu Changhe nodded. "They're right. No need to disturb the technical and RD departments. This meeting has nothing to do with them. Almost everyone else is here. Let's begin." "Yes." Lu Hongye nodded and withdrew from the room. Her exit marked the start of the meeting. The room gradually fell silent, and when it was completely quiet, all eyes turned to Lu Changhe. Lu Changhe spoke with a solemn expression. "This impromptu meeting is mainly to address the recent internal rumors about Wang Sa. When old Zhou raised the issue last time, we dealt with it." Wang Sa gave his explanation. "So do none of you believe that Wang Sa was acting on the boss orders?" Lu Changhe paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Let me say it again. The 4 new hires in the planning department who didn't meet our standards were brought in by Wang Sa on the boss orders. I can vouch for that. If any of you or anyone under you has a problem with this, come directly to me. He'll explain it to you. One by one." His tone was harsh, silencing the room instantly. Lu Chang's gaze swept the room again, his voice stern. "But if anyone continues to deliberately stir up negative rumors about Wang Sa damaging the group's image, don't blame me for turning ruthless." His words left the room deathly quiet. Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun were all taken aback. They had anticipated Lu Changhe might protect Wang Sa, but they hadn't expected him to be so resolute. Lu Changhe insisted that the hiring irregularities were ordered by the mysterious boss through Wang Sa, and he even vouched for Wang Sa. How could they hold Wang Sa accountable now? How could they force Lu Changhe into a corner? Were they supposed to force him to resign as chairman, or force the boss to come forward? The goal of the power play was to oust Wang Sa or make Lu Changhe compromise. They never intended to make Lu Changhe resign over this. In truth, as long as Lu Changhe remained chairman, he could shield the dubious things they did behind the scenes. If Lu Changhe stepped down and the mysterious boss appointed a new chairman, who knew if they would be investigated? The situation made Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun exchange glances. Their eyes communicated a shared unwillingness to back down. After a moment, Administrative Director Tao Zhonghua spoke up. "Chairman, I have something to say." Lu Chang's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Director Tao, what do you have to say?" Tao Zhonghua shrank back slightly. But after glancing at Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun, he gathered his courage. "Chairman, first of all, Wang Sa claims he was acting on the boss orders, but can he provide proof? Second, the boss has never intervened in the group's management for years. Why would he suddenly arrange for a few fresh graduates to join?" "Oh." Lu Changhe squinted. "Director Tao, are you suggesting that General Manager Wang isn't following the boss instructions?" Tao Zhonghua swallowed nervously. "Chairman, I'm not saying that. But General Manager Wang should at least provide evidence that he was acting on the boss orders. Isn't my word enough?" "Your word is enough, but given the number of people in the group, General Manager Wang should offer an explanation." Tao Zhonghua adjusted his posture. "General Manager Wang holds a high position as vice president with authority surpassing most senior executives here. So he should come forward and take responsibility for his actions rather than relying on the chairman to shield him." This was Tao Zhonghua's jab at Wang Sa. But Wang Sa remained calm, refusing to engage. Even as nearly everyone's gaze fell upon him, his expression didn't waver. His breathing remained steady. Lu Changhe was equally composed. After scanning the room, he spoke slowly. "Director Tao, do you speak for the majority? Do you all want General Manager Wang to stand up and explain himself today?" Silence followed. Tao Zhonghua grew anxious, needing reinforcements for his charge. He looked pleadingly at Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun. In their earlier exchange of glances, they had clearly signaled their support. Just then Wang Hailuan raised his hand. Chairman, I think Director Tao has a point. I agree, Zheng Beihui. Me too, Zhang Jun added, raising his hand. Good, Lu Chang has said coldly. The group doesn't oppose freedom of speech. His gaze swept over the others. Anyone else? Speak up now. After his words, a few more hands hesitantly went up. Lu Chang had glanced at those who had raised their hands, his smile growing frosty. Good, very good. His tone was measured but icy. So you're saying that whatever General Manager Wang does, whatever I do, whatever the boss does, we all need to explain ourselves to you? Chairman, that's not what I meant. I'm not targeting you or the boss, I just hope. Silence. Lu Chang had cut him off with a sharp command. Tao Zhonghua shuddered, his face turning pale, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had never been treated like this in front of so many people. The humiliation burned on his face. But Lu Changhe pressed on, his voice stern. Let me make this clear. General Manager Wang's actions were already explained last time. They were on the boss' orders. Whether you believe it or not is your business. The boss doesn't owe any of you an explanation. And as for how this blew up, you all know who stirred the pot behind the scenes. Most of you here are veterans, the pillars of this group. But if you think your contributions mean the group belongs to you, that you can dictate to me or even the boss, then his voice grew even colder, each word deliberate. Then you are gravely mistaken. As Lu Changhe finished speaking, the conference room fell silent once more. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave, and the atmosphere in the room felt oppressive. Those present either exchanged glances or stared down at their thighs, some fiddling with the pens in their hands. After a while, Lu Chang's emotions settled down. He scanned the room and spoke. Now, does anyone have anything to say? No one spoke. No one dared to meet Lu Chang's gaze. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke his anger. After a moment of no response from the conference room, Lu Changhe spoke sternly again. Since none of you have anything to say, I will say a few words. After the meeting, each department's director should manage the public opinion regarding this issue and put an end to this pointless farce. In 3 days, if I find that any department is still carelessly discussing this matter, then the director of that department can forget about their position and go home to take care of their children. Having said that, Lu Changhe stood up and said firmly, everyone, take care of yourselves. The meeting is adjourned. He then left the conference room. Wang Sa was the first to rise and followed Lu Changhe out. Once he left, the others in the conference room also stood up and departed with varying expressions. In the administrative department in Tao Zhonghua's office, 4 people sat on the sofa, each on one side, their faces somewhat grim. I didn't expect this. Zhang Jun leaned back on the sofa and sighed. The chairman actually got so angry just to protect Wang Sa. Sigh. Zheng Beihui sighed. What kind of potion did Wang Sa give the chairman to make him defend him so fierce? Wang Hailuan also leaned back on the sofa, resting a hand on the armrest, lightly tapping it, as if deep in. Tao Zhonghua turned to him and asked, Old Wang, what are you thinking about? This question drew Zhang Jun and Zheng Beihui's attention to Wang Hailuan. With a serious expression, Wang Hailuan slowly replied, I'm thinking, since our plan was completely rejected by the chairman, does that mean our path in Anshin Group is at an end? That shouldn't be the case. Zheng Beihui seemed somewhat unconvinced. The chairman looks very angry this time, but after all, we've been with him for so long, he wouldn't just fire us. Exactly, Zhang Jun chimed in. The chairman didn't say he would do anything to us in the meeting, right? Wang Hailuan shook his head. You are all too optimistic. If this time we offended the chairman, perhaps he would let it go, considering how long we followed him. But this time we have offended the boss behind Wang Sa. Who knows what kind of person the boss is and how he will treat us in the future? Hearing Wang Hailuan's words, the expressions of the other 3 turned grave. So what should we do next? Zhang Jun asked. Although he was a member of the board, in reality, he was the one with the least power among the 4. Thus, he was also the most dispensable. If these 4 were to be purged, he would definitely be the first on the list. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hailuan said, we should prepare early. How should we prepare? Zheng Beihui asked. Wang Hailuan replied, first, we need to quickly clean up the mess from our previous actions. Second, we should accumulate a bit of capital, so if we get optimized out, we won't be left with nothing. Third, we need to develop more allies. Although the group does not belong to us, it cannot operate without people. As long as we have enough allies united together, the boss will have to think twice before taking action against us. After hearing Wang Hailuan's words, Zhang Jun couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Wang, you are truly impressive. Tao Zhonghua and Zheng Beihui also agreed with Wang Hailuan's plan. In fact, Wang Hailuan, as the chief financial officer, held great importance in Anshin Group. Earlier, most of the employees in the finance department were people brought in by him, making it almost a one-man show. However, as the group grew, the finance department expanded as well. During this process, Wang Sa arranged for some people who were not under Wang Hailuan's direct control into the finance department. These people were like nails embedded in the finance department, supervising Wang Hailuan and the financial team. After all, the finance department is a sensitive area for the group and cannot be solely governed by Wang Hailuan. This change made Wang Hailuan feel quite uncomfortable. This was also one reason for Wang Hailuan's resentment towards Wang Sa. The events of today's meeting made Wang Hailuan feel a sense of crisis. Thus, he needed some allies within the group to solidify his position and voice. So who should we look for? I have a candidate, Tao Zhonghua chimed in. The other three simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. Who? Zhang Jun inquired. Tao Zhonghua smiled. The marketing director, He Ruigong. He Ruigong. The name made Wang Hailuan's eyes light up. That's right, we must secure He Ruigong on our side. As long as he stands with us, the group will not be able to act against us at will. However, Zhang Jun and Zheng Beihui looked somewhat puzzled. Isn't He Ruigong just a marketing director? Does he really have that much power? Zhang Jun asked curious. Zheng Beihui was also confused. Does He Ruigong have some special relationship with the chairman or with that mysterious boss? Tao Zhonghua and Wang Hailuan exchanged glances, and both shook their heads with a smile. Tao Zhonghua said, it's not surprising that you don't know old He's specific situation, as not many in the group are aware. If old He weren't the CFO, you probably wouldn't even understand his capabilities. Meanwhile, inside Lu Chang's office, his emotions had completely stabilized. He sat on the sofa sipping the tea that Lu Hongya had just brewed for him. Wang Sa sat beside him with a steaming cup of tea in front of him, but he didn't touch it. Perhaps it was too hot. After taking a small sip, Lu Changhe put down the cup and leaned back. Resting his right arm on the back of the sofa, he looked at Wang Sa and asked, Little Wang, tell me honestly, is my son planning to dismiss all the old folks who have been following me? Wang Sa met Lu Chang's gaze and replied, Chairman, the boss hasn't specifically told me how he would handle it, but I suspect it might be similar to what you just mentioned. Lu Changhe sighed, saying, I used to think that kid was being a bit too harsh. Now it seems I was too sentimental in the past, taking these old folks too seriously. They have indeed contributed to the group. They had their merits before, but now just look at what they are doing. Lu Chang's emotions flared up again. Making money, engaging in internal strife, vying for power and profit, clinging to their little territory, without allowing others to intervene. Previously, when you mentioned regulation, they all disagreed. Why? Because their money-making avenues were blocked. Now they even dare to question my decisions in meetings. As he spoke, Lu Changhe sighed again, saying, Now I finally understand why ancient emperors once firmly seated on the throne would often eliminate the founding ministers. If I were an emperor now, I would also want to eliminate all these old ministers who have followed me in conquering the world. Wang Sa, hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Lu Changhe again. Did Lu Changhe only understand this principle at this moment? No, he had always understood, he just hadn't been willing to accept it. He valued loyalty and righteousness, and with such a large group, he thought it was no big deal for his old brother. Even when his own brother Lu Changkong embezzled several $100 million, he merely relieved Lu Changkong of his position and sent him home to reflect without severe consequences. Of course, due to Lu Angxing's intervention, Lu Changkong had now been arrested. However, there were still many doubts surrounding Lu Changkong, and investigations were ongoing. As for the old ministers who followed Lu Changhe, he had never made a firm decision to deal with them. It was only now that he discovered they had begun to prioritize their own interests over the group's development. Such people remaining within the group were nothing but a disaster. Chairman, Wang Sa began, actually not all the old folks following you are like this. But indeed some have forgotten their original intentions and only seek to make money. This situation is common in many large companies and groups, so you need not be angry about it. I'm not angry. Lu Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, once that kid takes over, I will retire and no longer concern myself with these matters. As he spoke, Lu Changhe reached for his teacup and asked, by the way, where has that kid gone these days? The boss. Wang Sa hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Lu Changhe raised the cup to his lips and noticed Wang Sa's unease halting his movement. He turned to Wang Sa and asked, what's the matter? Is that kid's whereabouts supposed to be a secret from me? Chairman, that's not the case, Wang Sa inwardly lamented. The boss has joined the marketing department. My. Lu Chang's expression lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent filled with interest. He still hadn't drunk his tea and set the cup down again. Tell me, what is that kid doing in the marketing department? Is he going to experience life, or does he plan to create a reverse legend by climbing from the grassroots to my position? Wang Sa almost slapped his forehead. Oh, what kind of thinking was this from the chairman? He thought that with such a mindset it was a pity he wasn't writing novels somewhere. Wang Sa chuckled. Chairman, the boss has serious business in the marketing department. What serious business could that kid have? Lu Changhe didn't believe it at all. Why would he come to sit in this position if he could? Why go to the marketing department to be a frontline employee? Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something else and asked with a smile, is there a girl in the marketing department that he likes? Is he going there to pretend to be poor to chase after a wife? Wang Sa shook his head helplessly. Chairman, that's not it either. Then tell me, what exactly is he doing? Wang Sa's expression grew serious as he organized his words and said, Chairman, there have been some issues with marketing director He Ruigong recently. The boss intends to infiltrate and investigate. Moi. Lu Changhe seemed even more interested. Is that kid going to be an undercover agent? That's about the gist of it. Isn't that fun? Wang Sa almost slapped his forehead again. He had already mentioned that there might be issues with He Gong, yet Lu Chang's focus was on whether it was fun or not. It probably won't be fun, Wang Sa replied. If it's not fun and he still goes, is he out of his mind? After saying this, Lu Changhe took a large sip. Wang Sa also lifted his cup and took a small sip. While Lu Chang's comments about Lu Anqing being out of his mind were acceptable, Wang Sa didn't dare to chime in. Lu Changhe set down his teacup and spoke again. What issues have he been causing? This was a topic worthy of discussion for a chairman of a group. Wang Sa also put down his cup, straightened his posture, and said, Chairman, there are mainly 3 issues with The first is that he withheld the commissions and bonuses of the employees below him. The second is that he seized client resources belonging to the employees below him for himself. The third is that he takes kickbacks from the group. Lu Changhe was not surprised and merely nodded slightly. He can indeed do these things. As he spoke, he sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, To be honest, even if all these things are true, he has no way out. He controls too many client resources. If he is pushed too hard, he could take those resources and switch companies, causing a massive earthquake for our group. I've mentioned this to the boss already. Wang Sa continued, but the boss said if director he indeed has problems up top, he must not be retained. Hearing this, Lu Changhe smiled. It seems that kid should already have a plan in mind. If he can deal with he without affecting the group's business, it would be a good thing for the group. Lu Anqing did not make a scene. He shifted his body a little closer to Shen Yang and asked in a low voice, Brother Yang, do you know those people over there? As he spoke, Lu Anqing pointed at the few people discussing Qingjia. Shen Yang and Yin Shumping followed Lu Anqing's finger and looked over. I don't know them. Shen Yang shook his head. I know one of them. Yin Shumping said the bald guy named Gao Rukin is from the procurement department. Gao Rukin. Lu Anqing murmured the name, committing it to memory. His gaze flicked to a surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was aimed right at the direction of Gao Rukin and his group. With a name and a piece of footage, it would be easy to identify these individuals. At that moment, Xiong Chao was also holding a tray, and as he turned around, he saw Lu Anqing. His face lit up with excitement, as if he wanted to walk over to Lu Anqing. But Lu Anqing immediately gave him a stop sign with his eyes. Xiong Chao understood and knew not to expose Lu Anqing's identity. He just smiled at Lu Anqing and turned towards Li Qingyang's table. However, as he passed by Gao Rukin's table, it seemed he overheard their discussion and stopped in his tracks. He walked up to Gao Rukin's table, his face cold, as he asked, Hey, what nonsense are you dogs barking about? Gao Rukin and his companions instantly turned their gaze to Xiong Chao, their expressions not friendly. Who the hell are you? Gao Rukin retorted coldly. What does it matter to you who I am? Xiong Chao glared. You guys are just eating, yet you're talking trash about others behind their backs. Hey. Gao Rukin stood up directly. What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? At this moment, one of the others also stood up with Gao Rukin, saying, You're the fattest one among the 4 that President Wang arranged in violation of the rules, right? Sure enough, the rumors are true. You really look like a cylinder, he said, inspecting Xiong Chao with a mocking gaze. Upon hearing this, anger surged through Xiong Chao. It was as if his body acted without his mind's control, raising the tray in his hand and smashing it down on the head of the person who spoke. Clang. With a crisp sound, almost all the food and soup splashed over that man's head. This ruckus instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei quickly noticed the situation with Xiong Chao and jumped up, rushing over. Qingjia also did not lag behind, following closely behind Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei. Lu Anqing watched the whole scene unfold. He could only slap his forehead, secretly complaining this Xiong heir is too reckless. But he wasn't actually too worried. Firstly, Xiong Chaos combat power was such that even if Gao Rukin's group joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Secondly, Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang had already rushed to support him. Although Li Qingyang was average in fighting, Zhang Lei's muscular build was not just for show. Thirdly, the group's security personnel would soon intervene to control the situation, preventing the conflict from escalating. However, while many onlookers took out their phones to record, Lu Anqing pulled out his phone to send a message to Wang Sa. Come to the No. 8 cafeteria right away. At first, Gao Rukin's table was stunned, but they quickly regained it. The man who had the tray smashed on his head shouted angrily and swung his fist at Xiong Chao. Gao Rukin joined the fray, and although the others also stood up, they did not seem to intend to join the fight. They were just cheering on Gao Rukin and that man. Get him, take him down. That fat cylindrical guy actually dares to lay hands on a veteran employee of the group. Xiong Chao also shouted angrily, not backing down at all against Gao Rukin's 2-man assault. Soon Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei arrived as well. Without saying a word, Zhang Lei raised his leg and kicked at Gao Rukin. The confrontation was now 3 against 2, and Gao Rukin's side had no other support, putting them at an immediate disadvantage. Just as Gao Rukin and his companion were being battered like a storm, the group's security personnel rushed in, separating the two sides and controlling the situation. At this point, Li Qingyang, Zhang Lei, and Qin Jia all noticed Lu Anqing eating nearby and watching the spectacle. However, none of them took the initiative to acknowledge Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing also gave them a reassuring look. "You guys are so bold to actually fight in the cafeteria," one security personnel shouted sternly at both sides. They started at first. The man with the tray over his head said angrily, pointing at Xiong Chao and accusing him. "What's wrong with me hitting you? You were the one who insulted first," Xiong Chao retorted brazenly. Seeing Xiong Chaos state, Lu Anqing guessed what was on his mind. "My boss is the owner of Anqing Group. If you dare to insult me, it's only because I'm merciful that I didn't sit on you and squash you." But Lu Anqing could only shake his head helplessly, choosing to remain a rational bystander. Meanwhile, Xiong Chaos side and Gao Rukin's side began to hurl insults at each other, seeming ready to start another fight. The security personnel hurriedly restrained both sides. "If you want to argue, then come with me to the security office." Just then, Wang Sa appeared at the entrance of the staff cafeteria. He had initially planned to come for a meal, but upon receiving Lu Anqing's message as he approached the cafeteria and hearing the commotion inside, he quickened his pace. "What happened?" His deep voice sounded, and the scene instantly fell silent. "President Wang. Is that President Wang?" The few over there with the fat guy seemed to be the ones that President Wang arranged in violation of the rules. They were the ones who struck first. President Wang wouldn't cover for them, would he? He probably won't. There are so many people watching. If President Wang covers for that fat guy, the group would be in chaos. The murmurs around the scene went unheard by Wang Sa, and naturally Xiong Chao and the others couldn't hear them either. The security personnel quickly reacted. "President Wang, you've arrived." Although Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang all knew Wang Sa, they did not show any familiarity at this moment, respectfully calling him President Wang. Gao Rukin and the others also called out to Wang Sa, but there seemed to be a hint of unease in their eyes. Wang Sa approached, glanced at Lu Anqing, who was watching the spectacle, and then walked to the middle of the two groups. Meanwhile, inside Lu Chang's office, his emotions had completely stabilized. He sat on the sofa sipping the tea. Under Wang Sa's control, both Xiong Chao and Gao Rukin took turns to briefly recount the events that transpired. During this process, Wang Sa also learned the name of another participant in the conflict on Gao Rukin's side, Yuan Sheng. Like Gao Rukin, he was also from the procurement department. Moreover, both of them were not ordinary employees, but rather two supervisors. After understanding the situation, Wang Sa rationally assessed that the party at fault was indeed Xiong Chao. Although Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng admitted to insulting someone, it was Xiong Chao who struck first. This was undeniable. The surveillance cameras captured everything clearly. However, Lu Anqing understood, given Xiong Chaos' temperament, that a mere disagreement would lead to physical confrontation, making it difficult for him to endure the insults from Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng. However, while Wang Sa's reasoning was sound, this matter could not be resolved purely on rational grounds. Nor could it be handled with fairness. "I have understood the situation fully." Wang Sa spoke slowly, his voice cold. "How do you both plan to handle this?" He looked at Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin. "You may speak first." "Wang Zong, I know they are your people," Yuan Sheng, drenched and furious, said, "but the fact remains that all three of them engaged in a fight. This time it was against me. Who knows who they will target next time? Therefore I believe they must be dismissed." Wang Sa chuckled softly. "You know they are my people, and yet you dare to ask me to dismiss them. Wang Zong, are you openly favoring them?" Yuan Sheng's expression changed slightly. "Shouldn't I favor my own you?" Yuan Sheng was at a loss for words, seemingly wanting to say something, but was stopped by Gao Rukin. He looked at Wang Sa. "Wang Zong, what do you plan to do with them?" Wang Sa shook his head. "I do not plan to take any action." "You do not plan to take any action?" Gao Rukin's expression turned cold. "Are we just going to let this go? Are we just going to take this beating in vain? If you hadn't insulted them, would you have been beaten? Besides, your insults were quite harsh." "Wang Zong, we did insult, but they were the ones who struck first. You insulted them, they struck." Wang Sa said calmly. "Therefore both parties share responsibility. I do not plan to handle them, nor have I said I would handle you. Even if this matter reaches the chairman, I will still say the same. I do not intend to take action against any of you." Just then a voice suddenly came from the side. "Wang Zong, this is a bit excessive, isn't it?" Following the voice, it was the vice president in charge of procurement, Zheng Beihui, who strolled over. Wang Sa looked up at him. "So Director Zheng has arrived." Zheng Beihui oversaw the procurement department, and both Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin were considered his subordinates. He was here to back them up. Zheng Beihui stood directly in front of Wang Sa, smiling. "Wang Zong, I also have a grasp of the situation. Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin insulted first, but it was indeed the other party that struck first. How can you not take action? How will the rest of the group perceive this?" Wang Sa calmly looked at Zheng Beihui. "Director Zheng, are you implying that I must take action against them?" "Of course. They must be dealt with, and it must be serious. Well, ideally, they should be dismissed. Otherwise, as Xiao Gao mentioned earlier, if they engage in a little quarrel at work in the future and resort to violence, what sense of security will the group's employees have? Wang Sa slightly nodded, indicating his agreement with Zheng Beihui's statement. Yet he smiled and asked Zheng Beihui, "But Director Zheng, have you forgotten what I said in the meeting?" Zheng Beihui was momentarily puzzled, frowning. "What did you say? Did you forget how Xiong Chao and the others came into the group?" "They are not." Zheng Beihui suddenly halted mid-sentence. He suddenly recalled that the 4 individuals Wang Sa arranged to join the group were all assigned by that mysterious boss. On the surface, Zheng Beihui and Wang Hailuan did not believe Wang Sa's words and were even guiding public opinion to pursue Wang Sa's responsibility. Yet in reality, they were not entirely sure that Wang Sa was lying. Thus, if these 4 individuals were indeed arranged by the boss, then if the handling was too severe, it would be difficult to explain to the boss. After all, the cause of this conflict was Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin insulting first. Although Xiong Chao struck first, the subsequent development could only be described as mutual fighting, despite Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng suffering losses. Most importantly, Wang Sa also stated that neither side would be dealt with, which essentially meant both sides would be dealt with. This indeed favored Xiong Chao's side, but it did not pursue Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin's side either. Coming back to his senses, Zheng Beihui said, "All right, since you are not taking action against either side, I will not inquire further. However, whether Xiao Gao and Xiao Yuan want to call the police is their business." Hearing this, Wang Sa's eyes narrowed. He had always intended to minimize the issue, but Zheng Beihui seemed determined to escalate the situation. Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng instantly understood Zheng Beihui's meaning. Yuan Sheng immediately shouted, "Yes, call the police. If the group does not take action, then I will call the police, and we will let the police handle it." As he spoke, Yuan Sheng had already taken out his phone ready to dial. But Wang Sa spoke up, "Yuan Sheng, are you sure you want to involve the police?" Yuan Sheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wang Zong, I have no choice. Since the group won't handle this, I can only seek justice for myself." After saying this, Yuan Sheng no longer hesitated and directly made the call. This startled Xiong Chao. Even though both sides could be seen as mutual fighting, Xiong Chao was the one who struck first, and his responsibility could potentially be the greatest. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Anxing, who was watching the commotion nearby. Lu Anxing smiled at Xiong Chao, signaling him to be at ease. Wang Sa remained calm as well, taking out his phone and making a call. As Yuan Sheng reported to the police, Wang Sa's call also connected. "Hello. Halt all your work immediately and investigate whether procurement department supervisors Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin engaged in any violations or even illegal activities during their work processes." Upon hearing Wang Sa's words, Zheng Beihui's expression instantly darkened. His gaze toward Wang Sa was no longer calm, but rather filled with anxiety and fear. What did Wang Sa just say? To investigate whether Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin had any violations or even illegal activities. How would he investigate? What means would he use? Who could conduct the investigation? In the entire group, only the chairman could issue such orders, or that mysterious boss could. But now Wang Sa had also given such an order, so he... Suddenly a terrifying thought emerged in Zheng Beihui. Wang Sa was the spokesperson for the boss within the group. Wang Sa was also the person the boss used to supervise the entire group. With this thought, Zheng Beihui's many doubts were instantly resolved. Why does the chairman trust Wang Sa so much? Why does the chairman support Wang Sa in overseeing almost all departments of the group? Why does the chairman always protect Wang Sa at all times? Because Wang Sa represents that mysterious boss. At the same time, Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin's expressions visibly showed their anxiety. Having worked in the Anshin group for so many years, how could their records be clean? They could not withstand even a little investigation. Moreover, they knew that once their actions were exposed, they would definitely face prison time. But now, with just one word from Wang Sa, all their matters would be investigated clearly. At the same time, both of them could not help but cast pleading glances at Zheng Beihui in front of them. Zheng Beihui squinted. "Mr. Wang, is it really necessary for you to be so ruthless?" Wang Sa let out a cold laugh. "Zheng, it seems it's your subordinates who are the ruthless ones. I've already said that neither side will pursue this. It was your people who chose to report it. Now that I've presented countermeasures, you claim I'm being ruthless." With that, Wang Sa chuckled again, his gaze wickedly sweeping over Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin. "Of course, if your subordinates are clean, what can my people find?" Zheng Beihui was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Wang Sa was right. He had clearly stated that neither side would pursue the matter, yet it was Zheng Beihui who had prompted Yuan Sheng to report it. The most crucial point was that he knew Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin were not clean. Not just them, but the entire procurement department, including Zheng Beihui himself, had dirty hands. If Wang Sa investigated Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin, it could very well lead to uncovering some issues with Zheng Beihui himself, which was what he feared most. Realizing this, Zheng Beihui hurriedly gave Yuan Cheng a look signaling him to stop reporting. But stopping a report was not as easy as just saying so. Moreover, Yuan Cheng had already provided the details and address. Even if he stopped now, the police would still respond to Anshin Group. Zheng Beihui no longer paid attention to Yuan Cheng and leaned closer to Wang Sa, saying, "Mr. Wang, can we talk privately for a moment?" Wang Sa shook his head. "Mr. Zheng, whatever you have to say can be said here." A flash of displeasure crossed Zheng Beihui's face. Furrowing his brows, he said, "Mr. Wang, how about we handle this according to what you just suggested without pursuing either side? I will also have Yuan Cheng withdraw the report. After all, it's merely a case of fighting, nothing major." Wang Sa still shook his head. "But wasn't it your people who reported it first? Were you not very adamant about it earlier? Now you're agreeing to my way of handling things." He smiled and continued, "If your people back down so easily, doesn't that suggest they have something to hide? That's not the case. They have no issues at all. How could they not withstand scrutiny?" Zheng Beihui denied firmly. "I just think we are colleagues, and there's no need to make it too ugly." Wang Sa scoffed. "When I wanted to avoid making a scene, you were relentless. Now that it's getting ugly, you're starting to speak nicely. Mr. Wang, there's really no need for that." At this moment, Zheng Beihui could no longer pay attention to Wang's mockery. "Let's both take a step back. We'll withdraw the report, and you won't investigate further. Otherwise, to be frank, if this matter remains unresolved today, based on mutual fighting, both sides would at least face 7 days of detention." 7 days. Wang Sa chuckled lightly, turning to Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang. "Are you three afraid of being detained for 7 days?" "Not afraid." Xiong Chao was the first to respond, his voice loud and his attitude firm. Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I'm not afraid either." Li Qingyang shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. "I'm not afraid either." Hearing the responses from the three, Wang Sa nodded in satisfaction. Zheng Beihui's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. Wang Sa looked at Zheng Beihui again. "Mr. Zheng, Xiong Chao and the other three have made their stance clear. They aren't afraid of 7 days of detention. So let's wait for the police to arrive, and they can handle it as they see fit." And also, Wang Sa's voice suddenly rose a few notches. He slowly scanned the room and continued, "Regarding the issue of me improperly allowing Xiong Chao and the others to join the group, you can discuss it normally behind the scenes without issue. But if anyone dares to maliciously guide public opinion, slander, or engage in personal attacks, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying this, Wang Sa turned towards Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing nodded slightly, indicating his support for Wang Sa's actions. However, he also resolved in his heart that privately he needed to have a word with Xiong Chao. In the future, they couldn't be so reckless anymore. Inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 in return is also a loss. In an obviously advantageous situation, one must at least achieve the goal of defeating the enemy without sustaining any damage. At this moment, the expressions of Yuan Cheng and Gao Rukin were also extraordinarily grim. They knew that even if both sides refused to forgive each other, if they treated it as a fight, they would each face 7 days of detention. However, what they had done in the procurement department, if discovered, could not be resolved with just 7 days. "Anqing, why do you think Mr. Wang is being so domineering?" Yan Shumping whispered. "He himself has done something illegal, and not only does he face no consequences, but he also doesn't allow us to discuss it." Lu Anqing touched his nose and smiled. "Brother Ping, Mr. Wang didn't say we can't discuss it, just that we shouldn't speak recklessly. Isn't that the same meaning?" Yan Shumping said with some dissatisfaction. "Only officials are allowed to set fires while commoners aren't allowed to light lamps." Lu Anqing was at a loss for words. He just glanced at Wang Sa again. "Xiao Wang, I can only ask you to Xinyang, however, curiously spoke up. "Hey, what do you think the relationship is between Xiong Chao and Mr. Not only did they get to join the group, but today they are also being protected so fiercely by Mr. Wang. I think it's not an ordinary relationship." Yan Shumping speculated. "Otherwise, Mr. Wang's sacrifice is too great." Lu Anqing lowered his head to eat. "Let's discuss less and eat quickly. After we finish, we can go take a nap." Before long, the police arrived at the No. 8 cafeteria. After briefly understanding the situation on site, the police did not handle it immediately. Instead, they took all relevant parties to another location to deal with it, allowing the cafeteria to return to normal dining order. The specific handling process was unknown to Lu Anqing, but the final result was mutual understanding, meaning neither side was detained. When Lu Anqing learned of this outcome, he did not ask too many questions. At that moment, he was in Xinyang's car. "Xiaolu, the client I'm taking you to see today is a major client I've been following for half a month." Xinyang, with one hand on the steering wheel, said with a worried expression. "His name is Song Jingheng, the founder of Jingheng Company. He wants to buy high-end alloy from the company with an annual business volume that could reach 50 million, possibly more later on. But the negotiations haven't been very smooth." "What's the main issue?" Lu Anqing asked from the passenger seat, looking ahead. "Money." Xinyang sighed. The price the group offered is 36,000 per ton, but Mr. Song only accepts 30,000. Is 30,000 a loss for the group? Not necessarily a loss, but the group just can't agree to that price. What's the lowest the group can offer? 34,000. He doesn't agree to 34,000 either. At least last time he didn't agree. Today, I've prepared some other favorable conditions to see if Mr. Song will agree. Jingheng Co. Ltd. is located in an office building. Lu Anqing and Xinyang took the elevator to the entrance of Jingheng Company. Having made an appointment, the receptionist directly led them to Song Jingheng's office. Manager Shin, welcome. Please take a seat. Song Jingheng is a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dressed in a white shirt with a thick head of hair, he appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his overall demeanor was quite spirited. He was relatively courteous towards Xinyang. After all, Xinyang was representing Anqing Group to discuss cooperation. Even if the cooperation didn't work out, there was no need for Song Jingheng to offend Xinyang. You're too kind, President Song. Xinyang's demeanor was also quite humble. After some pleasantries, the three of them sat down on the office sofa. Lu Anqing and Xinyang sat together while Song Jingheng took a single-seat sofa. This is... Song Jingheng's gaze fell on Lu Anqing. This is my colleague. His name is Lu Anqing. Hello, President Song. Lu Anqing awkwardly greeted Song Jingheng. Hello, Manager Lu. Song Jingheng smiled. Manager Lu, he is indeed young. He just graduated from university this year and has only just joined our group, Xinyang explained proactively. No wonder, Song Jingheng said with realization, then sighed off. Seeing Manager Lu reminds me of my own youth. That's not true, President Song. Xinyang interjected in time. You currently look very young, like a sprightly... Huh? Song Jingheng laughed heartily. Manager Shin, please don't tease me. After some small talk, Xinyang began to get to the point. President Song, I'm here today to discuss our cooperation. Manager Shun, I was just about to ask you about that. Song Jingheng leaned back, slightly crossing his legs. The last time you quoted me 34,000, I calculated that it's still too expensive. With the price you gave me, my cost would be too high. President Song, you should be aware of the market. The high-end alloy you want is in the top tier for quality at 34,000. If you want your products to be of higher quality and more competitive, allowing Jingheng Company to occupy a larger market share and enhance the influence of the Jingheng brand, then you need to choose our group's high-end alloy. Of course, you could opt for high-end alloys from other companies, but the level of craftsmanship from those companies will certainly be inferior to our group. I understand that. Song Jingheng acknowledged Xinyang's argument. However, Manager Shin, the quantity I require is very large, at least reaching 1,500 tons annually. If you could lower the price by 2,000 per ton to 32,000, I could sign the contract with you immediately. However, Xinyang shook his head. President Song, I won't speak empty words. 34,000 is the bottom. If the group could afford a reduction, why would I cling to the 34,000 price? I also wish to secure this deal with you, as I need this order for my performance. Manager Shen, can you discuss it with your group leaders to reduce it by 2,000? Xinyang still shook his head. President Song, there's really no room for negotiation on price at this point. However, I do have some favorable conditions for you. Let's hear what they are. Xinyang straightened his posture, extended his left hand palm up, and pressed his right thumb down. The first condition: if you purchase over 1,000 tons, the group allows you to pay in 2 installments once every 6 months, reducing your financial pressure, and we will cover 50% of the shipping costs. The second condition: if your annual purchase exceeds 1,500 tons, for every ton beyond that, the price can be lowered by 500. The third condition: if the cooperation time exceeds 3 years, and the market conditions remain stable, and the purchase quantity reaches 3,000 tons or more, the price can be directly reduced by 1,000. After hearing Xinyang's conditions, Song Jingheng stroked his chin deep in thought. After a moment, Song Jingheng still shook his head. Manager Shin, your conditions are good, but I still feel they lack the straightforward appeal of a direct reduction of 2,000 per ton. He looked earnestly at Xinyang. So, Manager Shun, I still need to consider this matter further. At this moment, Lu Anqing suddenly spoke. President Song, you need this high-end alloy. You probably also need another type of low-end metal to use in conjunction, right? Song Jingheng nodded. That's correct, but I already have a stable supplier for the low-end metal. May I ask which company? Shonda Group. Just as I thought. Lu Anqing secretly thought. As he listened to the conversation between Xinyang and Song Jingheng, Lu Anqing contemplated that the high-end alloy needed by Song Jingheng required pairing with another type of low-end metal. This low-end metal can only be provided by 2 companies in the entire Jiangzhou city. One is Anqing Group, and the other is Chengda Group, owned by Chengda. Lu Anqing originally did not know this, but over the past few days in the marketing department of Anqing Group, he had reviewed some product information and learned about this situation. Strictly speaking, Chengda Group is also considered a competitor of Anqing Group. Coincidentally, Yu Chengda is also Su Wenmo's maternal grandfather. Since there was a perfect opportunity, Lu Anqing decided to make things difficult for Yu Chengda. Lu Anqing smiled slightly and asked President Su, what price did Chengda Group offer you for the low-end metal? Hearing this question, Xinyang couldn't help but look at Lu Anqing. He understood Lu Anqing's intent. he was trying to snatch Chengda Group's client. Moreover, given the quantity required by Song Jingheng, he was indeed a significant client for Chengda Group. However, Xinyang felt that Lu Anxing's approach was likely to fail, because the prices for the same type of low-end metal are generally similar. Without a price advantage, Song Jingheng had cooperated with Chengda Group for many years and would likely not easily change suppliers. Faced with Lu Anxing's question, Song Jingheng frowned. Manager Lu, the price at which Chengda Group cooperates with me is considered a commercial secret for both parties. Your direct inquiry seems somewhat inappropriate. Lu Anxing was taken aback. I was a bit abrupt. Lu Anxing smiled. However, I believe the prices for this low-end metal should be quite similar. He turned to Xinyang. Brother Yang, what is our group's external quotation generally? After pondering for a moment, Xinyang replied about 80 million. Lu Anxing then looked at Song Jingheng. President Song, that should be about right. Song Jingheng frowned slightly. About right. Lu Anxing smiled. Then we can lower the price of the high-end metal we offer President Song to 33,000. However, you must purchase your low-end metal from our group, and the price per ton will be 500 less than what Chengda. Lu Anxing paused for a moment and asked with a smile, President Song, what do you think of my proposal? Xiaolu, this isn't acceptable. Before Song Jingheng could speak, Xinyang was the first to voice his opinion. The price of 3300 for high-end metals will not be agreed upon by the group, nor will they agree to 7500 for low-end metals. Lu Anxing smiled at Xinyang, saying, Brother Yang, trust me, I will handle it with the group. He then turned to Song Jingheng, asking, Mr. Song, what do you think about the proposal you just made? Song Jingheng did not directly answer Lu Anxing's question. Instead, he looked at Lu Anxing with a somewhat peculiar gaze. After glancing at Xinyang, he said to Lu Anxing, Manager Lu, I remember Manager Shin just mentioned that you seem to be a newcomer who has just joined Anxing Group, right? That's right. Since you are a newcomer and Manager Shin has also said that the group wouldn't agree to your proposed plan, how do you intend to resolve this? Xinyang frowned, looking at Lu Anxing with uncertainty. He too was curious about how Lu Anxing planned to resolve the group's refusal. Lu Anxing chuckled lightly. The awkwardness he felt upon entering Song Jingheng's office had completely vanished. He straightened his posture and smiled slightly, saying, Actually, Manager Shin doesn't know this, but I was able to enter Anxing Group thanks to some connections. What connections? Song Jingheng asked. Whose connections? Xinyang inquired. Lu Anxing glanced at Song Jingheng and then at Xinyang before mentioning a name, Wang Sa, General Manager Wang. At the mention of this name, both Song Jingheng and Xinyang were taken aback. Song Jingheng certainly knew of Wang Sa's reputation. Not to mention he is the youngest and fastest rising vice president of Anxing Group, a fact that is enough to command attention. What kind of person can rise to the position of vice president at Anxing Group in just 3 or 4 years? Moreover, in terms of power and influence, he ranks among the top vice presidents at Anxing Group. Although Song Jingheng had never met Wang Sa, he was aware of Wang Sa's status and clout within Anxing Group. If Lu Anxing really has connections and relationships like Wang Sa, he might indeed be able to persuade Anxing Group to agree to the plan Lu Anxing just proposed. As for Xinyang's shock, it stemmed from the fact that Wang Sa had recently been at the center of controversy for arranging for Xiong Chao and others. Now Lu Anxing was claiming to be someone Wang Sa arranged for. But even if Lu Anxing was indeed brought in through Wang Sa, would Wang Sa be willing to help Lu Anxing facilitate this proposal? Manager Lu. Song Jingheng quickly recovered from his shock and his tone toward Lu Anxing became more courteous. Can you really establish a connection with General Manager Wang of your group and have him help you facilitate the proposal you just made? Lu Anxing nodded. It should be possible. If Mr. Song doesn't believe me, I can call General Manager Wang right now. Song Jingheng was certainly more than willing, saying, Then please Manager Lu, call General Manager Wang now. Alright. Lu Anxing took out his phone, found Wang Sa's number, and dialed right in front of Song Jingheng. At the same time, Lu Anxing switched to speaker mode, allowing Song Jingheng and Xinyang to clearly hear his conversation with Wang Sa. Soon the call was answered. General Manager Wang, this is Lu Anxing. Lu Anxing spoke first. This was his signal to Wang Sa. When he calls him Xiao Wang, he is in the capacity of a boss. When he calls him General Manager Wang, he is in the capacity of Lu Anxing. He spoke first out of concern that Wang Sa might refer to him as boss. If Xinyang and Song Jingheng heard that, it would be difficult to explain. Oh, it's Anxing. Wang Sa understood Lu Anxing's signal, so his attitude towards Lu Anxing was not as respectful as usual. Instead, it had a friendly tone. What's the matter with the call? There's something I need your help with. Go ahead. Lu Anxing explained the current situation to Wang Sa. After hearing, Wang Sa immediately replied, Okay, I understand. I will go speak with General He about this. Alright, thank you, General Wang. After hanging up with Wang Sa, both Xinyang and Song Jingheng looked at Lu Anxing in disbelief. Xinyang did not expect Lu Anxing to truly get Wang Sa to help him. Moreover, Wang Sa's tone towards Lu Anxing was very polite, indicating that Lu Anxing's status was not ordinary. Otherwise, why would Wang Sa be so courteous to Lu Anxing? Song Jingheng's eyes sparkled. He also picked up on the fact that Wang Sa and Lu Anxing's relationship was not ordinary. If he could establish a connection through Lu Anxing to Wang Sa, then in future negotiations with Anxing Group, having Wang Sa lend his voice would likely yield even greater benefits. More importantly, through Wang Sa there might even be opportunities for collaboration with Anxing Group in other areas. Mr. Song, you heard the call just now. Lu Anxing placed the phone on the table smiling. General Wang agreed to discuss this matter with General He from our marketing department. With him taking the lead, there is a high probability that the group will agree to this proposal. Alright. Song Jingheng nodded. Manager Lu, if your group can agree to this proposal, I would also be willing to collaborate. However, I have a small personal request, and hope Manager Lu can help me fulfill it. Mr. Song, please go ahead. I would like to invite General Wang from your group to a meal, and I would appreciate it if Manager Lu could help me arrange this. Well, Lu Anxing feigned difficulty. Mr. Song, you should know that General Wang is usually very busy, but rest assured I will definitely convey your intentions to General Wang. As for whether General Wang can spare the time, I can't guarantee that. That's fine. Song Jingheng quickly stated, if General Wang has time, that would be wonderful. If he doesn't have time, I wouldn't insist. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Song. At this moment, Shun Yang's expression gradually became somewhat dejected. His gaze toward Lu Anxing grew more complex. Although Song Jingheng was a client that Shin Yang had discovered, if this deal were to be finalized today, the main credit would go to Lu Anxing. If Lu Anxing were an ordinary employee, Shin Yang wouldn't feel worried. But given that Lu Anxing had Wang Sa backing him, would Wang Sa support Lu Anxing in attributing the performance of this deal to him? After all, he had seen how Wang Sa had protected Xiong Chao and others today. If Lu Anxing were to take his client, then all the commissions and rewards would go to Lu Anxing. What would that make of the hard work he had put in for half a month? After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Jingheng, Lu Anxing and Shin Yang took their leave from Jingheng Company. Back in the car, Shin Yang's expression was clearly sullen. He now somewhat regretted bringing Lu Anxing along to meet Song Jingheng today. Lu Anxing noticed Shin Yang's poor mood and roughly guessed his concerns. He sat in the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and smiled, asking, Brother Yang, are you worried that I might take your performance? Hearing Lu Anxing's words, Shin Yang turned his head to glance at him. Sigh. Shin Yang sighed and looked. He placed one hand on the steering while his face downcast. Xiao Lu, if I had known you were Wang's person, I wouldn't have brought you to meet Mr. Song. So you are still worried that I will steal your clients? How can I not worry? Shin Yang replied helplessly. With Wang behind you, if you close this deal, the performance will be credited to you. Brother Yang, you are overthinking it. Lu Anxing gave Shin Yang a reassuring smile. I won't steal your client. Xiao Lu, if Wang says this deal is credited to you, what will you say? Shin Yang glanced at Lu Anxing again. Lu Anxing seemed unwilling to explain. Instead, he took out his phone again and called Wang Sa in front of Shin Yang, putting it on speaker. Soon the call connected. Mr. Wang, this is Lu Anxing. Anxing, I haven't gone to see Mr. He yet. Please wait for me a moment. That's not what I want to say. I forgot to tell you that the business from Jingheng Company should be credited to Shin Yang. When you talk to Mr. He, just mention you have some connection with Mr. Song from Jingheng, and don't mention my name to Mr. He. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Shin Yang's gaze towards Lu Anxing changed immediately. Earlier in Mr. Song's office, if Lu Anxing's attitude towards Wang Sa had been somewhat humble, then this conversation with Wang Sa felt like an equal exchange. No. In fact, Lu Anxing's tone even carried a hint of command towards Wang Sa. What baffled Shin Yang the most was that Wang Sa didn't find anything inappropriate about the conversation at all. What kind of background does Lu Anxing have to dare speak to Wang Sa like that? Xiao Lu. You. Shin Yang seemed to stutter a bit. Lu Anxing put away his phone, smiled, and said, Brother Yang, you don't need to think too much about my identity. Oh, just know that I won't steal your clients. However, I do have a request of you. A request for me. Previously, Shin Yang might have scoffed at this statement, but now Shin Yang's expression became serious and cautious as he asked, What request? Lu Anxing's demeanor also turned more serious. You can't tell anyone about my relationship with Mr. Wang, including Brother Ping. Alright, I understand. Shin Yang replied without hesitation. After agreeing, he realized that Lu Anxing's words had also carried a hint of command. Yet he still agreed without hesitation. What is going on here? Lu Anxing smiled. Alright, let's head back now. Shin Yang shifted into gear and started the car. In truth, Lu Anxing chose to reveal part of his relationship with Wang Sa in front of Shin Yang, not only to help him achieve his performance, but also to annoy the Chengda Group. More importantly, there were some plans behind this. If Wang Sa's subordinates investigated and found the situation to be true, Shin Yang would definitely have his commission and bonuses cut by He Gong after successfully closing this deal. At the same time, they would seek opportunities to poach Shin Yang's client for themselves. Although Lu Anxing had discussed related topics with Shin Yang in the marketing department recently. Because Lu Anxing was a new employee, Shin Yang hadn't delved too deeply into discussions with him. However, during the past few days spent with Shenyang, he could tell that Shenyang was a reliable person, far more dependable than Yin Shunping. From a boss perspective, Shenyang was a person of potential. If nurtured, well, he would be capable of handling things independently in the future. As for Yin Shunping, being a competent frontline employee was already sufficient. Of course, since Lu Onxing had not been with the company for long, he was not very familiar with other employees in the marketing department. He still needed to discover whether there were any talents similar to Shenyang among them. Onxing Group. Wang Sa arrived alone at the marketing department and knocked on He Ruigang's office door. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? He Ruigang and Wang Sa currently had no conflicts. Therefore, he still maintained the necessary politeness towards Wang Sa. They sat down and exchanged some pleasantries. After chatting for a few minutes, He Ruigang proactively asked, Mr. Wang rarely comes to my marketing department. I wonder what brings you here today. Well, I'm not here without reason. Of course, I have something to discuss with Mr. He. Then please, Mr. Wang, go. Then I will speak plainly. Wang Sa changed his sitting posture and smiled. Mr. He, there is a business manager named Shenyang in the marketing department who has reached a cooperation with my friend Mr. Song Jingheng. They couldn't agree on the price, so my friend approached me hoping that through my connections he could get a better deal. Oh. He Ruigang pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. After a pause, He Ruigang asked, what product does Mr. Wang's friend need and how much of a discount does he want? Wang Sa didn't actually know this, Lu Onxing hadn't told him. However, he said without changing his expression, my friend forgot to mention that he'll send a message to ask. All right, Mr. Wang, please ask first. Wang Sa took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Onxing. Soon Lu Onxing replied. After glancing at the message, Wang Sa said, Mr. He, the first year's demand for high-end metals should be around 1,500 tons, and it will increase in the future. 1,500 tons. He Ruigang pondered for a moment. This volume corresponds to a business amount of about 50 million, which is considered a major client. Moreover, since the volume is expected to increase, this means future quantities will also rise. If such a major client could be brought under his name and the price negotiated lower, he would have more operational leeway. Thinking of this, He Ruigang felt satisfied inside, though he did not show it on his face. He smiled at Wang Sa, saying, Mr. Wang, since this Mr. Song requires a large volume, and is your friend, and the price and conditions aren't too excessive, I naturally agree. However, I need to ask, is this client credited to you, or to Shenyang? Of course it should be credited to Shenyang. Wang Sa smiled. Although this Mr. Song is my friend, he is indeed a client discovered by Shenyang, so the performance should naturally be credited to Shenyang. Hearing this, He Ruigang felt even more pleased. If the performance is credited to Shenyang, it would make things easier for him in the future. He nodded, saying, all right, then let's sign the contract with the other party as per Mr. Wang's intention. Fine, thank you very much, Mr. He. Sigh. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. By the time they returned from Jingheng Company to the marketing department of Onxing Group, it was already past working hours. Since Onxing Group essentially had no overtime culture, the two parted ways and left the premises separately. After getting off work, Lu Onxing dialed Li Qingyang's number. Where are you guys? Planning to grab a bite outside. Send me the address and wait for me. After hanging up, Lu Onxing quickly received the location from Li Qingyang. It was not far from Onxing Group, just a few minutes walk away. Before long, he arrived at the spot Li Qingyang had sent. It was an ordinary hot pot restaurant. He walked and swept his gaze across the room and immediately spotted Xiong Chao and the other three. It was hard to miss Xiong Chao. His massive build stood out like a crane among chickens. Boss, over here. Xiong Chao spotted Lu Onxing at once and waved at him from his seat. As Lu Onxing walked over, Qin Jia had already pulled out a chair for him and placed it beside her. Her gesture drew strange looks from Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang. Qin Jia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she showed no intention of retreating. Instead, she spoke up proactively, Onxing, sit here. Lu Onxing smiled and didn't refuse. After sitting down, he asked, have you ordered? Yes, Xiong Chao replied eagerly. You placed the order? Will there be enough to eat? Xiong Chao chuckled. If those three eat less, it should be enough. Come on, the group hasn't paid salaries yet. I know you're all strapped for cash. Lu Onxing laughed. I'm treating today. Have the server bring the menu. We'll reorder until we've had our fill. Xiong Chao nearly jumped for joy. Yes, long live the boss. After reordering, Xiong Chao was visibly more excited, chattering nonstop. Boss, I was fierce today, wasn't I? That punk dared to badmouth us behind our backs. He was practically asking for it. If Lao Si hadn't held me back, I'd have sat on him and crushed him right then and there. Enough. Lu Onxing cut off Xiong Chaos, boasting. Lao Er, I came today to talk to you about something serious. At these words, the smile on Xiong Chaos' face froze, but he nodded obediently. Boss, go ahead. They'll listen to whatever you say. Lu Onxing said gravely, from now on, when you run into trouble, don't be so impulsive. Stay calm. Those two today were clearly shady. They couldn't withstand an investigation. Even if you hadn't clashed with them, I would have had Xiao Wang deal with them. But you went up and threw a punch and Xiao Wang was right there. It put him in an awkward spot. Li Qingyang nodded, his expression equally stern. The boss is right. He turned to Xiong Chao. Xiong Er, we all got into Anshin Group through the boss connections. But as you know, since the boss hasn't revealed his identity, it's President Wang who's been taking the brunt of the public scrutiny. Lately the gossip about President Wang within the group hasn't been kind. And today, with him defending us so resolutely in public, it only makes things worse for him. Li Qingyang's tone softened. So Xiong Er, we're not in school anymore. We can't just charge into everything like we can't keep causing trouble for the boss and President Wang, can we? Qin Jia and Zhang Lei also looked at Xiong Chao, but their eyes held no hint of blame. Xiong Chaos' earlier excitement faded, replaced by a trace of shame. He lowered his head, pouted, and even looked a bit aggrieved. Boss, I know I was wrong. I'll try to control myself from now on. Lao Er, I'm not saying you were wrong. Lu Anxing wasn't worried about Xiong Chao overthinking it, but he still patiently guided him. I just hope that no matter the occasion, you learn to rein in your emotions. Right now we're here for you. I can cover for you, and the group can cover for you. But one day you'll have to stand on your own with your own family and your own life. If you keep this temper and you end up causing a major disaster, I won't be able to bail you out even if I want to. Xiong Chao nodded emphatically. Boss, I understand. I know you're doing this for my own good. Don't worry. I've taken every word you said to heart. I'll watch myself and change for sure. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Lei suddenly chimed in. From now on, I'll stick with him every day. If he dares to get reckless again, I'll grab him before he can move. Lu Anxing raised an eyebrow. So when Lao Er starts dating and gets married, are you going to follow him then too? That depends. On what? Zhang Lei grinned. If Lao Er's girlfriend is pretty, he'll tag along. If not, forget it. Xiong Chao erupted in fury. Zhang San, what the hell are you plotting? Trying to cuckold me? Zhang Lei waved a hand dismissively. Lao Er, do you really think a handsome guy like me is short on women? Hearing this, Li Qingyang caught on to something. Lao San, have you been messing around with some decent girl again? Get lost. Zhang Lei curled his lip. I just met a junior schoolmate. She's totally smitten with me, and we're having a real soul resonance right now. Sigh. Lu Anxing let out a sigh. Stop leading innocent girls astray. Meanwhile, at the Swallow restaurant inside a private booth, a modest round brown dining table, originally meant to seat 7 or 8 people, was now occupied by only 3 Zheng Beiwei, Gao Rukin, and Yuan Sheng. But all 3 wore grim, or rather gloomy expressions. Several dishes had already been served on the table, and each had a wine decanter and glass in front of them. The glasses were empty, but the decanters were nearly drained, a sign that they had already drunk heavily. Today's mess is on me. Zheng Beihui rested his arms on the table, his face slightly flushed, speaking with a look of shame. If I hadn't suggested Xiao Yuan call the police, things wouldn't have escalated this far. President Zheng, this isn't your fault. Yuan Sheng quickly interjected. To be honest, I wasn't going to let it slide either. Even if you hadn't mentioned calling the cops, I was planning to report that fat guy myself. Sigh. Zheng Beihui let out another sigh. Never mind, let's not dwell on blame now. He glanced at Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng. I've already talked to Wang Sa. He won't investigate you further, but you need to go to the police on your own and confess to some things. At this, the expressions of Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng remained unchanged. The reason the two sides had reached a mutual understanding and agreed not to pursue the matter under police mediation today was because Wang Sa and Zheng Beihui had struck a compromise. Wang Sa agreed to stop the investigation. Zheng Beihui promised to have Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng turn themselves in. After all, if Wang Sa kept digging, who knew if Zheng Beihui's own problems might come to light. To avoid being implicated himself, Zheng Beihui had no choice but to sacrifice his pawns. No. Abandon his soldiers to save his general. And so Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng became Zheng Beihui's sacrificial pieces. Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin understood Zheng Beihui's intentions well, so they showed no surprise at his words. If Wang Sa got to them, they'd definitely end up in jail with nothing to gain. But if they served as Zheng Beihui's scapegoats, though they'd still go to prison, they could at least extract a decent compensation from him. Naturally, Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng chose the latter. Rest assured, Zheng Beihui said as he picked up a bite of food with his chopsticks, chewing as he spoke. If you voluntarily confess your issues, I won't treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng exchanged a glance before Gao Rukin asked, President Zheng, it's no problem for old Yuan and me to voluntarily confess our own matters. But what we care most about is, what do we get in return? Zheng Beihui cast a glance at Gao Rukin, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Though Gao Rukin's tone was calm, Zheng Beihui detected a hint of threat in his words, which stirred a deep sense of displeasure within him. Yet he suppressed his temper and said calmly, I'll give each of you 2 million, but you must ensure absolute secrecy regarding my matters. Gao Rukin, however, seemed unsatisfied. President Zheng, old Yuan and I aren't new employees of the group. Given your years here, your gains from the group must be considerable. Offering us only 2 million seems a bit too little. As Gao Rukin's words fell, Zheng Beihui's gaze shot toward him like a sharp sword. His voice turned icy. Old Gao, then what do you think is appropriate? Gao Rukin remained unruffled, certain that Zheng Beihui wouldn't dare fall out with him now. Meeting Zheng Beihui's gaze, he said, President Zheng, 5 million each for old yuan, and me would suffice. After all, even when we get out, we want to find a job as good as Anshin Group, and our income will take a massive hit. But both of us have families to support. It's unavoidable. Zheng Beihui turned to Yuan Cheng. Old Yuan, is this your view too? Yuan Cheng nodded without flinching. President Zheng, you're probably aware of both our families' situations. 2 million is indeed a bit low. Zheng Beihui swept his gaze over Gao Rukin and Yuan Cheng before finally nodding. Fine, 5 million it is. But I can't give it to you all at once. President Zheng, let me finish. Zheng Beihui firmly cut off Gao Rukin and continued, I'll split the 5 million into 3 installments. After you turn yourselves in, I'll give you 2 million. Once the court delivers its verdict, it'll give you another 1.5. The final 1.5 million will be given when you're released. That won't do, Gao Rukin refused outright. President Zheng, can't you split it into 2 installments? No need for a third. 3 installments it is, Zheng Beihui insisted. Old Gao, you should understand my concerns. Gao Rukin and Yuan Cheng exchanged another glance, then both nodded slightly. Then Gao Rukin said, We'll go along with your plan, President Zheng. Zheng Beihui raised his glass and said insincerely, Old Gao, old Yuan, I'm sorry to put you through this. The next day, when Xinyang came to work, his attitude toward Lu Anqing had changed significantly. He no longer carried the ease he once had with Lu Anqing, nor that subtle sense of superiority as a senior employee. He had become more polite and more cautious. Yan Shumping was the first to notice Shun Yang's change. While they were sipping coffee and slacking off, he asked curiously, Old Shin, what's up with you today? You seem distracted. Xinyang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just met a client yesterday, and am a bit anxious about whether it'll work out. Which client? The boss of Jingheng Company. You're anxious about the outcome. So yesterday's meeting went pretty well, huh? It was. Okay. Yan Shumping grinned. If it works out, you owe us a meal. We'll talk when it does. Just then Lu Anqing walked over with a cup of coffee. Brother Ping, Brother Yang slacking off again. Yan Shumping chuckled. Aren't you doing the same? Xinyang sized up Lu Anqing, thinking to himself. Even though he's connected to President Wang, he probably won't report our slacking off to her. Lu Anqing sidled up to them with his coffee. Can't help it. I'm only close with you two now, but the others don't really talk to me. No worries, Yan Shumping said. Next time we slack off, we'll call you. That's more like it. Lu Anqing raised his coffee cup, signaling a toast. Good fortune should be shared. Just then someone called out Xinyang's name. Xinyang, Supervisor Mu wants to see you. Got it coming. After responding, Xinyang already had a good idea of what it was about. He glanced at Lu Anqing before heading to Mu Lingfeng's office. Old Shin, congratulations. Mu Lingfeng greeted him with a beaming smile. General, he informed me today that he approved your proposal for a partnership with Jingheng Company's President Song. Then with a hint of curiosity, Mu Lingfeng added, but I'm puzzled. When did you submit this proposal to General? Xinyang and Lu Anqing had already discussed the answer to this question the day before. After all, getting He Ruigong to approve the plan was a case of bypassing the chain of command for Xinyang. Given Mu Lingfeng's character and magnanimity, he might not hold it against Xinyang. Still, Xinyang needed a plausible explanation ready. Supervisor Mu, this client is actually a friend of President Wang Sa. The proposal came from the client, who communicated with President Wang. It's just that the credit goes to me. No wonder, Mu Lingfeng said with an understanding smile. No wonder, General, he approved your plan. It was President Wang who put in a good word. But you're lucky. A deal worth at least 50 million, and with President Wang's help, all the credit lands on. All right, since General, he has given the green light, get the contract ready, and head to Jingheng Company today to sign it with President Song. Sure, he'll prepare the contract right away. In fact, Xinyang had already worked overtime at home the night before drafting most of the contract. Knowing that with Wang Sa's involvement, He Ruigong would likely approve the plan, Lu Anqing proposed, Xinyang returned to his desk and soon sent the contract to Mu Lingfeng for review. By noon, after all approvals went through, he printed the contract, scheduled a meeting with Song Jingheng, and rushed to Jingheng Company without even having lunch. This time, however, he went alone, bringing no one along. On the other end, after hanging up with Xinyang, Song Jingheng pondered for a moment before picking up his phone again. He scrolled through his contacts, found a name, Xiang Guohua, and dialed. Hello, President Xiang, I plan to end our partnership after this project and not renew the contract. In the office of Chongda Group, a man in a white shirt hung up a phone call, and his expression immediately he was Xiang Guohua, the general manager of the business department at Chongda Group. Not renewing our contract. Choosing to cooperate with Anshin Group. Muttering to himself, Xiang Guohua stood up and quickly left his office. The news of Jingheng Company not renewing their contract with Chongda Group needed to be reported to Yu Chongda immediately. After all, Jingheng Company was considered a major client for Chengda Group. Soon Xiang Guohua arrived at the door of Yu Chengda office. He knocked on the door, and after hearing Yu Chengda voice, Xiang Guohua pushed the door open and walked in. "Chairman," he said, his steps hurried. Yu Chengda noticed Xiang Guohua's anxiety and asked, "Old Xiang, what's wrong?" "Chairman, Song Jingheng just called me. After this cooperation ends, he won't be renewing our contract." "My." Yu Chengda frowned. "Do you know why?" Song Jingheng said that Anshin Group approached him and offered a better price, so he chose to work with Anshin Group. Anshin Group. Yu Chengda frown deepened, and his clenched fist involuntarily tightened under the desk. "Is Anshin Group planning to take action against me?" He looked at Xiang Guohua with a serious expression and said, "Old Xiang, visit Song Jingheng and see if there's a chance to salvage this situation. If there's no chance to salvage, find out what kind of offer Anshin Group made him or what conditions they provided." "Okay," Xiang Guohua agreed and was about to turn to leave when Yu Chengda called out, "Wait a moment." Xiang Guohua stopped and turned to face Yu Chengda. "Chairman, do you have any other instructions?" "Old Xiang, after you meet with Song Jingheng, visit our important partners as well. Find out if Anshin Group is attempting to poach our clients." Xiang Guohua immediately understood Yu Chengda. He suspected that Anshin Group was trying to lure away Chengda Group's partners. If other partners encountered Anshin Group trying to take away Chengda Group's business, it would be certain that Anshin Group had already taken action against Chengda Group. Thinking of this, Xiang Guohua couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. "I understand," Xiang Guohua replied solemnly. "I will visit our partners as soon as possible." After saying this, Xiang Guohua turned and quickly left Yu Chengda office. With a bang, the door closed and the office returned to silence. But Yu Chengda placed his hands on the desk, slowly relaxing his clenched fists. His index finger tapped rhythmically on the tabletop as he stared ahead, seemingly deep in thought. "Anshin Group, Lu Changha. Lu Anshin, what is your relationship? You brought down Hongfeng Group, and now you plan to target Chengda Group. Do you think Chengda Group, like Hongfeng Group, has no foundation in Jiangzhou?" "Mr. Song, it's a pleasure to cooperate." "Pleasure to cooperate." Song Jingheng and Shun Yang from Jingheng Company had already signed the contract. After signing the contract, both parties discussed some details of the cooperation, finalizing the time, place, and quantity for the first delivery, and then Shun Yang left Jingheng Company. Just a few minutes after he left, Xiang Guohua rushed to the door of Song Jingheng's office. Song Jingheng was somewhat surprised to see Xiang Guohua. "General Xiang, what brings you here?" As he spoke, Song Jingheng invited Xiang Guohua into the office, and they both sat on the sofa. "Mr. Song, you are a major client of our group. Your decision not to renew the contract is a significant issue for us, and I can't just sit idly by." Xiang Guohua's expression was serious, his tone earnest, and his attitude sincere, as if he regarded Song Jingheng and the entire Jingheng Company with utmost importance. "Our chairman instructed me to come personally to understand the situation and see what we did wrong that led you to choose cooperation with Anshin Group." Song Jingheng thought to himself, "If they value me this much, why didn't that old man Yu Chengda come to see me himself?" However, he forced a polite smile and said, "General Xiang, I'm truly sorry. But in business, one always thinks about lower costs and higher profits. The price Anshin Group offered is lower than yours, which is why I chose to work with Anshin Group. So it's not that your group did something wrong. Please, you and Chairman, you shouldn't think too much into it." That's Xiang Guohua appeared regretful. "Since it's a price issue, may I ask what price Anshin Group offered, Mr. Song Jingheng smiled. "General Xiang, the people from Anshin Group asked me a similar question before. They asked me what price Chengda Group offered me. I told them that this is a commercial secret between me and Chengda Group, so I can't disclose it. After that, they didn't press further and just gave me a price." "I can't believe you at all," Xiang Guohua thought to himself, but his expression remained one of sorrow. "Since Mr. Song is unwilling to say more, could you give me a rough range considering our years of cooperation?" Song Jingheng pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking. "Only because it's you, General Xiang, am I willing to say a bit more. If it were someone else, I would have kicked them out by now." As he spoke, Song Jingheng glanced at the door, pretending to confirm that it was closed, and then lowered his voice. "The price Anshin Group offered me is about 10 lower than that of Chengda Group." Xiang Guohua quickly calculated in his mind and guessed that Song Jingheng was not being truthful. Chengda Group had offered Song Jingheng a price of 7950. If Anshin Group were truly 10 lower than Chengda Group, that would mean 790 less, bringing the price to a little over 7200. No matter how big Anshin Group was, they shouldn't be that much lower. Thus, Xiang Guohua speculated that the actual difference should be between 300 and 500, which would be a more reasonable price. Next, he inquired about other details, but Song Jingheng's responses were all vague. Seeing that he couldn't extract anything valuable from Song Jingheng, Xiang Guohua decided to take his leave. After Xiang Guohua left, Song Jingheng murmured, "Since I've chosen Anshin Group, I can't continue to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Xiang Guohua. After all, Anshin Group is much more formidable than your Chengda Group." 2 days later at Chengda Group, Xiang Guohua knocked on Yu Chengda office door again. "Chairman, I'm back." He appeared weary with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. It was evident that Xiang Guohua hadn't rested well these past 2 days. Have a seat. Yu Chongda gestured to a chair in front of him, indicating for Xiang Guohua to sit down. After Xiang Guohua sat down, Yu Chongda asked, "So have we visited most of our partners?" "Almost done." Xiang Guohua let out a long sigh, nodding. "I just returned from visiting General Yu today. Over the past 2 days, I've visited nearly all the important clients." "You've worked hard," Yu Chongda said reassuringly, then asked, "What's the current situation?" "Except for Jingheng Company, no other partners have indicated that Anshin Group intends to poach our business." Hearing this, Yu Chongda felt somewhat relieved. Then what exactly is going on with Jingheng Company? Sigh. When it came to Jingheng Company, Xiang Guohua couldn't help but let out a sigh. "That old man Song Jingheng refuses to tell me the truth. However, my client conducted a simple investigation and figured out the general situation." Xiang Guohua paused briefly before continuing. "Song Jingheng ordered a large batch of high-end metals from Anshin Group in conjunction with the low-end metals we provide for production. But Anshin Group also offers the low-end metals we provide." After realizing this, Anshin Group's business department quoted Song Jingheng the prices for the low-end metals he needed. The quotes given by Anshin Group are already lower than mine, and with some discounts on the high-end metals, Jingheng Company chose Anshin Group. Hearing this, Yu Chongda felt even more at ease. This was clearly a bundling sales tactic employed by Anshin Group using high-end metals. Although Yu Chongda indeed found Anshin Group's actions somewhat distasteful. From Xiang Guohua's description, it seemed like the normal operation of an ordinary salesperson under Anshin Group. It probably doesn't involve Anshin Group targeting Chongda Group with malicious business competition. "Alright, Yu Chongda suddenly smiled. "Old Xiang, you've worked hard these past 2 days. He'll give you a 2-day break so you can rest properly." Seeing Yu Chongda smile, Xiang Guohua relaxed completely. "Okay, thank you, Chairman." Anshin Group Marketing Xinyang rushed back to the office, sweating profusely. He picked up a cup, filled it with water, and drank it all in one go. Lu Anxing and Yin Shumping looked at him curiously. "Old Xin, you're just now coming to work?" Yin Shumping asked. Xinyang finished his water, sat back down, and shook his head. "Nonsense, I just returned from the group's factory." "What were you doing at the factory?" "I went to oversee the loading of the first batch of goods for Jingheng Company." "Do you really need to oversee that? After all, this is the biggest order I have this year. I need to ensure that this client is well taken care of. If they renew their contract in the future, they still need to come to me, right?" "Renew their contract with you?" Yin Shumping scoffed, muttering, "Old Shen, have you forgotten how those people in the first department operate?" Hearing this, Shun Yang's expression changed slightly. However, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Anxing. In fact, Xinyang already had a plan in mind. Although Song Jingheng's achievements were credited to him, he mentally allocated 90% of the credit to Lu Anxing and Wang Sa. This was not only to thank Lu Anxing and Wang Sa for their help, but also because he wanted to take this opportunity to connect with Wang Sa. As long as he had Wang Sa's support, it wouldn't be as easy for the first department to snatch his clients away. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze and said to Yin Xuanping, "Old Yin, no matter how you look at it, this client was dug up by me, and the first order was also signed by me. If he wants to renew the contract later, regardless of whether I can sign him again, I have to at least give it a try. Otherwise, the commissions and bonuses for this year add up to several $100,000. Am I just going to give that to those useless people in the first department?" "Keep your voice down." Yin Shunping quickly helped Xinyang lower his voice. "If you say that about the first department, what if they cause a scene? His own might just fire you. At that point, not only will you lose your client, but the commission and bonuses from this order will also be taken away from you." Xinyang fell silent. He could tell that Lu Anxing didn't want to expose anything, so he needed to continue to be patient. In case the first department really did snatch away the major client Song Jingheng, as long as Wang Sa and Lu Anxing took away the commissions and bonuses from this client, they would naturally speak for Xinyang at critical moments. Lu Anxing, standing nearby, had heard their entire conversation. He even thought to himself it would be best if someone from the first department didn't take Xinyang's client, but if Yu Ruigong personally snatched this client away. This way he would have concrete evidence and facts to deal with Yu Ruigong. At that moment, Xinyang walked behind Lu Anxing and patted him on the shoulder. "Anxing, I need to talk to you." Now Xinyang addressed Lu Anxing as Anxing instead of Xiao Lu, which sounded. Lu Anxing nodded and followed Xinyang. They each picked up a cup of coffee and went to a corner where they often slacked off. Yin Shumping looked at the two of them curiously but didn't follow. "Brother Yang, what do you want to say to me?" Lu Anxing asked. Xinyang looked at Lu Anxing and said sincerely, "Anxing, the success of this contract with General Song is thanks to you and General Wang. So I plan to share 90% of the commission and bonuses from General Song's order with you and General Wang. You'll need to contact General Wang on this side because I'm not familiar with him and don't have his contact information." "That's not necessary." Lu Anxing shook his head. "Brother Yang, thank you for your kindness, but you don't need to share this order's commission and bonuses with me and General Wang. That won't do." Xinyang's tone was firm. Without you and General Wang, I couldn't have secured this order at all, so you and General Wang's share cannot be less. So how much do you think you'll earn from this order, Brother Yang? Lu Anqing smiled as he asked. Xinyang thought for a moment and said, based on a 5% commission rate for 50 million in sales, my commission would be 250,000. The bonuses are not fixed. For this level of performance, I could earn at least over 100,000, and it's possible to get 50 to 60,000 as well. That's indeed quite a lot. Lu Anqing laughed. Adding your base salary, you're about to make $1 million a year. Xinyang chuckled. In sales, if performance is good, earning several million or even tens of millions a year is very possible. However, Anqing, for General Song's order, let's stick to what I said. You and General Wang can take 90%. I only need 10%. Xinyang, why are you so determined to give 90% of the commission and bonuses to me and General Wang? Lu Anqing asked with a smile, meeting Xinyang's gaze. Faced with Lu Anqing's question, Xinyang hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer honestly. Anqing, you should remember that I mentioned before about a situation where our clients from both the second and third departments might be poached. Lu Anqing nodded. Of course I remember. Xinyang sighed. If my predictions are correct, General Song as a client will also be poached by the first department. So I think it would be better for me to give you and General Wang the majority of the commissions and bonuses rather than having someone from the first department take my clients, allowing General Wang to speak on my behalf. Hearing this, Lu Anqing smiled. Brother Yang, although General Wang may not help you, I do appreciate your candid attitude. Upon hearing Lu Anqing's words, a hint of disappointment crossed Xinyang's face. However, Lu Anqing continued, but I assure you, even if your client is poached by someone from the first department, I will get them back for you. Xinyang's face immediately lit up with joy. He did not know where Lu Anqing found the confidence to say such a thing, but he felt that if Lu Anqing could speak to Wang Sa in a commanding tone, then Lu Anqing's identity must be extraordinarily significant. Lu Anqing paused and then said to Xinyang, but Brother Yang, when someone from the first department poaches your clients, don't make a fuss and don't be anxious. I will handle the subsequent matters. Xinyang nodded. Understood, Anqing, I will follow your lead. Lu Anqing smiled. No need to follow my lead entirely, we can still interact as we did before. Xinyang readily agreed, but he knew that this was almost impossible. In his heart, he had already developed a sense of awe towards Lu Anqing. It was a reverence for Lu Anqing's unknown identity. However, he was still curious about what Lu Anqing's true identity was. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, Anqing, may I ask what your relationship with General Wang is? Lu Anqing replied with a smile, I have no special relationship with General Wang. Then how come you are so familiar with General Wang? Lu Anqing blew on his coffee. My familiarity with General Wang actually stems from my relationship with the chairman. What? Xinyang was taken aback. The chairman. The chairman's surname is Lu and mine is also Lu. This revelation made Xinyang's eyes widen in surprise. The chairman's surname is Lu and Lu Anqing also shares the same surname. Could it be that Lu Anqing is the chairman's son? Even if he is not the son, he must have a very close relationship with the chairman, just like the previous deputy general manager Lu Changkong. Otherwise, how could the highly influential and greatly valued Wang Sa accept Lu Anqing speaking to him in a commanding manner? Xinyang had not considered this point before. Who would have thought that a fresh graduate who just entered the workforce would actually have connections to the chairman? Now Xinyang felt more assured. With someone like Lu Anqing as a connection, let alone those from the first department, even if Yu Ruigong personally intervened to poach Song Jingheng, Lu Anqing could still reclaim that client. However, Xinyang did not pursue the question of Lu Anqing's relationship with the chairman further, as it was clear that Lu Anqing did not intend to elaborate. Brother Yang, I do not wish for the details of my relationship with the chairman to be exposed, so you must help me keep this a secret. Okay, no problem. Xinyang responded decisively and with great determination. He had already made up his mind to hold tightly to Lu Anqing's strong ties. For him, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On Friday in Wang SAS office, Han Su knocked on the door and walked in, approaching Wang Sa. General Wang, have a seat. Wang Sa pointed to a chair in front of him. Once Han Su was seated, Wang Sa asked, what do you need to report today? There are 3 matters in total. Han Su sat upright without any documents or a phone, relying solely on his memory, and prepared wording to report to Wang Sa. The first matter is that Gao Rukin and Yuan Cheng have already surrendered. Although our public investigation into the procurement department has been halted, the undercover investigation is still ongoing. What have we found? Han Zu's expression became more serious. General Wang, preliminary investigations show that the entire procurement department is almost completely rotten. Basically, everyone at the managerial level and above has to varying degrees accepted kickbacks from the group or engaged in violations currently estimated to have caused the group a loss of at least 200 million. Moreover, this 200 million has all been divided among those led by Zheng Beiwei. Upon hearing this, Wang SAS expression immediately darkened. No wonder Zhang Beihui became timid as soon as I mentioned investigating the procurement department. So the issues in the procurement department are this serious. He then stared at Han Su and asked, what about the people we previously sent to supervise? Why haven't they reported anything? They have been marginalized and strictly monitored by Zhang Beihui's people unable to enter the core circle. Han Su replied. Additionally, Zhang Beihui occasionally shows some inconsequential flaws to alleviate their suspicions. Wang Sa sneered. This Zhang Beihui is truly a slippery character. Gather all the procurement department's materials, but do not expose them. Yet, the current focus is on the marketing department. General Wang, the second matter I need to report is related to the marketing department, Han Su said earnestly. Speak. There was an employee previously dismissed by He Ruigong from the marketing department named Fan Peihua, and I have now located him. He was from the second marketing department, and he successfully signed a contract with the Shengfeng Group in Jiangbei City through his own efforts, achieving over 100 million in annual performance. However, after the first stage of the contract ended, the client was poached by someone from the first department for renewal, and he reported this to He Ruigong. He Ruigong told him that this was a client acquired through the normal process of the first department, and he shouldn't make a fuss. Fan Peihua was dissatisfied and escalated the matter to Deputy General Manager Zhao Haiba. As a result, he was dismissed by He Ruigong on the grounds of disrupting the unity of the marketing department. He Ruigong also threatened Fan Peihua not to escalate the matter or he would receive nothing in terms of commissions and bonuses. Fan Peihua's father has been ill for a long time and requires around 15,000 in medication each month. He Ruigong arranged for Fan Peihua's commissions and bonuses to be paid to him in the form of 20,000 a month, which is why Fan Peihua dared not cause a scene. After hearing this from Han Su, Wang Sa couldn't help but sneer. This He Ruigong is truly calculating. But how can such calculations involve the group and the employees? Han Su. Wang Sa called out. Is this Fan Peihua willing to come forward to testify against He Ruigong? He is willing. Han Su nodded. Moreover, he mentioned that he has some phone recordings and chat screenshots that are incriminating. However, he wants to receive all the commissions and bonuses he is owed before he hands over this evidence. How much is it in total? The commission is 600,000 and the bonus should be around 1 million according to the usual practice. 1,600,000. Wang Sa tapped the table, verify the performance, and if it's true, pay him the money. Aren't you supposed to have 3 things to discuss? Wang Sa leaned back and asked what is the third thing. Mr. Wang, there has been progress in the investigation regarding Su Hongxiang. Oh. Wang Sa instantly became interested. What progress? Han Su replied, we found out that Lu Zhibin has a son named Lu Xiaobo who is studying abroad. Most of his tuition and living expenses were previously funded by Chengda Group. Recently, it has been funded by Su Hongxiang and his wife. This information was obtained after we sent someone abroad to get Lu Xiaobo drunk. So far, we haven't found any financial transactions between Chengda Group and Su Hongxiang's couple with Lu Xiaobo. Did you record the conversation with Lu Xiaobo? Wang Sa asked. Yes, we have the recording, and the audio file is now in my possession. Having just the recording is not enough, especially since he was drunk when he said it. Wang Sa emphasized you need to quickly obtain the financial transactions between Chengda Group and Su Hongxiang's couple and Lu Xiaobo. This evidence would be sufficient to prove that Chengda Group and Su Hongxiang's couple have engaged in illegal financial dealings with Dean Lu Zhibin. We are currently working in that direction. Han Su explained we plan to approach Lu Xiaobo since he is much less vigilant. Arrange a few women for him and let him drink a bit. He will spill everything. You can handle the specific arrangements without needing to report everything to me. Understood. Han Su nodded awkwardly as if he had something more to say. Wang Sa looked at him. What's wrong? Is there something else you want to say? Han Su smiled. Mister Wang, didn't you say last time that you would discuss with the boss about increasing our manpower? I think I did mention that. Wang Sa recalled. Alright, you start recruiting. As for the funding, I will ask the boss for it. But Mr. Wang, Han Su looked a bit troubled. Our current operational funds have almost been completely spent. We don't even have enough money for the upcoming investigation into Lu Xiaobo's bank transactions. You just asked us to give Fan Peihua 160,000. We don't have that money either. Wang Sa was surprised. Didn't the boss just give you 20 million for the second quarter? Has it already been spent so quickly? Mr. Wang, you said it was for the last quarter, but it's already July. We are in the third quarter now. Moreover, since late June our workload has surged, so the expenses have definitely increased. Alright. Wang Sa waved his hand. I will ask the boss for the funds now. You go back and send me the account books. You can leave for now. Sure thing, Mr. Wang. Han Su smiled and turned to leave Wang Sa's office. After Han Su left, Wang Sa sighed. The dark department is indeed useful, but it costs too much. As he spoke, he picked up his phone from the desk and called Lu Anqing. The call rang for a long time before being answered, and Wang Sa did not speak immediately. Hello, Xiao Wang. Hearing the other person call him, Xiao Wang Sa replied, "Boss, I have something to report. Briefly mention what it's about. If it's not important, don't bother reporting it, just handle it yourself." Sure. Wang Sa paused for a moment before saying the first is about the procurement department's investigation. Go on. Wang Sa immediately added the second is about the marketing department's investigation. The situation in the marketing department. Lu Anqing, who was currently in the marketing department, had already heard some fragmented information. So he was still curious about what Wang Sa had discovered. Just give me a brief overview. Wang Sa said the dark department found a person named Fan Peihua, who used to be an employee in the second marketing department. Wang Sa briefly explained Fan Peihua's situation to Lu Anqing. This instantly reminded Lu Anqing of someone that Xinyang had mentioned before, who was also from the second department. However, Xinyang had not mentioned a name at that time. Thinking back now, it should be the same person. I will go find Xinyang to verify this. Lu Anqing murmured, then asked anything else. Also, the third is about Su Hongxiang and his wife's matters. Expand on this. Su Hongxiang has established a connection with Dean Lu Jibin of the Jiangzhou court through Yu Chengda. Currently, Han Su and the others have discovered that the interests exchanged between Su Hongxiang and Lu Jibin should be realized through Lu Zibin's son Lu Xiaobo. Wang Sa then relayed the information regarding Lu Xiaobo to Lu Anqing as well. After listening, Lu Anqing gave an instruction: let the dark department secure evidence of the financial exchanges between Lu Xiaobo and Su Hongxiang before the court hearing regarding Su Wenma. Okay, I will remind Han Su. Is there anything else? Wang Sa paused for a moment before speaking again. Boss, the dark department is out of money. Alright, I know. I will transfer 50 million to their account shortly. Oh, just keep track of the expenses. He currently had over 10 billion in his account, and indeed the workload of the dark department had been quite heavy during this period. If you want the horse to run, you must feed the horse well, so it has the strength to run. However, upon hearing this figure, Wang Sa was taken aback. Why has the boss suddenly become so generous? Nevertheless, he didn't show any emotion and calmly replied, "Alright, boss." The dark department's office area is not located within the office building of Anshin Group, but in another office building not far from the Anshin Group building. They even registered a company called Guangming Trading Co., Ltd. Despite its name Guangming, the affairs they handle are anything but bright. As soon as Han Su returned to the company, a woman in her 30s wearing a white shirt and a fitted skirt walked over. "Boss Han, we only have over 300,000 left in the account. Have you asked the boss for more money?" "Yes, I have." Han Su waved his hand. "Mr. Wang said he would call the boss today." "Why did you let Mr. Wang call? Why didn't you call yourself?" "Ahem, Mr. Wang is my direct superior. Isn't it reasonable for me to have him call?" "If Mr. Wang forgets, he'll fry your second one and serve it with drinks." Han Su instantly felt a chill in his. He squeezed his legs together and glared at the woman in front of him. "Zhang Suihua, can you mind your language?" Zhang Suihua shot him a sidelong glance. "Humph. Do you have a size for me to be mindful of?" "A toothpick." Han Su glared Zhang Suihua. Just then Zhang Kuihua's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and laughed. The boss has transferred the money over. Upon checking, she felt something was off. "Only 5 million. Is that so little?" Han Su frowned as well. Zhang Suihua ignored him and counted the numbers again. The next moment her eyes widened. 50 million. Han Su was also shocked. "What? 50 million? How could it be 50 million? Zhang Suihua and Han Su both wore expressions of shock. Previously, Lu Anqing's funding for the Dark Division was generally 10 million or 20 million each quarter. This funding amount fluctuated according to the needs of the Dark Division and did not have a fixed figure. Firstly, regarding personnel salaries, everyone's base salary was set at 15,000. Core personnel like Han Su and Zhang Suihua received higher salaries. Due to the unique nature of the Dark Division's work, their bonuses were also substantial. This also led to a monthly salary expenditure of 1 to 2 million. Sometimes the scope of work required connections, winning hearts, and even smoothing over relationships. Therefore, the expenses of the Dark Division were always unpredictable. The only fixed aspect was that there was almost no income, entirely relying on Lu Anqing's support. However, the benefits were also evident. Occasionally, the Dark Division could obtain important information in advance, helping Anshin Group make better decisions amid market changes. At times, they could acquire black material on competitors, gaining a competitive edge without a fight after exposure. Anshin Group's rapid growth and current status were undoubtedly due in large part to the Dark Division. Thus, not only were their salaries high, but their bonuses were substantial as well. Just last year, Han Su's year-end bonus alone exceeded 5 million. This was also why Han Su and others were so loyal. But this time, Lu Anqing allocated 50 million, which truly astonished Han Su and Zhang Suihua. Previously, Lu Anqing had only given a maximum of 20 million. Moreover, if there were surplus funds in one quarter, the allocation for the next quarter would be appropriately reduced. But this time, 50 million was directly thrown in, leaving Han Su and Zhang Suihua dumbfounded. After all, they were unaware that their boss Lu Anqing had recently acquired a staggering 10 trillion in funds and was not short on money. However, Han Su still felt a bit worried, fearing that Lu Anxing had made a mistake. Once he came to his senses, he immediately called Wang Sha. Hello, Manager Wang. Han Su, what's wrong? Manager Wang, the boss transferred money to me. Transferred money? Isn't that a good thing? Why do you sound so strange? Mainly because the boss transferred 50 million this time, and am worried that the boss might have made a mistake. The boss told me beforehand that the amount given to you this time is indeed 50 million. Wang Sha, who was aware of the situation, was not surprised. With so much money, you should spend it as needed, no need to hold back. But one thing, make sure Zhang Cuihua keeps the accounts clear and don't let a mess of accounts come out. Understood. Han Su raised his voice. I will definitely make Cuihua keep the accounts transparent. After hanging up Wang Sha's call, Han Su excitedly looked at Zhang Cuihua and laughed. Cuihua, Manager Wang said the boss didn't make a mistake. This time it's indeed 50 million. Really? Zhang Cuihua still found it hard to believe. Of course it's true. Han Zu's expression turned serious again, but Manager Wang also said spending is one thing, the accounts must be kept clean. You can rest assured if there's any issue with my accounts, punish me so that I will never encounter a man again in this lifetime. Han Zu's pupils constricted. For you, that vow is indeed harsh. Zhang Cuihua rolled her eyes at Han Su. Don't worry, even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't touch her. Han Su gritted his teeth. Zhang Cuihua, who the hell do you look down on? Zhang Cuihua ignored him, and with her figure wrapped in a fitted skirt walked into the finance room. At the same time, in the marketing department, in the director's office. Besides He Ruigong, 4 executives from Anxin Group joined him today. They were Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun. Together with He Ruigong, the 4 sat on one side of the sofa chatting and laughing. After some pleasantries, He Ruigong spoke. You 4 executives came to find me today, or it couldn't just be for a simple tea chat, right? If there's something, just say it. If there's any way I can help within my capabilities, I will definitely do my utmost. Hearing He Ruigong say this, Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun exchanged glances. After a moment of silent communication, Wang Hailuan spoke first. Manager, we are here mainly to discuss your views on Wang Sha. Wang Sha. He Ruigong's expression briefly stiffened upon hearing the name, but quickly returned to normal. So you 4 executives came to talk to me about Wang Sha. He Ruigong crossed his legs, carefully choosing his words. Personally, I think Manager Wang is quite capable. With his assistance, many matters in the group have been running more smoothly than before. Tao Zhonghua leaned slightly forward. Manager, are you sincere with this statement? Of course. He Ruigong's expression remained unchanged, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. Wang Hailuan and the others knew that He Ruigong did not fully trust them, even though they had all been loyal followers of Lu Chang'e. Zheng Beihui was not willing to continue guessing with He Ruigong. The 4 of them had initially planned to ally with He Ruigong, but needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. However, under Zheng Beihui's urging, they had hurried over today. Although Wang Sha had halted the investigation into the procurement department, it had also instilled in Zheng Beihui an overwhelming sense of crisis. Thus, Zheng Beihui was a bit eager for an alliance with He Ruigong. Manager Zheng Beihui said seriously, I'll be frank, Anxin Group is the territory we built with the chairman. Wang Sha is just a rising star. Why should he flaunt his power in front of us, the old contributors? You can ask Manager Wang. Manager Tao and Manager Zhang, since Wang Sha became the vice president, have their days been easier. Zheng Beihui's words made He Ruigong understand the intent behind Wang Hailuan and the others' visit. He uncrossed his legs, casting a sweeping glance around. So you came to me because you want me to deal with Wang Sha? Not exactly. Wang Hailuan took over, shaking his head, then said solemnly, we want to unite with Manager He to deal with Wang Sha. Us? Fight Wang Sha together. He Ruigong let out a chuckle. Gentlemen, are you unaware of how highly the chairman regards Wang Sha? During the previous meeting, the 4 of you launched an assault on him, yet the chairman still shielded him. Even with my involvement, do you think the chairman would change his mind? President, this isn't about whether we can sway the chairman. It's about the fact that if we don't stand united, we'll surely be picked off one by Wang Sha. Tao Zhonghua declared with a grave expression. Exactly. Zhou Jiqing serves as a cautionary tale. He's been expelled from the group, and his monthly pension is a mere 3,000. Zhang Jun interjected, seemingly intent on making He Ruigong sense the peril. If we don't act, any one of us could be the next to be dismissed. Zheng Beihui chimed in with concern. Just 2 days ago, Wang Sha stated outright that he would investigate my procurement department. Since none here are outsiders, I can confess, there are indeed some minor issues within it. Wang Hailuan cast a sharp glance at Zheng Beihui upon hearing this, silently musing. Minor issues. I'd wager half your department is rotten. What Wang Hailuan didn't realize was that it wasn't just half. The entire procurement department was thoroughly. Yet Zheng Beihui, without a flush of shame or a skipped heartbeat, continued. But once Wang Sha uncovers these trivial matters, hell likely blow them out of proportion, painting them as grave threats to the group's development. Given the chairman's profound trust in him, if he whispers a few words of slander in the chairman's ear, I might well end up on the same path as old Zhou. Though Wang Hailuan inwardly disagreed with Zheng Beihui's words, he still nodded to show his concurrence. Turning his gaze to He Ruigong, he added, President, you're aware of Wang Sa's current status. He's at the zenith of his power within the group. Even though he's reaping the rewards of the empire we built and enjoying the fruits of our labor, I could overlook it if he harbored no designs against us. As he spoke, Wang Hailuan's countenance grew heavier. But the reality is Wang Sa clearly intends to move against us old guards. In ancient parlance, he's helping the chairman to hunt the hounds once the hares are caught. I suspect your marketing department will be the first to bear the brunt. Hearing this, the smile on He Ruigong's face gradually faded. A hint of gravity crept into his expression. President Wang, aren't you being a bit alarmist? Wang Hailuan replied earnestly, President, this is no exaggeration. You yourself must understand your status and influence within Anshan Group. To put it bluntly, if Anshan Group were a court, you, He Ruigong, would be a feudal lord commanding a formidable army. Tell me, since ancient times, how many such lords with vast armies have met a peaceful end? Furthermore, Wang Hailuan paused, his eyes sweeping over Zheng Beihui, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun before continuing to address He Ruigong. Furthermore, your recent maneuvers, President, have been far from trivial. Even I've caught wind of the discontent brewing in your marketing department. Do you think the chairman hasn't? Wang Hailuan's words struck a chord deep within He Ruigong. He had previously regarded himself as an indispensable feudal lord of Anshan Group. In his view, without his stewardship of the marketing department, the entire group's operations would suffer severely. After all, he controlled nearly half of the group's business volume, and his direct subordinates managed about 20 to 30%. His loyalists held sway over 70 to 80% of Anshan Group's business. No one within the entire organization could replace him, not even Lu Changhe. Yet he had never contemplated the principle that merit might overshadow the ruler, or rather he fancied himself as Nian Gingyao, while assuming Lu Changhe wouldn't be Emperor Yongzheng. But now, after Wang Hailuan's reminder, he realized he might have overestimated himself. His position indeed made him a powerful figure, but it also severely threatened the group's healthy operations. If he took the business he controlled to a competitor of Anshan Group, it could deliver a devastating blow to the... Would Lu Changhe tolerate such a person? Even if he did, would the mysterious boss behind the scenes allow it? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on He Ruigong's back. He pondered for a moment, calming himself before speaking. President Wang, please continue. Wang Hailuan shook his head. President, I've no more wisdom to share. Our circumstances are similar. If we don't strike back while we still have some leverage, our fate will be no different from old Zhou's, a disgraceful departure from Anshan Group. But if we counter now and eliminate Wang Sa, even if the chairman still dreams of hunting the hounds, hell lack the blade. Only then can we survive safely. In truth, Wang Hailuan had understated their potential consequences. Take Zheng Beihui, for instance. If he fell, could he simply walk away from Anshan Group unscathed? He himself knew that his misdeeds, once exposed, would land him in prison. He Ruigong was equally aware that his own actions were also punishable by law. As for Wang Hailuan, the financial director, only he knew whether his hands were clean. With words spoken so plainly, their alliance was almost a foregone conclusion. But He Ruigong had one more question. President Wang, do you already have a plan to deal with Wang Sa? Not. Wang Hailuan replied helplessly. We tried leveraging the recent public opinion, but it yielded little. To topple Wang Sa, we need him to commit a graver mistake. One so severe that even the chairman can't vouch for him. He Ruigong's eyes narrowed. I have an idea for such a mistake. Oh. Wang Hailuan looked at him. Zheng Beihui, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun all fixed their gazes on He Ruigong. He Ruigong smiled. Even heroes struggle to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. No matter how much the chairman trusts Wang Sa, he's still immortal. Faced with a stunning woman, I doubt he can remain unmoved. He Ruigong was left alone in the conference room. His expression was grave, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. He muttered to himself, and then made a phone call. Mr. Meng, this is He Ruigong. I'm now interested in the matter you mentioned last time, and I would like to discuss it with you in person. When are you available? All right, let's meet this afternoon at the location you specified. He'll be there on time. After hanging up, he dialed another. Manager Huang, please come to my office right away. 2 minutes later, Huang Guangsan, the manager of the marketing department, knocked on He Ruigong's office door. Mr. He, you called for me. Please have a seat. After Huang Guangsan sat down, He Ruigong asked, Manager Huang, how many major clients worth over 10 million have been signed by departments 2 and 3 last month and this month? There are a total of 12 contracts. The largest one, valued at 50 million, was signed by Shenyang from the third group of Department 3, and it is the biggest deal in these 2 months. Good. Excluding the contract signed by Shenyang, you need to contact the other 11 clients immediately and convert them into our resources as quickly as possible. Huang Guangsan was puzzled. Mister, they signed contracts only last month or this month. Isn't it too early to move on them now? You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say, understood? Alright, I'll contact them right away. Huang Guangsan nodded in agreement and then asked, what about the client signed by Shenyang? Shouldn't I know who that client is, and I'll contact them personally. Also, He Ruigong paused, then continued, has the finance department transferred last month's commissions and bonuses? Yes, it has been transferred, totaling less than 10 million. This amount was the commission and bonuses for the entire marketing department for a month, indicating that their performance was quite commendable. Hold on to that money. I want sign off on any payments. Not a penny should be dispersed. This statement startled Huang Guangsan. Mister, if we don't distribute this money, it could lead to trouble, right? From March to May after the new year, He Ruigong had only distributed half of the commissions and bonuses to the marketing department employees for 3 consecutive months. This had already caused discontent among nearly the entire marketing department. Yet due to He Ruigong's authority, no one had dared to protest for the time being. However, if the commissions and bonuses for June were not distributed at all, Huang Guangsan was genuinely worried that the entire marketing department would explode, especially the employees from departments 2 and 3 who were not He Ruigong's loyal subordinates. But He Ruigong calmly said, don't worry. Just tell them that next month I will distribute the commissions and bonuses for the past 5 months all at once. If they wait patiently for 1 more month, they will agree. Huang Guangsan still felt it was difficult. Mister, that might be a bit hard. I'm afraid I can't convince everyone. He Ruigong became somewhat angry and raised his voice. Anyone who disagrees, let them come to me. Huang Guangsan had no choice but to agree. But he still asked, Mister, what about my commissions and bonuses? Will they also be distributed next month? The same goes for you. All will be treated equally. As a manager of Department 1, you need to set a good example. He Ruigong's tone was serious. Lao Huang, you've been with me for many years, but I don't want to see you question my decision. After speaking, He Ruigong waved his hand. Alright, you can go back now. Huang Guangsan left, but he felt extremely disgruntled. His mortgage and car loan, his child's living expenses, his parents' medical expenses, and daily living costs all added up to a significant amount each month. With only half of the commissions and bonuses distributed each month, previously Huang Guangsan had to borrow part of it to sustain himself. But with the commissions and bonuses for June not being distributed at all, he only received a few thousand in basic salary, which was nowhere near enough for his monthly expenses. This led Huang Guangsan to have some different thoughts. Continuing like this won't work. Sooner or later it will. Perhaps I should find a way out for myself. After Huang Guangsan left, He Ruigong quickly found Song Jingheng's phone number from the database and dialed it directly. Hello, Mr. Song. Who is this? Song Jingheng's voice was somewhat cold and cautious. I am He Ruigong, the marketing director of Anshin Group. Oh, it's Mr. He. Hello. Upon hearing that it was someone from Anshin Group, and also the marketing director, Song Jingheng's attitude improved considerably. Mr. He, the first batch of goods our group sent you should have been received by now. Yes, I received it. Were you satisfied with the quality of the goods? Yes, the products from your group are definitely premium quality. That goes without saying. He Ruigong smiled. However, Mr. He, the price you offered this time is actually a bit high. Oh. Song Jingheng's voice turned serious on the phone. Mr. He, are you implying that your manager Shun has cheated me? It's not exactly cheating you, He Ruigong explained. After all, Xiao Shun is just a salesperson, not a manager. His position is relatively low and his authority is limited, so it is natural that he cannot offer you a very favorable price. Upon hearing this, Song Jingheng was clearly able to accept it. I understand now. I can accept that. All salespeople generally refer to themselves as sales managers. This is a common practice in the industry, and Song Jingheng was not surprised. However, he was still curious. Then what does Mr. He intend to say by calling me? Mr. Song, my intention is simple. Once this contract is fulfilled, I would like to sign the next contract with you. As the marketing director, my authority is significantly higher than Xiao Shun's. If he offered you a price of 33,000, I can directly offer you 30,000. If your annual demand exceeds 5,000 tons, I can make the decision to give you a unit price of 29,000. Really? Song Jingheng was somewhat surprised. If that's the case, then I would naturally be willing to cooperate with Mr. He. After all, Song Jingheng's initial request was only a unit price of 32,000. That is indeed the case, but I have a condition. Please go ahead, Mr. He. That is, I would like to trouble Mr. Song to proactively propose not to renew the contract after this one expires, and also our conversation must be kept confidential. Song Jingheng instantly understood He Ruigong's intention. This was to avoid responsibility. After pondering for a moment on the phone, he agreed. Alright, I agree. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in the future. Pleasant cooperation. According to the general procedure of the company, our commissions and bonuses from last month should be credited in a few. Lu Anqing, Shenyang, Yan Xuanping, and several other employees from the marketing department were excitedly discussing the issue of commissions and bonuses. Whether it is salary or commission bonuses, it is the happiest time of the month for them. Sighing, Yan Xuanping said, I estimate that this month, just like in March, April, and May, we will only receive half of the commissions and bonuses again. Someone snorted coldly. I don't know what's going on, but since the beginning of this year, we've only received half of the commissions and bonuses every month. Mr. He said that there is a problem with the company's cash flow and adjustments are being made, someone explained. Nonsense, our marketing department's performance hasn't changed much from last year. The funds owed should all be in the company's account. How could there be a cash flow problem? Others were skeptical of this explanation. Do you think the company is deliberately withholding our commissions and bonuses? Someone speculated. I think it might be Mr. He deliberately cutting our commissions. Another person seemed to have heard some rumors, but was reluctant to elaborate. Shenyang interrupted. All right, stop discussing it. When the commissions and bonuses are paid this month, we will know if it's only half. Old Shin, you're different. Someone looked at Shenyang with a big smile. You just closed a deal worth around 50 million. Oh, just the commission alone will be 250,000. This deal was made this month, and the commission will be paid next month. Shenyang shook his head and explained, moreover, if they still deduct half, I will only get a little over 100,000. Wow, that's a big loss. I feel pain just thinking about my commission of less than 10,000 being cut by a few thousand. If yours is cut by over 100,000, wouldn't you just fall apart? Shenyang felt a bit helpless upon realizing this. However, seeing Lu Anqing gave him some comfort. Just then Shenyang's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Song Jingheng. His heart tightened. Could it be that there was a problem with the first batch of goods? He quickly moved aside away from the noisy colleagues and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Song, how are you? Manager Shin, there's something strange I want to ask you about. It wasn't an issue with the goods. Shenyang breathed a sigh of relief, but Song Jingheng's next sentence made him tense up again. Mr. He just told me that once the contract you and I sign is fulfilled, if you want to renew, just contact him direct. He can offer me a price of 30,000, and if my demand exceeds 5,000 tons, he'll drop it to 29. What? Shenyang exclaimed. Mr. Song, did Mr. He really call you? That's how he introduced him. Song Jingheng said, Mr. He's approach is quite simple. After the fulfillment of this contract, I will proactively propose not to renew and then sign a new contract with him without letting anyone else know. I think your younger brother named Lu is quite good. I'm satisfied with your service this time, so I've decided to inform you about this matter. Thank you, Mr. Song, thank you. Shenyang's emotions were a bit unstable, as if a fire was surging in his chest. But he still managed to control himself and didn't say anything inappropriate during the call with Song Jingheng. You don't need to thank me, Mr. Song said lightly. I'm just telling you this, but if after the contract is fulfilled, Mr. He can really offer me the conditions he mentioned, I will choose to sign with him. Alright, I've said what I needed to say, so I'm hanging up now. After finishing, without waiting for Shenyang to respond, Song Jingheng had already hung up the phone. After a moment of restraint, Shenyang couldn't help but punch the wall in front of him, cursing, damn. His action attracted the attention of other colleagues nearby. Old Shen, what's wrong? Yan Shumping walked over and asked with concern. Shenyang naturally wouldn't tell Yan Shumping about this matter. He waved his hand. I'm fine. His gaze turned towards Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing understood what he wanted to say from Shenyang's look. Just as he was about to follow Shenyang to find a secluded place to inquire, his phone rang as well. It was a call from Wang Sa. Lu Anqing gave Shenyang a wait sign and walked to a secluded corner to answer Wang Sa's call. Hello, Xiao Wang. Boss, there are new developments in the marketing department. Wang Sa's tone was steady, but there was clearly a What new developments? Lu Anqing asked curiously. Manager Huang Guangsan from Marketing Department 1 just called me. He said that Ruigong is operating illegally in the marketing department, not only withholding half of the commissions and bonuses from all employees without permission. Moreover, he is finding ways to claim the clients that the employees of Departments 2 and 3 have worked hard to acquire as his own. Oh, Lu Anqing expressed surprise. Isn't Marketing Department 1 directly under Ruigong? Huang Guangsan, as a manager in Department 1, should be one of his closest allies. What's going on? Has he defected? Also, before Lu Anqing could speak, Wang Sa continued. I just received news from Han Su that Fan Peihua has also provided him with evidence. Now we have the testimonies of Fan Peihua and Huang Guangsan. Should we take action against Ruigong now? Lu Anqing pondered for a moment and asked, will this evidence be enough to get Ruigong arrested? Not enough. Then let's wait a bit longer and not act against him for now. Lu Anqing said seriously. He currently controls a large number of clients for the company. If he just leaves the company and takes those clients to another company, it will not only shake the company, but there will also be trouble later on. I remember you told me that Ruigong has been taking kickbacks from the company. Contact Huang Guangsan, he should know some inside information. As long as we get this evidence proving he embezzled the company's funds, we can control him for economic crimes. Only by controlling him can we stabilize the clients he manages, ensuring that the company won't have problems due to his absence. Wang Sa suddenly realized, boss, I understand. I will contact Huang Guangsan right away. After hanging up, Lu Anxing murmured, he Rugang's inn should be near. Thinking this, he waved to Shun Yang, who was watching him from a distance. Now he could clarify what Shin Yang had wanted to tell him earlier. Yanga, what were you about to say to me? Lu Anxing called Shin Yang over, ensuring that they were at a distance from other colleagues to keep their conversation private. Anxing, that was General Song from Jingheng Company, who just called me. Why did he call you? Lu Anxing asked, puzzled. Is there a problem with the goods? No, he was informing me that General he called him. Following that, Shun Yang conveyed the contents of his conversation with Song Jingheng to Lu Anxing. After listening, Lu Anxing's expression remained calm. He patted Shun Yang's shoulder, saying, Yang, don't worry. He Ruigong won't be able to steal your clients. Lu Anxing spoke with great certainty, and he referred to He Ruigong not as General He, but by his name. It even seemed there was a hint of disdain when he mentioned He Ruigong. This indicated that Lu Anxing did not regard He Ruigong at all. Witnessing Lu Anxing's attitude, Shin Yang felt a strange sense of reassurance. On the other side, in the marketing department's first division within the manager's office. As the manager, Huang Guangsan had his own independent office. Though small, it was nonetheless a personal space, entirely his own, providing sufficient privacy. He was currently organizing some materials which included evidence regarding He Rugang's deduction of employee commissions and bonuses, as well as his cunning acts of poaching employee client resources. In fact, as He Rugang's trusted subordinate, Huang Guangsan was aware that He Ruigong was involved in more than just these matters. Not to mention, in the past 3 to 5 months, the deducted commissions and bonuses totaled at least 15 million, which had gone missing. It was obvious that they had been embezzled by He Ruigong. Furthermore, the group allocated several million, even tens of millions in marketing expenses to the marketing department each quarter. However, the marketing expenses spent each quarter never exceeded 3 million. Where did the rest go? Clearly, it had also been pocketed by He Ruigong. Yet, as He Rugang's absolute confidant, Huang Guangsan could only collect a few 100,000 in bonuses from He Ruigong at the end of each year. Compared to the sums that He Ruigong siphoned off, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Because of this, Huang Guangsan had long harbored some dissatisfaction towards He Ruigong. However, due to the benefits he could obtain from his position as manager of the first division, he had not acted on it. But since the beginning of this year, with 3 consecutive months of half of his commissions and bonuses deducted, combined with the recent decision to withhold all commissions and bonuses, Huang Guangsan finally resolved to cut ties with He Ruigong. Although He Ruigong claimed that next month he would fully compensate all withheld commissions and bonuses, Huang Guangsan, based on his understanding of He Ruigong, did not believe his words. Huang Guangsan even suspected that He Ruigong had caught wind of something, planning to flee. Hence the recent decision to withhold all commissions and bonuses. At that moment, Huang Guangcan's phone on the desk rang. The caller was an unlisted number, but he was familiar with it. It was Wang Sa's phone number, which he had only called recently. Huang Guangsan did not answer immediately. He picked up the phone, walked to the office door, and cautiously looked left and right after opening it. After confirming there was no one around, he closed the door and returned to his seat to answer the call. Hello, General Wang. Huang Guangsan spoke in a low voice, covering the microphone with his hand, fearful that his voice would carry. Manager Huang, is this a convenient time to talk? On the other end, Wang Sa was also cautious and did not directly bring up the main topic. Convenient. Huang Guangsan replied quietly, his gaze fixed on the door. Should anything happen at the door, he would be able to react accordingly. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Sa, Manager Huang, the materials you provided only involve He Rugang's violations. Do you have any evidence of He Rugang's illegal activities? Hearing this, Huang Guangsan was startled. Wang Sa intended to send He Ruigong to prison. Huang Guangsan, of course, had some information on He Rugang's illegal activities. However, the reason he possessed this information was that he was involved. Once disclosed, it would mean his own downfall, and he wouldn't escape unscathed. After pondering for a moment, Huang Guangsan chose to conceal, saying, General Wang, I truly do not have evidence of General He's illegal activities. Wang Sa was not a fool. He could tell from Huang Guangcan's hesitation that he was not being honest. Wang Sa immediately became certain that Huang Guangsan must have evidence of He Rugang's illegal activities. Moreover, this information must be tied to Huang Guangsan himself. Thus, Wang Sa quickly shifted his strategy, saying, Manager Huang, state your conditions. General Wang, I truly do not have anything. 500,000. General Wang. 1 million. General Wang, it's not about the money. 2 million. Huang Guangsan seemed momentarily stunned, and Wang Sa added, if you go in with me, you can return to work at Anshin Group after you get out. I'll guarantee it for you. Huang Guangsan gritted his teeth, General Wang, I have it. Wang Sa wasted no time and directly stated the plan: give me your personal account and organize the evidence of He Rugang's crimes. Once I have your account, I will immediately transfer the money to you. As soon as you receive it, send me the evidence. Remember, if you try any tricks, you won't get a single cent of that 2 million, and you definitely can't escape. Wang Sa nodded. General Wang, I understand. He felt a measure of admiration for Wang Sa. Few would dare to do such a thing. Of course, Wang Sa understood that Wang Sa's actions were, because he had absolute confidence that he would not let Wang Sa slip from his grasp. Perhaps this was also why Wang Sa was the youngest and fastest rising vice president in Anshan Group. After hanging up, Wang Sa immediately sent Wang Sa his personal account. Wang Sa replied with a message: the money will arrive before the end of the workday. Good. Wang Sa replied with a single word and immediately began organizing the materials he had regarding He Rugang's crimes. In fact, the level of crime he could document was not very serious. Even if he were sentenced, it wouldn't be for long. Therefore, after organizing the materials, he added a few sentences at the end. General Wang, He Ruigang has deducted no less than 15 million in commissions and bonuses from us over the past few months, which have gone missing. The marketing expenses allocated to the marketing department each quarter were only a small portion of the total. The remainder should have been tens of millions, also unaccounted for. I hope the group investigates whether these two sums have been pocketed by He Ruigang. After organizing everything, a fierce look flashed across Huang Guangcan's face. General He, I'm sorry, but this is what you forced me to do. In the afternoon at the Tianxiao restaurant, He Ruigang was guided by a waiter to a highly private room. Inside the room sat a man slightly plump with thick shiny hair. Upon seeing He Ruigang enter, the man stood up and welcomed him with a smile, saying, Mr. He, you finally made it. I've been waiting eagerly. You're too kind, Mr. Meng. They shook hands, exchanged pleasantries, and then took their seats. Mr. Meng's full name is Meng Hao, the chairman and founder of Howren Group. He had previously met with He Ruigang a year ago, intending to recruit him into Howren Group. Of course, what Meng Hao valued was not just He Ruigang himself, but also the vast customer resources behind him. Once seated, Meng Hao got straight to the point. Mr. He, you mentioned over the phone today that you have renewed interest in our previous discussion. I want to ask, are you planning to switch to my Howren Group? Huh. He Ruigang laughed heartily. Mr. Meng, you are indeed very direct. He Ruigang nodded, saying, that is exactly my intention. What made you suddenly have this thought, Mr. He Ruigang had already prepared his wording for this question. Mr. Meng, Anshan Group has developed too quickly and is now the leading group in Jiangzhou. Meng Hao nodded, acknowledging He Ruigang's statement. He Ruigang continued, therefore Anshan Group has lost the vibrant energy it once had, and most people have started to slack off and enjoy life. That's normal. Meng Hao chuckled understandingly. Many large companies become complacent once they lose survival. There's a saying, after striving for so long, what's wrong with enjoying life? Exactly. He Ruigang sighed. Mr. Meng should know that for us in marketing, the most unacceptable thing is to slack off and be unproductive, as it means a decrease in our income, and over time we would become useless. So, I plan to change to a new environment and start afresh, and Mr. Meng just happens to have such a stage. Naturally, I would be willing to be by Mr. Meng sighed and continued to charge ahead together. Huh. Hearing He Ruigang's words, Meng Hao laughed a few times. Well then, welcome Mr. He to help me conquer and expand Howren Group. The two raised their glasses, clinked them, and then drank them in one go. Meanwhile, at Fuan University in the present, as the holiday approached, Chun Chang's expression was noticeably grim. Currently, Fuan University was only receiving funding sponsorship from Chengda Group. If no other sponsorship is found during this summer vacation, the entire funding for Fuan University would shrink by more than half. Simply relying on student fees could not support the daily expenses of the entire school. He suspected that all of this was instigated by Lu Anxing. Although he had no direct evidence, just a suspicion, it elevated his hatred for Lu Anxing to an extreme degree. At this moment, there was a knock on his office door. Without even looking at the door, he called out, "Come in." The door opened, and in came Luo Xiaohui, the director of the Admissions and Employment Office of Fuan University. President Chen, I found out where Lu Anxing is employed. Chen Chang then raised his head to look at Luo Xiaohui. Where is it? He went to Anshan Group in the marketing department. Anshan Group. Indeed, it is Anshan Group. Chen Chang gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Lu Anxing would go to Anshan Group, but he did not expect it to be the marketing department. What position is he in the marketing department? The most ordinary sales staff. What? Luo Xiaohui's answer stunned Chen Chang again. He's just an ordinary sales staff, not in management. Luo Xiaohui looked a bit puzzled. President Lu Anxing is not an exceptionally outstanding graduate. Just getting into Anshan Group is already quite good. How could he possibly jump straight into management? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Chen Chang did not respond to Luo Xiaohui's words, but instead began to doubt himself. Yet in the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. No matter what kind of relationship you have with Anshin Group, I will absolutely not let you have an easy time. Thinking this, Qin Chang waved his hand to Luo Xiaohui. All right, Director Luo, you can go back now. Okay, President. Luo Xiaohui exited the president's office. The instant the door closed, Qin Chang picked up his phone and made a call. Soon the call was connected. President Qin, hello. A male voice came from the phone. Qin Chang smiled. Hello, Zhu Wanshan. I remember you work at Anshin Group, right? Yes, yes. Zhu Wanshan replied with a smile. I have to thank President Shun for his help back then. If you hadn't asked the school teachers to help me optimize my resume and train me in interview skills, I might not have even made it to the interview back then. Back then, Zhu Wanshan was considered an outstanding graduate at Fuan University. Moreover, he was rather familiar with the school's leaders due to his knack for flattery. Later, when Zhu Wanshan graduated and wanted to work at Anshin Group, Qin Chang learned of it and actively offered support. This made Zhu Wanshan's entry process into Anshin Group relatively smooth. All of that is in the past. Qin Chang smiled and then shifted the topic. Zhu Wanshan, which department are you in at Anshin Group? The publicity department. Zhu Wanshan replied with a smile. I was in the publicity department in the student council at school, and I have always been in the publicity department here. That's great, you gained quite a bit of work experience in the student council. About that. After a few casual chats, Qin Chang's voice became serious as he said, Zhu Wanshan, I have a favor to ask of you. You say it, President Chun. There is a new employee in your group this year, named Lu Anqing, who is also a junior, who just graduated this year. He works in the marketing department. However, Lu Anqing has some behavioral issues at school. He frequently got into fights, and has been known to steal and pilfer. He does not show the respect due to teachers and classmates, and he even likes to make lewd jokes to female classmates. He has even engaged in the dirty act of secretly filming under female classmates' skirts. Before graduation, he even got into a fight, and the police were called. If I hadn't intervened, he would have already... With a person like this entering Anshin Group, I am worried that he will cause chaos there and damage Anshin Group's positive image. So, I want you to help me spread the word about his behavioral issues within your group to let Anshin Group know his true nature. I don't know if you would be willing to do that. After pausing for a moment, Qin Chang added, of course, once this is accomplished, I will certainly reward you. Zhu Wanshan understood Qin Qiqiang's intention. Lu Anqing had clearly offended Qin Qiqiang, yet Qin wanted to take revenge while sounding so grandiose. However, since there were benefits to be gained, Zhu Wanshan naturally would not refuse. No problem, Principal Chun, this kind of matter is my forte. Moreover, exposing such a morally corrupt individual is my duty. However, the materials for the exposure still need to be provided by Principal Chun. No problem, I'll have the Academic Affairs Office prepare a report, and once it's ready, you'll personally send it to you. Fabricating incriminating materials against Lu Anqing was merely a trivial task for Qin Qiqiang. However, solely retaliating against Lu Anqing in the realm of public opinion was clearly insufficient. After hanging up on Zhu Wanshan, Qin Qiqiang instructed the Academic Affairs Office staff to compile a list of students who had been punished over the past 5 years. This included the students' information and the reasons for their punishments. The focus was on the reasons for the punishments, as these could all be pinned on Lu Anqing. Then he called another person named Wu Chong. Hello, Principal Chun. Wu Chong, help me teach someone a lesson. Who are you referring to? His name is Lu Anqing, an employee in the marketing department of Anshin Group. An employee of Anshin Group. On the line, Wu Chong's voice grew serious. Principal Chun, people from Anshin Group are not easy to deal with. Their chairman is quite protective, and if I teach someone from Anshin Group a lesson, I might not be able to stay in Jiangzhou. Qin Qiqiang scoffed at Wu Chong's remarks. What was so hard to deal with? He was just waiting for the right price. Just tell me how much. What level is he? A regular employee, just graduated and has only been on the job for a few days. To what extent do you want to teach him a lesson? Break an arm or a leg? No need to be that cruel, just cut off one ear. Humph. Wu Chong chuckled lightly. One ear is indeed not too cruel. After a pause, Wu Chong quoted a price, 200,000. What? 200,000? You want? Qin Qiqiang was somewhat surprised. Wu Chong, I only want his ear, am not asking for his life, and you dare to ask for 200,000. Principal Chun, I already told you, Wu Chong said slowly. People from Anshin Group are not easy to mess with. If he were just some minor thug outside, I'd do it for 100,000. But for someone from Anshin Group, 200,000 is already a discounted price. Qin Qiqiang gritted his teeth. He was reluctant to part with 200,000 primarily because he felt it was not worth it. However, thinking about the current predicament of Fuan University and his uncertain future, he grew increasingly angry. Fine, 200,000 it is. I want to see his ear within a week. No problem, Wu Chong replied slowly. Pay a deposit of 100,000 first, and within a week he'll personally deliver his ear to Principal Chun. The 100,000 will be credited today. Do you need me to send you my account number? No need, I have your account number. Anshin Group, Wang SAS office. Wang Sa sat at his desk looking at the computer screen and the time in the lower right corner. There was less than an hour left until the end of the workday. At this time the money for Huang Guangsan should have already been credited. Just after Wang Sa muttered this, his phone and computer both chimed with new message alerts. Wang Sa quickly moved the mouse to open the received messages, which were the materials sent by Huang Guangsan. Receiving. Received. Wang Sa clicked on the materials and glanced through them. Oh, quite the extravagant play. The materials included videos and images depicting public disorder with no censorship, clear as day. Among them were not only He Ruigong and Huang Guangsan, but also several supervisors from the first marketing department. Huang Guangsan really is bold. He doesn't even bother with censorship. Wang Sa did not dwell on it further and continued to check other materials. The following were also videos showing He Ruigong entering and exiting various gambling venues, including footage of him engaging in group gambling. In the scene, smoke swirled and people crowded around. On the gambling table, stacks of red bills piled high. The expressions of everyone in the videos were marked by madness and hysteria. He Ruigong and several core figures from the first marketing department appeared frequently. There have been rumors that he likes to gamble, and during the new year he went to Macau and lost several million. It seems these are not just rumors, but actual occurrences. Following this, Wang Sa also noticed the last few sentences written by Huang Guangsan. According to Huang Guangsan, He Ruigong has indeed embezzled tens of millions that should have gone to the marketing department employees as bonuses and commissions for himself to squander. But there is currently no substantial evidence for this part of the matter. There was no substantial evidence, but Lu Anqing was aware of this issue. At least in the past 3 to 5 months, the bonuses and commissions had all gone to the marketing department, but only half had been distributed. No evidence, no rush. Lu Anqing said slowly. Wait until after work, then report to the police to arrest He Ruigong. This way it won't disturb the marketing department. At the same time, go to my father and have him appoint you as the temporary director of the marketing department. For now, you will oversee the marketing department's work until the new director arrives. The entire transition of the marketing department should not create too much of a stir. We cannot allow chaos when the marketing department resumes work the next day. By controlling He Ruigong and stabilizing the marketing department, there will be plenty of time to investigate the embezzlement issue. Understood, boss. Wang Sa replied. We'll go find the chairman right away. Go ahead. After saying this, both parties hung up the phone. Wang Sa tucked away his phone and whispered, Marketing department, the moment to net the catch is approaching. Then he stood up and quickly walked out of the office, heading toward Lu Chang's office. Wang Sa arrived at Lu Chang's office and recounted the entire incident involving He Ruigong in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Changhe cursed heatedly. Damn it, why is this old he so hard to kill? After venting his frustration, Lu Changhe still followed Lu Anqing's advice and appointed Wang Sa as the interim director of the marketing department. During the time when He Ruigong was detained and the new marketing director took office, Wang Sa was given full authority to handle matters in the marketing department. Meanwhile, Lu Changhe assigned Wang Sa a new task. Wang Sa tried to reorganize the marketing department before the new director takes office. Especially with the people in the first division, those who should be fired, those who should call the police, and handle everything as it should be. Understood, Chairman. Wang Sa nodded in agreement. When it was time to leave work, he reported to the police under the pretext of He Ruigong organizing gambling and lewd activities. After reporting to the police, Wang Sa had Han Su cooperate with the authorities to capture He Ruigong. At that moment, He Ruigong had already separated from Meng Hao, called a designated driver, and was heading home in his car. Upon entering the community's parking lot, he parked and walked towards the elevator in the underground garage. Because he was in the underground parking lot, he did not see 2 police cars with flashing lights entering the community almost simultaneously. The police cars drove directly into the community and stopped at the base of the building where He Ruigong lived. 5 or 6 police officers got out of the vehicles and headed towards the elevator on the first floor. In the underground parking lot, He Ruigong entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. When the elevator reached the first floor, the doors opened to reveal an empty space. The 5 or 6 police officers entered in succession and also pressed the button for the 18th floor. Soon after, the elevator arrived at the 18th floor and the doors opened as He Ruigong stepped out. He approached a door and began to enter the unlocking password. Just then another elevator door opened. 5 or 6 police officers exited the elevator and turned to see He Ruigong, who was unlocking the door. The leading officer tilted his head slightly and tentatively called out, He Ruigong. He Ruigong froze for a moment at the sound, then felt a tightness in his heart. Why were the police looking for him? At the same time, the 5 or 6 police officers reacted quickly and surrounded He Ruigong before he could comprehend the situation. He Ruigong now understood that certain matters had come to light. However, he still harbored a sense of luck and feigned calmness as he inquired, Officers, what do you need from me? The leading officer produced a document and presented it to He Ruigong. He sternly stated, Hirue Gong, you are being detained for suspected involvement in organized gambling and lewd activities. Please come with us to assist in our investigation. Hearing this, Hirue Gong instantly understood the situation. Someone among the group he had played with had implicated. Fortunately, it was just 2 counts of organized activities, which was not too serious. In his position as the marketing director of Anshin Group, he believed he could smooth things over with some connections and a fine, and he should be able to get out. Thus, Hirue Gong was not overly worried at this moment. He smiled slightly at the leading officer, saying, "Officer, may I call my lawyer now?" The officer shook his head. "No, you do not have the right to make personal phone calls at this time. If you need to contact your lawyer, we will arrange for your family to assist you. Once you have contacted your lawyer, we will arrange a meeting for you and your lawyer at the detention center within 48 hours. With that, the officer signaled to one of the policemen beside him, who immediately approached and handcuffed Hirue Gong. Hey, you can't do this," Hirue Gong protested. "You are restricting my freedom as a citizen and depriving me of the rights I should have as a citizen of Xia country." The officer coldly glanced at him, saying, "All our law enforcement procedures are recorded by the body camera. If there are any violations, you can report or file a complaint." As he spoke, the officer raised his voice. "Take him." With those words, 2 police officers quickly flanked Hirue Gong and dragged him toward the elevator regardless of his struggles and protests. Not long after, the 2 police vehicles left the community where Hirue Gong lived. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the community property, the surveillance screen showed the 2 police cars leaving the community and heading onto the main road. In front of the screen, Han Su took out a cigarette and turned to hand it to a young security guard beside him. "Brother, thanks for your help today." The guard smiled. "Su Gu, you are too polite. I will take my leave now, you stay busy." All right. The guard nodded enthusiastically. "Next time there's something like this, remember to find me." Han Su laughed. "Don't worry, if there's good news like this, I won't treat you unfairly." With that, Han Su left. After Han Su left, the guard took out 300 yuan bills from his pocket and smiled broadly. "Not bad. Just for Su Gu to see the surveillance, I can get 300. That's even more than my daily wage." He then muttered in confusion, "Who is this homeowner? Why does Su Gu care so much about him being arrested watching the live stream from my place?" Suddenly he shook his head. "Forget it," Su Gu said, to treat this as if he never came. "I can't let anything slip." He then patted the 300 yuan bills in his hand, looking satisfied. At the same time, Han Su, who had exited the monitoring room, sent a video that he recorded in the monitoring room to Wang Sa. He also typed a message saying, "Manager Wang, Hirue Gong has been arrested." Half a minute later, Wang Sa replied with 2 words, "Received." The night passed without a word. The next day, during office hours, all managers and supervisors from the marketing department gathered in the conference room for a meeting. They had received the notice to hold a meeting the night before, so some people from the 2nd and 3rd divisions who originally had business trips canceled their plans and came to the group for the meeting. However, upon arriving at the conference room, the attending managers and supervisors were met with a somewhat strange scene. The notice stated that all managers and supervisors were to attend the meeting, yet only the managers and supervisors from the 2nd and 3rd divisions were present. As for the 1st division, not only was manager Huang Guangsan absent, but even more than a third of the supervisors from the 1st division were also missing. Originally, the 1st division had the most personnel and supervisors in the entire marketing department. With over a third of the supervisors from the 1st division absent, there were many empty seats in the large conference room. This inevitably caused discontent among the managers and supervisors from the 2nd and 3rd divisions. What is General He trying to do? Wasn't it said that all managers and supervisors were to attend the meeting? Why are there only half of the people from the 1st division? Yet not only is Manager Huang from the 1st division absent, but so many supervisors from the 1st division are also missing. What does this mean? Is this meeting specifically for us? Sai, what can you do? After all, the 1st division is General He's direct force. In General He's eyes, the 2nd and 3rd divisions are just stepchildren. However, at this moment, some of the attendees were equally bewildered. They were puzzled as to why Manager Huang had not arrived and why so many supervisors from Division 1 were still absent. Some of them sent messages inquiring about the absent supervisors, but received no replies. In the group chat or directly messaging Huang Guangsan, they also received no response. This gradually turned the atmosphere in the conference room somewhat strange. Just then, the door of the conference room suddenly swung open. Wang Sa entered the conference room accompanied by several staff members in suits. Among them were Jiang Yang, the HR manager, and Lu Qian, an employee from the HR department. The appearance of Wang Sa and his entourage made the expressions of everyone in the conference room increasingly peculiar. The people entering were not the marketing director, but rather the recently prominent general manager Wang. What on earth is going on? Each person's mind was filled with a string of question marks. However, some supervisors in Division 1 who were aware of the internal situation had already started to speculate. Wang Sa paid no heed to anyone's gaze and walked directly to the main seat of the conference room. He pulled out the chair and stood at the main position without sitting down. Instead, he leaned on the conference table, quickly scanning the room before speaking. Everyone, before we start the meeting, please place your phones on the table. No one is allowed to touch your phones until the meeting concludes. Wang's SAS command was primarily aimed at preventing any potential leaks among the supervisors in Division 1 who might secretly contact outsiders or clients, causing unnecessary chaos and losses. Although everyone was puzzled, they nevertheless complied with Wang's SAS request. Two supervisors from Division 1 hesitated, but under Wang's SAS oppressive gaze, they eventually obediently placed their phones on the table. Very well. Seeing that everyone had placed their phones on the table, Wang Sa smiled and continued, "Before the meeting begins, I have an announcement to make." After a pause, as all eyes turned towards him, Wang Sa said, "The Minister of Marketing, He Ruigang, has been arrested by the police last night on charges of illegal activities. Those arrested alongside him include the manager of Division 1 Huang Guangsan." Wang Sa listed off a string of names, all of whom were the supervisors absent from today's meeting. Before Wang Sa could finish speaking, it felt as though a heavy bomb had been dropped in the conference room. Everyone's faces displayed shock. No one at the scene expected that overnight the entire marketing department would undergo such a drastic change. Subsequently, everyone's expressions shifted to reveal a variety of emotions. The members of Division 1 felt the most complex emotions: worry, joy, helplessness, all mixed together. In contrast, the members of Division 2 and 3 were nearly all pleased. They were not part of He Ruigang's inner circle, rather they were often oppressed by him. Now that He Ruigang had been arrested, it was clear he would fall from grace. With a new marketing director likely to take over, perhaps the days ahead would be a bit better. At the very least, commissions and bonuses should no longer be withheld. After Wang Sa finished announcing the names, the murmurs below grew louder. He gave them half a minute to discuss before loudly commanding silence. The conference room gradually quieted down. Wang Sa continued, "Now I will temporarily assume the role of marketing director and take full responsibility for the daily operations of the marketing department. I am now issuing the first personnel adjustment order." The managers and supervisors of the marketing department knew that with He Ruigang's downfall, significant personnel changes would inevitably follow for Division 1. After all, the fact that Division 1 was He Ruigang's inner circle was something the group could not possibly be unaware of. This was also the key reason why He Ruigang could maintain his grip on the marketing department. However, they did not expect the personnel adjustments within the marketing department to come so swiftly. With no one in the conference room speaking, Wang Sa continued, "All supervisors in Division 1 are to be suspended with pay, during which time they are not to participate in any work or contact any clients. Organize all your client information, whether new or old." A supervisor from Division 1 raised his hand. General Manager Wang, isn't this inappropriate? One supervisor from Division 1 raised his hand. "The clients we have are all hard-earned. Are we just supposed to hand them over to you like this?" Wang Sa looked at him and recognized him as one of the two supervisors who had hesitated when asked to put away their phones. He smiled and asked, "What is your name and position?" The supervisor stood up straight and said, "General Manager, my name is Zhou Baihong, and I am the supervisor of Group 5 in Division 1. Wang Sa nodded and replied with a smile, "Let me explain. I will not be taking your clients, nor will I be negotiating business. That is your expertise, not mine. Secondly, after you submit your client resources, the personnel from Division 2 and 3 will also need to submit all of their client resources to me." This statement caused the members of Division 2 and 3 to slightly change their expressions. It sounded as if Wang Sa was planning to claim everyone's clients for himself. But Wang Sa ignored this and continued, "Thirdly, after you submit your client files to me, you will need to prepare another document, the client contact records. I will look at the client contact records. Whoever first contacted the client will be recognized as the owner of that client." After Wang Sa finished speaking, the supervisors from Division 1 all wore expressions of deep concern. In contrast, the members of Division 2 and 3 were all smiling with joy. They understood the implications of Wang Sa's words all too well. In other words, the clients that had previously been snatched away from them by Division 1 could now be reclaimed based on the earliest contact records. Moreover, the supervisors from Division 1 who had taken clients from Division 2 and 3 would no longer possess those clients. Wang Sa glanced at Zhou Baihong again and continued, "Many clients of the salespeople from Division 2 and 3 became clients of your Division 1 employees during subsequent contract renewals. I am not concerned with how you operated or how you acquired those clients, but I will hold you accountable for that now. Whoever benefited must return what they have taken, not only client resources, but also the bonuses and commissions that should have been earned through normal renewals. If during this process any of you are found to be involved in illegal activities, I will not show any mercy when it comes to reporting it. Of course, I understand that solely relying on contact records to determine client ownership can be somewhat arbitrary. Therefore, I will arrange for people to investigate and verify who first contacted the client, who signed the first contract, and who maintained it first. If I discover that personnel from Division 2 or 3 have falsely claimed clients that were not originally, there's do not blame me for being ruthless. Wang Sa's words struck heavily, causing some in the second and third departments to feel a pang in their hearts. It must be said that many among them harbored such intentions, turning clients not originally theirs into their own. Then Wang Sa looked at Zhou Baihong and asked, "Do you have any more questions?" Zhou Baihong's expression was grim, yet he had no grounds to refute. The first department indeed siphoned off many clients from the second and third departments. He Ruigong and Huang Guanggan targeted big clients. He Ruigong and Huang Guanggan went after major clients, while the first department focused on smaller ones, allowing them to control 70 to 80% of the group's client resources. Previously, with He Ruigong maintaining their interests, they were unafraid of any disturbances from the second and third departments. However, it was clear that Wang Sa intended to set things right. Zhou Baihong could only shake his head, saying, "Mr. Wang, I have no issues." "Good, if you have no issues, then I can address your problems." Turning his head, Wang Sa glanced at Zhang Yang beside him and said, "Manager Zhang, process Zhou Baihong's dismissal on site. In accordance with national laws and group policies, the compensation due must be paid in full. By the end of today, he should complete the handover of his work and leave the company immediately." Wang Sa's tone was extremely severe. Zhou Baihong's expression changed dramatically. "Mr. Wang, why are you dismissing me?" He initially wanted to ask why he was being dismissed, but under Wang Sa's imposing presence, he changed his words to ask why. After all, the benefits at Anshin Group were unmatched in Jiangzhou. If Zhou Baihong were dismissed from Anshin Group, finding another job with similar benefits would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, the marketing department of Anshin Group had a success rate in negotiations far exceeding that of other companies. With good benefits and easy business, it felt as if one were earning without effort. How could Zhou Baihong be willing to leave? More importantly, once the news of his dismissal spread, many companies and groups outside would be unlikely to hire Zhou Baihong. In other words, leaving Anshin Group would make it very difficult for him to find a foothold in Jiangzhou. Wang Sa calmly looked at him and said, "Because I find you displeasing, you have been optimized." In truth, this was also Wang Sa's warning to others. Liu Changhe had tasked him with rectifying the marketing department, and without some thunderous measures, how could it be reformed? Today he intentionally brought Zhang Yang and Liu Qian along to deal with such sudden situations. If anyone dared to rebut, they would be dismissed immediately. Otherwise, anyone could stand up to oppose him, making it impossible for today's meeting to proceed smoothly. Seeing this scene, the other supervisors fell silent. No one wished to provoke Wang Sa at this moment. Though Zhou Baihong was extremely reluctant, he ultimately had no choice but to follow Zhang Yang and process his resignation. Zhang Yang took Zhou Baihong away, and the meeting continued. Wang Sa issued a second personnel order. After the meeting, supervisors from the second and third departments will be reassigned to the first department as supervisors. Supervisors from the first department will be suspended with pay. Once the investigation concludes and confirms no issues, they will be reassigned to the second and third departments. The first department was closely aligned with He Ruigong, and not only the supervisors, but also a significant portion of the frontline employees were part of He Ruigong's faction. However, with Wang Sa's maneuver, the supervisors from the second and third departments directly took over the first department's employees, preventing any chance for unrest among them. After all, the employees in the first department might hold some client resources, but without power in the marketing department, how could they stir up any trouble? Subsequently, Wang Sa announced the third matter. The group has confirmed that He Ruigong embezzled commissions and bonuses for the months of March, April, and May of this year. Once we recover this portion of commissions and bonuses from He Ruigong, they will be paid to you based on your actual commissions and bonuses. If the recovered funds are insufficient to fully compensate everyone, the group will cover the shortfall. Please share this news with one another after returning. Wang Sa's words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the meeting room. Not only were the people from the second and third departments elated, but even those from the first department cheered. Because those who had half their commissions and bonuses cut were not only from the second and third departments, the first department's people were not spared either. Suddenly, a discussion from the second and third departments caused many in the first department to lose their smiles. "Hey, you guys said that those clients originally belonged to us, but later renewed with the first department. So will the commissions and bonuses from these renewals also count for us?" "Of course, Mr. Wang said that whoever contacted them first owns that client. Clients taken by the first department, even if they successfully renew the commissions and bonuses, should still belong to us." After allowing the discussion to go on for a while, Wang Sa raised his hand to signal for silence. He scanned the room and added, "There's one last thing. During He Ruigong's tenure, he misappropriated your commissions and bonuses, as well as a significant amount of marketing funds allocated to the marketing department by the group. If any of you have leads or evidence, feel free to submit them to me. I want to consider whether you are part of He Ruigong's faction, as long as you provide evidence of his crimes." If you have committed errors, it can offset your faults. If not, I will reward you. Once this was said, the meeting room fell. Wang Sa was seeking to mobilize everyone to uncover evidence against He Ruigong, intending to strike him down permanently. However, the discussions in the meeting room resumed. Especially those supervisors from the first department originally loyal to He Ruigong now had their own thoughts. In order to protect themselves, or because they found He Ruigong unreliable, Wang Sa's proposal represented another path for them. Wang Sa did not allow the discussions to continue for long. After briefly adding a few words of encouragement, he announced the meeting's conclusion. Those managers and supervisors attending the meeting understood that from this day forward the marketing department of Anshin Group had completely changed. The news quickly spread throughout the marketing department. The people from the second and third departments were ecstatic upon hearing Wang Sa's announcements during the meeting. For them, there were simply too many positive developments. First, He Ruigong was caught. Next, clients would be attributed based on initial contacts. More importantly, the commissions and bonuses were to be paid back in full, which meant real money. Additionally, some clients were snatched away during renewals by the first department. These commissions and bonuses from renewals would also count towards the employees of the second and third departments provided client attribution was confirmed. That was solid money. The key aspect was the sense of vindication. Thinking about how clients were taken away by the first department only to have the achievements not attributed to them. This made those from the second and third departments who had their clients taken by the first department feel genuinely relieved. Some even sighed, heavens, you finally opened your eyes. Xinyang also found Lu Anqing and excitedly discussed these matters with him. In the end, he simply said, Anqing, come drink with me tonight, I'll cover all the expenses. 3 days later in Lu Chang's office, Lu Changhe and Lu Anqing sat on opposite sides of the sofa, sipping the tea Lu Hongye had brought. Wang Sa sat on the other side reporting the findings regarding the He Ruigong incident. Chairman Boss, during the investigation into He Ruigong, we discovered he had embezzled a total of 84 million yuan from the group's allocated marketing expenses over the years. It was found that He Ruigong intercepted 1 million yuan in commissions and bonuses that the group had allocated for the marketing department's sales staff. He also accepted bribes amounting to over 12 million yuan in gifts and valuables. According to Huang Guangcan's confession, He Ruigong had originally planned to intercept all commissions and bonuses for June. However, because Huang Guangcan did not cooperate this time, those funds remained in the marketing department's account. Lu Changhe nodded slightly. Have those funds been distributed? I've signed off on it. They will be dispersed gradually starting today. Sigh. Lu Changhe let out a sigh. I never imagined the marketing department harbored such a parasite, embezzling so much from the group and even daring to steal the staff's commissions and bonuses. Wang Sa explained, Chairman, according to the investigation, He Ruigong went gambling in Macau during the Chinese New Year, lost all his savings, and incurred debts of tens of millions. That's why he took the risk to intercept the commissions and bonuses meant for the employees. Can the money be recovered? Lu Changhe asked gravely. Wang Sa shook his head. He Ruigong's account only has a balance of a few 100,000 yuan. Even if we auction off all his assets, we can barely scrape together less than 5 million yuan. So essentially the money is unrecoverable. We must still pursue it. Lu Anqing interjected. He embezzled this much. The maximum sentence is typically 15 years. But even if he can't repay this debt, they'll keep him under pressure for the rest of his life, ensuring he never gets back on his feet. Even after he's released, burdened with tens of millions in debt, if his life improves even slightly, he'll apply for compulsory enforcement. I can let this debt follow him to the grave, but as long as he lives, I won't let him stand up. Hearing this, Wang Sa felt a slight tremor in his heart. Yet he nodded. Understood, boss. Lu Changhe, however, seemed somewhat reluctant. Some by the time he gets out, he'll be in his 60s or 70s. Isn't this too harsh? Lu Anqing smiled. Dad, the fact that He Ruigong ended up like this is partly your fault. Lu Chang's face fell. What fault of mine? Indulgence. Lu Anqing said calmly. You've been too indulgent with your old comrades. This remark made Lu Changhe lower his head. Lu Anqing continued. Whether it's my uncle Lu Changkong or previously Zhou Jiqing and now He Ruigong. Even the upcoming Zheng Beihui, Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua. You know their problems. But you always think they are heroes who contributed to the group, that without them the group wouldn't be where it is today. So when they made mistakes the first time, you didn't correct or deal with them, which emboldened them further. Later their problems grew larger, and by the time they were discovered, they had become deeply entrenched, leaving no choice but to cut losses painfully. So I say your indulgence has a lot to do with them ending up where they are today. Wang Sa bowed his head deeply. Wang Sa agreed with Lu Anqing's assessment, but had never voiced it to Lu Changhe. Of course, even if he had, it would have been futile, because by the time Wang Sa became aware of these issues, they were already deeply rooted. Take Zheng Beihui, for instance. The entire procurement department was essentially rotten. To solve it, the entire management team would need to be replaced. Just like with the marketing department, this time everyone above the supervisor level in the first marketing division was replaced. Because everyone big or small had issues. It was merely a matter of whether they had crossed into criminal territory. The marketing department had long formed an interest group centered around He Ruigong. From top to bottom, almost no one was innocent. Even among the frontline regular employees, many had problems. In Wang SAS view, the procurement department might be even worse than the marketing department, because at least the second and third marketing divisions were relatively clean. But the procurement department had no such divisions, so it might be more thoroughly rotten. After hearing Lu Anxing's words, Lu Changhe merely shook his head with a helpless sigh. Sigh. Who the hell knew these old demers were so insatiably greedy? Take He Ruigong, for instance. The group pays him a salary and bonuses worth several million a year. Yet he still wasn't satisfied and had to steal from the group. Lu Anxing smiled. Dad, human nature cannot withstand temptation. But don't worry, I'm not blaming you. After all, Anshin is such a big family, and you had no management experience, so you had to rely on your old comrades. They struggled with you and enjoyed the fruits with you. If they knew contentment, I wouldn't treat them poorly. But if they are as greedy as He Ruigong, I won't go easy on them. Enough. Lu Changhe waved his hand. From now on, handle these matters with Xiao Wang. No need. They contributed, but the group has given them what they deserve. The group owes them nothing. Now it's them who have wronged the group first. As Lu Changhe said this, his eyes revealed a hint of disappointment and desolation. He knew well that over the years none of his old comrades were entirely clean. Wang Sa glanced at Lu Changhe, and Lu Anxing's expressions hesitated, then spoke. Chairman boss, now that He Ruigong's money is unrecoverable, and the marketing department still has about 20 million yuan in unpaid commissions and bonuses, should the group cover this amount, as previously agreed? Let the group cover it. Lu Anxing set the tone. The fact that He Ruigong could siphon off this money is essentially due to lax oversight by the group. In the future, the process for distributing commissions and bonuses in the marketing department needs a more transparent and easily monitored system. Lu Anxing shifted his sitting position and smiled. Besides, with the group's annual revenue of tens of billions, the marketing department accounts for nearly half. Paying out this over 20 million is nothing. What's important is that the marketing department transitions smoothly and avoids further turmoil in the short term. Understood. Wang Sa nodded. I'll arrange for this money to be dispersed as soon as I get back, distributing it to everyone in the marketing department promptly. With business concluded, Lu Changhe suddenly turned to Lu Anxing and shifted the topic. Son, are you still going to work at the marketing department? Wang Sa also looked at Lu Anxing. Lu Anxing leaned back on the sofa and said, I'll stay for a while longer to experience it. Perhaps in the future I won't have many chances like this. Then Lu Anxing looked at Wang Sa. Xiao Wang Xinyang from the third group of the third marketing division can be promoted to supervisor in the first division. After observing him for a while, if there are no issues, make him the manager of the first division. All right. Wang Sa nodded and asked, what about Yin Shunping? Wang Sa knew that in the entire marketing department, the only ones with a good relationship with Lu Anxing were Xinyang and Yin Shunping. Lu Anxing had arranged a position for Xinyang, but not for Yin Shunping, which struck Wang Sa as somewhat odd. Lu Anxing shook his head. Yin Shunping isn't a bad person, but his abilities are lacking. Let him stay on the front lines. Like Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei. How far they go in the future depends on them. All right. Wang Sa nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he spoke. Boss Chairman, during the investigation into He Ruigong, we uncovered another matter concerning him. What matter? Lu Anxing asked. On the afternoon He Ruigong was arrested, he secretly met with Meng Hao, the chairman of Howren Group. Meng Hao. Lu Changhe frowned. What was that guy doing meeting He Ruigong alone? He wanted He Ruigong to defect to Howren Group with his client base. Lu Changhe immediately grew displeased. That Meng Hao dares to poach my people. Lu Anxing smiled. If it were just poaching staff, it might be tolerable, but he also wants to steal our group's clients. Then Lu Anxing said to Wang Sa, Xiao Wang, have the marketing department poach some of Howren Group's clients too, especially the big ones. Wang Sa grinned and nodded. Will do, boss. Wow, the money has arrived. In the office area of Marketing Department 3 Group 3, someone suddenly exclaimed. What money has arrived? Someone looked at the person who exclaimed, asking curiously. The person who exclaimed laughed heartily and said, what else could it be? Of course it's my commission and bonus from last month. Ha ha. Over 30,000, ha ha. I can live extravagantly for another month. Hearing this, others in the office area quickly opened their phones to check if their commissions and bonuses from last month. Not checking wasn't a big deal, but upon checking, the entire office erupted with sounds of surprise and joy. Oh. Huh. Wow. The whole office almost turned into a scene from the Flower Fruit. This money is wrong. This isn't half of what was supposed to be given. This is the full amount. Finally, someone noticed the issue, and the cries grew louder. Wow, it's true, I've received the full amount too, not half. Huh. After he Ruigong and that scoundrel fell, our commissions and bonuses will no longer be withheld. Long live the group. They worked hard, isn't it, just to receive the rewards they deserve? Suddenly someone skeptically spoke up. My general manager Wang said before that the group would compensate us for the commissions and bonuses that were withheld by Hirugong. Has anyone received it? No one received it. I didn't either. None of us received it. At this point, many in the office suddenly showed signs of disappointment. Being withheld half of the commissions and bonuses for 3 consecutive months is not a small amount for them. But no one complained, or instead someone explained, this money was taken away by that scoundrel. Hiruegong, the group likely wants to recover this money from him before distributing it to us. That's right, it should be like this. Someone echoed. After all, this money was already allocated to our marketing department and was misappropriated by Hiruegong. The group shouldn't bear the responsibility. But that's not what General Manager Wang said. Someone had a different opinion. I heard that General Manager Wang clearly stated in the meeting that if the money couldn't be recovered, the group would advance it first and distribute it to us. What General Manager Wang said was just to placate people. After all, Hiruegong just fell, and so many were arrested in one department. The entire marketing department needs stability. Sigh. Someone sighed. Actually, although it was Hiruegong who took the money, the group also bears some responsibility for insufficient oversight. That's right, the group definitely has responsibility, so it should also bear part of our losses. Xinyang, Yan Xuanping, and Lu Onqing sat together comparatively quieter than others. Yan Xuanping quietly asked Xinyang, Old Xin, didn't your commission and bonus arrive? Why aren't you? Xinyang shook his head. I had no performance last month, so I didn't earn any commission or bonus. Why would I be excited about that? Sigh. That's fine. Yan Xuanping smiled. But you have a big deal this month. Your commission for next month should be several 100,000. It should be about that. Thinking about how the commission and bonus next month might be 50 to 60,000, Xinyang inevitably felt. Pinga, how much did you have last month? Lu Onqing curiously asked Yan Xuanping. Yan Xuanping waved his hand. My performance last month was also dismal. I only had less than 3,000 in commission, no bonus. Having a commission indicates Yan Xuanping completed some performance. Not having a bonus also means he didn't meet the target performance, thus triggering no bonus. According to Lu Onqing's understanding, Yan Xuanping rarely triggers bonuses in a year, so he typically doesn't achieve target performance. Just then, Xinyang's phone suddenly buzzed with a new message notification. He quickly pulled out his phone to check and found that a sum of money had been credited. What's going on? Just as Xinyang was puzzled, someone in the office suddenly exclaimed again. Oh, more money has been distributed. The group has distributed money again. Seeing Wang Sa enter, the entire office area became even more lively. Everyone couldn't help but shout, President Wang. President Wang. Their attitude was respectful and their tone sincere, as if they had countless words to say to Wang Sa. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Long live President Wang. Then the entire office area echoed with the slogan, Long live President Wang. After all, their commissions and bonuses had been embezzled by Hiruegong and could not be recovered. However, Wang Sa had approached the group leadership, which allowed them to receive the rewards that rightfully belonged to them. Therefore, they were genuinely grateful to Wang Sa. Wang Sa noticed that Lu Onqing was also present and suddenly felt a bit shy about stealing glances. Lu Onqing, on the other hand, looked at Wang Sa with great interest, a smile on his face. Wang Sa found Lu Onqing's smile somewhat inscrutable and quickly gestured for everyone to settle down. All right, stop it. What are you all doing? Wang Sa pretended to be angry. What's the matter? Now that the money is in hand, everything is fine, right? Get back to work. Upon hearing Wang Sa's words, the crowd gradually quieted down and returned to their positions. At this time, the supervisor of Group 3 and the manager of Department 3 also rushed over. But Wang Sa told them to go back and continue working, not to mind him. Wang Sa then slowly walked up to Xinyang. You're Xinyang, right? Xinyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Wang Sa would seek him out. He inwardly lamented, I'm not part of Hirugang's inner circle. Other people around also cast curious glances. Although the marketing department seemed stable these past 2 days, many of Hirugang's loyalists had been dealt with. There were actually not as many people left in Department 1 as before. Wang Sa personally coming to Department 3 to find Xinyang made many wonder if Xinyang had some connection to Hiruegong. Xinyang couldn't help but glance at Lu Onqing, who was his confidence booster. No matter when, as long as he looked at Lu Onqing, Xinyang felt much more at ease. Lu Onqing also gave Xinyang an encouraging look. Knowing the situation, he naturally understood Wang Sa's purpose for seeking Xinyang. After receiving Lu Onqing's glance, Xinyang stood up and said to Wang Sa, President Wang, I am Xinyang. Wang Sa slightly nodded and asked with a smile, are you interested in becoming a supervisor in Department 1? Oh, Xinyang exclaimed, somewhat incredulous, you want me to be a supervisor in Department 1? Wang Sa nodded, that's right. Many of the supervisors in Department 1 have problems, and there are too many vacant positions. I heard that your performance has been quite good, so I plan to let you give it a try. But it's just a trial. If you pass the probationary period, you'll be confirmed. If not, you'll revert to being an ordinary frontline employee. Xinyang immediately straightened his face. President Wang, I am willing to give it a try. Good, then pack your things and head to Department 1 immediately. As for the position transfer paperwork, we'll handle it later. Yes, Xinyang replied solemnly. Wang Sa smiled at Xinyang and then turned to leave the office area of Department 3. Throughout the process, he did not glance at Lu Anqing even once. After Wang Sa left, the scene erupted into congratulations for Xinyang. Congratulations, Lao Shen, you've been promoted. Yes, you were the first in our group 3 to be promoted to supervisor. Mu Lingfeng also came over and sincerely offered his congratulations. Xinyang, congratulations. Thank you, Supervisor Mu. No need to be so polite. From now on, we are considered equals. Saying this, Mu Lingfeng leaned closer to Xinyang's ear and whispered, Xinyang, you must remember this is a rare opportunity for you. This time it was President Wang who personally came to let you take on a supervisory role in Department 1. This means you were personally selected by President Wang and will likely become part of his inner circle in the future. By connecting with President Wang, as long as you work hard in the group, you will definitely rise to prominence. After listening to Mu Lingfeng's words, Xinyang, however, did not feel overly excited. But he sincerely bowed slightly to Mu Lingfeng. Thank you, Supervisor Mu. No need to be so polite. After some pleasantries, Mu Lingfeng returned to his office. The other colleagues also returned to their positions and began to work earnestly. Even Yin Shunping seemed to be inspired by Xinyang and started making customer calls. Xinyang approached Lu Anqing, his face serious, as he whispered, Anqing, was this arranged by you? Lu Anqing had no intention of hiding it and nodded. It was my suggestion, but President Wang also said it depends on your performance. I understand. Xinyang nodded heavily. Anqing, thank you. No need to be polite. Lu Anqing smiled. I believe you are a talent worth cultivating. All right. Saying this, Lu Anqing pushed Xinyang. President Wang asked you to go over immediately, so hurry up and pack your things. Okay, I'll go right now. Xinyang replied and began to pack up, preparing to report to Department 1. 2 more days passed. That afternoon, Lu Anqing, Xinyang, and Yin Shunping walked into the cafeteria. Some people's gazes in the cafeteria curiously scanned back and forth over Lu Anqing. Moreover, they seemed to be whispering about something and even deliberately avoided Lu Anqing and the other two. This atmosphere puzzled Lu Anqing. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? Lu Anqing couldn't help but speculate inwardly. But then he thought that shouldn't be possible. Only a few people knew his true identity, including Xiong Chaozhong, Lei Qingyang, and Xinjia. But these people would definitely not leak Lu Anqing's identity. Xinyang and Yin Shunping also noticed the anomaly. Yin Shunping directly approached Lu Anqing with a food tray. Anqing, they seem to be discussing you. I can sense that. Lu Anqing said softly, but don't mind them. Let's just eat. Xinyang, however, seemed to have a different view. Anqing, Lao, Yin, you guys go eat first. He pointed to a table not far away with his spoon and whispered him going to eat at that table. Lu Anqing instantly understood Xinyang's intention. He was going to eavesdrop on what those people were discussing. He did not stop him as Xinyang had already taken his food tray and sat down at that table. Lu Anqing had no choice but to go with Yin Shunping to another table. Before long, Xinyang returned with his food tray to the table where Lu Anqing and Yin Shunping were sitting. However, his expression had turned extremely grim. He sat heavily in his seat, placing the tray down with a thud, and angrily said, Anqing, I know what they are saying. What are they saying about Anqing? Before Lu Anqing could ask, Yin Shunping had already spoken up. Lu Anqing paused his meal and turned to look at Xinyang. Xinyang leaned forward and whispered, Anqing, they are talking about you at school. Lu Anqing felt puzzled. What about me at school? What about me at school? They say you are a thief at school, often stealing little things. Xinyang spoke with a hint of indignation, stealing others' phones and computers to pay off debts, even stealing meal cards and cash. That's not all. They also say you frequently take surreptitious photos of female students' skirts and make suggestive remarks to girls on the street. They even claim that you climbed into girls' dormitory windows in the dead of night to commit lewd acts. Near graduation, you got into a fight. If the school hadn't pleaded for you because of your impending graduation, you would have been arrested by the police by now. Xinyang's words left Yin Shunping looking bewildered at Lu Anqing. Although they hadn't known Lu Anqing for long, it was clear to them that he was not that kind of person. But why would such rumors about Lu Anqing arise in the company? Lu Anqing was equally perplexed. He did indeed get into a fight with Su Wenma near graduation. At that time, the school intervened and did not involve the police. Moreover, Zhang Xiaomei was also unwilling to report it, so it was handled internally by the school. However, later he was expelled from the school, while Su Wenma and Zhang Xiaomei faced no consequences, which led to subsequent events. As for other accusations such as stealing, taking surreptitious photos of girls, making suggestive comments, and even climbing into girls' dormitories at night, these were completely fabricated. Lu Anqing's first thought was that perhaps the Su family was spreading rumors about him. But then he reconsidered. That didn't seem right. The Su family should be doing everything possible to help Su Wenma reduce his charges or even clear them. Why would they want to trouble Lu Anqing? But where did all these rumors originate? I need to have Wang Sa investigate this later. It's too damaging to my... Lu Anqing muttered to himself, and then said to Shen Yang, Brother Yang, let's ignore them and focus on our meeting. Shen Yang looked at Lu Anqing in surprise, and Xing, you're not going to deal with their slander. Why should I bother with... Lu Anqing smiled. Let's just eat our meal first. Although Lu Anqing was not concerned at the moment, it didn't mean he wouldn't address it later. Shen Yang, however, was dissatisfied. No, I can't let them talk about you like that. With that, Shen Yang dropped his spoon and stood up, heading towards the table where they were discussing Lu Anqing. Yan Shumping quickly followed him. Lu Anqing glanced over, shook his head with a smile, and chose not to stop them. Instead, he slowly took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Sa. Someone in the company is spreading rumors about me. Find out what's going on. Soon Wang Sa replied, received. Shen Yang approached the group, slapping the table with a loud bang. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, including those from nearby tables. Yan Shumping stood behind Shen Yang, focusing intently on the group, providing moral support to Shen Yang. Which department are you from? Shen Yang demanded sharply. The group looked at him in confusion, and one man spoke up. Who are you? What department are we in that you care? Seeing that they refused to answer, Shen Yang directly grabbed the name tag of the man who spoke and glanced at it. Yu Haiping, Administrative Department. He tossed the name tag aside and said sternly, Administrative Department. Why are you spreading rumors about someone from our marketing department? Oh. Yu Haiping realized, so you're from the marketing department. He stood up smiling as he approached Shen Yang. You're talking about that scoundrel Lu Anqing, right? What scoundrel? Shen Yang retorted indignantly. Yu Haiping, I tell you, Lu Anqing is not the person you say he is. You are spreading rumors. Yu Haiping smiled slightly, a smirk that was quite irritating. What rumors? We've just heard that a talented person from your marketing department has joined recently. During university, he did so many bad things, and now he can actually join our Anqing group. I consider this a conversation starter during meals. Is that considered spreading rumors? Moreover, many people in the company are discussing the misdeeds Lu Anqing committed at school. With so many saying it, how can it be labeled as us spreading rumors? Besides, he did those shameless things himself. Shouldn't he be held accountable for them? With Yu Haiping's words, a chorus of agreement erupted around him, echoing in Shen Yang's ears. Exactly how could someone like Lu Anqing enter our Anqing group? Right? Ever since I heard about Lu Anqing, I don't even dare to wear skirts to work anymore. Me too. I have to walk home alone after work, worried that Lu Anqing might follow me. I'm not worried about Lu Anqing following me. I'm just afraid he might steal my phone. I keep it in my hand all the time to feel secure. Yes, how can someone like him be hired by the company? It makes us all feel unsafe. I think they should hurry up and expel Lu Anqing. If something goes missing one day, that would be a huge loss. Listening to the murmurs around him, the smile on Yu Haiping's face grew increasingly irritating. See, I told you I wasn't wrong. It's not just me talking about it, many are discussing it. Shen Yang's expression turned exceptionally grim. He glanced around and noticed that many people were looking at him with, clearly because he stood up for Lu Anqing, these people harbored suspicion towards him. Yan Shumping quickly pulled Shen Yang. Old Shen, let's go back first and inform Anqing about this situation. Shen Yang listened to the advice. The current situation seemed to be more than just one table discussing Lu Anqing. It had already escalated into a significant circle of discussion. He followed Yan Shumping back to the table where Lu Anqing was sitting. Yu Haiping sneered contemptuously of, like a fool standing up for someone like Lu Anqing. When Lu Anqing gets kicked out later, this fool will probably get kicked out of Anqing group along with him. But when he saw Shen Yang and Yan Shumping sit down at Lu Anqing's table, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, everyone look. That's the scum Lu Anqing. Yu Haiping suddenly shouted, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria towards the table where Lu Anqing was seated. In an instant, many people began to point and discuss Lu Anqing. Shen Yang had originally sat down intending to tell Lu Anqing about what had just happened. However, he suddenly heard a commotion erupt throughout the dining area. Turning around, he realized that everyone in the cafeteria was pointing at them. This made his expression grow increasingly dark. Lu Anqing also noticed this scene, but his reaction was rather calm and composed. Ignore them, let's eat first and leave afterwards. Anqing, don't you plan to say anything? Shen Yang asked anxiously. Yan Shumping also spoke up. Anqing, aren't you going to explain this to them? Lu Anqing shook his head and chuckled lightly. No need to explain, or it would only make things worse at this point. Then what do you plan to do? Shen Yang asked with concern. This public opinion was escalating and could be more terrifying than the previous rumors about Wang Za. After all, Wang Za held the position of vice president, and many people would think twice before discussing him. But Lu Anqing was just a new employee in the marketing department. These people were not afraid of offending him and spoke freely without restraint. Lu Anqing smiled slightly, showing no sign of worry. Don't worry, someone is already investigating the matter. Shen Yang understood Lu Anqing's implication. It must be President Wang who was investigating. But Yan Shumping looked at Lu Anqing with confusion. Is Anqing coming down with a fever? What nonsense is he saying? Someone is investigating. Who is investigating? Who would help you investigate? However, Yin Shunping kept these thoughts to himself, silently mocking. In this environment, the three barely ate a few bites before leaving the cafeteria. However, shortly after leaving the cafeteria, Wang Za called again. Seeing that it was Wang Za on the caller ID, Lu Anqing told Xinyang and Yin Shunping to leave first. Once he had distanced himself, Lu Anqing answered the call. Hello, Xiao Wang. Boss Xiong Chao got into a fight again. Moi. Lu Anqing frowned slightly. How did he get into a fight again? He was having lunch in the cafeteria and overheard people discussing your matter. He went over to reason with them, but after just a few sentences, he directly got into a fight. Lu Anqing slapped his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. This is indeed something Xiong Er would do. If someone said Xiong Er was a cylinder and called him fat, he might have been able to argue a bit and hold back from hitting. But if someone slanders Lu Anqing and speaks ill of him, Xiong Chao would truly be likely to leap in and start. When he first learned that Lu Anqing had been expelled from school, he immediately rushed back to the bathroom, grabbed a mop, and was ready to find Zhao Yuanhua. Therefore, Lu Anqing could understand how crazy Xiong Chao would become upon hearing someone slander him. Is Lu Anqing inquired. Wang Za helplessly replied, he broke someone's left arm. Broken arm. Lu Anqing slapped his forehead again. This was serious. What's the name of the person involved and which department are they from? Zhu Wanchuan from the publicity department. First discuss with Zhu Wanchun to see how much compensation is needed to avoid him pursuing criminal charges against Xiong Chao. Okay, I'll handle it. After hanging up Wang Za's call, Lu Anqing called Li Qingyang. At this moment, Li Qingyang, Zhang Lei, and Qin Jia must be together with Xiong Chao. When the call connected, Li Qingyang's somewhat helpless voice came through. Boss. How's Erzi doing now? You already know. He broke someone's arm. Such a big deal. Do you think Xiao Wang wouldn't tell me? Sigh. Li Qingyang sighed. He's calmed down a bit now. If it weren't for me and Lao San holding him back earlier, that person's other arm would probably have been broken too by Erzi. Impulsive. Why didn't you hold him back sooner? Li Qingyang said helplessly. Boss, you know how strong Erzi is. With our builds, it's not that easy to restrain him. Lu Anqing nodded. That's true. Two little lambs trying to hold back a bull is indeed a tall order for you. Still, boss, you understand us. Li Qingyang feigned grievance. In the next moment, he shifted his tone to a serious one. But boss, I feel like the person Erzi beat up today looks somewhat familiar. Familiar? Lu Anqing tilted his head. You guys are also colleagues at Anqing Group. Isn't it normal for him to look familiar? No, it's not that kind of familiar. Li Qingyang said earnestly. I feel like I've seen him back when we were in school. Seen him back in school, eh? Lu Anqing pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. Xiao Wang just told me his name is Zhu Wanchun. Does that name ring a bell? Zhu Wanchun. On the other end of the line, Li Qingyang mulled over the name. After a moment, he suddenly realized, I remember. There was a former head of the publicity department in the student union at Fuan University named Zhu Wanchun. Oh. Lu Anqing was slightly surprised. In that case, he could be considered our senior. Exactly. Li Qingyang's thoughts were suddenly clear. I remember when I saw him, it was when I was a freshman and he happened to be in his senior year. Lu Anqing nodded slightly. With that connection, if we spend a bit more money, we should be able to persuade him not to pursue criminal charges against Erzi. Li Qingyang sighed. Boss, right now Erzi is just worried he might go to jail. Let him worry a bit. I've told him many times not to be so impulsive. Lu Anqing complained and added, tell them I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. He'll send the location to your phone. Li Qingyang smiled. When Erzi hears this news, he will surely jump for joy. Meanwhile, Wang Za had finished his call with Han Su and arranged for Han Su to investigate the rising rumors about Lu Anqing within the group. After that, he got up and headed to the group's health department. As Anqing Group has tens of thousands of employees, it has a dedicated health department. Generally, urgent issues or minor ailments can be handled in the group's health department. Situations like Zhu Wanchun's fracture can also be managed there with pain relief, bandaging, and stabilization before being sent to the hospital for surgery. The staff at the health department had already managed Zhu Wanchun's pain relief and bandaging and were preparing to send him to the hospital when they received a call from Wang Za to hold on for a moment. Soon Wang Za met Zhu Wanchun in a treatment room of the health department. Wang Za called all the doctors out of the treatment room, pulled over a chair, and sat down in front of Zhu Wanchun. Zhu Wanchun seemed completely unfazed by Wang Sa's appearance. He knew about Xiong Chaos' identity and that Xiong Chao had been arranged by Wang Za to join the group. Wang Za had no reason not to mediate regarding the incident where Xiong Chao broke his bones. This was also the reason he had not reported to the police until now. Zhu Wanchun planned to see what kind of bargaining chip Wang Za could offer. President Wang, Zhu Wanchun said proactively while lying on the hospital bed. Wang Za nodded and said, I won't say any comforting words. You should know the purpose of my visit. I know. Speak. What do you want? 500,000 plus a managerial position in the publicity department. And the group must ensure that I will never be targeted or dismissed. Wang Sa looked at Zhu Wanchun calmly. You are very clear about what you want. Yes, otherwise Xiong Chao should have already been taken away by the police. Wang Sa nodded, but then changed the subject. I won't agree to your conditions. Zhu Wanchun frowned. Why? You are asking for too much. But if I sue Xiong Chao, he will definitely face a prison sentence. I can give Xiong Chao 1 million to endure this prison sentence. During the time he endures this prison sentence, I will still pay him his normal salary. Wang Sa spoke calmly, but I am not willing to be coerced into giving you so much money along with a life-saving privilege. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanchun's heart sank. His brows furrowed tightly, and the phrase perspective shift involuntarily appeared in his mind. If he were in Xiong Chaos' position, would he be willing to take that 1 million to endure the prison sentence? Without much deliberation, Zhu Wanchun already had an answer in his heart. He would be willing. His injuries, while consisting of fractures, were just simple fractures. Moreover, according to Wang Sa's arrangements for Xiong Chao, and with some connections, he could at most get Xiong Chao sentenced to 1 or 2 years. At the very least, it would only be a few months, and with good handling, he might not even serve time. However, the compensation Xiong Chao could give Zhu Wanchun would only cover normal medical expenses, rehabilitation fees, lost work wages, etc. All in all, it would add up to several tens of thousands. Even if it exceeded 100,000, it wouldn't be by much. Yet Xiong Chao could directly receive 1 million and serve time with pay. But what about Zhu Wanchun? After this incident, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay in Anshin Group. Thinking this way, Zhu Wanchun felt an immense anger. What kind of relationship did Xiong Chao have with Wang Sa? Why was Wang Sa protecting Xiong Chao so fiercely? But he felt helpless because he still had a concern in his heart. If the group delved deeply into the rumors about Lu Anxing, what if they found out that he was the source of those rumors? The price he would have to pay would be much higher than what he faced now. After a moment of internal struggle, Zhu Wanchun chose to abandon his unrealistic fantasies. He looked at Wang Sa and asked proactively, President Wang, what are the conditions you are willing to offer me? Wang Sa leaned back and crossed his legs. The compensation I will give you will be your actual medical expenses plus an additional 30,000. After you recover and are discharged, I will give you 3 months of paid leave to recuperate. Zhu Wanchun widened his eyes. President Wang, are these the only 2 conditions? Yes, Wang Sa answered straightforwardly. Zhu Wanchun was immediately dissatisfied. According to Wang Sa's statement, the only amount he could get was 30,000 in cash plus 3 months of salary for a white-collar worker. Only 30,000. Then wouldn't this beating be for nothing? No way, Zhu Wanchun refused. President Wang, 30,000 is too little. Xiong Chao must at least give me 100,000 in compensation. Wang Sa stood up. Then I will still give Xiong Chao 1 million to go to jail. After speaking, Wang Sa turned and left. President Wang, wait a moment. Zhu Wanchun hurriedly called out to Wang Sa. Wang Sa turned around and looked at him. What else do you want to say? Zhu Wanchun gritted his teeth. He couldn't get 500,000, but he absolutely couldn't let Xiong Chao obtain that 1 million. President Wang, I agree to your proposal. Wang Sa nodded. Go have your surgery at the hospital first. After the surgery, I will send someone to find you to sign the reconciliation agreement. After that, Wang Sa no longer glanced at Zhu Wanchun and left the treatment room. Wang Sa gritted his teeth, his face pale. But soon he wore a helpless expression. What is the relationship between Xiong Chao and Wang Sa? In the afternoon after work, Lu Anxing walked alone through the streets and alleys, arriving at a relatively secluded. On one side of the alley, there was a barbecue restaurant that didn't seem very notable. Inside the restaurant, Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Qin Jia had already found a table to sit down. Lu Anxing walked in, and Xiong Chao and the others all smiled and stood up to greet Lu Anxing. Boss! 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 Lu Anxing raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Have you ordered? Lu Anxing asked. Xiong Chao chuckled. Boss, I've already ordered. The owner is preparing it. Lu Anxing nodded, his gaze falling on Xiong Chao. What happened to you today? Did you get into another fight? Lu Anxing's tone had no hint of reproach after all Xiong Chao had acted today because someone had slandered him. Xiong Chao chuckled. Boss, I heard that bastard dared to say you were a thief and a peeping Tom during your school day. I couldn't hold back and went up to reason with him. Saying this, Xiong Chao appeared almost as if he were reliving the moment, his expression growing furious. I told him not to speak recklessly and not to spread rumors. Not only did he ignore me, but he also insulted you in the most offensive manner. I couldn't take it anymore and punched him. And then we started fighting. Xiong Chao said this while rolling up his sleeves. Boss, if it weren't for the third and fourth being there to hold me back, I would have absolutely sat on that bastard today. Alright, enough. Lu Anxing waved his hand. Second, I still stand by what I've said before. Don't be so impulsive in the future when faced with situations. If he dares to speak ill of me, they'll find a way to deal with him when I know about it. By doing this, you're only putting your... Saying this, Lu Anxing smiled. But thanks for standing up for me. Xiong Chao chuckled. Boss, I'm eating your food, so it's only normal to work hard for you. Just working hard is enough. am a legitimate businessman, not a gangster. But what Lu Anqing and the others didn't know was that while they were chatting and waiting for their food, across from the barbecue restaurant a young man with dyed yellow hair was watching Lu Anqing and the others in the restaurant making a phone call. Boss, I found Lu Anqing's location. He's at a barbecue restaurant right now. About an hour later, Lu Anqing and the others finished their barbecue. Lu Anqing settled the bill, and the group left the barbecue shop, walking down a narrow alley. After walking a few steps, more than 10 people suddenly appeared ahead. Each of them bore tattoos of dragons and tigers wielding clubs, exuding an intimidating aura. At the forefront was a slightly plump man, his face marked by a fierce expression. He wore a white tank top and black shorts, his feet in flip-flops, and he walked towards Lu Anqing and the others, tilting his head up. Upon seeing this group, Lu Anqing immediately felt a surge of vigilance. Although he didn't know they were targeting him, they certainly looked like the kind of people who indulged in mischief. However, this group directly blocked Lu Anqing and the others' path. The plump man stood right in front of Lu Anqing and asked, "Kid, are you Lu Anqing?" No, Lu Anqing calmly shook his head. Hearing this, Li Qingyang's heart sank. "They're here for the boss. Please let me pass, I need to get through." "You still won't admit it." The plump man took out his phone, pulled up a picture, and held it out in front of Lu Anqing. "This person is you, right?" "No, you've got the wrong person," Lu Anqing insisted, grabbing Qinjia's hand and planning to retreat. But the plump man shouted, "That's him, get him." Instantly, the group behind the plump man raised their clubs and rushed towards Lu Anqing and the others. "Run!" Lu Anqing shouted, pulling Qinjia and starting to sprint. Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Xiong Chao also turned and ran for their lives. What the hell is going on? Xiong Chao couldn't help but curse. But at this moment, Lu Anqing remained relatively calm. While running, he took out his phone and called Wang Sa. "Xiao Wang, I've been cornered. Bring people fast." Just as Lu Anqing spoke, a dull thud came from behind. It turned out that Zhang Lei had been hit on the back by a club, causing him to stagger. However, Zhang Lei merely grunted, gritted his teeth, and continued to run. But with Qinjia and Xiong Chao, who couldn't pick up speed, they simply couldn't escape the pursuit of the more than 10 people behind. In just that short moment, the lagging Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei had already taken 2 hits. "Boss, at this rate, none of us will escape." Li Qingyang suddenly turned around, facing the more than 10 people rushing towards them, and shouted, "You take Qinjia and go first. They'll hold them off with the second and third brothers." "Huh." Xiong Chao also laughed loudly, stopping next to Li Qingyang. He turned around, panting as he faced the group, laughing, "Isn't it just a fight? I've never been afraid of anyone." Zhang Lei seemed reluctant to stop, helplessly saying, "I don't want to fight, but if you're going to mess with my boss, then I have no choice but to fight back." Li Qingyang suddenly smiled broadly, "Our boss has taken care of us for so many years, it's time for us to do something for him." With that, Li Qingyang resolutely charged towards the group of more than 10 people. Xiong Chao followed closely beside him, laughing heartily. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. Seeing this, Lu Anqing let go of Qinjia and instructed Qinjia, "When Wang Sa arrives with people, you go meet them and lead them here." After saying that, he pushed Qinjia aside, picked up a brick from the side of the road, and slowly walked towards the group. Qinjia's eyes glistened with tears. But she didn't cry out loud. Instead, she obediently turned and ran, rushing towards the exit of the alley. She didn't know how long Lu Anqing and the others could hold on, but she had to quickly bring Wang Sa's people back to support them. The brawl had already begun. Among Lu Anqing's, for the one with the strongest combat power was undoubtedly Xiong Chao. He single-handedly held off 4 or 5 attackers. Although he received the heaviest blows, whenever he caught hold of one of them, a punch from him would lay them flat on the ground. He could only dodge while fighting, trying to minimize his injuries and buy time. Li Qingyang was usually quite clever, but he could only dodge while fighting, trying to minimize his injuries and buy time. Li Qingyang was usually quite clever, but he was also the weakest in terms of fighting ability. As soon as he engaged, within just a few exchanges, he was struck on the leg by a club and fell to the ground, quickly becoming the target of a beating. Fortunately, Lu Anqing appeared just in time, throwing the brick he held to temporarily relieve Li Qingyang from the encirclement. However, this action also drew the fire onto himself. The plump man pointed at Lu Anqing and shouted, "First catch him." Instantly, the people who were surrounding Li Qingyang turned towards Lu Anqing. Lu Anqing was no fool and had no intention of confronting this group heathen. He turned and ran, taking away nearly half of the ruffians with him. He initially thought that by drawing some of the fire away, the pressure on Li Qingyang, Zhang Lei, and Xiong Chao would be. However, just a few steps after running, he saw Xiong Chao once again blocking the path of the pursuing thugs. "Boss, why are you back? You should run. I'll hold them off for you. Just go, hurry." At this moment, Xiong Chao looked extremely disheveled. Blood was even seeping from his hair, slowly trickling down his temples. His legs seemed to tremble slightly, as if he could barely stand. At that moment, Zhang Lei also stood beside Xiong. Li Qingyang, who had somehow gotten back up, positioned himself on the other side of Xiong Chao. He placed a hand on Xiong Chao's shoulder and yelled, "Boss, go. We can hold them off. Damn, fighting really hurts." Boss, you better leave, or I don't want to scream in pain and have you hear it. Seeing this scene, Lu Anqing could no longer leave. The boss. If I run away and leave you all to take the beating, am I still your boss? He picked up another brick from the side of the road, stepped in front of the three, and faced the more than 10 people opposite him. I've never fought anyone in my life, today seems like a good opportunity to try. Boss. Xiong Chao stepped up beside Lu Anqing, standing side by side with him. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they definitely won't be able to hurt you. And me too. Li Qingyang stepped up, as well, still leaning on Xiong Chao's shoulder. Count me in. Zhang Lei grinned. We should stick together as brothers. Lu Anqing held a brick in his hand, glancing at Li Qingyang, Xiong Chao, and Zhang Lei, then broke into a smile. Damn it, if I don't die tonight, none of these little bastards on the other side will escape. At that moment, however, Li Qingyang, Zhang Lei, and Xiong Chao exchanged glances in perfect synchrony, as if communicating something silently. But Lu Anqing did not notice this small detail. Oh ho, such bravado. At that moment, a slightly overweight man walked up to Lu Anqing, looking at him with derision. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Anqing Group. Lu Anqing grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. Congratulations, you get. Humph. The slightly overweight man let out a disdainful grunt. If you are the chairman of Anqing Group, then I am the father of the chairman. Lu Anqing, however, shifted his tone and asked, are you brave enough to tell me your name? What's there to be afraid of? The name's Wu Zhong. The overweight man puffed out his chest. In Jiangzhou, everyone knows who I am. Lu Anqing nodded. I've remembered your name. After tonight, if you can still survive in Jiangzhou, I will take your sermon. Damn, you're quite bold for someone your age. Wu Zhong clapped his hands. I'll teach you a lesson today for your. After saying that, he pointed at Lu Anqing. Get him. Cut off his ears. As his voice fell, the gangsters behind Wu Zhong rushed towards Lu Anqing and the others, wielding their clubs. Fight while retreating by some time. Lu Anqing shouted loudly, swinging the brick in his hand and throwing it. The alley wasn't wide, and with more than 10 people charging in at once, it was already quite crowded. Everyone tried to dodge the brick, causing a momentary chaos in their formation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Anqing and the others created some distance. But soon they adjusted their rhythm and continued to charge forward. In terms of fighting, Xiong Chao was not afraid of anyone. But when it came to running, he had a disadvantage. After just a few steps, he was already lagging behind. So it didn't take much time before he was caught up by the opposing gang. He received a solid blow to his back, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he did not cry out. Instead, he turned around and extended his arm, bravely blocking the second blow aimed at. With a muffled thud, another wave of sharp pain shot through Xiong Chao's arm. But he gritted his teeth, grabbing hold of the club tightly and pulling hard. The little gangster holding the club stumbled forward, pulled close by Xiong Chao. With his other hand, Xiong Chao formed a fist raised high. He brought it crashing down onto the little gangster's head. With a dull thud, that little gangster's eyes immediately rolled back, and his body involuntarily collapsed onto the ground. Xiong Chao seized the club from his hands, gripping it tightly. But in the next moment, before he could get ready to fight, 3 or 5 more people charged at him. Turn back and fight them. Seeing this, Lu Anqing immediately shouted. Xiong Chao was already caught in a siege by 7 or 8 opponents. If Lu Anqing and the others continued to run at this moment, they had a chance to escape, with Xiong Chao holding back the enemies. But Lu Anqing was not the kind of person to abandon his brothers. However, when he tried to turn around, he was grabbed by Li Qingyang and Zhang Lei. Li Qingyang, with a grave expression, said, Boss, you go first. We'll hold them off for you. No way. Lu Anqing flatly refused. How can I abandon you? Boss, listen to me. Their target is you. As long as you escape, they will chase after you, and the pressure on us will be greatly reduced. But if you don't go and something happens to you, how can we explain it to Manager Wang and the chairman? Boss, don't blame me. Suddenly, Zhang Lei, who was beside him, said something serious. Without waiting for Lu Anqing to react, he bent down and wrapped his arms around Lu Anqing's legs, lifting him onto his shoulders. In an instant, he had started to run at full speed with Lu Anqing on his shoulders. Third, what are you doing? Put me down. Hee hee, boss, Zhang Lei grinned. Fourth said, you absolutely cannot get hurt tonight. Brothers. Lu Anqing's eyes were already misty with tears. He dimly saw Li Qingyang turning around and charging into the crowd of enemies without hesitation. But he was small and was quickly overwhelmed. Although Xiong Chao was tough and fierce in a fight, there were too many opponents, all of whom were ruthless. After holding on for a while, he collapsed on the ground, bloodied. Yet he still clutched one person's leg tightly. As countless clubs struck him hard, he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. He even bit down on one person's calf, causing that person to let out a blood-curdling scream. Third, put me down. Damn it, let me down. Lu Anqing's voice was filled with furious anger. Zhang Lei remained unmoved, continuing to sprint. But his heavy breathing indicated that he too could not hold on much longer. Boss, you cannot get hurt. You absolutely cannot get hurt. Third, boss. Zhang Lei suddenly stopped and gasped. It's Manager Wang. After saying this, he suddenly knelt down. Lu Anxing's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. But he did not care much, and quickly got up supporting Zhang Lei, and turned to look. Behind him Wang Lei with dozens of security personnel in uniforms was sprinting over with all their might. Protect the boss. At this moment Wang Sa no longer cared whether Lu Anxing's identity was exposed. After a loud shout, he rushed to Lu Anxing's side as fast as he could. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Lei was already being supported by a security guard. Lu Anxing stood up, his expression calm, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. His voice grew increasingly icy. Wang Sa, first control these little gangsters, and bring their leader, Wu Zhong, to me. Understood. Wang Sa replied, leading the security personnel to charge forward. After Wang Sa charged in with his men, Qin Jia appeared behind Lu Anxing, her face stained with tears. She called softly, her voice filled with worry. Lu Anxing turned around, and Qin Jia had already thrown herself into his arms, sobbing, as she said, Anxing, you scared me to death. Lu Anxing raised his hand in the air, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Although Qin Jia had never explicitly stated it, he was aware of her feelings for him. He had always intentionally maintained a certain distance from Qin Jia. Yet now, with her face pressed against his chest and her arms wrapped around his waist, it surprisingly calmed the fury that had been raging within him. After a moment of daze, Lu Anxing finally wrapped his arms around Qin Jia's back and said, Qin Jia, it's okay, don't worry. Qin Jia continued to sob, while Lu Anxing gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. After a while, Qin Jia voluntarily released Lu Anxing, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Zhang Lei was lying on the ground in a carefree manner, his hands behind his head, wearing a look of amusement as he watched Qin Jia and Lu Anxing. This made Qin Jia even more flustered as she turned around to face away from Lu Anxing and Zhang Lei. However, Lu Anxing was not distracted by their romantic entanglement. He turned to face the ongoing chaos in the alley and walked forward. When he reached Xiong Chaos' side, the situation had almost been brought under control by Wang Sa. At that moment, Xiong Chao lay sprawled on the ground, limbs outstretched. His body was covered in blood, and one of his arms was even twisted at an odd angle. Seeing Lu Anxing, he grinned, blood smeared across his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Boss, am I fierce enough? Lu Anxing crouched beside Xiong Chao, not daring to touch him, and replied, Old too, you were too fierce today. Damn. A flash of pain crossed Xiong Chaos' face, then he laughed, I just held off 7 or 8 people. At that moment, Wang Sa and 2 security guards helped Li Qingyang to Lu Anxing's side. Boss, Wang Sa said grimly, we've got them all under control. What should we do now? Lu Anxing did not answer, but asked in return, did you call for an ambulance? Yes, it should be on the way. First take Xiong Chao, Qingyang, and Zhang Lei to the hospital. Okay. Lu Anxing took Xiong Chaos' hand, saying, Old two, take care of your injuries. I will avenge you. Xiong Chao chuckled, Boss, after eating your food for 4 years, I finally feel it wasn't in vain. Lu Anxing smiled a bit, when you recover, eat however you want. It's a deal. It's a deal. Lu Anxing stood up and looked at Li Qingyang, who was also being supported by 2 security guards looking battered and weak. Old four, how are you? Li Qingyang forced a smile and said, Boss, I'm not dead yet. Lu Anxing nodded, thanks for tonight. Li Qingyang grinned, who told you? Who told you to be our boss? Soon the ambulance arrived, 4 vehicles in total. Zhang Lei boarded the ambulance by himself. Li Qingyang was helped up into the ambulance by 2 people. Xiong Chao, however, needed 4 security guards to lift him up with great difficulty. Qin Jia also left with the ambulance. It was better for her not to witness what was to come. There are no cameras around, right? Lu Anxing's face was as dark as water. Wang Sa, following closely beside him, also looked extremely grim. There are none. This should be a route they scouted beforehand. Hee hee. Lu Anxing chuckled lightly. They were well prepared, huh? As he spoke, he had already reached Wu Zhong. At this moment, Wu Zhong and the more than 10 thugs he brought with him were being forcefully subdued, kneeling on the ground. Each person was pinned down by at least 2 security guards, unable to move. Some were even having their hair pulled, while others had their calves stomped on. It was evident that each thug had suffered varying degrees of punishment. Seeing Lu Anxing approach, a hint of panic flashed in Wu Zhong's eyes. His face was also filled with fear. The information he had received from Chunchang stated that Lu Anxing was merely an ordinary employee in the marketing department. Later, he investigated further and confirmed that Chunchang's information was not wrong. Lu Anxing was indeed an ordinary employee. But could an ordinary employee mobilize so many security personnel from Anxing Group? The crucial point was that the leader of these security personnel treated Lu Anxing with extreme respect. Wu Zhong couldn't help but recall a line he had said to Lu Anxing, could it be that you were the chairman of Anxing Group? Looking at the current situation, even if Lu Anxing was not the chairman of Anxing Group, his status was certainly not low. It's over, I've kicked a metal plate this time. Chunchang, damn it. Wu Zhong couldn't help but roar inwardly. Lu Anxing crouched in front of Wu Zhong, calmly looking at him. Who sent you here? Chunchang. Wu Zhong answered straightforwardly, directly selling out Chunchang. Lu Anxing raised an eyebrow. The principal of Fuan University. Yes, that's him. Lu Anxing's expression showed no change, but Wang Sa clenched his fists. Chen Chang is looking for death. Lu Anxing glanced at Wang Sa, then continued to ask Wu Zhong how much did he pay you? 20,000. To take my life. No. Wu Zhong shook his head. He wanted one of your ears. Just one of my ears. Lu Anxing smirked. Chen Chang is still not ruthless enough. Lu Anxing stood up and said coldly, this group, take one ear each. He looked at Wu Zhong and one of his legs. Wang Sa nodded. Understood, boss. Wu Zhong's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Boss, I was wrong. Let me go, please spare me. Other thugs also cried out for mercy. After thinking for a moment, Lu Anxing shook his head. Forget it, just give them a beating and send them to the police station. To deal with Chen Chang, we need Wu Zhong's testimony. Wang Sa nodded. Got it, boss. And Lu Anxing added, find out what businesses Wu Zhong has. No matter the cost, no matter how much it takes, destroy them all. These people definitely have dirty dealings. Let the dark department find evidence, or let them stay in jail as long as possible. After saying this, Lu Anxing waved his hand. Let's get to work. Understood. Wang Sa responded, then made a waving motion to the security guards. Lu Anxing did not look back, but led Wang Sa step by step toward the exit of the alley. Behind them, the sounds of anguished screams echoed throughout the alley. When Lu Anxing and Wang Sa reached the exit of the alley, the screams finally weakened somewhat. Give me a cigarette. Lu Anxing spoke. Wang Sa hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to Lu Anxing, and even lit it for him. Lu Anxing took a puff and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Tomorrow go with me to Fuan University. I want Chen Chang to know exactly who he has provoked. The next day at Fuan University, in the principal's office, Chen Chang sat at his desk making a phone call. Zhu Wanchuan, I called you yesterday. Why didn't you answer? Principal Chun, don't mention it. I'm at the hospital right now. How did you end up in the hospital? Isn't it because I'm doing work for you? What happened? Principal Chun, over the past couple of days I've gradually spread the negative rumors about Lu Anxing within the group. Zhu Wanchuan said slowly. Yesterday at noon in the cafeteria, I pretended to be a bystander discussing this matter in the cafeteria. But who knew that a fat man heard me talking about Lu Anxing and came over to beat me up, breaking my arm in the process. I had surgery yesterday and just woke up today, so I missed your call. Chen Chang listened and felt no sympathy, only feigning concern for a moment. Then Chen Chang asked, Zhu Wanchuan, how effective has the negative publicity about Lu Anxing been? Zhu Wanchuan smiled proudly. So far the effect has been quite good. Most people in the group now know that Lu Anxing is a particularly despicable person. The rumors are still brewing, and the group will likely consider firing him for the sake of their image. Chen Chang nodded in satisfaction, saying, very good. Zhu Wanchuan truly excels in publicity. This is also thanks to the material provided by Principal Chun. Someone like him really should not stay in our Anxing group. After a few more polite exchanges, they hung up the phone. However, after hanging up, the smile on Chen Chang's face vanished. Not only was Zhu Wanchuan's call unanswered yesterday, but even Wu Chang's call was unreachable. Wu Chang had told him that he had located Lu Anxing's position yesterday afternoon. If all went according to plan, he should have been able to cut off one of Lu Anxing's ears last night. But now a whole night had passed, and Chen Chang had not received any news from Wu Chang. Could something have gone wrong? Chen Chang couldn't help but frown, feeling anxious. Just then his landline rang. After it rang 3 times, he picked up the receiver and said, hello. Principal Chun, this is the security office. There are people from Anxing Group looking for you at the school entrance. Anxing Group? Chen Chang replied suspiciously. Who from Anxing Group is looking for me? He says he is the vice president of Anxing Group, Wang Sa. Wang Sa. Chen Chang repeated the name. After all, he had regular contact with business figures from Jiangzhou. He had heard about Wang Sa, the youngest and fastest rising vice president of Anxing Group, more than once. Let them in and arrange for someone to bring them to my office. Sure. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Chen Chang's office. Chen Chang knew that this must be Wang Sa from Anxing Group. Come in, he called out towards the door. The door opened, and a security personnel stood at the entrance. Principal Chen, Mr. Wang and the others have arrived. Let them in, you can go back first. The security personnel stepped back and gestured for them to enter. However, the one who walked in was not Wang Sa, but Lu Anxing. Wang Sa followed closely behind Lu Anxing step by step. Seeing this scene, Chen Chang was stunned for a second. He remembered that Lu Anxing was just a frontline salesman in the marketing department of Anxing Group. How could he follow Wang Sa here? The most crucial point was what gave him the right to walk ahead of Wang Sa. Also, didn't Wu Chong say that he would be able to cut off Lu Anxing's ear last night? But now Lu Anxing appeared to be perfectly fine and scathed. What about Wu Chong? While Chen Chang's mind raced, Lu Anxing had already arrived in front of him. He pulled out a chair and sat down expressionlessly. Wang Sa stood respectfully behind Lu Anxing with his hands clasped in front of him. This scene instantly filled Chen Chang with a sense of foreboding. Yet he forced himself to appear calm and asked, Lu Anxing, why are you here? Is it strange for me to come here? Lu Anxing looked at him coldly. Did you think I should be in the hospital now having my ear reattached? This statement shocked Chen Chong. Not only was Lu Anxing unharmed, but he also knew about the plan to have Wu Chong cut off his ear. Now Lu Anxing's purpose was already glaringly obvious. Chen Chong's mood calmed down. So you know everything? That's right, I know everything, Lu Anxing replied calmly. I just didn't expect that the person behind this was you. But Lu Anxing paused, his gaze like a knife, piercing through Chen Chong. Do you really think I'm just an ordinary employee of Anxing Group? Chen Chong glanced at Wang Sa, feeling perplexed about Lu Anxing's true identity. He looked back at Lu Anxing and asked, then who are you? Heh. Lu Anxing chuckled lightly. I am Lu Anxing, my father is Lu Changhe. My father is the chairman of Anxing Group, but he is just the chairman, while I am the true mastermind behind Anxing Group. This statement caused Chen Chong's brows to furrow deeply. Although it shocked him, he still found it hard to believe Lu Anxing's words. But if this weren't true, why would Vice President Wang Sa of Anxing Group stand so respectfully beside Lu Anxing? There could only be one explanation. Lu Anxing's words contained only half-truths. He might indeed be the son of Lu Changhe, the chairman of Anxing Group, but he would not be the mastermind behind Anxing Group. Does Anxing Group even have a mastermind? Or perhaps there is a mastermind, but who could that be? Chen Chong didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't Lu Anxing. Lu Anxing stood up, glanced at Chen Chong, and added, a shame for a teacher. After saying this, he turned and walked out of Chen Chong's office. Wang Sa also shot a cold glance at Chen Chong, without saying a word, then turned and followed Lu Anxing. After exiting Chen Chong's office, Lu Anxing walked alongside Wang Sa and said, has Wu Chong been sent to the police station? Wang Sa nodded. He was sent in the early morning. He should have finished giving his statement by now. That means the police should be on their way to the school now. About that. Then let's wait a moment. I want to see Chen Chong being taken away with my own eyes. After saying this, Lu Anxing found a place to stand downstairs from Chen Chong's office. Sure enough, a few minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the foot of the building where Chen Chong's office was located. On top of 2 police cars, 4 to 5 police officers hurriedly rushed into the office building. Lu Anxing and Wang Sa watched from the side. Not long after, Chen Qiqiang was escorted by these officers and shoved into the car. Following that, the 2 police cars drove out towards the school. After witnessing this scene, Lu Anxing turned to Wang Sa and said, have the people from the secret department investigate Chen Qiqiang. Given his style of doing things after being the principal of Fuan University for so many years, he must have a heap of problems. Understood. Wang Sa quickly replied, boss, I've already sent someone to look into it. Lu Anxing nodded slightly, also released the reason for Chen Qiqiang's arrest online. Any incriminating evidence discovered later must also be made public. I want Chen Qiqiang to be utterly disgraced. Got it, boss. Afterward, Lu Anxing stood still, surveying his surroundings. This was the school he had spent 4 years in, but now it felt somewhat unfamiliar. He then clapped his hands and walked towards the school's exit. Let's go, we need to visit my 3 roommates at the hospital. Wang Sa rushed to catch up, boss, actually I have a suggestion. Go ahead. How about I arrange a bodyguard for you? A bodyguard? Yes, this situation is too dangerous, but if you have a few bodyguards, not only will your safety be guaranteed, but the chairman will also be much more at ease. Lu Anxing suddenly stopped, looking at Wang Sa. Did you tell my dad about last night's incident? Wang Sa shook his head. No. Don't tell him yet. Lu Anxing continued walking. If you tell him, he'll tell my mom, and then he'll definitely get an ear. Wang Sa didn't pursue that topic and continued with his suggestion, boss. I've already found a bodyguard who is a retired special forces soldier. If you agree to this, he can start today. So soon. Lu Anxing looked at Wang Sa in surprise. You must have prepared for this in advance. Yes, it was planned for after you took over the chairman position, but after last night's incident, I felt it was necessary to arrange for him to be by your side earlier. Lu Anxing frowned. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm just a frontline employee in the marketing department, and having a bodyguard with me all the time feels strange. Boss, that's easy to resolve. Wang Sa had already prepared his explanation. If you wish to continue working as an employee in the marketing department, he can be just an ordinary security personnel during that time. Only after you leave the company will he follow you. Of course, if you take over the chairman position, he will then become your personal bodyguard. Lu Anxing thought for a moment, but shook his head. I don't like having someone always following me. If arranged, just let him protect me from the shadows. In the shadows. Wang Sa pondered, boss, then let me arrange a few more for you. That works too. Lu Anxing nodded, but then expressed some concern. In the future, if I want to date someone, they won't be watching me, right? Wang Sa smiled. Don't worry, boss, they will maintain a certain distance. That's more like it. As Lu Anxing spoke, the image of Qin Jia embracing him last night flashed through his mind. Qin Jia is a good girl, but I'm not even 24 yet. Why does this damn system require me not to break my virginity before turning 24? Lu Anxing lamented inwardly. Jiangzhou People's Hospital. In the inpatient department, in one of the wards, Xiong Chao Zhonglei and Li Qingyang lay on separate beds. Ouch. Ouch. Zhonglei closed his eyes, occasionally groaning. Third, have you finished howling after all? Xiong Chao glared at Zhonglei. Zhang Lei opened his eyes, glanced at Xiong Chao, and continued groaning. Ouch. I'm in pain. Am I not allowed to cry out a few times? How much pain can you possibly be in? If Xiong Chao wasn't hooked up to N4, he probably would have stood up to confront Zhang Lei. Did I get beaten up less than you last night? Did you hear me complain? Second, you are tough and thick-skinned. I'm different from you. Zhang Lei sighed. I've always been afraid of pain since I was a child. Ooh, I would cry for half a day when getting a shot. Humph. Truly useless. Xiong Chao could only roll his eyes at Zhang Lei. At this moment, Li Qingyang spoke up. All right, stop arguing. When the nurse comes to change the dressing, let her give the third a private room, so he can howl alone. No. Zhang Lei disagreed. If you guys aren't here, who will I howl for? Xiong Chao was even more displeased. Third, if you howl one more time, do you believe he'll rip off my four and come over to sit on you? Zhang Lei shot Xiong Chao another glance, then laid back, properly looking at the ceiling and adjusting his breathing. Then, ouch. Oh, ugh. Li Qingyang sighed helplessly, turning his head away to avoid. Xiong Chao gritted his teeth, seemingly staring at Zhang Lei as if he wanted to devour him alive. Just then the ward door opened. Lu Wanqing walked in with Wang Sa, who was just yelling. Lu Wanqing asked, Boss, you're here. Xiong Chao and the others all showed smiles. Who else could it be but the useless third? He got beaten the least yesterday and howled the loudest last night. Xiong Chao complained with an indignant expression. It disturbed both me and the fourth's rest. I did not howl the loudest. Zhang Lei defended him. Really in pain all over. Can I complain a bit? Lu Wanqing sat at the edge of Zhang Lei's bed and asked, what did the doctor say during the checkup? He's fine, Li Qingyang replied while lying down. He just has some superficial injuries. Oh, a bit of medication is all that's needed. Looking at Xiong Chao, he said, Chao Gu is more serious. He has 3 spots of bleeding under the scalp and a concussion, multiple soft tissue bruises and several contusions, but fortunately no fractures. Xiong Chao chuckled, taking over the conversation. Boss, the doctor said that because I have thick skin and flesh, I can take a beating, so it's not too serious. With normal treatment, I can be discharged in a week at most. Lu Wanqing looked at Xiong Chao and smiled. Second, you've worked hard this time. When you get discharged, he'll give you a car? Really? Xiong Chao's face lit up with excitement. What car are you going to? How about a BYD Tang? With my build, an SUV suits me. Lu Wanqing shook his head. That's too cheap. What do you think of a Yangwang U8? Huh? Xiong Chao nearly jumped up. Yangwang U8. Can I really have that? Yes, Lu Wanqing nodded. Zhang Lei then shouted, Boss, what about me? What about me? Lu Wanqing looked at him. What car do you want? Zhang Lei thought for a second and blurted, an E300 would be good, perfect for picking up girls. That's also cheap. Consider getting a car around the same price as the second, like a Mercedes S-Class or a Parame. Zhang Lei didn't hesitate. Then he'll take the Mercedes S-Class. Lu Wanqing nodded and looked at Li Qingyang. Fourth, what do you want? Li Qingyang did not show the same excitement as Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei upon hearing Lu Wanqing's words. He looked at Lu Wanqing and calmly said, Boss, if you really want to buy me a car, I don't want the car, I want it converted into cash. Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei looked at Li Qingyang in surprise. Wang Sa also glanced at Li Qingyang with curiosity. Lu Wanqing found it a bit strange. Why? Li Qingyang replied earnestly, Boss, to be honest, I want to save money to buy a house. Lu Wanqing nodded. In that case, he'll still give you the car. If you don't choose one, he'll buy you a palm. As for the house, he'll lend you money to buy it without charging you interest. What do you think? A glimmer of surprise flashed across Li Qingyang's face. Boss, you are lending me money and not charging me interest. That's right. Lu Wanqing nodded, looking at Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei. You two are the same. If you want to buy a house, I can lend you money without charging interest or setting strict repayment deadlines. Wow. Xiong Chao almost jumped up. Boss, you're really too good. Zhang Lei was also extremely excited, seemingly forgetting the pain he felt, and stopped groaning. Lu Wanqing smiled and said, It's settled then. Once you're discharged, find a time to pick up the car and view. Thank you, boss. Xiong Chao laughed excitedly. Long live the boss. Zhang Lei shouted with enthusiasm. Only Li Qingyang smiled relatively calmly, saying, Thanks, boss. Next, due to Zhang Lei's constant groaning, Xiong Chao strongly requested a separate hospital room for him. Lu Wanqing knew they were joking and did not express agreement or disagreement, just leaving the ward. After all, their playful banter was the norm in their interactions. The camaraderie among men seldom indulges in sentimentality. It is more about playful insults and banter. As they left the ward, Wang Sa curiously asked, Boss, why don't you just give them a house directly? Wang Sa's apartment and car were actually gifts from Lu Wanqing. If it weren't for Xiong Chao, Zhang Lei, and Li Qingyang holding off so many people the previous night, Wang Sa couldn't imagine what would have happened to Lu Wanqing. Not to mention, if Wu Chong had really cut off an ear, he might have ended Wu Chong's life on the spot. Thus, Wang Sa felt deeply impressed and grateful towards Xiong Chao and the others. Therefore, he thought it was completely normal for Lu Wanqing to give away cars and houses. However, Lu Wanqing only gave cars and opted to lend them money for houses. Lu Wanqing smiled and explained, Xiao Wang among my 3 roommates, only the 4th one has potential for development. The 2nd and 3rd have basically no grand ambitions. If they follow me, I can provide for them, but I can't let them wait for death. They need some motivation to get moving. I could let them lay flat, but that would be irresponsible of me. If people lack motivation, then their lives are essentially wasted. Meanwhile, in the office of Tao Zhonghua, the director of the administrative department of Incheon Group, Tao Zhonghua, Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun gathered again. At this moment, all 4 of them looked visibly troubled. It seemed like a storm was brewing. I didn't expect this, Wang Hailuan sighed. I didn't expect Mr. He to fall so quickly. He was targeted. Zheng Beihui said gravely. He had just contacted me that morning and was arrested that evening. Moreover, after he was arrested, not a single person in the marketing department knew about it. It wasn't until the next day, when Wang Sa entered the marketing department and took control of the situation, that they found out about He Rugang's arrest. This is very clear. Zheng Beihui paused, casting a glance at the 3 others present. He Ruigang was targeted by the group. His fall was something the group had planned and prepared for a long time. Otherwise, the marketing department couldn't have transitioned so smoothly after He Rugang's downfall. Tao Zhonghua nodded. I agree with old Zheng's speculation, and I suspect this matter may also be related to our visit to old He that day. Strictly speaking, it was indeed related to the 4 of them. It was because they went to see He Ruigang that he thought of making one last score before leaving Incheon Group. As a result, he was exposed by his subordinate, Huang Guangsan. This also accelerated He Rugang's downfall. But this statement from Tao Zhonghua made Zheng Beihui's expression increasingly grim. Old Tao, do you think we are also being monitored by the group? If this time it was old He, will it be you next time, or will— Tao Zhonghua shook his head. I don't know, but I feel that we are all no longer safe. Zhang Jun spoke seriously. I feel something is off with the group lately. First, Lu Chongkong was removed from his position, then he was taken away by the police. Then Zhou Jiqing was dismissed, and now old He is in trouble. Zhang Jun frowned, filled with worry. I now feel as if an invisible hand is cleaning out the old guards who fought alongside the board members. There is indeed this trend, Wang Hailuan agreed. But in this process, whether it's Lu Chongkong, old Zhou, or old He, none of them were wronged. Lu Chongkong is the chairman's younger brother and leaked core secrets of the group, thus being arrested by the police. Old He was arrested for embezzling tens of millions from the group and not leading a decent life. Old Zhou's situation is the lightest because he was dismissed for deliberately guiding public opinion against the group, and he still receives a pension of 3,000 a month. As he spoke, Wang Hailuan also looked at the other 3. Everyone, have you noticed that those who committed crimes are all being dealt with severely? This is not the chairman's method, Tao Zhonghua frowned. Given the chairman's character of valuing loyalty, he would never send Lu Chongkong to the police. Moreover, the chairman initially only removed Lu Chongkong from his position and sent him home without intending to report him. Yet the handling of these individuals cannot bypass the chairman's approval. So now that the group is experiencing these situations, Tao Zhonghua said with a deep frown, it is very likely that a mysterious boss is pushing this from behind the scenes. This is what makes it impossible for the chairman to protect these individuals. This conclusion stunned Wang Hailuan, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun. If what old Tao said is true, Wang Hailuan seemed to have realized something, adding, this boss is ruthless when it comes to handling people. Once it falls to us in the future, our fate will not be good either. Based on your analysis, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and said, does that mean we have no way out? At this moment, everyone, including Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun, appeared worried. If all of this is being driven by that mysterious boss behind the scenes, then when they finally track them down, the outcome they face may be similar to He Rugang's. You guys need to speak up. Zhang Jun continued, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. Sigh. Tao Zhonghua sighed. Even someone as powerful as He Ruigang, who held military power, was dealt with peacefully. How can we compete with the group when we have no capital? As long as the group gathers enough evidence, we will be left with no choice but to surrender. Then we must not allow the group to gather enough evidence. Wang Hailuan said, let's go back and carefully review everything that happened before. Especially the areas that may have been overlooked. Any evidence that could lead to our downfall must be cleaned up. Zheng Beihui frowned and spoke, from my perspective, in the procurement department, the subordinates and suppliers have been keeping accounts. These are all flaws that cannot withstand scrutiny. That is why I had Gao Rukin and Yuan Cheng voluntarily turn themselves in. After Zheng Beihui finished speaking, the other 3 present showed no sympathy for him. If we're talking about who profited the most aside from He Rugang's marketing department, it would be Zheng Beihui's procurement department due to its extensive operational latitude. Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun, due to their departmental roles, managed to reap minimal benefits. However, because they held some authority, they also accepted a considerable amount of bribes and misused some of the group's funds. Their situations might not be as severe as He Rugang's or Zhang Beihui's, but serving a few years in prison would be unavoidable. The office fell silent for a while. Seemingly no one could come up with a better solution. After a moment, Wang Hailuan said, "If things don't work out, let's cut ties then." He glanced around and added, "Let's move our money abroad, and we will leave the Anshan Group and the Summer Nation. With the capital we've accumulated over the years, even if we go abroad, we can still live quite comfortably. It seems we have no other choice." Tao Zhonghua nodded, "But we need to act quickly. After all, we don't know when the group will catch up to us." The next day in Wang SAS office, a knock sounded at the door, and Wang Sa said, "Come in." The door opened, and Han Su entered. He walked up to Wang SAS' desk and smiled, "Good morning, President Wang." Wang Sa pointed to a chair across from him. "Have a seat and talk." Han Su sat down and said, "President Wang, we have identified the source of the public opinion against the boss." "Who did it?" "The Public Relations Department, Zhu Wanshan." "My." Wang Sa suddenly looked up. A chilling gaze shot out. "Zhu Wanshan. It's him." Han Su nodded. Zhu Wanshan is also a graduate of Fuan University and has served as the head of the Student Council's Public Relations Department there. He spread rumors about the boss at the behest of Chen Qiqiang from Fuan University, aiming to tarnish the boss' reputation within the group and get him dismissed. Heh. Upon hearing Han Zu's explanation, Wang Sa suddenly laughed. This Chen Qiqiang is spreading rumors about the boss in the group, while also hiring people outside to cut off a piece of the boss' ear. He truly doesn't know how to seek death. Wang Sa's expression darkened as he said, "What about Chen Qiqiang's situation? How is it being investigated?" "Still under investigation." Han Su replied. "However, it can now be confirmed that Chen Qiqiang is suspected of embezzlement. The money he gave to Wu Chong was supposed to be financial aid for needy students from Fuan University, and it has been confirmed that he embezzled it. As for whether there are other issues, I still need time to investigate." Wang Sa nodded. "Then continue your investigation. The heavier the charges, the better." "Understood." Han Su nodded and continued, "Also, we have obtained the chat logs and transaction records between Liu Xiaobo and Su Hongqiang. How should we handle this? Should we send it directly to the Discipline Inspection Commission in Jiangzhou, or keep it for now?" Wang Sa pondered for a moment and said, "Let's hold on to it for now. I'll ask the boss later how to handle it." "All right." Han Su nodded, glancing at Wang Sa before saying, "President Wang, there's one more thing I need to go ahead. We found that before He Ruigong was arrested, he had a secret meeting with 4 senior executives." Wang Sa narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "Who were they?" "Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zhang Beihui, and Zhang Jun." "Zhang Beihui was also involved." Wang Sa raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what they discussed?" Han Su shook his head. "No." "Is it possible to find out? We can ask the police to help us inquire with He Ruigong. Then let's ask the police for assistance." "All right. How is the investigation into Zhang Beihui's matters going?" Wang Sa inquired again. "Still under investigation, but Zhang's issues may be significant. It's likely similar to He Rugang's situation." Wang Sa was slightly taken aback. Did he also embezzle several tens of millions from the group? "Based on what has been found so far, it is certain that it's over 10 million. Han Su said, "In fact, the procurement department has even more profit opportunities than the marketing department, but Zhang's control over the procurement department isn't as tight as He Rugang's over the marketing department. Moreover, Zhang is not as bold as He Ruigong." Wang Sa said in a deep voice, "Regardless of how bold Zhang Beihui is, since he has issues, we will deal with him as necessary." "All right." Han Su nodded in agreement, and then stood up to leave Wang SAS office. After Han Su left, Wang Sa called Liu Anqing again. "Xiao Wang. Boss, we have found out who spread the rumors against you this time." "Who is it?" "Zhu Wanshan from the Public Relations Department." It's actually him." Liu Anqing was puzzled. "Why would he spread negative rumors about me?" "It's because Chen Qiqiang is behind it all." "Again, it's Chen Qiqiang." Liu Anqing chuckled. "This Principal Chen truly goes to great lengths." "Boss, how should we handle Zhu Wanshan now?" "Is he in the hospital now?" "Yes, he just finished surgery and is still hospitalized." "Then let's report it to the police first and fire him. I'll let the police go to the hospital to find him." Liu Anqing said coldly, "Spreading rumors comes with a price." "Understood." Wang Sa replied, adding, "Boss, the Dark Department has already obtained the transaction records and chat logs between Liu Xiaobo and Su Hongqiang. We already have enough evidence to prove that Su Hongqiang has business dealings with Liu Zibin's son Liu Xiaobo. Should we send this evidence to the Jiangzhou Discipline Inspection Commission to report Liu Zibin, or keep it for now?" "Let's send it directly to the Discipline Inspection Commission." Liu Anqing said blandly, "This can be considered a way to eliminate harm for the people." "Good." After that, Wang Sa recounted the matters regarding Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zhang Beihui, and Zhang Jun to Liu Anqing, especially emphasizing Zhang Beihui's situation. "Once we find evidence, report it to the police directly." Liu Anqing said sternly, "Not a single person should be spared." "Understood." In the Jiangzhou City People's Hospital, in a regular ward, Zhu Wanshan lay on the hospital bed resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, 2 police officers entered the ward and approached Zhu Wanshan. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Wanshan opened his eyes. He looked curiously at the two police officers in front of him. "You are Zhu Wanshan, right?" one of the officers asked. Zhu Wanshan nodded slightly. "I am Zhu Wanshan. Zhu Wanshan, you are suspected of spreading rumors and defamation, and you need to cooperate with our investigation. Given that you are currently hospitalized, we need to transfer you to another ward." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanshan's expression slightly changed, but he still pretended to be calm. "Officer, you must be mistaken. I have not spread rumors or defamed anyone. Who did I spread rumors about? Who did I defame? You must clarify this to me." The officer looked at Zhu Wanshan expressionlessly. "Do you know Lu Anqing?" Zhu Wanshan's heart sank. That name was too familiar. However, he refused to admit it. "Officer, I know Lu Anqing. We are both colleagues at Anqing Group. But what does that have to do with my alleged rumor spreading and defamation?" Still not admitting it, the officer said coldly. "People from Anqing Group have already found out. The source of the negative rumors about Lu Anqing circulating in Anqing Group during this period is you." Zhu Wanshan continued to argue. "I participated in a few discussions about Lu Anqing, but to say that I am the source of this rumor is a misunderstanding. Regardless, if you are going to accuse me of this crime, you must have sufficient evidence." "Evidence, you say?" The officer took out his phone, revealing an interrogation video of Chen Chong. "Chen Chong has already confessed. Are you still going to resist?" Upon seeing the video, Zhu Wanshan's expression finally turned grim. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, how did Chen Chong get caught? And he even sold me out. Truly ungrateful are those who are well-educated." While Zhu Wanshan cursed inwardly, he was also contemplating how to continue arguing. "Officer, I also know Principal Chen. But you can't just rely on his word to say that I am the source of the rumors. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it?" You are really stubborn," the officer said, pulling out another video to show Zhu Wanshan. "You remember this video, right?" Upon seeing the video on the phone, Zhu Wanshan's expression changed again, and his heart gradually sank. The officer continued, "This is the rumor about Lu Anqing which was first circulated in Anqing Group. We have already inquired with the individuals involved, and they said that the information about Lu Anqing was provided by you. We have several pieces of such videos and witnesses, and they can all clearly recall what they saw in the surveillance footage." Zhu Wanshan, at this point, do you still want to deny it? This. Zhu Wanshan could no longer speak. There was video evidence, witness testimonies, and Chen Chong's confession. Zhu Wanshan even guessed that the police might have already obtained the chat logs and transfer records between him, and he still thought about arguing. However, in the face of such solid evidence, his arguments would only seem feeble. "You may not admit it," the officer said, putting away his phone with a serious tone, "but the evidence we have does not require your admission." Zhu Wanshan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His face gradually turned pale. At that moment, his phone, which was under his pillow, suddenly rang. Both Zhu Wanshan and the two police officers were drawn to the sound of the ringtone. Zhu Wanshan glanced at his phone, and then turned to the two officers, as if inquiring whether he could answer the call. The officer who had been silent spoke up. "Go ahead, it should be a call from Anqing Group." Zhu Wanshan was a bit puzzled as to how the officer knew who was calling. But upon receiving the officer's consent, he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It showed a number from the HR department of Anqing Group, specifically Jiang Yang. This filled Zhu Wanshan with a bad premonition. Nevertheless, he answered, "Hello, Manager Jiang." On the other end of the line, Jiang Yang's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion. "Zhu Wanshan, you are suspected of illegal activities, and the group has decided to terminate your employment. Your salary will only be paid until the day you took leave, and will be dispersed on the payroll date next month." "What?" Zhu Wanshan was taken aback. "Manager Jiang, why was I terminated?" "This is the group's decision." Then, Zhu Wanshan became flustered. "What about my compensation?" "You broke the law yourself, there will be no compensation." After saying this, Jiang Yang hung up the phone. Zhu Wanshan was plunged into a state of despair. It was over, his life was ruined. Not only would he face imprisonment, but he had also lost his job at Anqing Group. His rumors and defamation might not be considered a serious crime. Yet, even if he only spent a year or two in prison after being dismissed from Anqing Group, finding another job in Jiangzhou City would be nearly impossible. He clutched his hair, pulling it hard, his face full of regret. Why did I help Chen Chong? But he still couldn't understand why spreading rumors about Lu Anqing would lead to such severe consequences. On the same day, the Jiangzhou City Commission for Discipline Inspection received an anonymous tip. The content of the letter mainly reported that Lu Zhibin, the president of the Jiangzhou City Court, had improper dealings with Su Hongxiang, the former chairman of Hongfeng Group. Attached to the tip were several photos. Some were pictures of Su Hongxiang and Lu Zhibin leaving a restaurant. There were also several images of transfer records and chat logs between Su Hongxiang and Lu Zhibin's son Lu. The tip even speculated that the reason Su Hongxiang was providing benefits to Lu Zhibin was that the Jiangzhou City People's Court was about to hear the case of Su Wenmo's rape. Su Hongxiang hoped to leverage his relationship with Liu Zhibin to gain a more favorable verdict for Su Wenmo. Upon reading the contents of this tip, the Discipline Inspection Department did not dare to delay and immediately reported the matter to the secretary of the Jiangzhou City Committee. The next day, a piece of news suddenly spread through the political and business circles of Jiangzhou City. Liu Zhibin, the president of the Jiangzhou City People's Court, was taken away for investigation due to suspected violations of discipline and law. Upon receiving the news, Su Hongxiang immediately linked it to himself. Recently, the only person he had been close to was Liu Zhibin. However, he still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking perhaps it's because of his previous issues which have nothing to do with me. Yet that afternoon, personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission arrived to discuss matters with Su Hongxiang. They inquired about the relationship between him and Liu Zhibin. They even asked about the transactions he had with Liu Xiaobo. This instantaneously made Su Hongxiang realize that Liu Zhibin's troubles were tied to him. After the discipline inspection personnel left, Su Hongxiang immediately contacted Yu Chengde. Upon receiving the news, Yu Chengde was both puzzled and furious, asking, "How did the discipline inspection know about this? Did you expose anything?" Su Hongxiang protested, "Dad, I only had a simple meal with President Liu. I didn't do anything else. How could I have exposed anything?" "Then what went wrong?" Yu Chengde shouted in anger. Su Hongxiang was at a loss. "Dad, I don't think anything went enough." Yu Chengde said sternly, "I'll have someone investigate what exactly happened." Soon after, Su Hongxiang received a call back from Yu Chengde. "Dad, what's really going on?" Yu Chengde's tone became more stable. "It's not that you did something that got exposed, it's that you were reported by someone." "Reported?" Su Hongxiang was startled. "Who reported me? What was reported? Is it so serious? Just because I had a meal with President Liu? Who reported it remains unknown. They made an anonymous report." Yu Chengde said the report included not only photos of you and President Liu leaving a restaurant together. The most critical evidence is that they actually have your transaction records and chat logs with Liu Xiaobo. He added, "It's not your end that has a problem, rather it's Liu Xiaobo's end that has a problem." "How is that possible?" Su Hongxiang found it hard to believe Liu Xiaobo is abroad. "How could the reporter obtain my transaction records and chat logs with him?" "Isn't it simple? You've been targeted. Someone specifically went abroad to deal with Liu Xiaobo to get access to the transaction records between you and Liu Xiaobo." Hearing this, Su Hongxiang felt a surge of panic. Who would target me? Yu Chengde sighed again. "I don't know who it is, but their intentions go beyond simply bringing down President Liu. I suspect it's to prevent him from intervening in the Wenma case. Could it be people from Zhang Xiaomei's side?" Su Hongxiang speculated. "Humph." Yu Chengde scoffed. "Do you really think Zhang Xiaomei has such a powerful background and ability to easily obtain the transaction records and chat logs from Liu Xiaobo's phone? Then who could it be?" Su Hongxiang was momentarily speechless. "We still don't know. However, based on the information I have, the evidence chain for this matter is already very complete. The discipline inspection just needs to verify the authenticity of the evidence. Thus, the issues surrounding President Liu are almost a foregone conclusion, and you likely won't escape either. If I'm not mistaken, even the Wenma case will probably be moved to another jurisdiction. If it really is moved to another jurisdiction, your chances of saving Wenma will be nearly impossible." After hearing this, Su Hongxiang felt a sense of panic. Not only because there was no way to continue saving Su Wenma, but also because he might be implicated in the troubles surrounding Liu Zhibin. The most critical point is that until now, both Su Hongxiang and Yu Chengde have guessed that someone is targeting them. Yet they do not even know who is behind it. "Hongxiang." On the phone, Yu Chengde's deep voice sounded again. "If Wenmo's case is truly moved to another jurisdiction, we will have no way to handle it at all. However, if you keep a low profile and maintain a good attitude, it should prevent you from serving time." "Thank you, Dad," Su Hongxiang said helplessly. His tone also contained a hint of anger. "All right, you stay at home for now, or I'll handle the outside affairs." A week later, Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. Today was the day when Xiong Chaozhong Lei and Li Qingyang were discharged. Lu Anqing and Wang Sa specially came to pick them up. Wang Sa was driving a Maybach with Lu Anqing in the passenger seat, while Xiong Chao and the others sat in the back. "Boss, this isn't the route back to the group." Xiong Chao almost occupied half of the back seat by himself. If it weren't for Li Qingyang being relatively slim, someone would have been squeezed against the window. But Li Qingyang had to curl up his body just to feel a bit more comfortable. "Of course, this isn't the route to the group. We're not going back to the group yet, but heading somewhere else." "Where are we going?" Xiong Chao asked curiously. "To the Auto City." Upon hearing these three words, Xiong Chaozhong Lei and Li Qingyang instantly understood the purpose of this trip to the Auto City. Previously, Lu Anqing had promised to give each of them a car when they were discharged. Today was the day they were being discharged, and also the day Lu Anqing would fulfill his promise. Soon after, Wang Sa drove into the Auto City of Jiangzhou. This is the largest professional automotive market in Jiangzhou City, almost gathering all car brands. Wang Sa parked in front of a Mercedes-Benz dealership, and the five of them got out and walked towards the store. "Hee hee, I'm actually the first one to be bought a car." At this moment Zhang Lei was already extremely excited. He had never dared to think that in less than a month he would be able to own a car of his own. Moreover, it was a luxury car worth millions. Seeing the five of them approach, a female salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store quickly came over with a warm smile. "Welcome, handsome gentlemen." The female salesperson had no problem with her greeting. After all, even Wang Sa was just in his 20s. Of course, the term handsome didn't quite fit Xiong Chao. Wang Sa took the initiative to engage with the female salesperson. "Hello, we're here to take a look at the cars. Which cars are you looking for?" "The Mercedes-Benz S-Class, please." "Sure." The female salesperson smiled broadly and gestured for them to follow her. "Please come this way." In the Mercedes-Benz dealership, a black Mercedes S-Class sedan quietly stood in the most prominent spot of the showroom. A female salesperson led Lu Anqing and his group of 5 to the front of this car. "Gentlemen, this is our Mercedes S-Class. Would you like me to explain it to you?" "No need, no need." Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the car. With this vehicle, picking up girls would be a breeze. He sat in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel, and savored the feeling of driving this car on the open road. He closed his eyes, his left hand resting on the steering wheel, while his right hand involuntarily reached towards the passenger seat. Unconsciously, Zhang Lei seemed to touch something soft and plump. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a strange voice rang in Zhang Lei's ear. Startled, he quickly withdrew his right hand and turned to look at the passenger seat. He saw Xiong Chao sitting in the passenger seat, nearly occupying the entire space. Zhang Lei even doubted that if Xiong Chao were sitting there, he wouldn't be able to see the right side rearview mirror. At this moment, Xiong Chao's gaze towards Zhang Lei was filled with disdain and disgust. "When did you get in Lao Air?" Zhang Lei exclaimed. "I just got in and you started reaching for me. Can you blame me?" Xiong Chao retorted. Zhang Lei shrugged. "How come you managed to get in without making a sound?" "What? Did I disturb your immersion?" "Sigh. You wouldn't understand." Zhang Lei rolled his eyes at Xiong Chao and got out of the car. He walked up to Lu Anqing and smiled. "Boss, this is the one, right?" Lu Anqing nodded with a smile and looked at the female salesperson. "Let's process the paperwork." The female salesperson was taken aback and then asked, "Aren't you going to ask about the price?" "No need," Lu Anqing replied with a faint smile. "Just process the paperwork and register it under his name." As he said this, Lu Anqing pointed at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei smiled in delight and turned to the female salesperson, giving a slight nod. The female salesperson immediately displayed a very enthusiastic smile. "I'll process it for you right away, right away. Lao Sin, you just wait here." Lu Anqing then said to Zhang Lei, "I'll take Lao Air and Lao Si to look at other stores." "Okay, boss." Lu Anqing led Xiong Chao, Li Qingyang, and Wang Sa to stroll around the car city. Since Xiong Chao and Li Qingyang had already decided on the car they wanted to buy, the 4 of them went directly to the Porsche dealership. Unfortunately, the Panamera that Li Qingyang was set on did not have any in stock. Even if they paid a deposit today, they would have to wait at least a week to pick up the car. "I'm not in a hurry," Li Qingyang said with a smile. "If it takes a week, then it takes a week." Lu Anqing paid the deposit, leaving Li Qingyang to handle the paperwork while he and Xiong Chao headed to the Yangwang dealership. Unfortunately, the Yangwang dealership also had no cars in stock. The waiting time was even longer, over a month. "Boss, why don't we forget it?" Xiong Chao suggested. "I'll just go for a Tang instead." Lu Anqing shook his head. Lao San's car has already been bought, and Lao Si's car is also ordered. Both of them are cars worth over $1 million. You took the most beatings to protect me this time. How can I buy you a car worth only 200,000 or 300,000? No need to dwell on it. If it takes a month, it takes a month. There's not much time left. After saying this, Lu Anqing paid the deposit and accompanied Xiong Chao to handle the paperwork. While waiting, Lu Anqing took out his phone and casually scrolled through his moments. To his surprise, he came across a photo posted by Zhang Lei showcasing his commission. In the picture, he wore a large red flower on his chest and held a key to a Mercedes-Benz. He was standing beside the driver's seat with a red banner behind him. "Congratulations to Mr. Zhang Lei for becoming a distinguished owner of a Mercedes-Benz." Below, Zhang Lei had posted a line, "22 years old, graduated less than a month ago, my first car." There were several cheering and confetti emojis following his post. There were even comments beneath it. "Wow, Zhangzong, what did you do? Just graduated less than a month ago, and you got a big Benz. Impressive, Zhangzong. I haven't found a job since graduating. Do you want to take me along?" "Zhang boss, are you in the car city?" "I'm also selling cars in the car city. Why didn't you look for me to buy a car?" "Zhangzong, you just got a big Benz. Are we going to celebrate tonight? Please treat us to dinner." Lu Anqing briefly glanced at a few comments, but most were congratulatory. Among the comments, one stood out to Lu Anqing. "Heh, really can show off." The commenter was named Lu Tianhao, a university classmate of Lu Anqing and the others. At first, Lu Tianhao's relationship with Lu Anxing's group was decent. However, later in their junior year, Lu Tianhao seemed to be pursuing a freshman girl. But Zhang Lei also had an eye for that girl and managed to win her over. This made it difficult for Lu Tianhao to accept, and their relationship took a downward turn. Although it didn't reach the point of complete fallout, it was almost to the level of not interacting at all. Therefore Lu Anqing just smiled at this message and didn't pay much attention. After all, this was Zhang Lei's moments, not his. At that moment Lu Anqing's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Lei. Boss, I'm done here. Zhang Lei's voice was excited. Where are you now? He'll come pick you up. Lu Anqing quickly declined. No need, just wait for us at the Mercedes dealership. We'll be back soon. Boss, don't you trust my driving skills? Just knowing is enough, there's no need to say it out loud. Lu Anqing hung up the phone. More than 10 minutes later Xiong Chao also finished the car ordering procedures. Lu Anqing contacted Li Qingyang, and after meeting up they walked towards the Mercedes dealership. Soon they arrived at the dealership's entrance. From a distance, he spotted a black Mercedes S-Class parked by the side of the road. Zhang Lei was sitting in the driver's seat, but there was someone standing next to the passenger seat. Peng Xiaowei. Peng Xiaowei was also a university classmate of Lu Anqing and the others, and he was the one who commented below Zhang Lei's post that he was also selling cars in the car city. Peng Xiaowei had no deep ties with Lu Anqing's group, nor did he have any grudges. Their interactions over 4 years in university were quite bland, as Peng Xiaowei was not particularly outgoing. Why is Peng Xiaowei here? Xiong Chao found it a bit strange. He hadn't seen Zhang Lei's moments. He's also selling cars in the car city, Li Qingyang said. Clearly, he had seen Zhang Lei's moments. Let's go over there, Lu Anqing said, leading the group towards Zhang Lei and Peng Xiaowei. Why did you come to sell cars? Zhang Lei sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes, chatting casually with Peng Xiaowei outside the car. It's a long story. Peng Xiaowei sighed. After graduation I sent out quite a few resumes and attended several interviews, but I was rejected every time. Eventually I had no choice but to start selling cars. How's the sales going? Just average, Peng Xiaowei replied with a faint smile. The current economic climate isn't great, and many people are cautious about such big-ticket purchases. He then asked in return, Legu, I remember you went to Anqing Group, with Xiong Chao, Li Qingyang, and Qin. Yes, we are all at Anqing Group. Is the pay at Anqing Group really that good? You got a Mercedes S-Class so quickly. It's all about luck, Zhang Lei said with a proud smile. Internally, he thought to himself how lucky he was to encounter a boss like Lu Anqing. So what's your monthly salary? Zhang Lei pondered for a moment and replied honestly, about 8,000 a month. That's quite high. Peng Xiaowei exclaimed. I've been here for almost a month, and last month I only sold 1 car. With my commission plus salary, I only made a little over 3,000. 3,000 is not bad, Zhang Lei chuckled. I heard many classmates don't even make 3,000 a month. Yes, the current job market is very tough. Graduates like us are unemployed right after graduation. After lamenting, Peng Xiaowei asked again, so how much did you spend on this car altogether? Including everything, it's over 130,000. Did you finance it or pay in full? Paid in full. Paid in full. Peng Xiaowei was surprised again. Did you really earn that much money so quickly? This. Zhang Lei suddenly found himself at a loss for how to explain. Mainly, he didn't want to reveal Lu Anqing's identity. He quickly thought of something and smiled. It's not all my money, and my family also provided some support. As he said this, he pondered, should I establish a wealthy second-generation persona from now on? But I can't do that. Peng Xiaowei looked at Zhang Lei with envy. I didn't realize your family was so wealthy during our 4 years in college. Legu, you really kept it deep. Zhang Lei waved his hand. That's my parents' money, not mine. At that moment Zhang Lei saw Lu Anqing and the others walking over. He gestured towards them. Anqing and the others are here too. Peng Xiaowei turned his head, and Lu Anqing and the others were now less than 10 meters away. He raised his hand and waved, Boss Lu Chao Guyang Go. Peng Xiaowei addressed the 3 with great courtesy. During their college days, he wasn't like this, and called Lu Anqing and the others by their names. Zhang Lei looked at him and secretly thought, Peng Xiaowei has changed quite a lot after a month of selling cars. Lu Anqing walked up to Peng Xiaowei and smiled. Xiaowei is here too. Yeah. Peng Xiaowei's face wore a warm smile. I'm selling cars in the car city now. I saw Lei guest post about getting a car and came to check it out. What car did you buy? Lu Anqing asked. An Audi. How's the performance? Peng Xiaowei shook his head. Just average, barely enough to make ends meet. It's alright, you just graduated, take it slow. Peng Xiaowei nodded and asked back, Boss Lu, I remember Chao Go and Yang Go work at Anqing Group. Where do you work? I'm also at Anqing Group. You're at Anqing Group too. Peng Xiaowei was surprised. Your dormitory is impressive. All 4 of you got into Anqing Group. Cough cough. Li Qingyang couldn't help but cough. It's not that they are impressive, it's Lu Anqing who is impressive. After all, he is the boss of Anqing Group. Peng Xiaowei sighed. If only I could get into Anqing Group too. Lu Anqing smiled. Everyone has their own. After chatting for a while, Lu Anqing and the others suggested leaving. Alright Xiaowei, we're leaving, you can get back to work. Are you leaving this early? Peng Xiaowei took out his phone to check the time. Boss Lu, it's almost noon. Since you rarely come to the car city, let me treat you to a meal. This? Don't be polite. Peng Xiaowei pulled Zhang Lei down from the car. We're all classmates. It's not easy to see each other after graduation. Let's eat together. Feeling unable to refuse the invitation, Lu Anqing and the others agreed. There was a simple little restaurant in the car city. Peng Xiaowei clearly knew the owner of the restaurant well as he shouted loudly upon entering, "Boss, let's order a few dishes. Manager Peng has arrived, coming right up." The owner responded enthusiastically. Peng Xiaowei gestured for Lu Anqing and the others to sit down, then took the initiative to pour water and get bowls and chopsticks. Don't be fooled by the environment. The food here is quite good. In my month working in the car city, I've eaten here the most. I even bring clients here when entertaining them, and they all say it's delicious. Before long the dishes arrived, and Peng Xiaowei asked, "Want to drink something?" No, Lu Anqing and the others all declined. Then they began to eat. I must say the food here is really quite good. Lu Anqing thought it was better than the food in Anqing Group's cafeteria. After a few bites, Lu Anqing wondered if he should recruit the owner of this restaurant to Anqing Group's cafeteria. Zhang Lei, Li Qingyang, and Wang Sa seemed to have the same feeling enjoying the meal. Even more exaggerated was Xiong Chao, who was wolfing down his food afraid that someone would snatch it from him. Moreover, due to Xiong Chaos' big appetite, Peng Xiaowei ordered 4 more dishes. After eating and drinking to their fill, Xiong Chao patted his belly, burped, and gave Peng Xiaowei a thumbs up. "Old Pring, this restaurant you found today is really delicious. I'll come again next time." "Sure," Peng Xiaowei smiled. "Just let me know when you come again, and I'll treat you. Then I won't be polite." "Ah, no need to be polite." After finishing the meal and chatting briefly, Lu Anqing and the others decided to leave. Before saying goodbye, Peng Xiaowei said one more thing to Lu Anqing and the others. "Boss Lu, if you ever want to buy a car in the future, remember to come to me." Lu Anqing thought to himself that this must be the real reason Peng Xiaowei treated them to this meal. Although Peng Xiaowei was unsure when Lu Anqing and the others would buy a car, or if they would even come to him when they, but this meal was to establish a good relationship with Lu Anqing and the others. Lu Anqing smiled. "Xiaowei, don't worry. When I can afford an Audi, I will definitely come to find you." "Boss Lu, whether you can afford an Audi or not isn't the key," Peng Xiaowei said with a smile, his tone sincere. "The key is to live well. Don't let a car make your life difficult." Saying this, he smiled again. "I was overthinking it. You are all employees of Anqing Group, so your lives can't possibly be difficult." Lu Anqing smiled. "Thanks for your kind words. I hope our future days will be smooth and prosperous." "Xiaowang, what do you think of Peng Xiaowei?" Wang Sa drove his Maybach towards Yulan Mansion. Lu Anqing sat in the passenger seat with only Xiong Chao and Li Qingyang left in the back. As for Zhang Lei, he was driving his new car towards Fuan University. He had arranged to meet a female junior he had mentioned before. Hearing Lu Anqing's question, Wang Sa turned to look at him. "Boss, do you want to recruit him?" "I have this idea," Lu Anqing nodded. "Let him try the marketing department. After I take over the group, I need to have my own team in every department. I know Xiaowei pretty well. His character is fine. I am quite at ease using him." "Got it, I'll arrange it." Lu Anqing turned to Li Qingyang in the back. Lao Si asked Lao San to tell Peng Xiaowei to submit a resume to Anqing Group and give it a try. "Okay." Zhang Lei was holding the steering wheel with one hand, listening to music, humming along, and enjoying the wind coming through the car window, looking quite pleased with himself. At a traffic light, he stepped on the brake, and the car came to a steady stop. Just then a phone call came in. "Lao San Lao asked me to tell you to call Peng Xiaowei and let him submit a resume to the marketing department of Xiaowei." Zhang Lei paused, then his face lit up with joy. "All right, I'll call him right now." After hanging up with Li Qingyang, Zhang Lei immediately dialed Peng Xiaowei. Soon the call connected. "Hello, Lei Gu. Xiaowei, I have something to tell you." "What is it, Lei Gu?" "Please prepare your resume and submit it to the marketing department of Anqing Group for a try." "Submit to Anqing Group." On the other end, Peng Xiaowei was taken aback. "Lei Gu, can Anqing Group really want me?" "Don't worry about that for now. Just submit it, as I said." Zhang Lei said, "Look at me and Xiong Air. Didn't we both get into Anqing Group? You were much better than both of us in college. If you don't apply, how will you know you can't make it?" "All right then." Peng Xiaowei smiled. "I'll give it a try since it's just submitting a resume. Make sure to submit it quickly." In the Audi 4S store in Auto City, just after hanging up, a man in a suit approached Peng Xiaowei. "Peng Xiaowei, I heard you went out to receive clients." Peng Xiaowei turned to look at the man who spoke. "Manager Luo, I did go out to receive a group of clients today." "What's the situation?" Manager Luo, whose full name is Luo Hong, was Peng Xiaowei's direct superior. "The situation is average, so there's not much chance of closing a deal." Peng Xiaowei remained silent, looking down in thought. Luo Hong shook his head. "Peng Xiaowei, you need to remember, if you have clients, you must try to bring them to the store. Only by getting them to the store can we help you negotiate, push clients, and close deals. Moreover, this is already your second month of internship. If your performance doesn't meet the standard this month, you will have to leave." After saying this, Luo Hong turned to leave. However, his murmuring voice reached Peng Xiaowei's ears. "What's the use of a college degree? If you can't even sell a car, you're worse than a junior college student." Hearing this, Peng Xiaowei clenched his fist, then loosened it, looking quite helpless. At Fuan University at the school gate, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly drove up from a distance and stopped by the roadside at the school gate. This car even had no license plate, only a temporary plate placed behind the passenger's windshield. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Lei's proud face. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello Qian, I'm at the school gate. Have you come out yet? What? Your roommate is coming too. How many roommates? 2. Alright, if they're coming, let them come, it's fine. After hanging up, Zhang Lei placed his phone on the center console, muttering to himself, I wonder what those 2 roommates of Zhou Qian look like. More than 10 minutes later, 3 girls walked out of the school gate. They easily spotted a licenseless Mercedes on the road. Over there, one girl in a light yellow dress pointed at Zhang Lei's car and led the other 2 girls. Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Lei got out of the car to greet them. You all are finally here. Zhang Lei smiled. If you had come any later, I might have had to lead an army to attack this school. The girl in the light yellow dress was Zhou Qian, who smiled. Senior Zhang Lei, you graduated from this school too. You actually want to attack your own alma mater. What's more important, this school, or you? If I can't see you, I'll just attack. After some banter, Zhou Qian introduced the other 2 girls to Zhang Lei. The girl in a white t-shirt and light blue denim shorts was called Miao Yushan. Miao Yushan was also very attractive, comparable to Zhou Qian. But what left a deeper impression on Zhang Lei were Miao Yushan's long legs. So white. Zhang Lei couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't dare to linger his gaze. It wasn't yet the time to reveal his true self. He had to hold back for now. The last girl was named Tian. She dressed in a white shirt with the front tied together, revealing her navel. She wore tight pants that accentuated her long and straight legs. Such a good figure, such a perky butt. Zhang Lei couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly adjusting his expression. Now that we're all acquainted, let's go. After saying that, he led the 3 girls towards his new Mercedes. Once inside, Zhou Qian couldn't help but exclaim, wow senior, is this really your car? Zhang Lei couldn't help but smile with pride. Of course, I just picked it up today. I saw it on your social media. Zhou Qian glanced around the car's interior. You're amazing, just graduated, and in less than a month of work you've got a Senior. In the back seat, Tian, she couldn't help but ask, how much did this car cost? After everything, about 1.3 million. Zhang Lei said with a hint of pride. Did you pay in full? Miao Yushan followed up. Zhang Lei nodded yes, in full. Wow. Inside the car, the 3 girls couldn't help but exclaim, senior, you're incredible. Zhang Lei basked in the praise, saying, it's all right, let's go have some fun. After saying this, Zhang Lei started the car and drove away from the gate of Fuan University. Senior, I heard you just graduated and joined Anshan Group. Yes, I'm in the planning department at Anshan. It seems your whole dorm went to Anshan Group. Yes, 5 graduates from our class entered Anshan, and 4 of us are from the same dorm. I heard Anshan's recruitment standards are very high. How did your entire dorm manage to get in? Well, personal ability is a must, but to stand out in fierce competition, you also need some luck. Wow, your dorm mates are amazing. Not bad, but in the best, whether it's time length or explosive power. I mean workability. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, the 3 girls kept asking questions. Zhang Lei answered, each one occasionally cracking a joke, instantly bridging the distance between them. For a moment, the car was filled with non-stop chatter. Senior, why do you say you're the 3rd in your dorm? Zhou Qian in the passenger seat asked curiously. Well, it's based on age. Zhang Lei explained casually. I'm the 3rd oldest, so I'm the 3rd. But, Zhang Lei grinned. Our eldest didn't become the eldest by age. Then how did he become the eldest? Money, power. Hearing this, Tian Shi and Miao Yushan in the back seat brightened. They had come along only because Zhou Qian mentioned Zhang Lei had a wealthy roommate. They wanted to use Zhang Lei's connection to meet his rich roommate. From the conversation, they had deduced that the eldest in Zhang Lei's dorm was that wealthy roommate. Zhou Qian glanced back at Tian Shi and Miao Yushan, giving them an encouraging look. They exchanged a glance, and Tian Shi asked, is he a rich 2nd generation? Zhang Lei pondered, choosing his words carefully. Sort of. How wealthy is his family? Zhang Lei shook his head. I'm not sure. But during college his monthly allowance was 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Tian Shi and Miao Yushan's faces showed a flicker of disappointment upon hearing that figure. 10,000 yuan was indeed a lot for an ordinary student. But in their eyes, a rich 2nd generation with only that much allowance seemed too little. Many rich kids had tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands per month. Some might even have millions. Zhang Lei's eldest's 10,000 was nothing. Zhang Lei smiled. You think a rich 2nd generation with just 10,000 a month is too little, right? Well, it's okay. Tian Shi and Miao Yushan wouldn't admit it. Tian Shi said with a smile, my monthly allowance is only 3,000, and it's not enough for me. Miao Yushan added, mine is even less, just 2,500, barely enough for meals. Zhang Lei glanced at Zhou Qian, who remained silent. But Zhang Lei could tell her allowance was even lower than the other 2. He smiled self-deprecatingly. You all have 2 or 3,000. My monthly allowance this year is only 1,200. No way. Tianxi exclaimed, "Senior, how can you survive on 1,200? Most guys in our class have 2,000. Exactly, Miao Yushan agreed. And your family seems pretty well off since they supported you in buying a car. Why is your allowance only 1,200? Oh, that's family money, not mine." Zhang Lei didn't intend to explain much. He said this to avoid making Zhou Qian feel awkward. Of course, his monthly allowance during 4 years of college had really been just 1,200. It was enough for meals, but tight for anything else. But luckily they had Lu Anqing in their dorm. That was why they all recognized him as their eldest. Not just because of his wealth, but because Lu Anqing had helped them immensely throughout the 4 years of college. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhang Lei had formed a preliminary impression of Tianxi and Miao Yushan. But for him, interacting with girls followed one principle. Don't let down a good girl, and don't waste time on a bad one. After a brief outing with the 3 girls, Zhang Lei suggested spending some time alone with Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's cheeks flushed, but she didn't refuse. Tianxi and Miao Yushan agreed, and went elsewhere. Once away from Zhang Lei, the smiles on their faces faded. "Xiaoxi, do you think Zhang Lei is really a rich second generation?" Tianxi thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "He probably is, but his family might not be exceptionally wealthy." "Yeah, I find it strange too." Miao Yushan frowned. His family could give him money to buy a car worth over $1 million. But during college his monthly allowance was only 1,200. That's really odd. Tianxi laughed. "Yushan, how do you know how much of what Zhang Lei said is true? Couldn't some of it be just to build his image? Including the car. How do you know he really paid in full?" Miao Yushan was slightly surprised. "You mean his car might be rented?" "I didn't say that." Tianxi smiled. "But these days plenty of guys pull all kinds of tricks to deceive girls. Then wouldn't Qian be easily fooled?" "Who cares?" Tianxi laughed. "Would you feel comfortable if Qian ends up with a rich boyfriend?" Miao Yushan hesitated, then smiled without answering. I reckon." Tianxi sighed. The eldest in Zhang Lei's dorm might barely qualify as a rich second generation, but his family assets are probably not that much. Miao Yushan nodded in agreement. "I think so too. A monthly allowance of just 10,000 yuan. What kind of rich second generation is that?" "Alas." Miao Yushan sighed again. "I thought coming with Qian would let me meet a wealthy senior through Zhang Lei. Too bad he's not that rich." "But being rich is enough," Tianxi said. "Zhang Lei's eldest has some family wealth and works at Anqing Group. All 4 in Zhang Lei's dorm work at Anqing Group. If they ever reach management by the time we graduate, we might get into Anqing through their connections." Miao Yushan nodded. "Xiaoxi, you're right. So we need to stay on good terms with Zhang Lei and his dorm mates." Tianxi smirked triumphantly. "Exactly. Qian, why did your 2 roommates decide to come out with you?" On the other side, Zhang Lei walked down the street, with both of them were holding a cup of milk tea, sipping while walking. Zhou Qian took a sip before replying. "They heard you bought a Mercedes, so they wanted to come and take a look. Also, didn't you tell me that your boss is very impressive and wealthy? They want to meet him too." Hearing Zhou Qian's response, Zhang Lei nodded slightly. His speculations about Tianxi and Miao Yushan were not far from what Zhou Qian had said. In fact, from the very beginning, Zhang Lei could guess their general style from the way the 3 girls dressed. Zhou Qian was wearing a light yellow long dress with no revealing areas. Clearly, Zhou Qian was a more conservative girl. In contrast, Tianxi and Miao Yushan either exposed their midriffs or their thighs. They looked youthful and energetic, exuding a vibrant girliness that was hard to ignore. But how could Zhang Lei, an experienced guy, not guess that Tianxi and Miao Yushan were dressing much more fashionably than Zhou Qian for a reason? It was definitely not just for a simple outing. Later in the car, they asked more questions and spoke more than Zhou Qian. This made Zhang Lei increasingly sure that Tianxi and Miao Yushan's motives for coming out were not so pure. Of course, Zhang Lei wouldn't expose them. He took another sip of milk tea and smiled. "Your 2 roommates probably don't have boyfriends yet, right?" "That's right," Zhou Qian replied with the straw in her mouth. "They don't, but they have quite a few admirers. They receive gifts almost every day and get asked out by boys daily. However, they seem to have high standards and haven't agreed to anyone's pursuit yet. That's because no one has spent enough money to impress them yet." Zhang Lei secretly complained. He had encountered many girls, and he had tried his luck with such beauties. After spending thousands, they still kept him on a string, neither accepting nor rejecting him. For an ordinary college student, thousands was no small sum. Zhang Lei understood Tianxi and Miao Yushan's mentality. If they encountered someone wealthy enough who was willing to spend money on them, or even directly give them money, then they would accept it. "So are they seeing my boss as such a target?" Zhang Lei smiled. "Although these 2 aren't as good as Qin Jia, they are indeed quite attractive. Why not introduce them to my boss? Spending a bit of money isn't much for him. After all, he and Qin Jia have been together for so long without any substantial progress. Wasting such a beautiful youth is too much of a pity." With this thought, Zhang Lei increasingly felt that this idea was good. Good brothers should share their blessings. I can't. Then later I need to properly establish a persona for my boss. In the evening, Zhang Lei, Zhou Qian, Tian Shi, and Miao Yushan met up again. Zhang Lei led the three to a hot pot restaurant in a shopping mall. While eating hot pot, Zhang Lei took the initiative to say, "Ladies, I heard Qian Qian say you both don't have boyfriends yet." "That's right," Tian Shi nodded. "All of us in the dorm are single. How about I introduce someone to you?" Zhang Lei said with a smile. "Sure," Tian Shi smiled. "Who do you plan to introduce me to?" Zhang Lei blurted out. "Not only is he rich, but he's also incredibly handsome. Compared to me, his looks are only slightly inferior." "Really?" Miao Yushan responded in agreement. "Do you have a photo?" "Let me see." "Of course I do." Zhang Lei took out his phone and found a photo of Lu Anqing. However, when he was about to show it to Tian Shi and Miao Yushan, he paused. "Damn, it turns out my album only has unflattering photos of my boss, not a single normal photo." "Then forget it, I won't show them the unflattering photos to avoid ruining my boss image. I'll take a proper picture for you when I get back and send it to you." "All right then." Tian Shi and Miao Yushan both nodded in agreement. Miao Yushan suddenly spoke again. "Senior, are you planning to introduce your boss to me, or to Xiaoxi?" Zhang Lei smiled. "I'll give you the photos, and whoever you like, I'll introduce you to. What if you both like him? Then let my boss take you both in together." Tian Shi and Miao Yushan covered their mouths and giggled. "Are you suggesting that your boss play both sides?" Zhang Lei smiled and shook his head. "Not quite, although he has that capability." Tian Shi put down her chopsticks and curiously asked, "Senior, can you tell us what kind of person your boss is?" Zhang Lei also put down his chopsticks and smiled. "Let me be honest with you." He had already organized his words in his mind, so he blurted out, "My boss family is a shareholder in Anqing Group, and a significant one at that. I estimate his assets to be around 1 billion. At that moment somewhere, Lu Anqing inexplicably sneezed twice. "Who the hell is cursing me?" Hearing about 1 billion, Tian Shi and Miao Yushan's eyes instantly lit up. "The key point is that my boss father holds a significant position in Anqing Group. The reason our entire dorm could get into Anqing Group is partly because of our own abilities, which are indeed sufficient. Secondly, it's because of my boss father's connections. Otherwise, there are so many people vying to enter Anqing Group. Without that connection, how could we possibly compete against so many?" Zhang Lei's words were 9 parts true and 1 part false. However, they made Zhou Qian, Tian Shi, and Miao Yushan understand why Zhang Lei and everyone in his dorm could all get into Anqing Group. That made sense. Understanding this also made Tian Shi and Miao Yushan trust Zhang Lei's words a bit more. With a family asset exceeding 1 billion, and a father who is a high-level executive at Anqing Group, Zhang Lei's boss suddenly appeared extremely high quality. If, as Zhang Lei said, his boss looks were as handsome as Zhang Lei's, then he would be top-tier quality. At that moment, both Tian Shi and Miao Yushan felt a stir in their hearts. Such a guy once missed would probably be hard to find someone similar later on. "Senior, we've been chatting for so long, yet you haven't even told us your elder brother's name." "And his name is Lu Anqing." "And so what's he like?" "He's exceptionally gentle, emotionally steady, and speaks with remarkable charm." "And what does he usually enjoy doing in his free time?" "And mostly gaming." Over dinner, Tian Shi and Miao Yushan bombarded Zhang Lei with questions about Lu Anqing. Zhang Lei painted him as near perfect, lavish and praise effusive in detail. Though Tian Shi and Miao Yushan knew full well that Zhang Lei's words couldn't be taken at face value, even if half were true, Lu Anqing would still be an extraordinarily outstanding young man. Most crucially, his family held assets worth 1 billion yuan, and his father served as a high-ranking executive at Anqing Group. With such advantages, what more could one possibly ask for? Shortly after the meal, Zhang Lei drove Zhou Qian and the other two back to campus, and made plans with them to meet again over the weekend. He also promised Tian Shi and Miao Yushan that he'd invite Lu Anqing along that weekend. "Don't worry, I'll bring the entire dormitory with me." Zhang Lei had no intention of telling Lu Anqing in advance. He planned to surprise him instead. After all, as far as Zhang Lei knew, Lu Anqing had never had a girlfriend, not even once, and remained a virgin. Our senior brother truly wastes his youth. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of Jiangzhou City, Zhang Xiaomei walked alone down the street, her shoulders heavy with dejection. The pale glow of the streetlights accentuated the weariness etched across her face. 2 days after her discharge from the hospital, she had submitted her resume to numerous reputable companies, but nearly every application vanished without reply. She couldn't understand it. Her resume was polished, professional, and compelling, yet not a single interview invitation had come her way. Today, she finally summoned the courage to call a company's HR department directly for answers. The HR representative explained plainly they had declined her application because she had previously received, and then had rescinded, an offer from Anqing Group. In Jiangzhou, senior HR professionals across mid to large enterprises largely moved within the same professional circle. Jiang Yang of Anqing Group had publicly mentioned Zhang Xiaomei's revoked offer. Consequently, recruiters across other major corporations now deliberately screened out any applicant bearing the name Zhang Xiaomei, even if merely a homonym, not the same person, tainted by unconscious bias. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomei felt utterly shattered. Yet the HR representative offered one suggestion: she might find greater success applying to smaller-scale firms where hiring rates tended to be higher. But Zhang Xiaomei, proud, ambitious, unwilling to compromise, rejected that path outright. And yet among larger enterprises, she couldn't even secure a single interview. That dissonance left her despondent, hollowed out, and visibly drained. Fortunately, she had recently received a substantial sum from Su Wenma for betraying Lu Anqing. For now, money wasn't pressing, but in Jiangzhou her meager tens of thousands of yuan would inevitably dwindle. Just then she spotted a modest noodle shop beside the road. A pang of hunger stirred within her, and she stepped inside. After ordering a bowl of noodles, she pulled out her phone and idly scrolled through her social feed. By chance she saw Zhang Lei's recent post celebrating his new car. How did Zhang Lei afford a car already? Zhang Xiaomei stared astonished. She'd long been close with Qin Jia, who in turn shared a deep friendship with Lu Anqing. That connection had naturally introduced her to all 4 members of Lu Anqing's dormitory. Based on her knowledge of Zhang Lei, even if he'd landed a position at Anqing Group, acquiring a brand new car in such a short time seemed utterly implausible. Could he be a hidden heir to wealth? Zhang Xiaomei shook her head. Among Lu Anqing's dorm mates, she might believe Xiong Chao was a scion, but Zhang Lei, not a chance. To her, Zhang Lei had always been an ordinary, unremarkable young man. Yet now that very nobody had acquired a gleaming new sedan in mere weeks. She recognized the brand, a Mercedes-Benz, surely costing well over 1 million yuan. There must be chatter about this in the group chat. Zhang Xiaomei opened her class WeChat group, the one she'd muted, and found exactly that: a flurry of messages dissecting Zhang Lei's car. Peng Xiaowei's comment crystallized its staggering value for her. 1.3 million yuan, paid in full. How is that even possible? And how could Zhang Lei possibly afford such a car? Peng Xiaowei revealed only the car's specifications, no further details. Could Zhang Lei truly be a concealed heir? At that thought, a faint regret flickered in Zhang Xiaomei's heart. Back then, Qin Jia and Lu Anqing had shared a subtle budding affection. Had she seized that connection and drawn closer to Zhang Lei, things might have unfolded very differently. But she dismissed him entirely, writing him off as insignificant. After a moment's reflection, she decided seducing Zhang Lei wasn't beyond reach. After all, he was notoriously fickle. I'll need to arrange a meeting with him soon. Just then the noodle shop owner placed her steaming bowl before her. Ma'am, here's your noodles. The next day, after arriving at work, Wang Sa called Jiang Yang to brief him on Peng Xiaowei. He'll likely submit his resume within the next 2 days. Once received, schedule him for an interview and assign him to the marketing department. Understood, Director Wang. Jiang Yang complied without hesitation or question. Also, how is the search progressing for the new marketing director? Director Wang, none of the current marketing department staff meet the criteria for recommendation. Cross-departmental transfers seem ill-advised. Wang Sa nodded. Most senior managers across the group were veterans who had joined alongside Lu Chang'e. He remained uncertain which, if any, had maintained unblemished integrity, untainted by past missteps. Bringing in someone from another department risked later uncovering buried misconduct, potentially causing serious complications. After a pause, Wang Sa asked, "Then your recommendation is external recruitment?" Yes, I've already engaged executive search firms to identify qualified candidates. Wang Sa nodded again. Very well, proceed with this plan. Once you compile the shortlist, forward it to me. I'll present it to the chairman. Understood, Director Wang. Wang Sa then headed to the marketing department, still serving as its acting director, overseeing daily operations and management. Currently, Wang Sa adopts a semi-free-range management style for the marketing department. He focuses on key tasks such as performance, the review of major contracts, and the utilization of funds. After He Rugang's downfall, the entire marketing department has undergone a complete transformation. The frontline sales staff have received the money they were owed and the rewards they deserved. This has significantly boosted their initiative, enthusiasm, and passion for work, resulting in a thriving atmosphere within the marketing department. The middle management consists of department managers and supervisors, so there isn't much for Wang Sa to worry about. However, he is here today primarily to follow up on a specific matter. In the marketing department within the director's office, Wang Sa leaned back on the sofa reviewing the customer files compiled by the sales staff. In front of him sat the 3 managers from the first, second, and third marketing divisions. After finishing with the files in hand, Wang Sa spoke. Since the customer files have been organized, let's reallocate them according to the original assignments. Whoever is supposed to follow a client will follow, and whoever is supposed to serve will serve. There shall be no malicious competition for clients. If such behavior is discovered, immediate termination will result without exception. The 3 managers nodded in agreement. Then Baiku, the newly appointed manager of the first division, asked Mr. Wang, what about the clients that originally belonged to He Ruigong and the sales staff who were dismissed? Should they go directly to the company or be reassigned to the sales staff? What do you think? Wang Sa countered. The three managers exchanged glances, and it was Bai Ku who spoke up. Mr. Wang, we have discussed this matter privately among ourselves. Our suggestion is to allocate them to the group so that the sales staff below don't create any issues over. If they belong to the group, then who will follow up with these clients? Wang Sa asked. It can't be me, and it can't be the chairman either. We will follow up. Bai Ku replied. But who will receive the commissions and bonuses? The three managers exchanged glances. If the three of them follow up, they will be the ones to take the commissions and bonuses. Although Bai Ku suggested it should belong to the group, they were thinking that the clients would belong to the group, but the subsequent renewals and services would be handled by them. Thus the commissions and bonuses should rightfully go to them. If these clients originally belonged to them, it would be another. However, they were not originally theirs, but rather left behind by Hiruegang. Moreover, Hiruegang, along with the managers, supervisors, and frontline sales staff, who were dismissed. The clients left by this group were not insignificant in number. It would certainly be inappropriate to give them entirely to the three managers for commissions and bonuses. Seeing the three managers silent, Wang Sa spoke. I understand your intentions, but this matter cannot be handled this way. We can proceed as you suggested. The clients belong to the group, and you will follow up. I will not shortchange you on the commissions and bonuses that you deserve, but the allocation cannot be solely to the three. The three managers exchanged glances, and Bai Ku asked then Mr. Wang, how will the commissions and bonuses for this batch of clients be distributed? I will give you a direction, and you can submit a proposal to me. Wang Sa said you three will be responsible for follow-up and maintenance, but these clients were not sourced by you, they were handed to you. Therefore the three of you can take 30% of the commissions and bonuses. As for the remaining 70%, discuss among yourselves whether to distribute it equally among all the marketing department staff or reserve it for year-end bonuses for those with outstanding performance. Or consider a combined model of both approaches. You three can discuss it and bring me a proposal later. The three managers nodded. Understood, Mr. Wang. Also, Wang Sa added, if there are similar situations like Hiruegang's in the future, then the clients left behind will be handled according to the proposal you present. Therefore, I will need to show your proposal to the chairman, so you better put in some effort. The three managers nodded again, but this time their expressions were more serious. Understood, Mr. Wang. One more thing. Wang Sa changed his sitting posture and scanned the three managers in front of him. Last time I mentioned to reach out to clients from Harren Group. How is that progressing? Bai Ku replied, Mr. Wang, we have already contacted several major clients of Harren Group. Among these major clients, a few have a good personal relationship with Meng, the chairman of Harren Group, making it quite difficult to poach them. However, the others have normal cooperation with Harren Group, and as long as our conditions are more favorable, it shouldn't be hard to bring them over. Then push forward as quickly as possible. Wang Sa said seriously, as long as it doesn't cross the bottom line, give what needs to be given without hesitation. You can handle the specifics of the negotiations flexibly. The result I want is to bring over every client from Harren Group that we can. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Ku. Old Bai, you just mentioned that several clients from Harren Group have a good relationship with Meng. They are doing business, not forming brotherly alliances. As long as our conditions are better, they will definitely be tempted. Bai Ku felt a strange sensation in his heart. Did Harren Group offend Wang Sa? It seems that Wang Sa is determined to deal a heavy blow to Harren. If they manage to poach all these major clients from Harren Group, it would be a devastating blow, nearly having their. After all, once the top few partners leave, will the smaller partners continue to cooperate with Harren Group? At that point, when Anshin Group throws out an olive branch to those smaller partners, won't they all flock to Anshin Group? But he didn't ask further. After all, it was Wang Sa's order, and he was only responsible for execution. Besides, the clients they brought over would also count towards their performance. If there is money to be made, they must do it. 8 tiles. Bang. In the Yulan mansion, the spacious apartment where Xiong Chao and the others live. The 4 roommates are gathered together playing mahjong. This is also a rare leisure time for a few of them. The apartment has 4 rooms, one of which was reserved in advance for Lu Anqing. However, Lu Anqing doesn't come here often. There are already quite a few employees of the Anshin Group living in Yulan Mansion. Lu Anqing prefers not to reveal his identity too quickly, so he stays in a hotel for long periods. After playing a few rounds of mahjong, it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock. Boss, how about we grab some late-night snacks and continue playing? Xiong Chao rubbed his belly and cheerfully made a suggestion. Lu Anqing naturally understood his meaning. This time I'll take care of it. Xiong Chao took out his phone. Over the past 4 years, we've basically had you treating us to meals, so from now on we can treat too. Lu Anqing did not refuse. All right, go ahead and order. Zhang Lei and Li Qingyang also mentioned what they wanted to eat. Let's order a dozen beers. Zhang Lei said it's been a long time since we drank together. Xiong Chao did not agree, but looked at Lu Anqing. Boss, what do you think? Lu Anqing smiled. Sure, let's drink. Xiong Chao happily placed the takeout order. Li Qingyang suggested, should we call Qin Jiao over? Xiong Chao stopped his actions and looked at Lu Anqing. Zhang Lei also directed his gaze at Lu Anqing. Lu Wanqing shook his head. Forget it, we're just a few guys gathering to drink and eat late-night snacks. It's not appropriate to invite a girl over. Then how about we eat out? Zhang Lei cheerfully suggested. I can invite a few girls over. Xiong Chao immediately showed interest. Who will you invite? A junior from school. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Let me tell you, the junior I went out with yesterday brought her 2 roommates along. Both of her roommates are particularly beautiful, fair-skinned, and long-legged. Really? Xiong Chao almost jumped up. Then why are you hesitating? Hurry up and ask them. Then tonight you'll treat. I will treat. Xiong Chao said with bravado. All right. Lu Wanqing interjected. With your salaries, don't fight over who treats. If we eat out, let me treat. Yay. Boss is the best. Xiong Chao lunged towards Lu Wanqing, cradling his head, intending to give him a kiss. Lu Wanqing wouldn't let him succeed, quickly blocking him. Get away, gross. After stopping Xiong Chao, Lu Wanqing looked at Zhang Lei. How many can you get? Zhang Lei made an okay gesture. 3. You each get 1, just right for distribution. Wait, boss. Zhang Lei was taken aback. You don't want any? Lu Wanqing had no way to express his frustration, shaking his head. I don't want any right now. If he wanted women, he could easily get any kind of woman by throwing money at them. But he is currently sealed by the system, and the unsealing will take more than a year. However, Zhang Lei looked at Lu Wanqing with some suspicion. Boss, you're not having some issue, right? Get lost. Lu Wanqing rolled his eyes at Zhang Lei. All right, if we're going to invite, hurry up, or it'll be too late. The dormitory will close. Okay, I'll call right away. Saying that, Zhang Lei took out his phone and called Zhou Qian. When the call connected, Zhang Lei directly stated his intentions. Then let me ask if they'll come. After a moment, Zhou Qian replied that the whole dormitory was willing to come. 4 people. 4. That's perfect, we're also 4. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Then you all get ready quickly, I'll drive over to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lei stood up. I'll go pick them up first, you guys come later. Go ahead. Lu Wanqing waved his hand. I'll set the place and send you the location. After Zhang Lei left, Lu Wanqing and the others tidied up a bit before heading out together. Inside a late-night snack shop, Lu Wanqing, Xiong Chao, and Li Qingyang sat together. On the table were only a few simple cold dishes. The 3 of them chatted casually while looking towards the entrance of the late-night snack shop. Why hasn't that guy come yet? Xiong Chao muttered. It's affecting my eating. Just now on the phone he said he'd be there in a few minutes, so he should be here soon. Li Qingyang casually replied. As his words fell, a boy and 4 girls appeared at the door, the boy being Zhang Lei. Old 3 over here. Seeing Zhang Lei, Xiong Chao quickly waved his hand. Zhang Lei also spotted Xiong Chao and the others, leading the 4 girls behind him towards their table. Sit down. Xiong Chao stood up, inviting everyone to take a seat. His gaze, however, was fixated on Tian Shi and Miao Yushan, admiring them with sparkling eyes. Zhang Lei also took the opportunity to introduce both sides. Zhou Qian was wearing a white t-shirt and loose jeans this time. As for Tian Shi and Miao Yushan, they were still dressed quite coolly. The last girl was named Lin Fangfang, wearing glasses and dressed very simply in obviously old clothes that had been washed many times. She appeared somewhat timid and lacking in confidence, often speaking with her head slightly lowered and avoiding eye contact. Once everyone was seated, Xiong Chao quickly called for the boss of the late-night snack shop to serve the dishes. He had been a bit impatient. During the serving of the dishes, Zhang Lei along with Tian Shi and Miao Yushan gradually livened up the atmosphere among the group. This is our boss, Lu Wanqing. Zhang Lei introduced Lu Wanqing with great pride. In the future you can also follow us and call him boss. Sure. Miao Yushan said happily. I've heard that the boss is very handsome, but someone said he's a bit less handsome than him. Now it seems that he's actually a few points more handsome than that someone. Miao Yushan's words caused Lu Wanqing's gaze to involuntarily fall on Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei awkwardly laughed and defended himself. Yushan, that's not what I said. I said our boss's looks are on par with mine, indistinguishable. Is that really what you said? Tian Shi interjected at the right moment. Zhang Lei simply chose not to explain further, making things worse. However, Lu Wanqing didn't mind much taking this opportunity to actively join the conversation. After a few exchanges, the conversation turned to relationships. Boss Lu, I heard from Zhang Lei that you were still single. Tian, she said as she placed food into her bowl, taking the initiative to ask. Lu Wanqing nodded. That's right, single. He smiled, glancing around. All of us in the dormitory are single. Then what kind of girl do you like? Miao Yushan followed up with a question. Lu Wanqing looked at Lin Fangfang and smiled. I prefer someone quieter, more reserved. Lu Wanqing's words combined with his gaze caused everyone present to involuntarily look at Lin Fangfang. Lin Fangfang didn't actually look pretty, especially compared to Tian Shi and Miao Yushan. She appeared somewhat plain. Throughout the conversation, she hardly spoke, while Zhou Qian and Zhang Lei were chatting and laughing back and forth. This made Lin Fangfang seem almost invisible. However, once Lu Wanqing made that remark, Lin Fangfang instantly became the focus of attention. Feeling the gazes of those present upon her, Lin Fangfang lifted her head and nervously glanced around. A look of panic instantly appeared on her face, and she quickly lowered her head. Beside her, Li Qingyang couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lin Fangfang. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Anqing chuckled and said, "The dishes are here, let's eat, let's eat." Soon the atmosphere, which had been silent for a moment, became lively again. Everyone enjoyed the dishes while drinking. Xiong Chao raised his cup, approaching Tian. "She come junior sister, I toast you a cup." Tian's eyes flashed with reluctance, but she still picked up her cup and clinked it with Xiong Chao senior. "He'll drink a little less." "Haha, feel free," Xiong Chao said, tilting his head back and downing his beer in one go. Li Qingyang subtly approached Lin Fangfang junior sister, "Let's have a drink together." Lin Fangfang waved her hands in panic, refusing. "Senior, I can't drink." "Then drink some juice." Li Qingyang actively poured her a glass of juice. "Thank you, senior." Lin Fangfang spoke shyly. Li Qingyang smiled gently and handed the poured juice. "Here, juice." Lin Fangfang took the drink, clinked her glass with Li Qingyang's, and took a small sip. After finishing his drink, Li Qingyang put down his cup and took out his phone. "Let's exchange contact information." Lin Fangfang momentarily felt flustered again. Li Qingyang gave her another warm smile. Only then did Lin Fangfang take out her phone, exchanging contact information with Li Qingyang. After saving the details, Li Qingyang said with a smile, "In the future, when we have time, I'll ask you out to hang out." Lin Fangfang neither agreed nor refused. However, her expression and gaze clearly exhibited a hint of panic. Only Lu Anqing noticed the interaction between Li Qingyang and Lin Fangfang. He tilted his head. "Does the fourth like this type?" He shook his head. Lin Fangfang didn't look beautiful, but that was because she hadn't dressed up. More importantly, the air of insecurity surrounding Lin Fangfang diminished her overall aura. If only she could regain her confidence, even a simple change of clothes and a bit of makeup would make her undeniably beautiful. Even if she couldn't compare to Tian Shi and Miao Yushan, she would certainly be close. However, girls like Lin Fangfang are likely to be more grounded than those like Tian Shi and Miao Yushan. For dating, one could look for someone like Tian Shi and Miao Yushan. But for marriage and daily life, it's essential to be more grounded. Importantly, Li Qingyang also came from a poor and remote place. It is precisely because of this that he suffered from malnutrition since childhood. This made him appear quite slender now. It seems that the fourth doesn't plan to invest much energy in romance. Lu Anqing muttered to himself. He understood Li Qingyang's thoughts. When Lu Anqing first got to know Li Qingyang, he was somewhat insecure, though not as severely as Lin Fangfang is now. However, he should have seen a reflection of himself from when he first entered university in Lin Fangfang. Just then Miao Yushan approached Lu Anqing with a full glass of beer. "Lu, the big guy, drink with me." "Sure." Lu Anqing replied, picking up the cup in front of him and clinking it with Miao Yushan's. After finishing their drinks, Miao Yushan naturally sat down beside Lu Anqing. "Lu, I won't call you big guy anymore, I'll call you brother Lu." "How does that sound?" "That's fine." Miao Yushan leaned in closer, her thigh brushing against Lu Anqing's. "Brother Lu, drinking like this is boring. Oh, why don't we play finger guessing instead?" "Let's skip the finger guessing." Lu Anqing, feeling a bit flustered, shook his head. "I don't know how to play." "Do you know how to?" At this moment, Tian, she also approached, sitting on Lu Anqing's other side. She even directly placed a hand on Lu Anqing's shoulder. "Let's play dice together, whoever loses drinks." Lu Anqing suddenly realized how it felt like this gathering was targeting him. He looked at Zhang Lei only to find him engrossed with Zhou Qian, who was completely oblivious to him. However, Lu Anqing quickly understood Zhang Lei's intentions. "This third one is considerate. He knows to arrange for me two beauties. But I can't lose my virginity now, Sai. I can't indulge for a while." Suppressing the surge of desire within him, Lu Anqing waved his hand. "I want play dice. Either, why don't you go find that chubby guy to play?" Saying that, Lu Anqing pointed to Xiong Chao. He could tell that Xiong Chao had his eye on these two girls who were dressed lightly and had attractive figures. However, Lu Anqing also understood that these two girls would likely not be interested in Xiong Chao. He said this just to test if they were willing to play with him. If they were willing, then Tian Shi and Miao Yushan could still play together in the future. If not, tonight would be their last. Upon hearing Lu Anqing's words, it was evident that neither Tian Shi nor Miao Yushan were keen on playing with Xiong Chao. After exchanging glances, they decided not to create a rift with Lu Anqing. After all, Lu Anqing was not only a wealthy second generation, but also the son of a senior executive at Anqing Group. This presented a rare networking opportunity for them. No matter what, they needed to maintain this connection for now. "How about this?" Tian Shi suggested. "Let's have the three of us plus Chao go play dice together." "That sounds fine." Lu Anqing smiled, "But I don't know how to play, you'll have to teach me." "No problem," Miao Yushan agreed. Then they called Xiong Chao over, and the four of them started playing dice. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei had already taken Zhou Qian's hand. "Do you want to play some dice together?" "No thanks, I don't want to drink anymore." Zhou Qian shook her head. "Then let's go outside for a walk." "All right." Zhou Qian didn't refuse either. After that, the two stood up and walked out of the late-night snack shop. Lu Anqing watched them leave and shouted, "Old third, be careful." Zhang Lei understood, immediately turning back to smile at Lu Anqing, but he did not respond. Xiong Chao, confused, asked, "Boss, what should we be careful of?" Lu Anqing chuckled, "If you don't understand, don't ask." As he spoke, he shook the dice box in his hand. Come on, let's continue. At this moment, Li Qingyang also said to Lin Fangfang, how about we go out for a walk too? Feeling a bit out of place in this setting, Lin Fangfang nodded and accepted Li Qingyang's invitation. The two then stood up and walked out of the late-night snack shop together. Li Qingyang and Lin Fangfang walked side by side on the street. The streetlights stood behind them, gradually elongating their shadows. Over time, the two silhouettes became increasingly blurred, as if they were merging into one. Li Qingyang had his hands in his pockets, walking slowly. Lin Fangfang was nervously rubbing her right hand's fingers with her left hand in front of her abdomen. I can tell from your accent that you must be from Sichuan province, Li Qingyang took the initiative to ask as they reached another streetlight. Lin Fangfang looked down at the ground, slightly nodded yes. Are you from Daliang Mountain in Sichuan province? Lin Fangfang looked at Li Qingyang in surprise. How do you know, senior? Because I also came from Daliang Mountain, Li Qingyang smiled. He turned to Lin Fangfang. In that case, we can be considered fellow villagers. Yes, Lin Fangfang nodded. The mountainous area of Daliang Mountain is quite underdeveloped. Li Qingyang looked ahead and continued to walk slowly. So when I first entered university, I felt a bit inferior. He didn't address Lin Fangfang's question, but calmly recounted his personal experience. At that time, my roommates and I were a bit hesitant to speak up. Lin Fangfang looked at Li Qingyang in surprise and hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior, how did you become so talkative now? Li Qingyang smiled. I have to thank my big brother. That's Lu Anxing. Lin Fangfang nodded, recalling Lu Anxing's ever-smiling face. Li Qingyang continued. When I was a freshman, our class was asked to pay class fees, but at that time, I didn't even have living expenses. Later, my big brother skipped class and asked me to answer for him, paying me 100 yuan each time. Li Qingyang laughed, seemingly lost in a memory. Sometimes the teacher wouldn't even take attendance, yet he would still give me that 100 yuan. This allowed me to have money for the class fees. Actually, I knew he was intentionally skipping class to have me answer for him, letting me earn his money. Moreover, during my 4 years in college, I often didn't have enough living expenses. My big brother often treated us, but he didn't just treat me, he treated the whole dormitory. This way I not only had enough to eat, but I also ate quite well. As I interacted more with my big brother, I realized that although I was poor, I didn't need to feel inferior at all. People cannot choose their origins, but they can decide their own lives. We may start from very low, but the destinations we can reach in the future are unknown and unpredictable. At this point, Li Qingyang turned to Lin Fangfang. Lin Fangfang, we are all children who came out of the mountains. Since we have come out, we must walk forward seriously. I was lucky to meet my big brother. But your luck is also good you met me. Lin Fangfang looked at Li Qingyang and slightly nodded. Senior, I understand what you mean. Li Qingyang smiled. You want to go home for the summer vacation, right? Lin Fangfang nodded. No, I found a part-time job. When school starts next semester, I have to pay tuition and I need to earn the tuition fee. What part-time job did you find? I work as a waitress in a restaurant. Li Qingyang pondered for a moment and asked, you know how to make a resume, right? Resume? Lin Fangfang was taken aback. I don't know how, I don't have a computer. You can borrow your roommate's computer to learn how to make one and send it to me. He looked at Lin Fangfang. Perhaps I can help you find a better summer part-time job. On the other side, Zhang Lei was holding Zhou Qian's hand, having already walked into a dim garden. Zhou Qian's face still had a hint of shyness. She slightly lowered her head and asked softly, Senior, are we too fast? Zhang Lei smiled and replied, I like you, don't you like me too? Zhou Qian seemed to ponder for a moment before answering, I suppose so. That's right. Zhang Lei squeezed Zhou Qian's hand. I like you and you like me. This is mutual affection. Since we both feel this way, what's the harm in developing a bit faster? Shouldn't people who are mutually affectionate drag things out for a long time? What if after a period of dragging things out we end up not being together? Wouldn't that waste both of our time and youth? Zhou Qian listened and nodded slightly. That seems to be the reasoning. That's exactly it. Zhang Lei was no longer satisfied with just holding Zhou Qian's hand. He directly wrapped his arm around Zhou Qian's shoulder and continued, You see, youth is just a few years. But these youthful years are also the best years of our lives. If during these years we hesitate when we meet someone we like and then miss the chance, wouldn't that be regrettable, eh? As he spoke, he had already led Zhou Qian under a tree and the light was getting dimmer, making their figures even harder to discern. He suddenly turned around, grasping Zhou Qian's arms, and face to face he said, Qian, I like you, and I don't want to miss you. So I will cherish every moment with you. Zhou Qian was still a bit shy, slightly lowering her head, seemingly not daring to look into Zhang Lei's eyes. But Zhang Lei's face slowly moved closer to Zhou Qian. Drink up. In the late-night snack shop, Tian, she lost again. Accepting defeat, she raised her glass and downed half a glass of beer in one go. I must say both Tian Shi and Miao Yushan had quite good alcohol tolerance. At this point, Xiong Chao was already feeling a bit dizzy. But Tian Shi and Miao Yushan were still in a relatively sober state. Continue. Tianxi finished her drink, put down her glass, and poured herself half a glass. She rolled up her sleeves and spoke again. However, Lu Anqing refused. That's enough, that's enough. He pointed at Xiong Chao. This guy is already out, it's better not to drink anymore. How can that be? Miao Yushan laughed. Lu Gu, if you haven't been knocked down, how can we end this drinking game? Why do you want to knock me down? Tianxi chimed in. If we don't knock you down, how will we have a chance? You guys are just too ridiculous. But Lu Anqing waved his hand. Alright, really don't drink anymore. If I can't control myself, I won't be responsible for anything that happens later. Miao Yushan placed a hand on Lu Anqing's shoulder and laughed. It's fine if something happens, but you can't evade responsibility. Suddenly Lu Anqing's phone rang. He opened it to find a message from Zhang Lei. Boss, I'm not coming back tonight. You need to seize the opportunity with the 2 girls I've arranged for you. Lu Anqing smirked. This third brother really knows how to be loyal. After a few more rounds, Li Qingyang returned with Lin Fangfang. Lin Fangfang was noticeably more cheerful. The initial awkwardness of their first meeting had clearly diminished. When Li Qingyang came back, Xiong Chao was already sprawled across the table. Lu Anqing was also feeling a bit dazed, while Tianxi and Miao Yushan remained alert. If it weren't for my awareness of my own drinking capacity, I would suspect that these 2 girls had drugged me. Tianxi and Miao Yushan wanted to continue the game, but Lu Anqing firmly rejected them. Let's call it a night. I really can't drink anymore. Next time we can have another round. Seeing Lu Anqing's attitude, Tianxi and Miao Yushan did not insist further. Since it was too late to return to school, Lu Anqing booked separate rooms for Tianxi, Miao Yushan, and Lin Fangfang at the nearby hotel. Li Qingyang took Xiong Chao back to Yulan Mansion. Lu Anqing simply returned to his own hotel. During their farewell, Tianxi and Miao Yushan hinted at Lu Anqing several times. However, Lu Anqing pretended not to understand and walked away. He could not afford to break his vow now, otherwise who knew what would happen with the system. The next day, before Lu Anqing had even woken up, Zhang Lei's call came in. Boss, what happened last night? Zhang Lei asked, puzzled. Both Tianxi and Miao Yushan clearly have an interest in you. Did you not take advantage of either? Enough, don't arrange such things for me in the future, Lu Anqing said seriously. But boss. Zhang Lei was confused. You're so wealthy and handsome, why not even dip a toe in this vast sea? That's enough, I have my own plans. Lu Anqing didn't explain much to Zhang Lei and hung up. In truth, he was also troubled. This system is a good thing, but not being able to break my vow before 24 is quite torturous. 2 days later at Anqing Group, Han Su had a serious expression as he hurried to Wang SAS office. He knocked on Wang SAS office door, clearly anxious and hurried. Come in. Wang SAS voice came from inside the office. Han Su entered and said, General Manager Wang, we have discovered something important. What is it? Wang Sa raised his eyebrows slightly. The Finance Department Director General Wang, the Procurement Department Head General Zheng, the Administrative Department Director General Tao, and Board Member General Zhang, they are secretly transferring their assets. What do you mean? Are they trying to run away? There are signs of this. Han Su said with a serious expression. According to our investigation over this period, each of the executives mentioned has had some issues during their tenure. Among them, the Procurement Department Head Zheng Beihui has the most significant issues, second only to He Ruigong, who has already been arrested. Wang Sa agreed. The Procurement Department is the one with the most profit, so it's normal for Zheng Beihui to have severe issues. As he spoke, Wang Sa looked up and asked, How is the evidence you collected? I have some leads. Han Su frowned. But what we have found so far is not fatal for Zheng Beihui. At most it would lead to a reprimand or criticism. Wang Sa thought for a moment and said, Have you considered looking for evidence from Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Cheng? Han Su was puzzled. General Manager Wang, haven't Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Cheng already been sent to prison? Moreover, they turned themselves in willingly. They were forced to turn themselves in. Wang Sa said, his thoughts becoming clearer and his expression returning to calm. This is Zheng Beihui's strategy to protect himself. By throwing Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Cheng under the bus and prompting them to confess voluntarily, he can temporarily keep Zheng Beihui's issues hidden from discovery. But whether they can truly keep the secret depends on whether the benefits Zheng Beihui promised to Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Cheng have been fulfilled. Han Su immediately understood. General Manager Wang, I will investigate right away. After speaking, Han Su intended to turn and leave. Wang Sa stopped him. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. What is it? Han Su turned back to face Wang Sa. Wang Sa said, You just mentioned Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun. We need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on them, and the investigation on them should proceed simultaneously. If they are merely transferring their personal assets, there's nothing we can do. But if they dare to touch even a penny of the group's funds, report it to me immediately. Understood. Han Su replied, and quickly walked out of Wang SAS office. After Han Su left, Wang Sa leaned back, fingers crossed over his chest. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. No one has taken over He Ruigang's position yet. Do I really need to find 4 new executives for the group consecutively? Sigh. Wang Sa sighed. Why are you all sucking the blood of the group when you're being well paid by it? In Jiangzhou at the detention center, Han Su met Gao Ruzhen. Gao Ruzhen looked puzzled when he saw Han Su. Who are you? My name is Han Su. Han Su introduced himself. Strictly speaking, I am also part of Anshin Group. We can be considered former colleagues. Gao Ruzhen squinted his eyes. What do you want with me? I want to ask about Zheng Beihui. Gao Ruzhen instantly understood Han Su's purpose. Sorry, I can't disclose anything. After saying that, Gao Ruzhen stood up, intending to leave. Han Su quickly spoke. Zheng Beihui is planning to flee. This remark made Gao Ruzhen stop in his tracks. Seeing this, Han Su continued, Zheng Beihui has been liquidating his personal assets these days and transferring his personal wealth abroad. We suspect he is planning to leave Anshin Group and the Xia country. Gao Ruzhen frowned and turned to look at Han Su. Who exactly are you and how do you know this? Han Su smiled. He did not intend to hide his identity. I'm the head of the Anshin Group's Dark Department, a division you have probably never heard of. Dark Department. Gao Ruzhen frowned. Indeed, I've never heard of it. That's normal. I operate independently of Anshin Group's organizational structure, managed directly by the boss, and we report solely to the boss. Boss? Gao Ruzhen seemed dazed. Are you referring to the chairman or the mysterious boss behind the group? Of course the boss behind the group, Han Su replied. Gao Ruzhen was slightly startled. Are you saying the boss has been monitoring us through you all along? Han Su smiled. If you want to understand it that way, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Hearing Han Su's response, Gao Ruzhen felt a shiver in his heart. The mysterious boss behind Anshin Group seemed to have never appeared in the company. Yet he used a group of people unknown to the entire organization to monitor the whole group. Gao Ruzhen couldn't help but feel a sense of chilling terror. He returned to his seat. What did you mean when you said Zheng Beihui plans to run away? Han Su smiled. Literally, he has been selling assets and transferring funds recently. We suspect he is preparing to flee. Hearing this, Gao Ruzhen frowned. So what do you want me to do today? It's simple. Tell me everything you know about. Gao Ruzhen pretended to be ignorant. What has Zheng Beihui done? Han Su smiled. You know very well whether there are problems in the procurement department or with you, Gao Ruzhen. What does it have to do with me? Gao Ruzhen coldly replied. I have already explained everything I needed to regarding the procurement department. Why are you looking for me? Han Su looked at Gao Ruzhen with a smile, saying, I know that you and Yuan Sheng were both pushed out by Zheng Beihui. You voluntarily confessed avoiding the responsibility for Xiong Chaos beating you in exchange for General Wang not continuing to investigate the procurement department. Zheng Beihui promised you some conditions or benefits ensuring that you and Yuan Sheng would not disclose what he did in the procurement department. Gao Ruzhen, I am not wrong in what I said, am I? He was indeed not wrong. But Gao Ruzhen did not respond. He simply gazed quietly at Han Su. Han Su smiled slightly and continued. Now I ask you, have the benefits Zheng Beihui promised you and Yuan Sheng been fulfilled? This question made Gao Ruzhen's heart skip a beat. He narrowed his eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. Han Su noticed the slight movement at the corner of Gao Ruzhen's eye and knew he had touched on the matter that weighed on Gao Ruzhen's mind. He then continued. I think Zheng Beihui definitely has not fulfilled the promised benefits for you and Yuan Sheng. Even if he has fulfilled them, it certainly would not be complete. In fact, it can be said that a significant portion remains unfulfilled. Han Su was right. Zheng Beihui promised to give Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Sheng a total of 5 million each. This 5 million was to be given in 3 installments, the first 2 million and the last 2 installments of 150,000 each. But so far, Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Sheng had only received 80,000 each. In other words, they had not yet received the full amount of the first 2 million, only 40%. Zheng Beihui claimed that he did not have that much cash on hand and needed time to raise it. Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Sheng did not believe Zheng Beihui's explanation, so they would not easily betray Zheng Beihui until the very last moment. However, the current situation seemed different. If what Han Su said was true, Zheng Beihui was transferring assets, so they would not easily betray Zheng Beihui until the very last moment. However, the current situation seemed different. If what Han Su said was true, Zheng Beihui was transferring assets and showing signs of fleeing. If Zheng Beihui really escaped, Gao Ruzhen and Yuan Sheng would not only lose the remaining 420,000. Even if they reported Zheng Beihui later, if he had already run away, what use would the report be? At that moment, Gao Ruzhen had to admit that under Han Su's words, his trust in Zheng Beihui had begun to crack. Gao Ruzhen took a deep breath, steadying his breathing. He then fixed his gaze on Han Su's face and said, How can you prove that Zheng will run away? Gao Ruzhen's inner defenses were starting to weaken. Han Su had made a judgment. Gao Ruzhen, to be honest, we have already discovered some issues in the procurement department. Han Su spoke half-truthfully. The entire procurement department is practically rotten to the core. The one with the biggest problems is naturally Zheng Beihui, who is in charge of the procurement department. Preliminary investigations show that the scale of funds he is involved with may reach tens of millions. Although we are conducting a secret investigation, we have not kept it completely airtight, allowing Zheng Beihui to hear some rumors. This is what led him to transfer personal assets and consider fleeing. After all, he has embezzled so much money, he knows best what the consequences are. Han Su looked at Gao Ruken and smiled. Gao Ruken, tell me, once Zheng Beihui escapes, will the benefits they promised you and Yuan Sheng still be fulfilled? No. Gao Ruken clearly knew the answer in his heart. Not to mention, if he ran away, even if he didn't, if given the chance, Zheng Beihui would not fulfill the benefits promised to him and Yuan Sheng. The reason for this judgment was their understanding of Zheng Beihui. But at this moment, Gao Ruken still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, at this point, betraying Zheng Beihui would mean that the remaining 420,000 promised by Zheng Beihui would be virtually hopeless. Then he tentatively asked, Han Su, I want to know, if I help you, what benefits will the boss offer me? You want benefits? Han Su smiled. What benefits do you want? I want 5 million. The benefits Zheng Beihui promised you are also 5 million, right? Gao Ruken fell silent, neither admitting nor denying. Han Su said with a smile, in that case, wait for me to discuss with Yuan Sheng. They'll see what kind of benefits he will ask for. Hearing this, Gao Ruken's eyes turned instantly, understanding Han Su's meaning. He suddenly wanted to speak, but bit his teeth and decided to wait and see. Then he stood up and left. Shortly after, Yuan Sheng came to Han Su. Han Su relayed the conversation he had with Gao Ruken mostly unchanged to Yuan Sheng. However, there was part of the truth that Han Su did not tell Yuan Sheng. Gao Ruken's request to me was 1 million. Yuan Sheng, how much do you want? I don't believe it, Yuan Sheng replied immediately. How could Gao Ruken only ask you for 1 million? Han Su did not answer him, but countered, then what do you mean? How much do you want? At least 5 million. Yuan Sheng quoted the same price as Gao Ruken. Han Su shook his head. It seems you don't want to seize this opportunity. Yuan Sheng frowned. What opportunity? Han Su smiled. Of course, the opportunity to achieve merit. After all, exposing Zheng Beihui could also be counted as meritorious by the police. However, if you are unwilling to cooperate, I will just find Gao Ruken instead. With 1 million and the opportunity for a reduced sentence for merit, Gao Ruken should reveal quite a bit of useful information. Yuan Sheng immediately protested. Han Su, I will tell you, I will only take 90,000. Yuan Sheng divulged everything he knew. Han Su had already gathered numerous clues regarding Zheng Beihui's embezzlement. However, Han Su was still not satisfied. He arranged to meet Gao Ruken. What do you want from me this time? Gao Ruken looked at Han Su with a cold expression. He knew that Han Su had met with Yuan Sheng, but he was unaware of what they had discussed. If Yuan Sheng had insisted on not saying anything, it would have been fine. But if Yuan Sheng had revealed everything, the current situation would become extremely unfavorable for Gao Ruken. Han Su smiled at Gao Ruken, saying, Yuan Sheng revealed everything, including the transactions between you and Zheng Beihui. Gao Ruken frowned, still somewhat disbelieving. If Yuan Sheng has said all this, then why are you still here to see me? Han Su replied, there are some matters I need to verify with you. I won't say anything, Gao Ruken persisted. But Han Su disregarded Gao Ruken's reaction and continued, Zheng Beihui asked you and Yuan Sheng to voluntarily surrender while keeping his secrets, offering a condition of 500,000 for each of you. Hearing this, Gao Ruken squinted his eyes. He knew that Yuan Sheng had indeed spoken. Han Su continued, Zheng Beihui agreed to pay you the 500,000 in 3 installments. The first payment was supposed to be 200,000, but you and Yuan Sheng have only received 800,000 so far, far from the initial requirement. At this point, Han Su fixed his gaze on Gao Ruken, smiling as he said, Gao Ruken, this matter is true, isn't it? Gao Ruken slightly lowered his head, avoiding Han Su's eyes. He clenched his teeth as if making a decision and looked up, asking, Han Su, what conditions did you offer Yuan Sheng? Han Su smiled, knowing that Gao Ruken's internal defense had also crumbled. He then spoke, if you expose Zheng Beihui and the procurement department's dealings, the police can consider it as your merit. Secondly, the group will provide you with a cash reward. How much is the cash reward? 200,000. Gao Ruken frowned. Is that all? You can choose not to speak, but whether Zheng Beihui escapes or gets caught, the 420,000 he promised you later will definitely not materialize. Han Su said confidently, moreover, based on the clues provided by Yuan Sheng, I will soon track down Zheng. So, I just want to verify with you whether what Yuan Sheng said is correct, or if there is anything you know that Yuan Sheng. After all, the more clues there are, the less time I will spend later. It all depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. Gao Ruken felt conflicted inside. Han Su was right. Whether Zheng Beihui fled or was caught, he and Yuan Sheng would certainly receive nothing of the 420,000. Moreover, he would have to serve whatever time in prison was necessary. But if he voluntarily exposed Zheng Beihui, he would have some merit, at least providing a chance for a reduced sentence. And he could also receive a reward of 200,000. Furthermore, he could take revenge on Zheng Beihui, who intended to abandon him and Yuan Sheng. He and Yuan Sheng were already trapped. How could they tolerate Zheng Beihui enjoying freedom outside? Having thought this through, Gao Ruken made a decision in his heart. Han Su, I will tell you everything. Han Su smiled and asked the first question. Yuan Sheng mentioned that before last year's New Year the group had a procurement deal worth 30 million. However, Zheng Beihui took 300,000 in kickbacks from this deal. This matter was handled by you and Yuan Sheng, with each of you taking 200,000. Is that true? Gao Rukin nodded. It's true. This matter was directly ordered by Zheng Beihui for Yuan Sheng and me to. Good. Han Su nodded, checking another record, and continued. Before last year's National Day the group had a procurement worth 18 million. Zheng Beihui took 200,000. Yuan Sheng took 20,000. Were you involved? What? There was also a deal before last year's National Day. Gao Rukin was startled. I was not involved in that. I didn't know about it, nor did I receive any benefits. Then this matter needs to be investigated. Gao Rukin's eyes shifted as he realized that Yuan Sheng had also relayed to Han Su the matters that were solely between him and Zheng Beihui. And between him and Zheng Beihui, there were secrets known only to the two of them. Immediately he spoke. Han Su, I have matters to discuss as well. Then Gao Rukin recounted 3 or 4 matters that only he had participated in and that Yuan Sheng had not. Hearing Gao Rukin's self-disclosure, Han Su was not surprised at all. After all, previously Yuan Sheng had already self-disclosed part of the information to gain merit. Now the portion Gao Rukin revealed could only be seen as filling in the gaps that Yuan Sheng had not covered. The purpose of Han Su's renewed meeting with Gao Rukin was also for this reason. After all, every additional matter Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng revealed would further incriminate Zheng Beihui. Of course, whether these matters were true or not still required investigation. But with the 2 testimonies from Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin, the police could be called immediately to take appropriate measures against Zheng Beihui. After recording what Gao Rukin had said, Han Su smiled and said, Gao Rukin, what you just mentioned will likely be verified by the police later. The group will also issue a written statement to strive for leniency in your treatment. As for the 200,000, it will arrive today. Gao Rukin lowered his head, his expression relaxing slightly. Thank you, thank you. Han Su did not say anything further and got up to leave. After exiting the detention center, he did not choose to report to the police immediately. Zheng Beihui could not escape, but he was a loose thread. This loose thread could unravel a whole chain of individuals, including Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun. However, the task of unraveling this loose thread could not be done by Han Su himself. Or rather, he was not yet qualified to do so. This task should be handled by Wang Za. The power struggle among the senior executives of Anshan Group must also consider a balance of strength. Han Su hurried back to Anshan Group, submitting the records of his conversations with Yuan Sheng and Gao Rukin to Wang Za. General Manager Wang, with this information, you can approach Zheng Beihui. From him, you should be able to obtain many leads on other individuals. Wang Za calmly reviewed the records submitted by Han Su, saying, from the statements of Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng, Zheng Beihui has already taken over 30 million in kickbacks. There may be other matters that the two of them are not aware of. Saying this, he stood up. I will go talk to him now. At the Anshan Group Procurement Department, Wang Sa approached the office door of Zheng Beihui holding a conversation record provided by Han Su. He reached out and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Upon hearing Zheng Beihui's voice, Wang Sa pushed the door open. Seeing Wang Sa, Zheng Beihui was slightly taken aback. President Wang. Why is it you? Wang Sa sat down opposite Zheng Beihui and placed the conversation record in front of him. Zheng, do you want to explain these matters? What matters? Zheng Beihui asked in confusion as he flipped through the conversation record handed over by Wang Sa. Upon seeing it, he was immediately taken aback. After a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I never expected you would go find Gao Rukin and Yuan Sheng. It's also my fault for withholding over 1 million, making them lose trust in me. Wang Sa also shook his head. The points of reflection you have, Zheng, are ones I hadn't considered. Zheng Beihui closed the conversation record, not intending to continue reading. He had no plans to destroy the conversation record. After all, Wang Sa dared to bring it to him, indicating he surely had a backup. Destroying it would be futile. He looked at Wang Sa and said with a faint smile, President Wang, you came to me with this, yet didn't call the police. You must want to discuss something, right? Wang Sa smiled and nodded. Indeed, President Zheng is a clever man. He shifted his sitting position, smiling at Zheng Beihui. President Zheng, we've discovered that Wang Hailuan from the finance department and Tao Zhonghua from the administration department, and also Zhang from the group board have been in frequent contact with you recently and had secret dealings with you, Ruigong. Moreover, the 4 of you have recently been transferring personal assets outside. So I'd like to ask, why are you all transferring your personal assets? Zheng Beihui chuckled without directly answering. President Wang, do you want me to betray Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun? Wang Sa asked, are you unwilling to betray them? Zheng Beihui shook his head. Having been alongside the chairman for so many years, there is still some bond. Oh, how could I betray them? Oh, Wang Sa pretended to be relieved. So it means your life in the second half is surely going to be spent, but you can accept that your old brothers Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun can live freely and comfortably in the outside world. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Zhang Beihui's face froze. A scene he couldn't accept. He imagined himself trapped behind iron bars all alone, while Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun enjoyed exquisite meals and the company of beautiful women every night. This stark contrast suddenly made him feel inexplicably restless. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. President Wang, to be honest, I really can't accept that. It's normal, that's human nature. Wang Sa leaned back. So President Zhang, can you tell me about Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, and Zhang Jun? Sigh. Zhang Beihui sighed. I don't know much either. Just tell me how much you know. An hour later, Zhang Beihui slumped in his office chair, yet still managed to maintain a faint smile. President Wang, I've said everything I know. As for whether they have committed other offenses, you'll have to investigate that. Wang Sa nodded and smiled. That's enough. With this information, they surely won't be able to escape. Wang Sa smiled at Zhang Beihui again. Thank you, President Zhang, for providing such valuable leads. Zhang Beihui waved his hand. President Wang, don't tease me. After all, I truly can't accept it. While I'm in prison, they will be living carefree outside. Wang Sa smiled. After all, you guys have been old brothers for many years. You should share the burden together. Wang Sa paused, and then said, President Zhang, do you want me to call the police, or will you go to the police station yourself? Zhang Beihui said nonchalantly, you call the police. After all, the entire procurement department has more than just me to take away. All right, then you can arrange things as needed. After saying this, Wang Sa stood up and left Zhang Beihui's office. Once the door closed, Zhang Beihui sighed, share the burden together. After Wang Sa left the procurement department, he called Lu Anqing first to report on the situation regarding Zhang Beihui and others. Since the evidence is sufficient, then call the police. You go tell my father about this, he needs to be informed. Okay, boss. After agreeing, Wang Sa walked towards Lu Chang's office. At the door he had Lu Hongyan. After hearing Lu Chang's voice, Lu Hongya led Wang Sa into the office. Upon seeing Wang Sa, Lu Changhe pointed to the chair in front of him. Xiao Wang, you're here, sit down. Wang Sa sat down, and Lu Hongya had already stepped out and closed the door. Chairman, Wang Sa called out. Lu Changhe nodded and looked at Wang Sa. Speak, what brings you here? Wang Sa placed the conversation record in front of Lu Changhe. Take a look at this. Lu Changhe flipped through it, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. After reading for a while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Sigh. What are these people thinking? Isn't what the group provides enough for them? Why do they still want to suck the blood of? Now it feels like the situation can't be concealed. They actually want to leave the group, leave Xia country. Wang Sa quickly spoke up. Chairman, please don't be angry. Lu Changhe waved his hand. I'm not angry, I just feel that these people are so unambitious. As he spoke, Lu Changhe closed the conversation record in front of him and pushed it back to Wang Sa. Then he said, Xiao Wang, have you called the police yet? Not yet. What does my son think? Handle it as you see fit, just deal with it accordingly. Lu Changhe pondered for a moment and said, let's handle it according to my son's wishes. Whatever needs to be done, let's do it. No leniency for anyone. Lu Changhe pondered for a moment and said, let's handle it according to my son's wishes. Whatever needs to. Once the door closed, Lu Changhe sighed again. Sigh. At this age, still getting himself into trouble. Lu Changhe felt quite helpless. Among the old brothers who had fought alongside him, hardly any were clean. It seemed that everyone had issues. The first to arrive were the police, who headed to the office of the chief financial officer Wang Hailuan. Upon seeing the police, Wang Hailuan was taken aback. Officer, is there something you need? The officer spoke directly. Wang Hailuan, you are suspected of embezzlement. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Wang Hailuan, upon hearing this, slumped back into his chair. He had no thoughts of making excuses or resisting. The police had already broken in, which meant they must have gathered some evidence. Moreover, the group must have taken corresponding actions. He could only sigh, too late, it's still too late. If he had felt this sense of crisis earlier, he might have already been abroad by now. Wang Hailuan was taken away by the police. 3 other staff members from the finance department were also taken along. When Wang Hailuan saw that even these 3 staff members were taken, he instantly understood. Someone within their small group had been compromised. Or rather, someone had betrayed them. Meanwhile, the director of the administration department, Tao Zhonghua, was also taken by the police. Besides Tao Zhonghua, 6 or 7 others from the administration department were taken, which was double the number from the finance department. In the purchasing department, even more than 10 were taken away together. These individuals still did not know that the one selling them out was Zhang Beihui, who was responsible for the purchasing department. As for Zhang Jun, he was left all alone. Within a single day, 4 executives at the level of department director and above were taken by the police. More than 20 others were also implicated and taken away. This caused an uproar within Anshan Group. Additionally, with Yi Ruigong being taken previously, in just a few days 5 executives at the level of department director and above had been taken by the police. At this moment, most of the group's personnel began to sense that a major upheaval might be imminent. However, the downfall of Zheng Bihui, Wang Hailuan, and others did not significantly impact the normal operations of the entire group. This was because Wang Sa had already made certain arrangements across various departments. Although it was impossible to immediately fill the vacancies of 4 or 5 high-level executives, it could ensure that the operations of all departments could continue normally. In the Human Resources Department, upon receiving the news, Jiang Yang was also momentarily stunned. Sigh. The people have been taken away, and now I have to recruit for the vacant positions that have opened up. After a sigh, Jiang Yang quickly arranged for someone to handle the vacancies caused by this upheaval. Once organized, he needed to promptly publish a recruitment announcement. Subsequently, he continued to sift through the resumes he had received. Wang Sa had instructed him to arrange for someone named Peng Xiaowei to come in. Such matters were not suitable to be left to others. He had to personally review them. After a while, he finally found Peng Xiaowei's resume. Upon looking at it, he frowned slightly. Another fresh graduate. Another from Fuan University. Could it be that they are from the same class as Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei? Jiang Yang looked at Peng Xiaowei's resume, his curiosity piqued. What kind of connection did this general manager Wang have with the graduates from Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei's class? Why was he arranging for 5 people to enter the group, and now wanting to arrange for another? Was General Manager Wang the homeroom teacher of this class of graduates? Shaking his head, Jiang Yang dismissed this absurd thought. He then sent a message to Peng Xiaowei inviting him to come for an interview. Although interviews were merely a formality, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. When Peng Xiaowei received the interview invitation, he was on a phone call. Hello, I am a sales representative at the Audi 4S dealership in Jiangzhou. Snap. Before Peng Xiaowei could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. He felt neither dejected nor discouraged. After all, being rejected is a normal occurrence in sales. A call that gets hung up so simply is actually a relatively good outcome. Some people would even directly insult him, and quite harshly too. Peng Xiaowei had already encountered this situation numerous times. At first he felt a bit upset, and even wronged. But gradually he came to terms with it, and could manage not, because he gradually realized that this was the kind of experience one should expect after leaving campus and entering society. Just as he was about to dial the next number, he suddenly saw a new text message. He opened it to find that it was from Onqing Group asking him to come for an interview tomorrow morning. This brought a look of surprise to his face. Really, am I going for the interview? Although Peng Xiaowei also knew that even if he went for the interview, the chances of passing were very slim. But for him, it was still an opportunity. Thus, even if he was unlikely to pass the interview, he decided to give it a try. After all, even Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei had managed to enter the group. Could it be that he was just as lucky as Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei? Without further ado, he stood up from his desk and headed to the office door of his department manager Luo Hong. The office door was open, but Peng Xiaowei still chose to knock. Manager Luo Hong seemed to be handling some work. He looked up at Peng Xiaowei and said, Peng Xiaowei, what's the matter? His tone seemed a bit impatient. Peng Xiaowei walked in and said while walking, Manager Luo, I plan to take a leave of absence tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo Hong paused his work and looked at Peng Xiaowei. He slightly frowned. How much of your performance have you completed this month? Peng Xiaowei lowered his head and said nothing. He had hardly any performance this month. Several clients were still on the fence. Luo Hong snorted, Peng Xiaowei, you have no performance and you still want to take leave. Not approved. Go back and continue calling, keep looking for clients. You need to understand, if you have no performance this month, then you'll be out of here. Peng Xiaowei gritted his teeth and said, Manager Luo, I really have something to attend to. What could be more important than your performance? Hurry back to continue calling and don't bother me here. Peng Xiaowei wanted to say something more, but ultimately remained silent and turned to leave Luo Hong's office. After Peng Xiaowei's figure disappeared, Luo Hong turned to glance at the door of. Today's fresh graduates know nothing and they don't work diligently. What's the use of going to school for so many years? I didn't do well in the entrance exam and didn't go to college, yet I can still manage you. On the other side, Peng Xiaowei returned to his workstation. He remained silent for a while, and after a moment he made up his mind. He must attend this interview. Even if he got fired, he still had to go. After confirming his thoughts, Peng Xiaowei picked up his phone and continued dialing. This time his voice was a bit more spirited than before. The next day at the Audi 4S dealership in the automotive city, Luo Hong organized a morning meeting after work hours began. During the roll call, when Peng Xiaowei's name was called, there was no response. Luo Hong scanned the crowd, but did not see Peng Xiaowei's figure. Does anyone know where Peng Xiaowei went? No one knew. Peng Xiaowei had not mentioned anything to them about going for an interview. Luo Hong recalled yesterday when Peng Xiaowei asked him for leave, which he had refused. You want an unreasonable leave, is that it? Luo Hong's expression turned sour. Then just wait until your probation period ends. Oh, when it's time to go, you should leave. Luo Hong was not concerned about Peng Xiaowei taking unreasonable leave. It was the fact that Peng Xiaowei's actions were beyond his control. Meanwhile, Peng Xiaowei had already arrived at Anshin Group, entering the interview room. Please introduce yourself. The interviewer was still Jiang Yang. For those arranged by Wang Sa, he would personally attend the interview. Peng Xiaowei began. Hello, three interviewers, my name is Peng Xiaowei. His self-introduction was more detailed than those of previous candidates like Xiong Chao and Zhang Lei. He first spoke about his work experience, having over a month of experience in automobile sales. After listening, Jiang Yang nodded slightly. In fact, Peng Xiaowei's experience was not outstanding. If evaluated strictly according to the group's hiring standards, it would be quite difficult for him to pass the interview. However, after Jiang Yang asked a few simple questions, he officially informed Peng Xiaowei, Peng Xiaowei, congratulations, you have passed the interview. Peng Xiaowei was taken aback. Interviewer, did I really pass? Jiang Yang nodded. Yes, check when you... Hearing this, Peng Xiaowei quickly calmed his excited emotions. After a moment of thought, he replied, I can start the day after tomorrow. I'll be able to be on duty then. All right, come find me the day after tomorrow, and I will have someone take you to the marketing department. Thank you, thank you. After a flurry of grateful remarks, Peng Xiaowei exited the interview room. Jiang Yang shook his head with a smile. This is the sixth one arranged by General Manager Wang. Is he planning to bring the whole class over? In truth, Jiang Yang did not mind. Even if he brought the entire class of Xiong Chao over, it would only be a few dozen people. However, the total number of employees at Anshin Group was in the tens of thousands. A few dozen people among tens of thousands was like a drop in the ocean. Peng Xiaowei returned to the Audi 4S dealership. He did not go to his workstation, but walked straight to Luo Heng's office door. Tap, tap, tap. The door was not closed, and Peng Xiaowei knocked lightly. Luo Heng turned his head to look, frowning slightly. Peng Xiaowei, you just arrived? Peng Xiaowei walked in, standing tall. Manager Luo, I am here to resign. My. Luo Heng raised his eyebrows. Resign? Are you sure? Peng Xiaowei nodded. Sure. Well then go ahead and resign. Luo Heng's tone was unfriendly. A person like you, even if you stay here, won't achieve anything. Peng Xiaowei smiled lightly, did not argue, and left Luo Heng's office. His purpose for returning was simply to inform Luo Heng. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, he would resign. Additionally, he needed to handle the resignation procedures and settle his salary. Having worked for over a month, although the salary was not much, it was still hard-earned money. He also needed to collect some of his personal belongings. Even if it was just a cup, he wanted to take it with him, as he was still somewhat impoverished. Luo Heng watched Peng Xiaowei leave, shaking his head with a look of disdain. If a person is incapable, they will be incapable wherever they go. At Anshin Group, Wang Sa brought Lu Anqing to the door of Lu Chang's office. Seeing Lu Anqing, Lu Hongya quickly stood up ready to speak, but was stopped by Lu Anqing's gesture. Lu Hongya understood, immediately nodded slightly, and sat back down. Lu Anqing walked over and directly pushed open the door. Wang Sa stood at the door, but did not go inside. The noise from the door opening caught Lu Chang's attention as he was looking at his computer. Who is it? Is no one going to knock when entering my office? He turned around and found it was Lu Anqing. Son, you finally made it here. Dad, didn't you call me to find you? Here I am. While speaking, Lu Anqing had already sat down on a nearby sofa. Lu Chang has stood up and walked towards Lu Anqing. You have some nerve to say that. You made me call you to my office and had to ring you dozens of times to get you here. You're my son, but if someone didn't know better, they might think you were my father. Hey. Dad, don't say that. Lu Anqing laughed. If Grandpa hears you say that, who do you think will get beaten, you or me? Humph. Lu Chang has snorted at Lu Anqing, sternly saying, if your grandpa beats me, I'll just take it out on. You're playing big fish, eating small fish with me. Lu Anqing smiled helplessly. If Grandpa beats his son, you just beat your son. What? Lu Chang had glared. Do you mean I can't beat you? You can. Lu Anqing quickly backed down and said, Dad, you've called me so many times and had Xiao Wang bring me to see you. What's the important matter? When it came to serious matters, Lu Chang's mood calmed down. He looked at Lu Anqing seriously and slowly said, Son, I think you should take my position. I truly want to step down. I really don't have much ability. Over the years, the reason the group has come this far is partly because you provided enough. Another reason is that those old brothers have always been helping me. He continued, I understand that they have issues, but I've never had the heart to deal with them harshly. As he spoke, Lu Chang aside. Lu Anqing understood Lu Chang's thoughts. Dad, you're feeling guilty about having to deal with Wang Hailuan, Tao Zhonghua, Zheng Beihui, and Zhang Jun, right? Lu Chang did not deny it. I do feel some guilt, but you did nothing wrong. The group has treated them sufficiently well. They brought this outcome upon themselves due to their greed. If that's the case, why do you feel burdened? Lu Chang has smiled. That's probably just my personality. As the saying goes, kindness does not command troops and righteousness does not manage wealth. My character is not suitable for managing such a large group company. Moreover, I'm already quite old and lack the energy. As he spoke, Lu Chang looked at Lu Anqing earnestly. And you, although you haven't trained in the group's grassroots in these years at university, you've controlled some group affairs behind the scenes through Xiao Wang. So it's best for you to take over this position.